Today, we are gonna see, what if neglected Naruto met Zatch Bell and trained with him? Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Naruto and Sasuke clash as a dark sphere cover the area. A portal took Naruto away as Sasuke was left at the valley. Sasuke felt satisfied as he headed to Orochimaru's hideout. Naruto landed in some strange city in Japan that he never saw before. Naruto was passed out and didn't know anything about it. A dark-haired 14-year-old student noticed Naruto's landing and checked him out. "Is he okay, Kyo?" A blonde-haired boy with markings going down his eyes asked. "I don't think so, Zatch. He looks badly hurt," the teenager known as Kyo responded. Kyo noticed the whisker markings on Naruto's face. "Zatch, we better take him home," Kyo said. "Right," Zatch agreed. When Naruto regained conscious, he was in an empty room with only a cot he was sleeping on. He noticed he was bandaged up and in some other clothes. Remembers why. "Oh, you're awake," a woman said, coming in with Naruto's clothes. "My name is Hana Takamine." "Naruto Uzumaki. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Takamine," Naruto said. "Where am I?" "This my house, in Momochi City, Japan," Hana said. "My son Kyo found you unconscious and badly injured and brought you here. Right now he's at school, but he'll be back." "Okay, thanks. But don't worry about me, I'm a fast healer," Naruto said. "That's good," Hana said. "I hope you don't mind, but I washed your clothes and put your stuff in that closet." Hana pointed at a closet before giving Naruto his clothes. "Your clothes look like they took a beating, so I fixed them up for you," Hana finished. "Thanks again," Naruto said. Hana left the room to let Naruto change. After putting on his clothes minus his ninja vest, Naruto found that he still have what was left of his gear from the mission. "I need to find a way to contact everyone back home to tell them I'm alive," Naruto thought, especially Hinata. Leaf Village. The news of Naruto's disappearance spread. Most of the gang except for Neji, Choji and Kiba, who were still recovering at the hospital, met up at Tsunade's office. "I doubt Naruto's dead," Tenten said as Haku nodded. "But where would Naruto be?" Tsunade asked. "I have a theory," they heard Jiraiya said. There was an explosion sound as Jiraiya appeared on a toad. "What do you mean?" Hinata asked. "I mean that I went to the Valley of End and found traces of portal," Jiraiya said. "But wait, one can only appear through a forbidden jutsu that only a cage knows," Tsunade said. "True, but there was also signs there that Naruto was using red chakra in a tail form and Sasuke was at stage 2 of his curse mark when they clash," Jiraiya said. "Can someone explain?" Sakura asked. Tsunade took out a medallion. "This medallion was created through a jutsu by my grandfather," Tsunade said. "Before he died he sealed it so that only the cages can release its powers. It has the power to take others to different dimensions. The only thing Orochimaru didn't have power to use," Jiraiya said. "I think the same effect happened again at the valley, but Naruto was sucked into it." "So how do we get him home?" Shikamaru asked. "Well, we need to find out where he was sent," Tsunade said. "Hopefully we can get him home right away, but if he's busy with nothing, all we can do is help any way we can." Hinata and Tenten nodded, knowing that could become a case. "Don't worry, Hinata, we'll find out where Naruto is," Jiraiya said. Momochi City. Naruto left his pouch and coaster in the closet as he helped around as best as he could. Naruto learned that the room he was staying at was the guest room. Hana left to get some ramen for dinner since it was Naruto's first day there. Naruto could hear the door open and close, meaning someone was home. Kyo walked by talking about Zatch when he saw Naruto was listening. "Hey, you're awake," Kyo said off guard. "Yeah, you must be Kyo. Your mother told me you were the one who found me," Naruto said. "Yeah, and another boy staying here named Zatch," Kyo said. "Hey, Naruto Uzumaki," Naruto said. "Yeah, you wouldn't happen to have one of these, do you?" Kyo said, pulling out a red book with weird markings. "No, actually I don't know what that is," Naruto said. "So he isn't like Zatch," Kyo thought. "So where you come from?" "You wouldn't believe me if I told you," Naruto said. "Give me a try," Kyo said. Naruto agreed and told Kyo about where he came from and about him being a ninja, not even mentioning about the demon sealed in him. So you're a ninja, Kyo said. Basically, Naruto said. Just then they heard the doorbell. That must be Zatch, Kyo said. I don't know if Zatch is staying here, why would he need to use the doorbell? Naruto asked. Kyo opened the door to find a girl with long hair holding a black book known as Sherry. Next to her was a guy with dark weird hair with markings on his body and wearing a fur-like clothes known as Brago. I think if I show you this, you know our business here, right? Sherry asked. But don't worry, we're here to talk, not to fight. We're coming in if you don't mind, Brago said. Kyo let them in, scared of Brago. Brago glared at Naruto but walked away. Meanwhile Zatch was coming home with a dog companion in the rain. They headed in and saw extra shoes as well as Naruto's sandals. They walked to the door to Kyo's room. I see the boy with the red book has amnesia, Sherry said. Now I understand. What do you know about Zatch? Kyo asked. And why did you come here? Naruto finished. Fine, I'll tell you. It'll probably be easier to hand over the book if you know, Sherry said, in simplest terms. That boy is one of 100 Mamotos brought here in the human world. A Mamoto? Kyo asked. This is hard for both of you to understand, but there is a different world than ours known as the Mamoto world, Sherry said. Actually I can believe that, Naruto said. In that world there is a king who rules over their world. And every 1,000 years 100 Mamotos are released in our world to battle to decide who becomes king. They teamed up with one human who was able to read their spellbook, Sherry said. These books are like manuals to this battle that is powered by heart power. But if the book gets burned, the Mamoto lose its qualifications to become king and is sent back to the Mamoto world. Basically whoever is left standing becomes king, Naruto said. Right, Sherry said. Now if you please hand over the spellbook. Naruto clutched the chair he was sitting on as he stood up. Kyo kept his grip of the book. Are you planning of using that child for evil things? Then forget about it. More you hold the book, the more dangerous situations you'll be in, Sherry said. I'm just not giving you this book, Kyo responded. Reese, Sherry shouted. A ball of gravity formed in Brago's hand and fired. It hit Kyo and forced him into a wall. Naruto stood up and made a hand sign. Don't bother, Brago said. Just give us the book. If you stay with the boy your normal life will be gone, Sherry explained. This isn't a game, There are some who wouldn't hesitate to kill the other. Zatch took the news badly as he took the dog and headed away from the room. Multi-shadow clone jutsu, Naruto shouted. 5 shadow clones appeared ready to fight. If you're so concerned about it, then why are you keeping that book? One clone asked. You wouldn't understand, Sherry said as she started to cry. I will make Brago king, and if you don't give me the book, I'll force it from you. You'll have to get through us first, one clone said. Just so that you know, there are others who will, one by one, come and fight, Brago said. Zatch as heading down when he saw a man holding a spellbook facing the dog. What are you doing here? This is Kyo's house, Zatch said. Doric, the man shouted. The dog gained rock armor, revealing to Boruto heard noises. Kyo ran to help Zatch. Kyo, wait up, Naruto shouted, running after them. Meanwhile the Mamoto known as Gopher set to attack as his partner was Renji. Doric, Renji shouted. Gopher came at Zatch, powered up. Kyo managed to push Zatch out of the way. What are you doing here, Kyo? Zatch asked. What am I doing here? You were being attacked by that thing, Kyo responded. He's my friend, he wouldn't do such a thing, Zatch said. Friend, Kyo responded. Gopher came at Kyo and attacked him. Zatch, stop him, he's your friend after all, Kyo said. Gopher saw Zatch's spellbook. Renji, the book, let's burn it. Gopher said. Hey wait, they haven't counter-attack. I only agreed to this fight because I thought it would be interesting. Let's have some more fun, Renji said, removing his hood. Doric. Gopher powered up and came at Zatch and Kyo. Kyo ran but Zatch didn't move. Naruto came in and pushed the Mamoto out of Zatch's way. You're, Zatch responded. You must be Zatch. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto said. What are you doing here? Don't get close to me, Zatch responded. Zatch, Naruto just saved you, Kyo responded. Why, I'm just some monster, Zatch responded. All I do is make the best of what I am and all I do is cause trouble. So that's why Zatch been suffering this long alone, Kyo thought. Ow! Zatch shouted when Naruto hit him on the head. Listen kid, no matter if you're human, or a monster or some kind of Mamoto, or whatever you want to call yourself, you shouldn't see yourself that way, Naruto said, take my word for it, it may make you suffer. But unless you find a better way to handle who and what you are, people will just see you for what you see yourself. Naruto seems to understand what Zatch is going through better than anyone. As if he knows what Zatch is going through, Kyo thought. Dorison! Stein shouted. Rock pillars fired from Gopher's tail at them. Naruto pushed Zatch aside and made some hand signs. The attack hit Naruto directly. Naruto! Kyo responded. Naruto disappeared in a puff of smoke. Good thing I used Shadow Clone Jutsu before, Naruto said appearing at the other end of the room, or else I would Avenue to use the substitution jutsu to use one of your stuff as my replacement. Dodge this again, Renji shouted. Dorison. Gopher fired another range of Dorison at Zatch. This time Kyo took the hit was badly hurt by it. Kyo, why did you take that attack? Zatch responded. Done already, because I'm just getting started, Renji said. Doric. Gopher went to attack again. Naruto started forming the Rasengan in response. Reese. Sherry interrupted Naruto as Brago fired Reese from his hand. It hit Gopher and forced him to the wall. Sherry and Brago stood at the stairs waiting. No my dog, Renji said as Gopher reverted back to normal. Leave the book, Brago said. Renji didn't need to be told twice as he dropped the book and run. Now for your turn, Sherry said turning to Kyo and Zatch. Gravy Ray. Gravity crushed Kyo to the ground making his pain worse. Kyo. Naruto responded but Brago used his free hand to aim. If you interfere, it'll be the last thing you do, Brago said. You can still move your hands. Hand over the book before the spell crushes you, Sherry said. No, Kyo refused. Very well, Sherry said. The gravity pressed down on Kyo harder. Kyo, don't, just hand over the book. You're just putting yourself in danger. Just like now, Zatch said, I don't even have friends. You're wrong Zatch, I'm your friend, Naruto said, and friend help each other out just like I did back there. Naruto's right, Kyo said getting up, and I owe them both for something. He's bleeding so much and the pressure should be too great, yet he's standing up, Sherry thought. Gravy Ray. The gravity pushed down harder on Kyo and Zatch. You must have had a friend taken away from you to be acting this way. I know how that feels, Naruto said as red chakra started sprouting. 12 years ago from where I'm from, there was a tail beast known as the Nine-Tailed Fox that tried to destroy the village where I came from, in order to stop a man who was leader of our village known as the fourth Hokage. Sealed the beast in a baby. That baby was me, and for little over 4 years of my life I was treated as if I was the demon. Naruto looked up revealing to have fox-like eyes instead of his normal eyes. I'm not the fox, but rather the fox's jailer. And despite all odds, I found friends who see me as that, Naruto finished. That aura, it's not human, Brago thought. Zatch helped me too, Kyo said. He saved me from myself and helped me made friends. That's why I'm not handing this book over. Reese, Sherry shouted. Brago fired Reese that hit Kyo. Naruto jumped and saved Kyo. Over he was still recovering and was hurt. Kyo Naruto, Zatch responded. Let me tell you something about your past Zatch, Brago said. You were a weakling, bottom of your class. It was hard to believe you were allowed to participate in this battle. No matter what you'll be alone. Shut up, Naruto shouted. He and Kyo were standing. Zatch showed them they're wrong. Stand up, Kyo said. I'll fight with you so you can stay here. Quote, so will I, Naruto said. That's what friends are for. Sherry seemed to smile but she grew serious again. Brago, I'm canceling out Gravy Ray so we can use our strongest spell, Sherry said. Are you sure Sherry? Brago asked. Yes, Sherry answered switching spells. Gigano Reese. A giant stronger version of Reese appeared in Brago's hand. Brago noticed Zatch's spellbook shining brighter. Naruto, leave this to us, Kyo said. Zaker. Zaker fired from Zatch's mouth and hit Gigano Reese. The two spells cancel each other out. Naruto used the moment to get to Sherry as he was back to normal and grabbed Sherry. Let go, Sherry shouted. No, Naruto said, I owe Zatch and Kyo my thanks for finding me, and I'm not going to let them down. Kyo was passed out. Fine, we'll let them go. But they better not lose to anyone else, Sherry agreed. Brago and Sherry left with Gopher and his spellbook, however Sherry seemed more happy now. Later Zatch, Kyo and Naruto was fixing the hole in the wall. Naruto explained more about the demon sealed in him. You had it rough, Kyo said. Yeah, but there was some who had it worst, Naruto said. Zkio was bandaged like a mummy from the damage he took. Hana came home not so happy to see Kyo so bandaged up. Leaf Village. We finally found a lock on Naruto, Tsunade said. Tenten, Shino and Shikamaru were standing there. You know the mission, so go find Naruto and report back, Tsunade said. Yeah, Shikamaru said. First place with the most votes, so the first to come in for the next new stories. Anyway, I cross over Naruto's different life with Zatch Bell because I want a new twist of a crossover. It'll still be a Naruto and Zatch Bell crossover. Also, since those 4 I mention in the end are going to find Naruto. It means that once in a while Naruto is going to get some help from his own friends and girlfriend during the battle time to time, but not the whole group at once. Also Kyo and Zatch, along with others, will be able to see the Leaf Village. 4. Those who haven't read Naruto's different life, I suggest you read it, because if not, some details later on in the story will get confusing. Also, since I had 2 stories based off the TV series of Zatch Bell and 1 story based off the comic series, I decided to even it out by making this base off the comic series. Hospital Mayhem. Hospital Mayhem. The search team was sent to the hospital where they gain leads to where Naruto was. Excuse me, but can you tell me if there is a patient here that goes by the name Naruto Uzumaki? Tenten asked. Naruto Uzumaki. Oh yes, he came here with another boy who had superficial wounds, Kyo Takamine. The nurse checked it out. Are you friends or family of his? 2 friends, Shikamaru finished. The nurse gave them the room number. Meanwhile Naruto was with Kyo getting a drink. Most of his damages were healed, which was miraculous to the doctors. Kyo whole battle thing and how to get more spells to appear. Now I got myself in a predicament. Even if I know how to get home, I can't leave Zatch and Kyo just yet. I made promise that I'll help them out, Naruto thought. Then he noticed he was the only one in the hall. Ah no, tell me they did not just leave me here, Naruto responded. Same old Naruto, finding himself in some kind of problem, he heard a familiar voice said. No way, Naruto said. He turned to see Shikamaru, Tenten and Shino. What are you guys doing here? Naruto asked. We came here to find you, Shikamaru said. Naruto explained what he knew while showing them to his room. In return they told him what happened while he's gone. So you're planning to stay? Tenten asked. For a bit, just to help them out, but I'll be coming back every now and then, since I know how, Naruto said. Figures. The 5th Hokage. Thought there might be a chance of that and thought to send you help once in a while, Shikamaru said. So where are the 2 you were talking about? Tenten asked. This way, Naruto said. He led them to a room to find Zatch, Kyo, and one of Kyo's classmates Suzy searching for something. Naruto, there you are. The red book is missing, Kyo said. What? How can you lose it? Naruto said. Apparently we walked in on a bad situation, Shino said. Naruto started searching himself. This is bad. If that book gets burned, who knows what will happen, Naruto said. I do. Zatch will disappear to somewhere, Kyo said. This is your fault, Kyo, the only other person in the room said. No way, it was you, Yuta, Kyo responded. You said my leg will never heal, so I punish you, Yuta said. What? When did I say that? Kyo asked. I remember, it was during lunch, Naruto said. Flashback. Zatch was eating Yuta's lunch. Yuta, you didn't eat your breakfast either, Kyo said. They're disgusting. I won't eat it, Yuta said. But if you don't, you won't leave this hospital, Kyo said, and your leg bone won't heal together. Shut up. The doctors were just idiots, Yuta said. End of flashback. If you apologize now, I might tell you where I hid the book, Yuta said. Hey, you shouldn't have done that, Tenten responded. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered. Besides, if you don't eat you won't be allowed out of here, Kyo shouted. Now give the book back. Yuta got onto the wheelchair. I just wanted an apology, but now I'm going to burn that book, Yuta said. Kyo tried to go after him, but the nurse stopped him. If you don't rest, your wounds will open, she said. Zatch and Naruto tried to go for the run, but the nurse caught both of them, as Zatch was causing trouble since yesterday and Naruto was still recovering. Naruto made some hand sign and substitute himself with a pillow as he ran off. Tenten, Shikamaru, Shino, help me out, Naruto said, running out. Who was those three? Kyo thought. Zatch left too, but Kyo was stopped. I want you to help us with something with Yuta, the nurse said as she explained about Yuta. So what does this book look like? Tenten asked. It's red all over and inside has weird symbols that you won't be able to read, Naruto said. It has to do with one human being partner up with one Mamoto. Zatch then passed by riding on a cart and crash landed in a nurse station. Then he was chased by nurses. They saw Yuta there. There he is, Shikamaru, stop him, Naruto shouted. Yuta wheeled away before Shikamaru could use the shadow possession jutsu. He's sure fast on that thing, Tenten said. Come on, I think I know where that kid hid the book, Shikamaru said. Meanwhile, Kyo used tangerine juice to get away from the nurse. So the kid doesn't heal well, Kyo thought, remembering what he told Yuta. Maybe I did say too much. At the same time, Suzy was looking for Yuta and found herself lost in the hospital. Yuta was finally at the elevator and was about to use his crutches to hit the button. Found you, Zatch said as he was standing there with needles and scalpels sticking out from his head. Wait, the book isn't at its hiding spot, Yuta said. What? Zatch responded. I'll search here, you search over there, Yuta said, hoping to use that to get away. No, we'll look together, Zatch said. But I don't want to burn the book anymore, so individually is better, Yuta said. What if you get hurt trying too hard? Zatch asked. What? Yuta responded. What if you broke your leg again after it's almost fully healed? Zatch explained. If you're not attending to burn the book, then we're no longer enemies, making a better reason for us to work together. Where do we go? Yuta cried as he didn't think about the chances of his leg being rebroken, and Zatch was the first to actually made him realize it. This way, Yuta said. Kyo looked in the linen room and didn't see the book. The time I was getting juice wasn't very long, so how far could he have gone? Kyo thought. I wonder if Naruto have any ideas. Just then he noticed Zatch and Yuta as they've been searching. We still haven't found it, Zatch said. Hey Zatch, Yuta asked. Yeah, Zatch asked. Do you really think my leg will heal? Yuta asked. The people that came after me left before, I'm always left behind. It will heal, Kyo said. Yuta turned to see Kyo. There are few cases where the bones are weak, but none I heard of where the bones won't mend together, and even if there is, yours is different. There are no reasons for why your bones won't heal, the doctors and I will always say that, Kyo said. You'll walk again. And about before, I'm sorry I said too much. All you need to do is eat, Zatch said. Yuta took them to the roof and got to the top of the ladder. He threw the spellbook to Zatch. Yuta was about to come down but fell, which became a problem as his leg was still broken. Just then a bed of bugs appeared below Yuta, saving him. Nice catch, Shino, Naruto shouted. They looked to see Naruto, Tenten, Shikamaru and Shino were standing there. Naruto, Kyo and Zatch shouted. The insects retreated back to Shino. Later Yuta was eating his meal with Zatch and Kyo. Well, I'm stuck here with them for 2 more days, but I'm planning to stay here to help them out in this battle, Naruto said. We'll tell everyone when we get back then, Tenten said. Also one more thing, Naruto said. When Lady Tsunade send a team to help me out, make sure the first one is Hinata, Kiba and Akamaru. I want them to see this world, and meet Kyo and Zatch. It'll be a pain, but we'll tell Tsunade, Shikamaru said. If you haven't read Naruto's Different Life yet, I suggest you get to reading it for this story. Next chapter I won't have more ninjas coming to help Naruto, but in the one after that I will. Battle at the Botanical Gardens. Battle at the Botanical Gardens. At a Botan, Ikal Gardens, a Mamoto known as Sagino and his partner Haru were training with their spells. My limit is 6, Haru said. That's good enough. Next is moving targets. They prepared for the next day when people will be there. The next day, Zatch jumped up a tree with joy. That's nothing, I can walk up that tree like walking on the ground, Naruto said. Wow, really? Zatch responded. Kyo was annoyed by them. The only reason why they were there was because Zatch requested it. Kyo brought the spellbook just in case. It sure hasn't changed, Kyo said looking at the place. What hasn't changed? A lady asked him, catching Kyo off guard. Long time no see, Kyo greeted. You seem fine, even though I haven't seen you in a long time, the lady known as Ivy told him. I'm a student, so I could only come on Saturdays and Sundays. Kyo explained. Then the bullying has stopped? Ivy asked. I wasn't bullied in the first place, Kyo responded. Hey Kyo, Zatch is about to do something really stupid, Naruto warned him. What is he going to do? Kyo asked. Zatch swing on a vine and hit Kyo. That, Naruto said. You got nerves hurting these plants in front of me, Ivy told Zatch. Who are you? Naruto asked. My name is Ivy. I worked here, Ivy said. My name is Zatch Bell, Zatch said. And mine is Naruto Uzud. I came here to retrain Kyo, although Naruto is here because he wants to repay us for finding him, Zatch said. Naruto headed his separate way as Ivy found it funny that Kyo is being retrained. Sure wish my friends were here. They would enjoy this place, Naruto thought. He stopped when he saw a tree that looked like it was constricted recently. Hey Naruto, Zatch shouted. What? Naruto asked. Wouldn't it be great if we get to come here once in a while? Zatch asked. Yeah sure, and I can bring one of my friends when they come to visit, Naruto said. That's great, we can help out around here, Zatch said. Kyo saw a tree that was constrict that Naruto noticed earlier. This can't be caused by a fig tree, these are too new, Kyo said inspecting the tree. Haru was counting how many people were in center. 8 people, I guess that was enough, Haru said. Jioran. Sugino fired multiple vines that caught nearly everyone in there. Zatch Naruto, Kyo shouted. Kyo, Zatch responded. It's another Momoto isn't it? Naruto asked. Yeah, but I don't think they know we're here, Kyo said. Just then a vine wrapped around Ivy, capturing her. No good, we need them to move or it won't be training, Haru said. Training, Naruto responded. I miss a few, but yeah TS training, but if they don't move around, then there is no point of it, Haru said. I'll give you 30 seconds head start to run around. Zatch, Kyo and Naruto weren't so happy about it. Zaker, Kyo shouted. Zaker fired from Zatch's mouth. It hit the root holding Ivy. Naruto saved Ivy from the fall. Naruto handed Ivy to Kyo and made multiple hand signs. Ninja art. Hidden mist jutsu, Naruto shouted. A mist appeared around them. They used the moment to run and get Ivy to safety. Once there, Kyo put his jacket over Ivy. Naruto, Zatch, listen up, because only our power combine can save them, Kyo said. So listen to what I have to say. Right, Naruto and Zatch agreed. Where are they? Haru asked. Sugino asked. They're still in the gardens, Sugino said, using a tree to sense them out, although that one boy is a mystery. There is only one Momoto. It doesn't matter, we know that one Momoto is a mouth user, Haru said. We battled those types before. So I know their weakness. They heard noises and turned to Zatch and Kyo, but Naruto was nowhere there. Set, Kyo said, aiming with his hand as Zatch looked that direction. Zaker. Zaker fired from Zatch's mouth at that moment. Haru and Sugino dodged the attack as the Zaker hit something else. Naruto was waiting in the back. It's time, Naruto said, making the hand sign. Shadow clone jutsu. 8 shadow clones appeared ready for battle. You know what to do, Naruto said. Right, they responded, jumping off with one of them going where Zaker hit. Jioran, Haru shouted. Jioran appeared behind Zatch and Kyo. Set, Kyo said, aiming at the root as Zatch face it. Zaker. Zaker fired from Zatch's mouth and destroyed the root. They shouldn't be able to form a combination. These guys are different, Haru thought, and where is the third one? Kyo and Zatch ran with Haru and Sugino following. It's working just like Kyo said, Zatch thought. Naruto, I need you to make as many shadow clones as the people captured, Kyo said. Zatch, I want you to look at my right hand 1 meter behind me. Every time I point, you look at the direction where I point, after I said set. Kyo pointed at that direction as Zatch looked. Zaker, Kyo shouted. Zaker fired from Zatch's mouth. Haru and Sugino dodged it as Zaker hit another root. A shadow clone saved the person and took him to safety. Naruto, I want each clone wait at each route until the people are free and take them to safety, then each clone disperse after that so that you know when they're done, Kyo said. Naruto followed Zatch and Kyo from a safe distance. Jioren! Haru shouted. Naruto threw impact shurikens. They hit the root and explode in contact. Kyo launched Zaker one after another. Why is it you keep running when you can't hit a thing? Haru shouted. Zatch and Kyo ran again. Wait, Haru, haven't you noticed their strength? Sagino asked. Right, they haven't have the concept of power yet, Haru said. Zatch and Kyo made it to where Naruto was. Ready? Kyo asked. Yeah, Naruto said. The last clone is getting him. Found you guys, and look, the third one is there too, Haru said. Just then he saw the shadow clone carrying someone. Then he noticed the roots were all destroyed. He figured it all out of their plans. Jioren! Haru shouted. Another Jioren fired, but Zatch stopped it. The shadow clone took the guy outside and disperses. Kyo was out there checking things out. Kyo headed in to help Zatch and Naruto out. Meanwhile, Haru knocked Zatch out on the ground. Kyo would be here soon to fight, Zatch said. You think so, do you? Haru responded. He knows something we don't, Naruto said. Zatch, Naruto, I'm here, Kyo shouted. Kyo, Zatch said. Yeah, let's take care of things, Kyo said. Naruto made several hand signs getting ready to attack. Zaker! Kyo shouted. Hardly a spark fired from Zatch's mouth. These guys don't know a thing at all, Haru responded. Jioren! A root grabbed Kyo and kept him in the air. The energy used to make these spells come out depletes each time. Even from the heart, Haru explained. Besides, we only use our spell 5 times and not even full power. I can use them full power 3 times, maybe 4 if I hold back. The vine tightened around Kyo. Jioren! Haru shouted as vines hit Zatch. Naruto dodged them and finished his hand signs. You're not the only one that haven't gone full power, Naruto said. Water style, water dragon jutsu. A water dragon appeared in front of him and attacked them. I haven't seen that jutsu before, Kyo thought. Haru was about to attack again, but his book was missing. Looking for this, someone said. Haru looked to see Gamekichi on top of his spellbook. Alright, Gamekichi, Naruto shouted. Flashback. Naruto bit his finger to where it was bleeding and made the hand signs. I don't know if this will work, but if it does I need something small, Naruto thought and slammed his hand on the ground, summoning. Jutsu. Gamekichi appeared in front of him. Hi Naruto, Gamekichi greeted. Gamekichi, I need your help with getting a certain book, but only when I give you an opening, Naruto said. Then what's the plan? Gamekichi said. End of flashback. I don't have a Mamoto, but I do know how to summon toads that comes with their own abilities, Naruto said. Naruto took out an impact shuriken and threw it at the root holding Kyo. It exploded on contact, freeing Kyo. Strength comes in all forms, hatred. As long as you know where to find it, then you have a second source of energy to fight, Naruto said. Sagino went for the book from behind. Gamekichi jump, Naruto shouted. Gamekichi jumped as Sagino took the book. We'll take you all down in one attack, Haru shouted. No, Naruto is right, the strength comes from the heart and the heart energy comes from other emotions, not just hatred. Kyo thought. The red spellbook shined with more strength from within. A giant root appeared ready to fire Sagino's attack. Raja Juguro, Haru shouted. The flower fired seeds at them full strength. Let's win this, Zatch, Kyo shouted. Yeah, Zatch agreed. The second spell, Kyo shouted, Rashield. A wall-like shield appeared from the ground. The seeds hit the healed and bounced back at Haru and Sagino with electric charge. The seeds hit them and their book burned from the electricity. Thank you guys, Naruto. Zatch, you're invited here any time, Ivy said. Thanks, Zatch said. By the way Naruto, you have some explaining to do about some of your tricks, Kyo said, referring to the water dragon and summoning jutsu. You didn't think Shadow Clone and Hidden Mist was my only tricks, did you? Naruto responded as they headed home. I told you should read Naruto's Different Life to understand this story. Shadow Clone, Transformation, Substitution, Summoning Jutsu. And Rasengan isn't Naruto's only jutsus in Naruto's Different Life. Why Naruto's Different Life, like others have done in the past, but what not many did was that by saving Haku, Naruto Earn some water-style jutsus that Zabuza knew, on exception of water prison jutsu, but who knows, Naruto might learn it eventually. Semicolon closing parenthesis dot. Anyways, I made it where Naruto can summon, even in the world of Zatch Bell. To give him more of a chance in helping Kyo and Zatch. That means he can summon Gamabunta when needed, mostly against big and powerful opponents like Demold, so far. Summoning Jutsu Boss C. Kali is teleporting one or more creatures from the place they came from, to the place the summoner is at, or so Jiraiya explains it, and it seemed to happen when Naruto goes to where the Toad summonings are from to master going into Sage mode. I just merely advance it to Naruto's using. I'll need it too because there are going to be some jutsus Naruto is going to learn in this story even before the 3-year trip with Jiraiya. Especially against Clear Note. It wouldn't be right to have this story base off the comic series and end it at Fado, like the TV series of Zatch Bell did, even with their changes from the comic series. There is also another jutsu Naruto is going to be able to learn for the battle against Clear Note, with the thanks of Duffert and his answer talk. Kind-hearted Momoto. Kind-hearted Momoto. A pink-hair Momoto girl was crying in the rain as everyone around her just walked past her. One teenage girl with dark hair stopped and kneeled down to the Momoto, not knowing she was a Momoto. "What's wrong? Where are your parents?" the teenager asked, cleaning the Momoto off with a cloth she had. The Momoto's name was Kolulu and the girl name was Lori. Lori took Kolulu home to help her out, although she rather carried Kolulu as the little Momoto clung on Lori's skirt, not letting go. First a bath, then a change of clothes, Lori said, then turned to Kolulu who wasn't letting go. "How long are you going to hold on to me? I won't run away." Kolulu finally let go and sat on the chair. Lori went to look for her old clothes. Kolulu looked around and saw there was a message board with notes from either Lori or Lori's parents. It was clear that Lori's parents were always too busy to talk to Lori just by reading those notes. "Come here, bath is ready," Lori called out. Kolulu went to where Lori was shouting, which was where the bath was. After the bath, Kolulu worn some of Lori's old pajamas. "Good thing I kept my old clothes," Lori said, putting some away. "Don't worry about your clothes in the washer, and I have your bag here. Let's eat first." They ate at the dinner table. "What's your name?" Lori asked. "Kolulu," Kolulu answered. "Mine is Lori. Nice to meet you," Lori said. "You're kind, Lori," Kolulu said. "Well, I couldn't just leave you out in the rain like that," Lori said. "What about your parents? They must be worried about you." "I don't have any parents, I'm all alone," Kolulu said. "You're not alone, 'cause as of now, we're sisters," Lori said. Few weeks later, Zatch was ready to go to the park. Kiba, Akamaru and Hinata was over in Kiba and Akamaru to play with Zatch before they arrived. Annoying part was that Kyo made Zatch a toy out of crayon box and chopsticks called Vulcan 300. "Come on, Kiba, Akamaru. Vulcan says it's time to go to the park," Zatch said. "I'm ready already," Kiba complained. At the park, Kolulu made a flower crown for a doll that Lori made for her called Tina. "Hey Kiba, Akamaru, there is someone here," Zatch said. "Naruto wasn't kidding Hen, he said you were more energetic than us at that age," Kiba said. Kolulu looked over to see Zatch and Kiba. "Zatch," Kolulu thought. Akamaru sniffed around her and barked something. "Don't worry, Akamaru means no harm," Kiba said. "My name is Kiba Inuzuka. My name is Zatch Bell," Zatch finished, "and this is Vulcan. My name is Kolulu. I just moved here," Kolulu said. "This is my friend Tina." Zatch compared Vulcan and Tina. "Tina is probably bought," Zatch said. "No, she's handmade," Kolulu said. "My sister Lori made it for me, and it took her 2 weeks. One of the arms broke off from Vulca. And as Zatch was depressed as Kyo didn't spend so much time making it. Akamaru was given to me by my mother and older sister. In fact, most of my family haven't breed dogs," Kiba said, skipping the ninja part. "Oh, that's cool. Nice to meet you, Akamaru," Kolulu greeted Akamaru. Akamaru let her pet him. "So you move here too?" Kolulu asked. "Not really, we're visiting a friend that is staying with Zatch," Kiba said. "Along with his girlfriend." "Sorry I'm late, Kolulu," Lori said as she found them. "Lori," Kolulu responded. "Who's your friend?" Lori asked. "My name is Kiba and this is my K9 companion Akamaru," Kiba said. "Nice to meet you," Lori said, then faced Zatch. "Who is he?" He's someone that came with Kiba and Akamaru, Kolulu said. Here Lori, I made something for you. Kolulu placed a bigger flower crown on Lori's head. This is for making Tina for me, Kolulu said. Lori was happy to have it. Then she gave Kolulu a piggyback ride home. If only Hana was like that with me when I was little, Kiba said. Akamaru barked in agreement. Yeah, watching them makes me kind of jealous, Kiba responded. Zatch was watching as well as he couldn't remember having someone that close, especially since his memories are gone. Lori was at home as Kolulu was sleeping. She was thinking how things were different. Her parents were always too busy to talk and told her to leave a message for them on the message board. That's not a family, Lori thought, turning to Kolulu. Kolulu was the opposite. She would ask Lori in person about how she was and everything. Lori knew there haven't been news of people looking for her. Just then Kolulu's backpack shined from the spellbook in it. Lori opened the bag and found it. She found one page she could read. Kolulu woke up at that moment. No, don't read it, Kolulu shouted. Zarek. Lori read. Back at the Takamine house, Naruto and Hinata came in. Kyo, we're home, Naruto shouted. Kyo, I want you to work on Vulcan for real like Tina, Zatch shouted. What's wrong with Zatch? Hinata asked. Zatch Akamaru and I met someone at the park who had a handmade doll, and he been jealous about it since, Kiba explained, walking up. Oh, Naruto responded. They walk past the TV but stop at the latest news. There were series of knives slashing at this area in Momochi City. Victims appeared to have been cut by sharp objects over their bodies, and police been looking for any eyewitnesses. The news reporter said as the screen showed the block Lori and Kolulu lived at. Kyo had been watching it as well. Kyo, you think it's one of them? Naruto asked. Yeah, Kyo responded. The next day police were still investigating around Lori's house. Kolulu was holding a ball as she had no memory of last night, although it was her that caused the pain and suffering. Or rather, her second personality did. Later Team 7 investigated the area. Smell anything unusual, Akamaru? Kiba asked. Akamaru whined a little and shook his head. It's odd that the one to cause it to attack and vanish. Hinata said. Maybe they didn't vanish, Naruto said. Zatch and Kyo were there before going to the park. Come on guys, let's go to the park, Zatch shouted. We're coming, Naruto shouted. At the park Lori and Kolulu were playing volleyball. Lori figured as long as she doesn't read the pink spellbook Kolulu will remain kind. What happened was that after reading the spell, Kolulu changed as her hair went spiky and gloves appeared on her hands with knives. Kolulu jumped out of the window and attacked everyone. By time Lori got outside, Kolulu had caused damage and knew Lori was her human partner. But after a while the spell worn out at Kolulu turned back to normal. Lori, Kolulu said. What's wrong? Lori asked. I did something bad last night, didn't I? Kolulu asked. What are you saying? Nothing happened, Lori said. She tossed the ball again. Kolulu tried to hit it but it was too high for her. It landed in the street and Kolulu went to get it. Just then a truck came at her. Time. Zarek, Lori shouted. Zatch, Kyo and Team 7 could hear noises from the park and headed that direction. Then they saw Kolulu in her spell form attacking people. Zaker, Kyo shouted. Zaker fired from Zatch's mouth and hit Kolulu. Naruto, is that one of those other Momotos like Zatch? Kiba asked. Yeah, be careful though, Naruto said. Kolulu, Lori responded. Akamaru barked in response, hearing it. He sniffed the air and recognized Kolulu's scent. Akamaru whimpered it to Kiba. What, are you sure? Kiba responded. Kiba Akamaru, Naruto responded. Zaker, Kyo shouted again, seeing recognizing Kolulu's slashes from the news. Zaker fired from Zatch's mouth and hit Kolulu. Lori, the spell, it hurts, Kolulu said. Zarek, Lori shouted, thinking of Kolulu's safety. Kolulu started attacking Zatch with incredible speed. Naruto threw an impact shuriken at the ground under Kolulu. It exploded, causing Kolulu to force back. Gentle fist, Hinata shouted, hitting Kolulu, forcing Kolulu back. Naruto, Hinata, hold on a second. Kiba said. Why? Naruto asked. Just then Kolulu's spellbook glowed as a new spell appeared. Are you sure, Kiba? Naruto asked. I'm positive, Kiba said. Zarasen, Lori shouted. The gloves on Kolulu's hands changed where it was fist, then rocket fired, causing the gloves to fly at Zatch and Kyo. Naruto made some quick hand signs. Water style. Water vortex jutsu, Naruto shouted. A vortex of water appeared and pushed through the gloves enough to miss Zatch and Kyo. Zatch noticed that Lori and Kolulu were crying. He recognizes Lori at that moment. Zatch, that Momoto, it's Kolulu, Kiba said. What? Zatch responded. We have to attack, Kyo said. No, hold on, Kyo, Naruto said. What? Why? Kyo asked. No, he's right, Kyo. No more attacking them with spells, Zatch said. Please don't attack anymore, Lori shouted. Kiba, you think you can do it? Naruto asked. Yeah, Kiba said. Zarek, Lori shouted. Kolulu started attacking Zatch again. Zatch managed to stop Kolulu in her tracks. Lori, it's me, Kiba and Akamaru, remember? We met yesterday, Kiba shouted. Naruto and Hinata are friends of ours, they won't hurt Kolulu. That's right, and Team 7 never goes back on their word, Naruto said. Lori, remember Kiba and Zatch from yesterday. Please help Kolulu, Lori shouted. Kolulu knocked Zatch to the ground, but Hinata sent one gentle fist hit on Kolulu's neck, causing her to pass out. Kolulu reverted back to normal. Lori arrived to them. I only hit her on a pressure point, she should be okay, Hinata said. Thank you, everyone, Lori said. Kolulu regained conscious at that point. What happened? Kolulu asked. Then she looked around and saw the damage as well as her spellbook being out. It was me, wasn't it? Kolulu asked. Yeah, but it's over, Lori said. Kolulu took her spellbook and held it to Zatch. Zatch, please burn my book. Kolulu asked. But if I do that you'll disappear, Zatch said. Yeah, you'll go back to the Momoto battle, Naruto said. Yeah, but if I go back then the other me will too, the bad me that likes to fight everyone, Kolulu said. In this battle those who don't have the will to fight were given a second purse. Onality, so that we won't run from our destiny. That's not right, Lori said. You know it'll happen and you read the book, Kolulu said. Please Zatch, we can't burn our own book. Kolulu looked at Kyo, who was holding Zatch's book. Zatch looked at Kolulu's book, Kyo said. Zatch did so as Kyo knew what had to be done. Kolulu was kind Momoto forced into this battle, and she was stronger than them. Zaker, Kyo shouted. Zaker fired from Zatch's mouth and hit Kolulu's book. It started burning after being hit. Thank you, Kyo, Kolulu said as she started disappearing. Take care, Kolulu, Naruto said. No, don't go. If you do I'll be alone, Lori cried. But you won't be alone, because I'll be able to look after you, that's what sisters do, right? Kolulu asked. She turned to Zatch. Zatch, if there was a kind king in our world, then maybe we won't have to fight again, Kolulu said. Then that's what I will be, a kind king, Zatch said. Kolulu's book burned to nothing as she disappeared. Not only that, I'll become that kind of Hokage, someone who would try and prevent suffering, Naruto thought, I promise. There's probably more changes in this chapter from the comic series than the other chapters. But I'm working on it. The third spell. Naruto woke up to find Kiba, Akamaru and Hinata asleep. Naruto took a shower as he remembered yesterday about Kolulu. I never go against my word, Naruto thought. Who knows, maybe from this experience I'll learn what it takes to become the best Hokage there was. Naruto passed by Kyo's room and heard Kyo saying, I can read more of the spellbook. Naruto came in to see Kyo was up and so was Zatch. Oh sorry Naruto, Kyo said. No, it's okay. I was just passing when I overheard you guys, Naruto said. So what is it? Well, you see, just now I've been able to read the third spell, Kyo explained. Hey, that's great, right Zatch? Naruto asked. Yeah, you think it'll help me become stronger? Zatch asked. Yeah, without a doubt. And it'll help you become a kind king, Naruto said. Yeah, let's go test this spell out, Kyo agreed. I'll go see if Hinata, Kiba and Akamaru want to train too, Naruto said. Good, okay, Kyo agreed. Meanwhile, a clown like Momoto Fine and his human partner Seba arrived to town. So this is Momochi City, Seba said. So there's an enemy here, huh? Yes, I felt his power here, Fine said. Hey, are you going to pay your fee or not? The taxi driver asked. How annoying, Seba said as the spellbook glowed. Wigger. There was an explosion as the taxi was turned over. The two headed off to find Zatch and Kyo. Out in the mountains, Kyo and Zatch tried out the third spell and couldn't get it to work. Naruto, Kiba, Akamaru and Hinata worked on their teamwork. Akamaru watches Kyo and Zatch tried to use the third spell. He whimpered when Kyo tried singing the spell. "Hey Naruto, I'm going to take Akamaru a walk around town," Kiba said. "Okay." Naruto agreed. Naruto and Hinata watch as Zatch and Kyo repeatedly tried the third spell, before calling it a day. At a restaurant, Fine was trying to sense Zatch's presence. Fine had no luck sensing them, but he figured Zatch might be able to sense his power and was running away. They decided what to do after that. Fine looked out the window to see Zatch in a basket on Kyo's bike as he pushed it. Naruto and Hinata were following. "Kyo, I am worried that this spell won't make me strong," Zatch said. "Hey, don't worry, we just had a bad day," Kyo responded. Odd that the third spell won't work, Naruto thought. "Wigger," Seba shouted. Shish. Aquave made of air came at Zatch and Kyo, hitting everyone in its path. Naruto and Hinata dodged the attack along with Zatch and Kyo, but everyone else was hit. "There you are," Fine said as he and Seba faced them. "Now be a good Momoto and hand me your book so I can become king." Zatch looked around seeing the damage Fine caused. "Come on, let's find a place to battle," Kyo said, pulling Zatch with Naruto and Hinata following. Zatch watches Fine and Seba kicked people out of the way. They arrived at an abandoned building to battle. "This is good, no one can get hurt," Kyo said. "Hinata, see them?" Naruto said. "Yeah, they're coming," Hinata said with her Byakugan active. Fine and Seba arrived at the building. "You're good as dead now," Fine said. "Hey you," Zatch shouted. "What?" Fine asked. "Yo, not fighting to become a kind king, are you?" Zatch asked. Fine laughed at Zatch's question. "That's rich, you don't know what it means to become king," Fine said. "Once I become king, I'll crush everyone weak and strong." "In that case, I can't let you become king," Zatch shouted. "Same here," Naruto responded. "Yeah," Kyo responded. Zaker fired from Zatch's mouth at Fine. Seba shouted and dodged the lightning. Fine disappeared from the attack. "Behind us," Hinata responded. They looked to see Fine behind them. "Wingar," Seba shouted. Wingar fired from Fane's D Zatch. "Hidden mist jutsu," Naruto shouted, making a hand sign. A thick mist covered the room. "It won't work against me," Fine told Naruto. "Naruto, behind you," Hinata shouted. Naruto turned to him to see Fine was gone. Again, this time in front of Kyo and Zatch. Kyo figured out that Fine was moving high speed. "Zaker," Kyo shouted. Zaker fired from Zatch's mouth, but Fine dodged it. "Shadow clone jutsu," Naruto shouted. The shadow clones came at Fine, who dodged it. At that moment, Hinata and Naruto helped Zatch and Kyo up to the roof. They made it to the corner of the roof. "Hinata, Naruto, provide us cover in case our attacks fails," Kyo said. "Okay," Naruto said. "Hinata, this is where you run off to the corner of the roof," Seba shouted. They turned to see Seba and Fine there. "Hinata," Naruto said, making the hand sign. Hinata activated her Byakugan as Naruto shouted, "Hidden mist jutsu." A thick mist surround the roof. Good, with this jutsu they can't see fully what's in front of them. Kyo thought. Seba shouted. Fine ran high speed at them. "Set," Kyo said, pointing as Zatch aimed that direction. "Rashield." "Ha, I can still see what's in front of me," Fine shouted, jumping above the shield. "Naruto, above us," Hinata said. Naruto made the hand signs, shouting, "Water style, water vortex jutsu." A vortex of water fired up into the air at Fine. "Wigger," Seba shouted. Wigger fired from In's mouth, allowing him to dodge the attack. "Nice try, but I told you that won't work," Fine said. "Wigger," Seba shouted. Wigger fired from Fane's mouth at them. Hinata hit Seba in the back, causing the spell to cancel out. "What, but how?" Fine responded. They looked to see the Hinata they thought they saw disappeared, revealing to be a shadow clone. "Kyo, we can't allow Naruto and Hinata fight alone. We got to do something," Zatch said. "Yeah, you're right. Let's do this," Kyo said, opening the spellbook to the third spell. Fine and Seba ran in front of a metal sign to attack. "The third spell," Kyo shouted. Seba shouted. "Jikerter," Kyo shouted. A ball of energy fired from Zatch's mouth at them. Fine tried to dodge it but hit an energy field magnetized to the sign. "What just happened?" Zatch asked. I think he's magnetized. Hinata responded. That explains why it didn't work before, Hio said. Naruto knocked Seba out and took the spellbook. Hey guys, look what I got, Naruto shouted holding Fane's spellbook. They burned the spellbook successfully. Sorry it took so long, but I tried my best. Oh, the next chapter will be interesting since this story is based off Zatch Bell manga, not anime. Curry camping trip. Hinata and Kiba went home and Naruto was on his own for a bit. Naruto, wake up, Zatch shouted, shaking Naruto. Zatch, why are you waking me so early? Naruto asked. Hio's class is going on their camping trip, Zatch said. For the last time, Zatch, you're staying here with Naruto, Hio responded. Please, Hio, Zatch responded. No, Hio responded, taking Vulcan 300. Ah, Hio, what are you doing with that? Naruto asked. Hio tied it to the pole, causing Zatch to jump and try to get it. Naruto, make sure he doesn't go anywhere, Hio said, leaving. Hio took the bus ride to camp and checked over the list of chores. Hio's classmates planned everything in his absence. Meanwhile, tied to the bus, Naruto transformed into a cart with Zatch on him. Zatch, I don't know about this, Naruto said. I don't want to miss the camping trip, Zatch responded. Soon enough the bus stopped. Okay everyone, put your bags in your cabin, the teacher said. Now for those in charge of curry, Miroshi, Kyo, Hiroshi and Suzy. Everyone is looking forward to your cooking, the teacher said, especially for you, Mr. Takamine. Huh, Kyo responded. Little did I know I had a cook who knew how to make curry, the teacher explained as the class cheered him on. Kyo is a generous in making curry, Suzy responded. Suzy, it was you, Kyo responded. He ended up agreeing to it. Sadly, Hiroshi and Miroshi's skills weren't helpful, and Suzy was only good with knives. Okay, provide me with spices and honey, Kyo shouted. Kyo tried some combination and found it horrible. The second time Kyo added regular stuff, but Zatch decided to add more. Zatch, I don't think that'll work, Naruto said. Kyo tried it and found it horrible, then turned to Zatch and Naruto. Zatch, Naruto, what are you doing here? Kyo asked. It was Zatch's idea, Naruto said, pointing at Zatch. Naruto transformed into a cart and we latch him to the bus to follow, Zatch said. You transformed for the whole trip? Kyo asked. It wasn't easy, Naruto responded. It's okay, Kyo, that technically means that Zatch came with Naruto, Hiroshi said, only knowing Naruto's name because of their conversation. They made curry again, setting things up again. When everyone tried the curry, it was gross. That night Naruto stayed with Kyo and Zatch. Okay, one more thing before we called it the day, Kyo said, taking out fireworks. He gathered all the students and they had some fun. I haven't had this amount of fun since back in the academy, Naruto said. Really? Kyo asked. Yeah, we were always busy with missions, Naruto said. Well, we're having fun now, that's for sure, Zatch responded. Yeah, Naruto responded, if only everyone else back home could be here. Next time. Brago and S. Harry faced a powerful enemy and managed to beat him. The thought of their numbers of Momotos left keeps them wondering about the next battle. Meanwhile, Zatch meets a kind man named Shin who helped him with Naomi. However, Naruto learns that Shin has a Momoto and is planning to destroy the town. Zatch and Kyo must stop them in a battle, but how can they handle it and save Shin? Read to find out. Helping Shin. In another country where it's summer, the town was frozen over. Raja Furazudo, someone shouted. More of the area froze over as Brago and Sherry were fighting a hairy creature L. Ike Momoto called Farigaro and his partner Gerhardt. Ion Gravy Ray, Sherry shouted. Brago summoned a stronger force of gravity than Gravy Ray. Scape Gishield, Gerhardt shouted. Ice fired formed Farigaro's mouth and formed a shield. Ion Gravy Ray broke through the shield as Farigaro and Gerhardt dodged the gravity. Lagiker Fang, Gerhardt shouted. Farigaro blew ice into the ground. A wolf-like beast came fro. Under Sherry, but Brago pushed her out of the way and his arm was hit by the spell. Sherry, did you forget when you're fighting an enemy don't take your eyes off the enemy, Brago said, aiming with his good arm. Gigano Reese, Sherry shouted. Gigano Reese fired from Brago's hand and hit Farigaro and Gerhardt, burning their book. Later Sherry bandaged up Brago's arm. You're becoming weak again, Sherry. That kid with the whisker markings seemed more useful in battle, Brago said, thinking of Naruto. Don't underestimate me by comparing me to that kid, Sherry said. We'll do better next time, just watch. Still, the enemies will keep getting stronger, so we need to be more careful, Brago said. At Momochi City Park, Zatch was trapped on the swing set as Naomi used the swings to wave them around and keep Zatch up there. Zatch looked around for any ally he can find. Zatch! Kyo shouted. Zatch looked to see Kyo standing there. Kyo, help me, Zatch responded. Come home by dinner, Kyo shouted, then left. Naruto stood nearby as Kyo left and decided to stay. However, Kyo stopped when he saw a kid with a spellbook. Hey little girl, I can't allow you to do that anymore, someone said. Naomi looked to S.E.E. a giant man and ran scared, thinking he was a monster. Hey Zatch, come down, it's safe now, Naruto shouted. Zatch came down with Naruto's help. Hey, thanks for stopping Naomi, Naruto told the man. Yeah, thanks, Zatch responded. You're not scared of me? The man asked. Why would we be scared of you? Naruto responded. Well, you two better go home now, the man said. Zatch noticed a bird in a box-like pouch on his belt. Why is there a bird in your side pouch? Zatch asked. Oh, well, he fell out of his nest, so I thought of nursing it, Ian responded. Hey Shin, what are you doing? The kid shouted to the man. It's time to go. Quote, Shin left saying his goodbyes to Zatch and Naruto. Naruto decided to tail them as Zatch went to find Kyo. Naruto watched as Shin helped around town trying to find out more about the kid. So Shin, it'd been a long time since you been in this city, huh? The kid asked. Yeah, it'd been a long time since I've been here, but I remember the painful memories that makes me angry, Shin responded. Things you don't like, one after another, the kid said. That's why we must destroy it. Kyo was watching as well, but he was preoccupied by Zatch biting his butt. Kyo was trying to explain that one of them was a Momoto, but Zatch didn't want to think that Shin would want that. They followed the two to a school where Shin used to attend. We'll destroy this place first. After all, I already have 8 spells, the kid said as his face changed, revealing to be the Momoto. Eshiros, let's destroy this school tomorrow, Shin told the Momoto. The two left after agreeing. Kyo, I want to follow him, Zatch said. No, I'll follow him, Naruto said. Zatch and Kyo turned to Naruto, who was standing there. Naruto. Kyo responded. Something tells me Shin and I have something in common, Naruto said, so I'll go instead. Quote, alright, Kyo responded. That night Naruto hid at a tree near Shin's and Eshiro's apartment. Shin remembered how his mother wanted him to be able to handle things himself. Eshiro's talked Shin into thinking the school should be destroyed for tolerating bullies that pick on Shin. Naruto remembered the man chasing him when he was 4, and that even though he had friends he was still treated as a monster. He also remembered about Gaara, who had suffered longer than him. I can't allow this guy to think that way, Naruto thought. The next day Shin and Eshiro's arrived at the school to see Naruto, Zatch and Kyo. Well, the whole trip was worth it after all, Eshiro's said. You'll regret those words, Kyo said. Eshiro's, are you sure about them? I know 2 of them and they're nice, Shin responded. I told you, that kid is here to send me home. If I go home you'll never make your mother happy, Eshiro's responded. Naruto glared at Eshiro's as chakra surround his body. Ground him, Shin shouted. Eshiro's hit the ground and 2 walls of rock came up from both Naruto, Zatch and Kyo's sides to smash them. Naruto formed the Rasengan and slammed it into one of the walls, freeing them from the attack. What? Eshiro's responded. Naruto made a hand sign and shouted, Hidden Mist Jutsu. A thick mist appeared around Eshiro's and Shin as Zatch and Kyo ran toward the mist. Zaker! Kyo shouted. Zaker fired from Zatch's mouth toward Eshiro's and Shin. Clay Shield! Shin shouted. Clay-like shield protect Eshiro's from Zaker. Naruto came at Eshiro's at that moment. Gurren Bao! Shin shouted. Eshiro's hit the ground, causing it to explode, sending Naruto back. Naruto still stood somewhat injured, but his wounds were healing. How can he still stand? Shin responded. Zatch headed forward to attack again. Ground Gerudo! Shin shouted. Spikes fired everywhere around Zatch, but he climbed on one and continued down. Clado! Shin shouted. Clay wrapped around Zatch, but he disappeared, revealing to be a shadow clone transformed into Zatch. Groundson! Shin shouted. Eshiro's hit the ground and a cannon appeared and fired boulders. Rashield! Kyo shouted. Rashield appeared in front of Zatch. The beholders hit Rashield and bounced back at Eshros and Shin. They were hit but the book remained intact. Shin was on the ground remembering his pain and suffering. I was hated where I lived, I had no memories of my parents who, I was told, that died after I was born and I suffered deeply. But I had friends who treated me as a person, and I know getting revenge won't help. Naruto responded, you think your mother would want you to destroy places that cause you pain, hurting those who hurt you. If you asked me, she would want you to live on and not let the past disturb you. That's what I would think my mother would want me to do. Eshros tried to attack Naruto but he dodged it and kicked Eshros away. I'm getting tired of you, Naruto said, out of all the people I faced you're the worst of the worst. Shin smiled as he knew what kind of person his mother wanted him to be. He looked at Zatch and Kyo and knew they were the same. Hey, you should give us the book now, Kyo said. Yeah, you should do it, Zatch responded. Thank you, but I can't hand this book over just yet, Shin said. Naruto jumped back knowing something was up. Eshros was about to respond when Shin hit the ground stopping him. From now on you listen to what I have to say, Shin said then pointed at Zatch and Kyo, look over there. Eshros obeyed in fear not knowing what was going on. Ground crag, Shin shouted. Eshros hit the ground and it cracked into pieces below Zatch's, Kyo's and Naruto's feet. Groundson, Shin shouted. Eshros hit the ground and a cannon appeared firing boulders. Rashield, Kyo shouted. Rashi, Eld appeared but shattered from the attack. Naruto appeared making hand signs and shouted, water style, water dragon jutsu. Water dragon appeared and headed toward Shin and Eshros. Ground by, Shin shouted. Eshros hit the ground and a giant snake made out of rock appeared. Both attacks hit each other and cancel each other out. Shin appeared in front of Naruto after the attacks and handed the spellbook to him. Huh, Naruto responded. I'm done fighting, you can burn the book now, Shin said. He's handing the book to Naruto. Zatch responded. What are you doing, Shin? Eshros responded. I'm giving up the book to this kid. After all, he told me himself that he had suffered in the past, and I can tell he was telling the truth, Shin responded, but unlike me, he didn't have someone like you to try and manipulate his heart into getting revenge. Later when Eshros' book was burned, Shin showed Zatch, Kyo and Naruto to his mother's grave. Sorry about the late update. As a reminder, some of the jutsus Naruto used that's not from the show Naruto, is because it's from Naruto's different life. Next time, a Mamoto named Kanchome appears and apparently want to fight Zatch in hopes to be at him so he won't be the weakest of the 100 Mamotos. Although Naruto can see through it considering that he can make a better transformation of Kyo than Kanchome. What does Kanchome know about Zatch, and where is his human partner? Read to find out. Duo problems. Naruto was returning from some training and came home. Hey Kyo, I'm home, Naruto shouted. Kyo was home once again after another battle. Naruto heard nothing and decided to check it out. He came into the bedroom to see what looked like Kyo but with a long nose. You got to be kidding me, Naruto thought. Hey, fake, Kyo said. Naruto finished. Right Naruto, he responded. Hey Kyo, Zatch said stopping to see the fake Kyo and thought it was the real Kyo. Zatch, I don't think this is Kyo, Naruto said. What are you talking about, Naruto? I'm the real Kyo, fake Kyo said and started playing with Zatch to prove it to him. Yeah right, you must be a Mamoto with the power of transformation, and a bad one while at it. Naruto thought, sweat dropping as Zatch and the fake Kyo ate the yellowtail Zatch caught. Meanwhile Kyo was strapped to the ceiling and gagged as he cried with joy that at least Naruto knew the difference. So Zatch, how many spells do you know? Fake Kyo asked. We have 3, remember? Zatch responded. Okay, where's the book then? He asked next. Don't you know where? Naruto responded. I forgot. Fake Kyo responded. Alright, that's it. I know you're the fake Kyo. I mean, I can do a better TRA. Naruto was interrupted when Suzy came in. Hey Kyo, how are you? Suzy asked. Naruto fell anime style as she had to pick now of all times to appear. I wish Kiba and Akamaru was here, Naruto thought. Sorry, I came here to check on Kyo, Suzy said. That's sweat, Suzy, the fake Kyo responded. Really? For some reason you're being really nice today, Suzy responded. Thatsio, Naruto answered annoyed and hit the fake Kyo in the head. The fake Kyo transfer. Back into a Momoto with a duckbill wearing some white sweet. Ow, why did you do that? The Momoto complained. Wait, Kyo wasn't Kyo. I'm confused, Suzy said. Kyo broke free and fell to the floor. How is it only Naruto can tell the difference? Kyo shouted. Suzy passed out as the Momoto stopped her from falling and put her on the bed. Now you'll pay for hitting me, and Zatch and Kyo will fight me. Kanchome said, pointing at Naruto. Come, Parko Fulgor. No one came in as there was a slight silence. They decided to sit and talk since no one came. So who are you? Kyo asked. Kanchome. The Momoto responded. Where are you from? Naruto asked. Milan. Kanchome answered. Wait, Milan, Italy. Kyo responded. Yeah. Kanchome responded. Why did you come to Japan? Because Zatch is. No, more importantly, you'll pay once Fulgor is back, Kanchome shouted. So Fulgor must be your book owner, so where is he? Kyo asked. Wait, I saw a bunch of fangirls surrounding some man on the way. Here, Naruto said. That probably be him. Kanchome responded. You see, he's superstar and everything. Hours passed and Fulgor haven't arrived. I'm starting to wonder if he'll come or not, Kyo thought. Kanchome ate a chocolate bar without sharing. You're almost as bad as one of my friends Choji when it comes to eating the last meal, Naruto said. Maybe Fulgor isn't coming at all, Kyo said. What are you saying? Fulgor and I are friends, he wouldn't leave me, Kanchome responded. Actually, Kyo, maybe Fulgor is just late. I mean, Kakashi-sensei is always hours late when my team had to meet, Naruto explained. Hey, what's going on, Kanchome? Someone asked. They turned to see an Italian man with dark blonde hair with a shirt zipped partially open and red pants with lipstick kiss marks all over. Fulgor. Kanchome responded. Sorry to keep you waiting, Kanchome, Fulgor apologized. So you're the one called Fulgor, Naruto said. Oh, let me introduce myself. I am superstar Parko Fulgor. And worldwide hero Parko Fulgor, Fulgor responded. This guy brags about himself almost as bad as Pervez Sage, Naruto thought. Fulgor handed them a CDs to Kyo. Kyo read the CD and Fulgor and Kanchome started singing. Zatch started following their dance movements as they sang. Zaker. Kyo shouted. Zaker fired from Zatch's mouth and hit Fulgor, although the book was intact. That wasn't even powerful. Are you sure you want to fight us? Naruto asked. Of course, Kanchome answered. It feels like we're bullying a weakling, Kyo responded. I'll teach you guys about the invincible Iron Man Fulgor, Kanchome said and started dancing and singing. Iron Man Fulgor, Invincible Fulgor. Fulgor jumped up and joined him. Iron Man Fulgor, he always saves the day. Zaker. Kyo shouted. Zatch fired Zaker from his mouth and it hit Fulgor again. Kanchome started singing and Fulgor quickly recovered and got up. Zaker. Kyo shouted and again Zaker fired at Fulgor. Enough. Fulgor cried. I'm just human being, I'm not invincible. Hey, we should stop it here. There's no point of keep fighting, Naruto said. I may be a ninja, but even I don't go all out to hurt someone like this. Don't look down on us just so fast because of what we do. Kanchome and I are good friends and we're not the types who lose against guys like you. You'll regret that you underestimating us. Fulgor said, grabbing a yellow spellbook and opened it as Kanchome stood on his hands and knees. Pork. Kanchome transformed into a cannon with eyes in front of them. This is the power of transformation. Now prepare to lose, Fulgor said. Now give us the book if you don't want to die. Multi-shadow clone. Naruto shouted, creating shadow clones. Shadow clones surround Kanchome and Fulgor. Wait, I was just joking, Fulgor said before being beaten up by the shadow clones. The shadow clones disappeared as Fulgor and Kanchome were beat up. Please no more, I beg you, Fulgor said and opened the spellbook. We only have one spells, we're really weak. Zatch, how did you gotten this strong? Kanchome thought, looking at Zatch. Kanchome finally gained courage and started eating. His spellbook shined as a second spell appeared. You can go, Naruto said. Really? Fulgor asked as he didn't notice the spell. Yeah, just go, Naruto said. Right, Fulgor agreed. Wait, Kanchome shouted, stopping Fulgor. I still want to fight. What? Fulgor responded. I can't shield myself from the electric shocks. I'll be your shield, Kanchome responded. Kanchome went straight to Zatch and started singing Iron Man Fulgore song, except instead of Fulgore he sang Kanchome. We came to Japan to beat Zatch because he was a weakling just like me, Kanchome said. If we can't beat Zatch, who can we beat? Fulgore joined in and singed his song. Fulgore opened the yellow spellbook and found the second spell. Kanchome, look, the second spell, it has appeared, Fulgore said, showing it to Kanchome. We can win. Zatch, Naruto, be ready for anything, Kyo said. The second spell, Fulgore shouted. Kaporik. Kanchome shrank into a few inches tall in a puff of smoke. Kanchome climb. Be on Kyo's leg up to his abdomen and bit him. Then Kanchome went up to Kyo's face and tried punching him. Kyo blew Kanchome away with one breath. They tried catching Kanchome but crashed into things. I'm getting tired of this, Naruto said, making the hand sign, transform. Naruto transformed into a miniature version of himself. Naruto transformed into a miniature version of himself, Kyo said. Multi-shadow clone jutsu, Naruto shouted, making the hand sign. Kanchome landed on the ground as the shadow clones skid under him and kicked him into the air, shouting, Naruto. The real Naruto came down and kicked Kanchome to the ground, shouting, Uzumaki barrage. Naruto transformed back to normal size, as did Kanchome, who was out cold. They let Kanchome and Fulgore left with their book intact. Naruto, how is it you know how transform into a few inches tall? Kyo asked. Actually, I thought that the only reason Kanchome was getting away was because of his size, so I thought I should try it out and then use the Uzumaki barrage, Naruto said. At least we know more about Zatch now, Kyo said, remembering what Kanchome said. Suzy woke up to see Kyo with a normal nose. Kyo explained it was a bad dream. That was interesting. I just thought of the idea of Naruto using the transformation jutsu like how Kaporik works for the Uzumaki barrage. Anyways, I thought back of when Zatch and Kyo should see Konoha. And at first I was thinking before they go to England, but then I thought it would be best after England, that way Ponagon, Schneider can be there, but before Apollo and Rops. Next time. Zatch and Kyo are fooled into thinking that Suzy was kidnapped, but Naruto thinks otherwise. However, he went to help fight the Mamoto known as Robnose. Although this Mamoto seemed more into fighting Zatch for his history. What kind of battle is in store for them, and what does Robnose really know? Read to find out. Freezer battle. Freezer battle. Kyo was heading home from school with Hiroshi and Miroshi. Suzy wasn't in school that day for some reason, and that was what they were talking about. Finally Kyo came home and Zatch was waiting. Relax, Zatch. I doubt Suzy was turned to stone, Naruto said. Kyo opened the door but closed it when he saw a snail on Zatch. Zatch showed Kyo the statue of Suzy in Naruto's room. Seriously, I don't think this is Suzy, Naruto said and pointed in the bottom where the feet look like it was covered by the stone. I mean, if she was turned into this, wouldn't her feet be visible instead of this? Oh yeah, then what about this? Zatch said, pulling out something. It was a challenge meant for 3 o'clock and it was 2:50. Doesn't matter, we got to go, Kyo said, running out. Naruto sighed as he got ready for anything. They arrived at the battle area, which was basically a cooler. You're right on time, someone said. They turned look like he was mostly robot and his human partner who was dressed for cold weather. My name is Robnose. I like sculpting, singing and bullying weaklings, Robnose said. I won't hurt the hostages, I'm only here to bully Zatch. Why Zatch? Naruto asked. Zatch is proud even when he's weak. I've been looking forward to this since the battle began, Robnose said. Watching him in pain while he trembles in the cold. Zaker! Kyo shouted. Zaker fired from Zatch's mouth, but Robnose and his partner dodged it. Baretsu! His partner shouted. A laser fired from Robnose's eye at them. Naruto jumped and pushed Zatch and Kyo out of the way as the laser merely grazed his back. Naruto, are you alright? Kyo asked. Yeah, it just grazed me, Naruto said, standing up. Ruku again, Robnose ordered his partner. Baretsu! Ruku shouted. Baretsu fired from the eye again. Rashield! Kyo shouted. Rashield appeared in front of them. Bye! Baretsu hit Rashield and bounced back with electric charge. Robnose and Ruku dodged the attack again. Zaker! Kyo shouted. Zaker fired from Zatch's mouth and hit Robnose directly into some shelves. Naruto got ready to go for the book. Oh, the battle is far from over, Robnose said, appearing unharmed. I told you I'm invincible and here to bully Zatch. Multi-shadow clone transformation jutsu. Naruto shouted, making the hand sign. Shadow clones appeared and some were transformed either into Kyo or Zatch. That little trick won't work, Robnose said. Baraitsu. Ruku shouted. Another Baraitsu fired a ND somehow hit all the shadow clones while coming at Kyo. Naruto pushed Kyo out of the way, this time getting hit. Naruto disappeared in a puff of smoke as he used the shadow clone substitution jutsu. Naruto appeared behind some shelves unharmed. Kyo, I know how his attacks are working, Naruto said. What? Kyo responded. Baraitsu. Ruku shouted. Naruto grabbed Kyo and Zatch and dodged the attacks. Naruto threw an impact shuriken at the last position, causing an explosion. Baraitsu. Ruku shouted. Another Baraitsu was fired but into the air as Naruto moved Kyo out of the way as the laser kept bouncing off. Baraitsu. Ruku shouted. Kyo dodged Baraitsu but it bounced from the wall behind him at Kyo. Naruto pushed Kyo out of the way and was hit. He turned into a box as he just used the replacement jutsu. Kyo, focus on the attack and where it bounced off from, Naruto said as the attack bounced off again at them. Naruto threw a shuriken at the laser, causing an explosion. Thanks Naruto, Kyo said. You can't keep this up forever, Robnose said. I hate to say it but he's right, I'm running low on shurikens and impact shurikens to use, Naruto thought. Bariatsu. Ruku shouted. Robnose fired another laser at them. Kyo pulled Zatch into one section as Naruto did the same. The lasers fire everywhere but missed them. We're not finished yet, Robnose shouted. Baraitsu. Ruku shouted. Another Baraitsu fired at them. Naruto and Kyo moved to another position as the lasers missed. Just then a laser came from behind Zatch. Naruto covered for the attack and used the replacement jutsu to replace himself with a box. Another Baraitsu was fired but Zatch was hit by it again. Kyo saw something at that moment. Naruto, can you do something for me? Kyo asked. Of course, Naruto responded. After explanations, Naruto made the hand signs. Water style. Water vortex jutsu. Naruto shouted. A vortex of water slammed into the shelves on one side. Water style. Water vortex jutsu. Naruto shouted after making the hand signs. Another vortex of water slammed into the other shelves. Kyo heard some noises coming from behind. Zatch set. Kyo shouted, pointing from behind. Jikerter. Jiker. Door fired from Zatch's mouth and hit someone. Just then what looks like another Robnose but injured was magnetized to the door. I saw two lasers hit Zatch, and that's when I thought there might be a second one. And with Naruto kept using the substitution jutsu I figured out how you were unharmed, Kyo said. Zaker. Zaker fired from Zatch's mouth at Robnose. Robnose and Ruku dodged the attack. Dawn. TB so cocky, we've been only using half our power, Robnose said. Riri Buruk. Ruku shouted. The two Robnose glowed and forced to come toward each other and fuse into one Robnose with 3 eyes and taller. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. Naruto shouted, making hand signs. A water dragon formed and rammed into Robnose. Robnose, however, remained standing after the attack. Your water-style jutsus won't work against me, Robnose said. Not just that, but we've been stalling for time, Ruku said. Kyo and Zatch were shivering from the cold. Robnose's helmet started glowing as a strong attack was coming. Baraitsu. Ruku shouted. A huge Baraitsu fired at them as they managed to dodge it. They fired another Baraitsu but Kyo knew what to do. They dodged the attack as Kyo explained another plan to Naruto. Right. Naruto responded, grabbing a bar. He ran at Robnose, jumped and threw the bar right into Robnose's helmet. Naruto made some quick hand signs. Water style. Water vortex jutsu. A water vortex slammed down into Robnose, soaking him. Now Kyo. Naruto shouted. Zaker. Kyo shouted, pointing at the pole. Zaker fired from Zatch's mouth and hit the pole, sending electricity down to Robnose, and from being wet there was an explosion. Later, as Robnose's book was burning, they found out that Suzy was never kidnapped. What? Kyo responded. I told you, Naruto responded. By the way, a few days ago I met a guy that looked just like Zatch in England. Robnose said. That's all I know, so good luck with it. Robnose disappeared before anything else was said. That was fun. Anyways, instead of doing a chapter of Zatch and Grandma Nana being together, since we all know what happens then, I got another way to do the next chapter. Next time. While Zatch and Kyo have their usual day, Naruto has his own days. Deep insight of how Naruto spends his days in the world and city he's getting used to. Especially when Naruto isn't alone. What will happen? Read to find out. Naruto's days. Naruto's day off. Kyo was at school thinking about what Robno said. I wonder what Zatch does when he's not following me, Kyo thought. Also, what does Naruto do when we're not home? Naruto's clothes were being washed and Naruto was stuck wearing his old orange jumpsuit that Kiba and Hinata brought during the last visit. Naruto placed his headband over his forehead. Naruto headed down as Zatch was about to leave. Oh Naruto, those clothes looks good on you, Hana said seeing Naruto. Thanks, these were my old clothes before I changed my wardrobe, Naruto said. Well, I got your lunch for the day set too, Hana said. It's not ramen. But I figured you might still like it. Thanks, Naruto said. Oh, and remember, I know some of your old friends are coming to visit, Hana said. I'm looking forward to whoever it is. Naruto nodded before leaving. Naruto went to the botanical gardens first to help out. Oh Naruto, good to see you again, Ivy said. Zatch here? Naruto asked. No, not yet, Ivy answered. He must be caught up in the park. Naruto said. Well, I appreciate your help, Ivy said. Naruto helped plant it and water some plants. After an hour or so Naruto left and headed through town. Some of the townspeople would look at Naruto wondering what he was doing outside school, but over time they gotten used to him roaming around. Naruto went into the mountains to train. Naruto threw some kunai and shurikens around before running out. Then Naruto created some shadow and water clones. Spar with me with everything you got, Naruto said. They went to attack and Naruto blocked each one. Naruto made some hand signs and shouted, Water Dragon Jutsu. A water dragon formed and smashed through the clones until one was left. Naruto moved behind it and made some hand signs, Water Prison Jutsu. Yuto tried to gather water into a sphere, but when it happened it collapsed. I can use the Rasengan and Water Clone Jutsu, but I still can't get the Water Prison Jutsu down, Naruto complained. He called APSED on the ground and relaxed until his lunch time, Naruto said. Naruto went to the base of the mountain and ate his bento lunch. I wonder who'll be coming this time, Naruto thought. After lunch Naruto went through town and saw a large lady walking through town with Zatch following her. Naruto sweat dropped watching them as if they were looking for something or someone. He stopped at a poster for a concert for someone called Megumi. Naruto checked his bag for money and decided to get some tickets. Naruto went to the meeting spot, which was a hill overview the city. Naruto sighed and waited for news. Ever since the day at the hospital Naruto got letters of warning when Tsunade was going to send help through what looked like a gap through the dimension. Even if my friends came to help, it won't change the fact our enemies are getting stronger, Naruto thought, relaxing. Just then there was a sound that was like there were a rip in the air. Looks like someone is back to their old clothes, someone said. Naruto opened his eyes to see Haku and Hinata standing there. Hinata, Haku, Naruto greeted. It'd been a while, Naruto, Haku greeted. Wait Haku, what are you doing here? Naruto asked. I heard about Momochi City so much I thought to volunteer to come here, Haku responded. Well, it's great you came, Naruto said. Hinata smiled seeing that Naruto was enjoying himself until Haku dropped a big box on Naruto's body. Fresh supply of ninja gear, Haku said, and some communicators for Zatch and Kyo. We thought you might be low on supplies right now, Hinata explained. Thanks, I was low, Naruto said. They took the box to the house as Naruto introduced Haku to Hana and explained that Haku was a boy. Naruto opened the box to find stock supply of impact shurikens, regular shurikens, kunai. Even demon wind shurikens, papers for paper bombs, smoke bombs, and flash bombs, as well as communicators. This will help a lot, Naruto said. So what kind of Momotos did you face since Hinata's last visit? Haku asked. Not many. There was one who had earth power who used his partner's feelings to manipulate him. One who could transform but not really well and is actually really weak. Then one that looked like half robot who came to bully Zatch, Naruto said. Well, Tsunade agreed to allow Zatch and Kyo come to our dimension when the time comes, Haku said. I'll have to talk to Kyo about when though. Naruto said. I'm home. Kyo shouted. Speaking of which, Naruto responded. Hey Naruto, are your friends here? Kyo asked coming in. Kyo Hinata, you know each other, Naruto said. Kyo, this is my other friend Haku. Nice to meet you Haku, Kyo greeted. Nice to finally meet you, Haku responded. Hey Kyo, we were talking about allowing you and Zatch see Konoha, Naruto said. Well, that would be good, but it might be best at the end of summer, Kyo said. I'll talk to Lady Hokage when return, Kyo said. Later that night they had dinner and Zatch returned. Hey Zatch, what were you doing today? Naruto asked. Oh, just playing, Zatch answered. It seems like both Zatch and I had a good day, Naruto thought. I decided to not do the countdown warning until the final 10. Anyways, this might have not been much adventurous, but I hoped you enjoy. Next time. Suzy ended up getting tickets to the Megumi concert that Naruto bought a while back. To D for Zatch, Naruto only had one extra ticket and invited Hinata. Although during the concert Zatch meets a Mamoto who seemed to know him, who ends up needing his help against a Mamoto who used to be her friends. What can happen? Read to find out. One needing help. Suzy invited Kyo to a concert, and since Naruto had his own tickets he invited Hinata. Naruto arrived at the concert looking at his ticket. Megumi is a pop star with great songs, Suzy bragged as she found out Naruto heard of Megumi. Well, it can't be as bad as Fulgor's, Naruto thought looking at the ticket. Naruto, Hinata responded. Oh yeah, let's go, Naruto responded. Meanwhile, Zatch disguised as a bag was following them. Inside, the pop star Megumi, who was about Kyo's age with long brown hair, dressed for the concert, was talking with her Mamoto with long darker pink color hair wearing a dress. Chia, maybe we should cancel the concert, Megumi told the girl. Not this again, I told you not to worry about it. I won't let any Mamoto attack our concert. Your fans been longing to see you, how can you betray your fans? Chia asked as Megumi used her finger to plug her ears. Didn't you become a pop idol to make your fans happy? Then sing for them. But Chia, if I do that, Megumi stopped, seeing how frustrated Chia was being. Fine, I'll just hope our enemy won't come tonight. That's all you have to do, do your best, Chia responded. Megumi thought of something and sighed. I just wish that demon chasing us was that failure Zatch Bell, Megumi said. Chia smiled hearing it and said, yeah, if it was him I could take him down with one hand. No, he can be our ally. And Megumi stopped, seeing Chia's response. I know in this there are no such thing as friends, just enemies. That's right, those who came before were enemies. And only one who survives becomes king, Chia said. Besides, Zatch is such a weakling, I bet his book was burned long time ago. Meanwhile, Zatch was caught dressed in the bag as Kyo left him be. Wait, where's Naruto? He can help, Zatch said, looking around to see Naruto was gone as well. Zatch was left outside as he went to go find another way in. Meanwhile, a teenage Moto with curly hair named Maris and his mid-age well-dressed human partner Rembrandt arrived to battle Tia. Megumi, time to go on, Megumi's agent called from outside the dressing room. Okay, Megumi responded. Do your best, Megumi. Tia wished luck. She's doing her best in this battle, but our battle is mostly for protection and our attacks are weak, Megumi thought. She put on a fake smile as she went on stage. Everyone, thank you for coming today, Megumi shouted and then started singing. Naruto and Hinata were caught by surprise by fans' cheer as she sang. This song is pretty good, Hinata said. Better than Fulgor's, that's for sure, Naruto said. Who? Hinata asked. Just someone that I met while in this world, Naruto said. Chia could hear the concert starting as she watched over the only door backstage. If he comes, I'll run and have him chase me away from the concert, Chia planned. She stopped and thought about what Megumi said about Zatch. What am I thinking about? No way Zatch could survive this long. Back in the Mamoto world, every time he uses his power he passed out, and run and cries when I just tease him a little, Chia said. Besides, in this battle there are no allies, just enemies. She thought back when she found Maris as they were friends, but Maris betrayed her and attacked her with no hesitation. Just then the door jiggle opened and Zatch came in. This seems a way in, Zatch said. Zatch and Tia noticed each other and was surprised, although Tia was more surprised. It's not what it looks like, I'm a customer, Zatch said. Chia tackled him into the floor and started strangling him, saying, "So you came to beat me?" "No, I came to see the concert, that's all," Zatch choked. "The concert?" Chia asked, letting go. "It's Kyo's fault for not letting me come, and I didn't know where Naruto and Hinata gone," Zatch said, panting. "You're Zatch, right?" Chia asked. "Yeah, Zatch Bell." "Wait, how do you know my name?" Zatch asked. "I'm Tia, do you remember?" Chia asked. "No," Zatch responded. "You got some nerve not remembering me after I tormented you back in the Mamoto world," Chia said, strangling him. "Mamoto world? Wait, then it's not just you. I have no memories from the Mamoto world." Zatch choked again. "Wait, if you have no memories then you don't know about the battle," Chia said. "I finally found you, Tia," someone said. Chia was shocked and turned to see Maris and Rembrandt. "And your book owner is on stage so you can't use your spells," Maris said. Zatch saw the spellbook and knew Maris was a Mamoto, and since Tia said she knew him from the Mamoto world it meant tried to run at that moment. "You can run again, but if you do I'll destroy the concert," Maris said. "No, not that," Tia shouted. "You made me chase after you this whole time that I might as well destroy you," Maris said. "If I let you burn my book will you leave the concert alone?" Tia asked. "Please, Megumi did so much for me, it's the least I can do for her." "In that case I'll destroy the concert even after destroying you," Maris said. "Garon!" Rembrandt shouted. A chained weapon fired from Maris, hand at Tia. Zatch jumped in front of the attack and blocked it with his body. Find a boy with spiky blonde hair wearing a vest with a red whirlpool on the back and a headband with a symbol that might look like a leaf, Zatch said. "His name is Naruto Uzumaki." "Huh," Chia responded. "He's with his girl with pale white eyes, who wears a similar headband but around her neck. Her name is Hinata Hyuga. Have Hinata find the my human partner Kyo Takamine, she'll be able to track him. And lead Naruto here," Zatch said. "What can Naruto do?" Chia asked. "He's from a world of ninjas, with abilities and skills that can help stop a Mamoto," Zatch said, struggling. "I'll hold this guy off until then." That voice. "Zatch, are you here too?" Maris said. "This is great, taking down two weaklings at once." "Your partner is performing right then, get everyone," Zatch said. "Okay." Chia finally agreed, leaving Zatch to defend the attack. "Naruto's seat should be M12, Zatch shouted, remembering looking at the ticket. Chia went to the doors, open it, but stopped, remembering about what Maris said about there only be enemies. Chia closed the doors and decided to get Megumi instead. Megumi was about to call intermission when she saw Tia there. "Chia," Megumi shouted, leaving. Naruto could tell something was up. "Hinata, go find Kyo. I'm going to go see if Zatch found a way into the concert," Naruto said. "Right," Hinata agreed. Naruto slipped out of the crowd and went to find Zatch. "So the enemy has appeared," Megumi said. "Yes, sorry Megumi," Chia responded as they headed to backstage. Once there they found Zatch badly injured on the ground. "What a shame, any longer and Zatch would have been dead," Maris said. "Where's Naruto?" Zatch asked. "Why isn't Naruto here?" "A human can't handle a Mamoto alone, Zatch," Chia said, moving Zatch aside. "It's good you came. Saves me to track you down," Maris said. "Garon!" Rembrandt shouted. Maris fired Garon at Tia and Megumi. "First you used Tia's friendship with you against her, now you bully this boy. You're heartless," Megumi shouted. "Seiyoshi!" A dome surround Tia and Megumi, blocking the attack successfully. "Seizu!" Megumi shouted, not noticing that Zatch left to get help, with Naruto using the transformation jutsu to shrink his size and get close enough unnoticed except by Zatch. Chia's hand glowed as she widened them apart and swiped them together. Trails of energy formed from the swipe into an explosive attack that hit Maris and exploded. Eris was barely injured by the attack when the smoke cleared. "Your attack is as weak as ever," Maris said. "Ganzu Garon!" Rembrandt shouted. Maris fired multiple maces from his hands at Tia. Naruto transformed back to normal size, made some hand signs and shouted, "Water style, water vortex jutsu." A vortex of water formed and slammed into Ganzu Garon, causing the spell to cancel out. "That worked out better than I hoped. Good thing too, since I couldn't bring my gear with me," Naruto said. "Who are you?" Maris asked. "I'm a Chunin rank ninja from a place where ninjas can do things a normal person can't," Naruto explained. "I'm also a good friend of Zatch Bell." A boy with blonde spiky hair, with a vest that has a red whirlpool on the back and headband with a symbol that might look like a leaf, Tia said. You must be Naruto Uzumaki, the one Zatch told me about. Wait a second, this boy, he looks as if he's around 12 years old, and he stopped Maris' attack, Megumi thought. Since your attacks aren't so powerful, let me handle the attacks and you use those shields to cover me, Naruto said. I'll teach you to mess with me, Maris shouted. Garon, Rembrandt shouted. Maris fired, a mace with a chain attached linking to his hand. It dug underground and jumped above ground and under over and over. Sayoshi, Megumi shouted. Sayoshi surrounded them, but Naruto knew something was up. Garon went under the shield as Naruto quickly formed the Rasengan. As Garon jumped up within the shield, Naruto hit it with the Rasengan shouting, Rasengan. There was an explosion of the two attacks as Megumi and Tia were thrown off their feet a little. That attack, it looked as if Naruto had a powerful miniature typhoon in a tight ball in his hand, Megumi thought, and he calls it the Rasengan. I can see why Zatch requested this guy, Tia thought, as well as Naruto was still standing although on one leg for some reason. You'll pay for that, Maris shouted as Naruto just smirked. Rembrandt was about to shout when someone shouted, Zaker. Naruto pushed Tia and Megumi down as a Zaker fired and hit Maris. Good timing, Zatch and Kyo, and thanks for getting Kyo, Hinata, Naruto said. Zatch, Kyo and Hinata were behind them. Zatch, Tia responded, relief a little to see him. Zatch told me how you wanted to protect the concert, Kyo said. You did well, now leave this to us. Tia figured Kyo was the one Zatch was talking about. Are you two alright? Hinata asked Tia and Megumi. Yeah, thanks to Naruto, Megumi said. You must be Naruto's girlfriend Zatch told me about, Tia said. That's right, Hinata said, blushing a little. My name is Hinata Hyuga. Zatch, Naruto, you know what to do, Kyo told Naruto and Zatch. Right, Naruto and Zatch responded. How about it, Hinata? Kyo asked when he turned to them. They said they're fine, Hinata said. That's good, Kyo said. Megumi blushed a little meeting Kyo. How did Naruto know to find us when I didn't search for him? Tia asked. Naruto and I could sense something wrong when Megumi left stage. Naruto told me to find Kyo while he tried to find Zatch, Hinata said. By time Kyo and I got away from the crowd, Zatch found us. Don't get in my way, failure. Maris shouted, aiming. Set. Naruto shouted, pointing Zatch toward Zaker. Kyo shouted. Zaker fired from Zatch's mouth and hit Maris and Rembrandt, forcing them out the door outside. Good, they're outside. Zatch, we're going out there, Kyo said. Hinata, stay with Tia and Megumi and protect them if necessary, Naruto said. Right, Hinata agreed. Wait, why are you helping us? We're supposed to be enemies. Tia asked. Those who break the rules and or disobey orders are scum, however those who abandon or betray friends even to follow the rule and or follow orders are worse than scum, Naruto said, and we're not those kind of people. Tia responded as Naruto left with Zatch and Kyo. Hinata smiled as she knew perfectly what Naruto meant. Naruto went outside with Zatch and Kyo as Maris and Rembrandt got up. Tia, Megumi and Hinata came out to see the match. Why am I being delayed by Zatch? Maris wondered. Zatch, Naruto worked together to get close to that guy. Kyo said, I'll store up energy for the final attack. Right, Naruto and Zatch responded. Gonzo Garon, Rembrandt shouted. Maris fired Ganzu Garon at them. Naruto made hand signs at the moment and shouted, Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu. A water dragon formed and attacked Ganzu Garon as Zatch went toward Maris. Incredible, Tia responded. Hinata, how much experience Naruto has working with Zatch and Kyo? Megumi asked. Few months now, since the day Zatch and Kyo found Naruto, Hinata said. Naruto feels like it's his duty to repay them by helping Zatch and Kyo in their battles. That explains a lot, Megumi said. How Naruto signaled Kyo to attack by only saying set, it must be from working with them. Naruto summoned shadow clones and water clones to block Garon as Zatch continued to attack. Hinata, Naruto shouted. Hinata made a hand sign and shouted, Hidden Mist Jutsu. A thick mist covered the area as Hinata AC. Naruto threw a rock at Rembrandt's hand, causing the book to fall and Garon failed. Why are you so set to help Tia? she's your enemy, Maris shouted. I overheard what Megumi said, you betrayed Tia's trust and to me those who betray their friends are worse than those who break the rules, Naruto said. That's right, we feel bad for her because what you did and said, Zatch said, she tried everything to protect the concert and you just kept threatening her in the concert. Tia smiled knowing Zatch hasn't changed since the Momoto battle. She and Megumi agreed to help at that moment. Die by this attack, Maris shouted. Gigano Garon, Rembrandt shouted. Maris summoned a drill from his hands that moves as he moves toward Zatch. Ma se shield, Megumi shouted. Tia summoned a disc-like shield. Gigano Garon hit the shield and broke apart. Maris went to attack but Zatch grabbed Maris with both hands. Checkmate, Naruto said. Zaker, Kyo shouted. Zaker fired from Zatch's mouth and hit Maris directly. Maris hit the ground out cold. Just then Maris got up and faced Zatch and Tia. I won't lose to an outcast like you two, Maris shouted. Losers should stay as losers. Garon, Rembrandt shouted. Maris fired Garon at them once more. Naruto appeared and grabbed Tia and Zatch and jumped out of the way shouting, Hinata now. Hinata stood behind Rembrandt in her stance with her Byakugan activated. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hinata shouted and started jabbing Rembrandt 64 times without killing him. Garon disappeared as Naruto jumped at Maris with the Rasengan in his hand. The 4th Hokage's jutsu, Rasengan. Naruto shouted jabbing the Rasengan into Maris sending him flying. Don't go calling Zatch and Tia losers or outcast around Hinata and me, Naruto said, because I was an outcast once, and Hinata onc. Was saw as a weakest member of her clan. Zatch and Kyo burned the spellbook and Rembrandt ran away when he woke up. I can see how Zatch became strong. He found a great human partner, and good friends, Tia thought. But in this battle only one can become king. Tia grabbed Megumi's dress and Megumi knew as Zatch, Kyo, Naruto and Hinata headed toward them. Now go on and continue your concert, your fans are waiting. Kyo said patting Megumi's shoulder. Yeah, and this time I'll get to see it, Zatch said, thanks for all the help. They were about to leave but Naruto and Hinata stayed knowing something was up. Wait, Tia shouted. Zatch and Kyo stopped and turned to her. We have to fight one day so why not fight now? Tia asked. No Tia, I don't want to fight, Zatch said, because you're a kind person with a kind heart. What does that has to do with anything? Tia asked. Tia, let me tell you two a story, Naruto said. What? Tia asked. When Hinata and I became Genins and Ate. I'm with a third teammate named Kiba Inzuka and his dog Akamaru. Our sensei who was a Jonin had us do a bell test where we had to take bells from him in order to pass officially as Genin. Only problem was that our sensei had only 2 bells so only 2 of us might pass. We had plans of how to get the bells as a team, but we couldn't agree on who should pass and who should fail because neither of us wanted either of the other two to fail, Naruto said, but it was because of that all 3 of us passed. Huh? Tia asked. Our sensei told us that end the real battle there might be chances where one of us could be in danger. And saving them might put the mission on a risk, Naruto said. However, teamwork doesn't just mean working together as a team to complete a mission by creating combinations, but also help each other out even to save each other even at the risk of disobeying orders or failing a mission. Those who disobey the rules are scums, but those who abandon a friend are worst. Megumi remember out loud in her own words. Naruto nodded as he was glad Megumi remember them. But, Tia said. Tia, a while back I met a Momoto who was forced to fight against her will, Zatch said remembering Kalulu. The last thing she said is if the king of our world was a kind king then maybe we wouldn't fight this battle in the first place. That's what I'm fighting to become a kind king, and if I failed in becoming a kind king, I'll be happy to know. There is someone else who can become a kind king as well, and that's you Tia. Tia remember what Zatch and Maris said to her. Please like you, Zatch the weakling, could become a kind king, Tia said, that's why I will also aim to become a kind ruler. In the end it doesn't matter who will win because one of us will become a kind king. After they agreed, as well as Naruto and Hinata give Tia and Megumi their explanations about where they're from in jutsus, Zatch, Kyo, Naruto and Hinata went back to their seats as Megumi started the concert once more. Kyo had a Megumi shirt mainly as an excuse for Suzy, but there was a note from Megumi saying next time she and Tia will save their lives. Naruto and Hinata was at their seats to listen to the rest of the concert as well. Megumi saw Naruto and Hinata amongst the crowd after seeing Tia had finally fallen asleep, and remember Naruto telling them his dream and what Hokage was. Omething tells me when this is over Naruto will be able to become a great Hokage, Megumi thought. That was fun. I sure twist the battle up with Naruto and Hinata there. I didn't go into full explanation of what happened during the conversation after the agreement. Next time, Kyo planned for a trip to England to see the place where his father found Zatch, before going to Konoha during the summer. However, Kyo must keep some promises to his classmates first with Naruto's and Zatch's help. Not to mention distract the classmates for Naruto to get things going faster. What is the crazy promises Kyo has to keep? Read to find out. Kyo's promises. The day before the last day of school for the summer, Tia was hanging out with Zatch. Kyo got a postcard from his father asking him and Zatch to come to England as well as Naruto after hearing about Naruto staying. Hey Tia, I got some questions to ask you about Zatch, Kyo told Tia. About Zatch? Tia asked. Yeah, you know Zatch has no memories from the Mamoto world, including about his family and everything, Kyo asked, so can you share some info? Yeah, well, I don't know about Zatch's family, except that he was an only child, Tia said. As for what kind of Mamoto he was, is not much different from what he is now. Oh, Kyo responded, but I did see someone that looked like Zatch in England, Tia said. What? Kyo responded, we met a Mamoto a while back that said the same thing. Well, it was during Megumi's photo shoot, and I thought I saw Zatch, but I sense he was a bad person and that I didn't want to go near him, Tia said. Thanks, Kyo responded. The next day the principal gave his goodbyes to the classes. Kyo explained to Suzy about his plans. What, you're going to England for the summer? Suzy asked. Yeah, and we will return for a short time before we going to where Naruto grew up, Kyo explained. But you made so much promises during the summer, Suzy said. What about going to the pool with all of us? I guess I forgot about it because of all the battles, Kyo thought. And you promised to help me with my pitching, Hiroshi said. That's right, I did promise that, Kyo thought. And you promised me to go UFO hunting, Miroshi said. Did I really promise that? Kyo thought. And you promised to go dinosaur hunting with me, a former school bully who was a big guy named Kane said. Since when I promised that? Kyo thought. I'm Noguchi from the class next door. You promised to see the glories in the morning, some random student said. I don't even know you, Kyo responded. Well, Kyo, look forward to that, Suzy, Hiroshi, Miroshi and Kane said. I might need Naruto's and Zatch's help for this, Kyo thought. That night Kyo scheduled when he should be able to keep his promises, including 2 of bug catching and fishing with 2 more classmates. Aren't dinosaurs extinct? Naruto asked. Yeah, I'm that promise, Kyo said. I guess I'll watch the house, Zatch said. Actually Zatch, you can come and help, Kyo said, and in payment you 2 can come with me to the pool. And Naruto, I'll give you one of my old swimming trunks since yours is still in Konoha. Good enough for me, Naruto responded. The next day Hiroshi and Kyo threw a ball around as Zatch and Naruto watch. Sorry about bringing Naruto, but I needed his help as well for some promises later, Kyo said. Hey, no problem as long as he keeps this a secret, Hiroshi said. Now my fiery vanishing miracle ball works like this, it'll catch on fire, disappears. This is going to take forever, Kyo thought. Too bad I don't know any fire-style jutsus, Naruto thought. It took a while, but in the end Kyo used Zaker while Zatch was behind him to cause the ball to catch on fire and vanish. They went bug catching next, where they had to catch cicadas, beetles and bees. Kyo let me and my special friends handle the bees, Naruto said. Special friends. Kyo thought, then realized Naruto meant his summoning. Oh yeah. Let's let Naruto handle the bees. Naruto summoned Gamekichi and Gamatsu in a hiding spot. Help me catch 8 bees and put them in this cage and I'll give you any treat you want later, Naruto said. You got yourself a deal, Gamekichi said. I like treats, Gamatsu said. Soon enough they caught the bugs they needed and went to the river where they had to catch at least 50 fishes. Zatch and Naruto worked out of sight range as Zatch scared the fishes into the air and Naruto threw kunais at the fishes and stabbed them into the trees. Naruto's excuse for he stab marks was that he was good at throwing knives. Next was dinosaur hunting where Naruto came in handy. Hyo and Kane walked by talking about catching a dinosaur. Transform. Naruto shouted in, his head making the hand sign and transformed into what looks like a dog-sized lizard on its hind legs as Naruto ran straight toward Kane and Kyo. Let's catch him, Kane said. Are you stupid? Let's run or else we'll get poison, Kyo said. Naruto bite Kane scarring him before going to UFO hunting. Naruto please tell me you know a genjutsu that can fool Miroshi. Kyo begged as they couldn't leave until they saw a UFO. Sorry Kyo, I'm not a genjutsu type, the closest thing to genjutsu I know is releasing genjutsu, Naruto answered. We're doomed, Kyo thought. They shouted chants for UFOs all night. The next day they rushed to the pool for everyone. Once at the pool they hanged out. Cannonball, Naruto shouted jumping into the water in some old trunks sending water straight at Kyo and the others. When it was over they had a picture together. The next day Naruto, Kyo and Zatch were on the plane to England. I know it's quick but I had a fun time doing this chapter. I thought of Naruto. Transformation jutsu, weapon throwing skills, and summoning jutsu would be handy for this chapter. Next time. Zatch, Kyo and Naruto are in England and Naruto couldn't help but buy a camera to take some pictures as it is his first time there. But fun time is ruined when a kid stolen Kyo's bag, then they find Kyo's father was kidnapped by something the boy knows. Is this connected to another Mamoto? Read to find out. England's real kidnappers. England's real kidnappers. Once in England Zatch and Kyo waited for Naruto who bought a camera after transferring his money into English money. Naruto were able to bring his gear having to trick a lot of security into thinking they were ancient weapons Naruto wanted to show Kyo's father. Also fortunately Naruto did get his CK pack during Hinata's and Haku's visit so he had his own things to bring like first aid. They had to take a train as Kyo's father didn't meet them like promised. They went through the town of London. Naruto Zatch, we should be at our best behavior, Kyo said. Kyo. Naruto said pointing at Zatch who was riding on a horse statue, then messed with some gentleman. Kyo managed to stop Zatch as Naruto apologized. Hey Naruto, you been in other countries other than the Land of Fire? Kyo asked. Yeah, but they were close enough to walk to those places, Naruto said, definitely not like your world. Just great, Kyo thought. Just then a boy with very long hair in rugged clothes and a bandage arm stole Kyo's bag and ran off. Zatch, get him, Kyo shouted. Aren't you guys Japanese? You could just buy a new bag. The boy said. That's not the point, Kyo shouted. Well, you won't be able to catch me, the boy said running faster just to see that Zatch and Naruto were able to catch up. The boy dropped the bag but Zatch kept following. Naruto noticed the bandage arm which was old and red. Kyo and Naruto found Zatch and the boy at the park as they were getting along. The boy's aim was Kori and he asked Zatch to be his friend. Naruto grabbed Kori's arm that was bandaged and took off the bandages. Kori's arm was a big infected wound. Kyo, get the first aid and water out of my backpack, Naruto said. Kyo took out the first aid and water. This will sting a little, Naruto said pouring water on the wound. Kori screamed in pain from the sting as Naruto took out a bottle of rush herbs and put it on Kori's arm before bandaging it up. There, that herb was given to me by a friend of mine, and it's supposed to kill off any infection, Naruto said, but we should still take I am to a doctor to get that arm properly cleaned. Why did you let your arm get that bad? Kyo asked. Shouldn't your parents taken you to the hospital? This has nothing to do with my parents, Kori shouted. It's okay, relax, Naruto said. We'll go find Kyo's father, and from there we'll go to a hospital. Who do you think you are? I didn't become friends with you too, Kori responded. Zatch. Talked Kori to join them considering that Zatch was asked. They finally arrived at the university and Kyo took them into a room where a middle-aged man was dressed as a fish. Then Kyo took them to another office that was a wreck. Naruto looked around and found a pendant and a flower. Hey Kyo, do these belong to your father? Naruto asked. The pendant does, but the flower doesn't, Kyo answered. Naruto turned to Kori, who was staring straight at the flower. Naruto moved a book to see a footprint. Akio, I think we got a problem, Naruto said. Kyo looked and knew from the shape of the footprint it was a Mamoto. Zatch started panicking all over the room, calling Kyo's father, although calling him as if he was Zatch's father. Kori, take Zatch outside before he breaks something, Naruto said, sweat dropping. Okay, Kori responded. Kori took them to his hideout for a bit. Once there, Kori gave Zatch a toy to try and cheer him up, but it got worse. Kori, tell me what you know about this plant, Kyo said. That's the devil flower, and it means that a person is kidnapped and no hope they will come back, Kori explained. A year ago a castle was taken over by a monster and its keeper, and it's guarded by knights. I know because they took my mom and dad. That's sad, Naruto said. I tried to go after them, but I always went running away, Kori explained. Can you guide us to the castle? Naruto asked. If you get involved you'll be kidnapped as well. You might as well go back to Japan, Kori shouted. We won't, because we're going to save them, Kyo responded. Kori, don't worry, ICA. And protect them in ways you can only imagine, Naruto said. Kori gave them directions and they headed off. They arrived at the castle ready to go. Naruto, Zatch, no matter what happens we won't back down, Kyo said. Yeah, Zatch agreed. I got your back, Naruto responded. Once in, they were locked in with no way out. Knights surround them from all ends. Zaker, Kyo shouted. Zaker fired from Zatch's mouth and hit the knights, however the knights just got back up. A knight went to attack Kyo, but Naruto took out a kunai and blocked it. Kyo used Jaikarder, Naruto ordered. Jaikarder. Oh right, Kyo responded. Jaikarder. Jaikarder fired from Zatch's mouth and magnetized one of the knights. Suddenly they're knights with a kunai in it. They reached a room filled with weapons. Why do I have a fei? Ealing this will be like my match against Tenten in the preliminaries, Naruto thought. Just then the weapons came as Zatch, Kyo and Naruto head on. Rashield, Kyo shouted. Rashield appeared as the weapons came at them. The weapons hit the shield and bounced back. In the third room they fell through a hole. Naruto channeled chakra to his hands and feet and stuck on the wall as Zatch was using his teeth to hold the edge while holding Kyo. Naruto helped Zatch and Kyo up and they headed in the fourth room. The ceiling came down on them as Naruto made the hand signs. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. Naruto shouted. A water dragon smashed through the ceiling, saving them. In the last room a man that looked like a fighter named Steng and a giant robotic Mamoto named Baltro waited for them. Naruto, Zatch and Kyo made it to the final room. So you three made it, Steng said. Zaker, Kyo shouted. Zaker fired from Zatch's mouth and hit Baltro, but it didn't do a thing. So you have a book like mine, but you're no match, Steng said. Zeberin. Baltro glowed and came at them. They dodged being stepped on but barely. Multi-shadow clone jutsu transform. Naruto shouted, making the hand sign. Hunder. Heads of shadow clones appeared around the area. 1/3 were transformed into Zatch and another 1/3 transformed into Kyo. Baltro tried to attack the shadow clones transformed into Zatch and Kyo, but they disappeared. Water style. 100 Water Dragon Strike. Naruto shouted after he and the shadow clones made the hand signs. Several water dragons appeared and struck Baltro. Zeberison, Steng shouted. Baltro fired boulders at the shadow clones, causing all of them to disappear. Nice try, but you'll need better attacks than that, Steng said. Naruto gained the shadow clones' memories, including one that caught his interest. Beware my power, none of you can stand against it with Baltro, Steng shouted. You have no idea what kind of suffering you caused, Kyo said. Naruto threw some impact shurikens, but Baltro blocked them and protected Steng from the explosion, which did nothing to him. Naruto ran around trying to get Baltro's attention. Naruto found the flower and threw another impact shuriken. It hit the flower and exploded, destroying it. The arm fell off as the flower was gone. As I thought, Naruto thought and shouted, Kyo, we got to destroy the flowers, they seem to be the source of the Mamoto's power. Just then the cook pointed out another flower. Zaker, Kyo shouted. Zaker fired from Zatch's mouth and destroyed that flower, causing the leg to fell off. Just then Steng used his whip to take the red spell book from Kyo. Baltro attacked, sending Kyo and Zatch back, then went to step on them. Just then Cory stolen the red spell book back from Steng out of nowhere. "Zatch Kyo, I'll deliver this book to you," Cory said. Steng tried to stop Cory but Cory dodged the whip. "Hidden mist jutsu," Naruto shouted, making the hand sign. A thick mist covered the room as Baltro tried to attack Cory. Naruto placed his goggles over his eyes and headed toward the sound. Baltro kept attacking, preventing Cory from going toward Kyo. Cory found a communicator with a note saying "put it on." Cory put it on as Naruto called in. "Cory, do you hear me?" Naruto asked. "Yeah," Cory responded. "Good, follow my direction." Naruto responded. "Go straight." Cory did as Naruto said, not knowing where he was going. "Move to your right," Naruto ordered. Cory did so as Baltro attacked, dodging it. "This mist is hard to see anything," Steng said. The mist cleared as Cory was with Zatch and Kyo. Kyo was "we." Ring another communicator Haku and Hinata brought. Baltro attack again as another impact shuriken hit the flower, destroying it. The second arm fell off as Steng turned to see Naruto with his goggles over his headband wearing his communicator. "Too bad you didn't have a communicator. You would have known I was leading Cory and Kyo toward each other," Naruto said. "Why you?" Steng responded. "Zaker!" Kyo shouted. Zaker fired from Zatch's mouth and hit another flower, causing the last leg to fall apart and the main machine to fall. A hatch opened and a small bear, dog Momoto, jumped out, revealing to be Baltro's true form. Baltro started beating up Kyo until Naruto stopped him. They tied up Baltro and Steng up. "One question, you took a Japanese university professor earlier, why?" Kyo asked. "We were asked to by someone," Steng explained, "and we did it while he was on his walk." Kyo, "That means whoever requested it must have created clues to lead us here," Naruto said. "Hey, we should rescue the hostages now, including my parents," Cory said. They freed a lot of hostages, allowing them out from one cell. They thanked Naruto, Kyo and Zatch. Kyo found his father still in the cell doing something. "Dad," Kyo greeted. Kyo's father turned around, surprised to see Kyo. "Is that you, Kyo?" he asked. "Dad," Zatch shouted, jumping on Kyo's father happily. "Zatch, you're here too," Kyo's father responded. "Hey Mr. Takamine, my name is Naruto Uzumaki," Naruto introduced himself. "So you're the kid Kyo and Zatch found badly injured and unconscious," Kyo's father greeted. "Yeah, it's kind of a long story," Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head. Kyo's father finished his lessons with some kids that was there until Kyo started yelling and his father yelled back. Naruto's sweat dropped hearing them argued. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Kyo's father asked. "We came to rescue you," Naruto answered. Kyo's father was glad to hear that and told Kyo he had grown. Naruto smiled and turned to Cory, who was depressed and alone. "Hey Cory, what's wrong? Where's your mom and dad?" Naruto asked. "They're not here," Cory responded. Just then Baltro appeared untied and took his book and jumped to Steng. "You should have burned my book when you got the chance," Steng said. "Zebran." Baltro glowed as flowers linked to some of the blocks pulled the blocks out, causing the castle to start collapsing. "Now if you don't leave right away you'll be crushed," Steng said as he and Baltro left the building. Nearly everyone headed out the exit at that moment. "Hey, hold on a second, is there anyone who knows where Cory's parents are?" Naruto asked. "I know where they are," one chubby man said. "Where?" Naruto asked. "They're thrown in a cell below us," the man said, pointing at the ground. "It's a cell made mostly out of rock." "Right then, I'll go by myself," Naruto said. "Naruto," Kyo responded. "Kyo, let me do this," Naruto said. "Besides, if the going gets too rough, I can summon someone who has helped me get out of predicaments in the past." "Okay," Kyo agreed. "Kyo," his father responded. "Don't worry, Naruto isn't your everyday human, he's a ninja of a Chunin rank," Kyo said. "I'm going with you," Cory shouted. "Okay, but follow my orders," Naruto said. "Right," Cory responded. Everyone waited outside in the safe zone as the castle collapsed. Once at the cell, Naruto used Rasengan to break through the cell door. The castle collapsed at that moment. "Everyone follow my movements," Naruto shouted, making the hand signs. "Water style. Water vortex jutsu." A vortex of what? As Naruto turned, causing the vortex turned, breaking through the earth. Naruto fired another vortex of water into the ceiling as the room filled with water. Naruto made some hand signs, bit his thumb. Summoning jutsu. Naruto shouted, slamming his hand on the ground. Outside everyone was watching as there was no sign of Naruto, Kori or Kori's parents. All of the sudden a blast of water broke through. And Gamabunta jumped out soon after with Naruto, Kori and Kori's parents on him. I hope you're happy now, Naruto, Gamabunta said, and are those civilians okay? Yeah, thanks, Naruto said. Naruto took Kori and his parents off before Gamabunta disappeared in a puff of smoke. Kyo's father watched in amazement as Kyo has grown up from someone who wouldn't do anything for anyone, to a hero. No, only I got Zatch to thanks for Kyo growth, but I can thank Naruto as well. Steng and Baltro were setting plans while running off when they ran into the Momoto that told them to steal Kyo's father, who looks a lot like Zatch. There was a sudden lightning attack and Baltro's book burned and he disappeared with it. I twist it up at the end with Gamabunta, but I improvise. Next time. Zatch. Kyo and Naruto headed to the forest where Kyo's father found Zatch. But there are rumors going around about spirits that might be a Momoto. However, it turned out to be a crazed man. However, at the spot where Zatch was found, weird things happens. What happened and what does it has to do with Zatch's lost memories? Read to find out. The lost memory. The lost memory. That night there was a celebration party in thanks for the rescue. Kyo explained to his father about the battle for King and where Naruto was from. At the same time Kyo got a drawn map to where Zatch was found. The next day they headed to the forest and found it. So that's the forest where Zatch was found? Naruto asked. Yeah, according to my dad. Kyo responded as they headed through the forest. Hey Zatch, don't go wander off. Ah Kyo. Naruto said as Zatch was gone. Zatch was stopped by a snake. A squirrel landed on Zatch's arm and bit him. He tried the toy Kori gave him, but it summoned more snakes and he went running until he ran into someone. Naruto and Kyo searched for Zatch after hearing his scream. If only Kiba and Akamaru was with us, they can track Zatch's scent, Naruto said, or better yet Hinata can search the forest with her Byakugan. You and me both, Kyo agreed. Just then the professor they met at the university dressed as a yellow tail, was swinging on a vine dressed as a fairy carrying Zatch. Naruto chased after them with Kyo trying to follow. The man was about to jump over a cliff when Naruto stopped him. What were you doing? The professor asked. Trying to help my friend, Naruto said. What were you doing with Zatch? I saved him from snakes that was chasing him, the professor answered. Long time ago there was an explosion in this forest and I've been investigating ever since. Kyo made it and decided to let Naruto ask the questions. So the forest fairy people were talking about was you? Naruto asked. Yes, the professor answered. And the point of wearing that costume is? Naruto asked. The professor didn't answer that question. Forget that I asked that, Naruto said. Wait, you said there was an explosion in this forest, can you tell me where it was? Kyo asked. The professor gave them directions and all three of them followed a path there. When they got there, there was a crater in the middle and burnt. You think this is it? Naruto asked. Yeah, it makes sense, Kyo said. Zatch, you remember anything? Kyo turned to see Zatch was shaking all over while holding himself. Zatch, are you okay? Naruto asked. Sorry Kyo, Naruto, but something about this place makes me shake. Zatch said. I'm scared for some reason. Kyo, get him out of here, Naruto said. Kyo touched Zatch but his body started glowing a golden color. Kyo touched Zatch and he read spell book in his bag started glowing the same color just as bright. Naruto shielded his eyes as the glow got bigger and brighter every second before it stopped all of a sudden. Zatch! Naruto shouted, shaking him as Kyo got up. Zatch regained conscious at that moment. Naruto! Kyo, Zatch said. Good, you're okay. Kyo said, your body was glowing brightly. Yeah. Kyo, the spell book, Naruto said. I remember what happened here, Zatch interrupted. What do you remember? Kyo asked. When I came to this world I didn't go searching for a human partner, instead I made a home in this forest, Zatch said. I would play in the afternoon but at night I would be too scared to sleep and ended up sleeping in the morning. Then that morning happened. Flashback. Zatch was about to go to sleep when a Momoto and his human partner came. Found you, the Momoto said. Zatch was confused about the Momoto. That face makes me sick, the Mamoto said. I got some acorns for you, Zatch said, offering the acorns, but the Mamoto just pushed out of Zatch's hands onto the ground. I've been thinking a lot about you, hating you and your existence, the Mamoto said. He gave the command to his human partner and aimed at Zatch. Zaker! The human partner shouted. White lightning fired from the Mamoto's hand, causing a burst of lightning up to the air. It fried Zatch's body. The Mamoto was about to burn Zatch's book but stopped. No, if I burn your book you'll just go back to your family. Instead I'll steal your memories, that way you'll be countlessly attacked and not know why, the Mamoto said. The sun shined finally and Zatch got a good look of the Mamoto's face right as his memories were stolen. End of flashback. That guy had the same face as me, Zatch said. Anything else you remember like back in the Mamoto world? Naruto asked. No, that's all I can remember, Zatch responded. Just then they saw the professor spying on them. You guys, what was that light earlier and are you involved with the explosion? The professor asked after finding out. No, we weren't, Hio said. Then let me see that bag. Something in there was glowing as well, the professor responded. Something in my bag? Hio asked. Hio, that's what I was trying to tell you before. Zatch told us what happened to his memories. I think the spell book was glowing, Naruto explained. Hio took out the spell book and sure enough he found the fourth spell. The fourth spell, it has appeared, Hio responded. Bao Zaker, don't read it right now. Naruto interrupted. Oh yeah, you're right, Hio responded. Meanwhile the Mamoto that looked like Zatch was watching them. His name was Zeno and he knew something that Zatch didn't as he disappeared. Next time. While testing out a new spell, Zatch, Kyo and Naruto meets a dancing singing Mamoto named Yapopo and his book owner Gem. It turns out they were trying to summon a team that hurt Gem's family once. But when the team appears, Yapopo went to fight them on his own to protect Gem. What will happen? What is Gem's feelings toward Yapopo, and what is the power of the fourth spell? Read to find out. The musical dancing Mamoto. The musical dancing Mamoto. Naruto, Zatch and Kyo headed to a beach where they thought was deserted. Okay, Zatch, face the ocean, Kyo instructed. Right, Zatch responded. It's obvious that this spell is an enhanced version of Zaker, so I don't want to take any chances, Kyo thought. Bao Zaker. Hey, do you guys hear singing? Naruto interrupted. Yeah, actually I do, Zatch said. Yapaploy, Tapaploy, Sopapaploy, they heard singing over and over. They found a boy with a green bodysuit with a musical note on the middle and a green hat with a feather on top singing and dancing the same song and dance over and over. Zatch ended up joining the boy in the dance. Just then a little girl jumped down on Zatch, hit him on the head with a frying pan. Yapopo, this is our chance, the girl told the boy, pulling out a green spell book as the boy was a Mamoto. Hey, what are you doing? Kyo asked, pulling the girl up by the neck of her dress. Hey, let go of me, I have to beat the Mamoto, the girl said. You know Zatch? Naruto asked. Yes, he's a... The girl stopped, taking another look at Zatch. Never met him. Yeah, figure as much, Kyo said. Kyo, look at her book, Naruto said. Kyo did and recognized it as a spell book. Kyo let go of the girl as she called Yapopo for lunch. She handed him the lunch and Yapopo was about to eat with them. Don't eat here, I told you already that I hate you, the girl responded. Yapopo went to eat a few feet away. Sorry for earlier, let me make it up to you with some tea, the girl said. My name is Gem, by the way. Mine is Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto said. Mine is Kyo Takamine, Kyo introduced. Mine is Zatch Bell, Zatch finished. It's nice to meet all of you, Gem said, handing them tea. Naruto made a fire a few feet away from the blanket and came back with a pot. Are there ramen after putty? Shouldn't he be joining us? Naruto asked, pointing toward Yapopo. Oh, I don't like him, besides you won't understand what he says, Gem explained. Zatch went to join Yapopo for lunch. Zatch tried talking to Yapopo but guessed wrong from what Yapopo was saying. Hey, you called Zatch a Mamoto earlier? Naruto asked. Yes, you wouldn't believe it, but there's a battle going on with creatures called Mamotos from another world, Gem said and turned to Naruto. In fact, with those markings on your cheeks I would think that you were a Mamoto. Oh, the markings. Well, they're actually birthmarks, Naruto said. Well, we're looking for one of them for revenge, Gem said. Revenge? Naruto asked. It's all Yapopo's fault that dance of his attracts Momotos, Gem said as Yapopo were dancing. How did you meet Yapopo? Naruto asked. Well, it was a few months ago, Gem answered. Flashback. Gem's mother found Yapopo once and invited him over to find his parents. He won't tell us his name or anything. Gem's mother said. He's telling us, it's Yapopo, Gem said. Right. Yapopoi, Yapopo responded. As the day went on, Yapopo helped Gem's mother and grandfather around the house. Gem tried to teach Yapopo to say other words which turned into Topopoi and Sopopopoi. One day Gem picked up Yapopo's spell book. The first spell, Gem read, Mikaru. Yapopo fired a musical beam that caught Gem off guard. Gem was happy but Yapopo wasn't. End of flashback. You see, I'm the type of person who does the opposite of what others says or sometimes feels, Gem explained. Kyo, I'm tired, Zatch said returning. He been dancing like that for a month, ever since a Momoto came and hurt my family and him to get the spell book. Unfortunately I left the book at school that day. That was also the day I found out about the battle to decide king, Gem explained. He keeps dancing even when I tell him not to, which is why you hate him. I think you're doing and saying the opposite of what your heart is saying, Naruto said. What do you mean? Gem asked. You cared about Yapopo, but your stubborn mind won't allow you to admit it, Naruto said. Gem seemed happy to hear that but changed her heart. I told you I hate him, Gem said. You remind me of two friends of mine that are dating each other. Now, at first they were both too stubborn to admit their feelings. Kept saying they were just friends as they were before it started, but to me and my other friends it was obvious that they had feelings toward each other, Naruto said, remembering Tenten and Neji. They didn't have the kind of stubbornness as yours, but I can still tell. Hey, Yapopo is gone, Zatch shouted. They turned to see that Yapopo was gone. He did it again, Gem said. Guys, help me find Yapopo, he probably found a Momoto. Yapopo faced against an armor Momoto named Kikuripu and his human partner English gentleman, who were the same ones that hurt Gem's family. Where's your partner? You don't think you can beat me without any spells? The English gentleman asked. It's not polite underestimating your opponent, I'll teach you proper etiquette. Meanwhile DJ, Zatch, Kyo and Naruto were heading off. Why does he do that? Last time he fought on his own he almost died, Gem said. He cares about your safety, that's why he doesn't want you to get involved, Naruto said. Yapopo struggled against Kikuripu, remembering how kind Gem was to him. He cares about you so much that he doesn't want to see you hurt, Naruto said. Apparently he cares as much about you as you do toward him. Just hand over the book, and admit defeat or else you'll become rag just like your family, the English gentleman said. Yapopo went to attack at that moment. Amurik! The English gentleman shouted. Kikuripu's arm doubled in size as he punched Yapopo into a cliff. Yapopo fell and hit the ground but got up, took out a lighter and ran again. Amu Shizuruk! The English gentleman shouted. Kikuripu's arms became scissors to cut Yapopo. Water style. Water vortex jutsu. Naruto shouted. Zaker! Kyo shouted. A vortex of water fired along with lightning that infused with the vortex and hit Kikuripu. Gem was surprised as Zatch was a Momoto, and Naruto was able to form a vortex of water. Good, we're at a beach, Naruto said, looking at the water. That'll save me a lot of chakra. Ha! Please, that attack hardly did a thing, the English gentleman said, as it was true as Kikuripu was unharmed. Yapopo! We'll protect Gem, just keep fighting, Kyo shouted. Yapopoi! Yapopo agreed, crying with joy. He ran to attack again. Doramiker! Gem shouted. Yapopo fired a stronger beam of music from his body that hit Kikuripu into the ocean. Kikuripu got up unharmed by the attack still. Well, we get to burn 2 books in one day, the English gentleman said. Water style. Water clone jutsu. Naruto shouted. Water from the ocean formed water clones around Kikuripu and the English gentleman. Immersion. The English gentleman shouted. Spikes fired from Kikuripu's elbows. The water clones covered Yapopo, but the spikes came as Zatch, Kyo and Gem. Rashield. Kyo shouted. Rashield appeared, blocked the attack, and bounced it back with electric charge. It hit Kikuripu but did little damage. Emron. English gentleman shouted. Kikuripu sent a punch covered in flames at Gem. Naruto all handled this attack with the 4th spell, Kyo said, Bao Zakerga. Nothing appeared as the fist still came at Gem. Naruto grabbed Gem and pulled her out of the way, but Yapopo's spell book was hit still and started burning. No, Yapopo will disappear, Gem said, crying, and looked at Yapopo, who was smiling. You'll pay for that, Naruto said as he appeared behind the English gentleman. What? The English gentleman responded. I hope this works, Naruto thought, making hand signs, water style, water prison jutsu. Suddenly the arms of the water clone turned into a den. Say water sphere around the English gentleman, this time not breaking into splash of water. I did it, I finally mastered the water prison jutsu, Naruto said. Naruto finally mastered the jutsu he was telling us about before, Kyo thought. If he can master a difficult jutsu, then maybe I can summon the fourth spell. The spell book shined brightly at the fourth spell. Bao Zakurga, Kyo shouted. A giant dragon made out of lightning fired from Zatch's mouth and engulfed Kikurupu, destroying his armor. Naruto broke the jutsu and jumped back. Yapopo, go! Naruto shouted. Doramiker! Gem shouted. Yapopo fired Doramiker at Kurorapu. It hit and burned the spell book instantly as well. The English gentleman ran knowing he lost. Gem tried to put the book in water, but the flames didn't go out. I'm sorry, Yapopo, Gem cried. Gem, Yapopo finally said. Yapopo, you said my name, Gem responded, crying, and hugged him. Yapopo, I love you. Yapopo was shocked but smiled, patting Gem's back before he finally disappeared. I thought this would be a good time for Naruto to master the water prison jutsu. It'll come in handy, I can tell you that. Next time. Before going home, Kyo, Zatch, and Naruto take a walk around town. At the worst possible moment they ran into Kanchome, who was looking for Fulgore. They ended up working together to find Fulgore, but things aren't what they seem. Where is Fulgore, and what does it has to do with candy, flowers, and toys? Read to find out. Fulgore hunt. Fulgore hunt. The visit was drawing to an end and Zatch was still taking what happened to Yapopo hard. Why don't you guys go exploring England tomorrow? Kyo's father suggested. So the next day they went on a tour to England and Naruto had his camera to take pictures. They stopped by Big Ben Clock Tower. Zatch saw a drawbridge and decided to take off his clothes and cross it like a boat. He came back with a few yellow-tail fishes. Aw, Zatch, that was so embarrassing, Naruto complained. He went through town and saw a poster of Fulgore with thousands of mostly female fans trying to get tickets to the next concert. Not that guy again, Naruto complained. Kyo noticed K-crowd. Kanchome turned toward them surprised as Kyo tried to sneak away. So you guys are here, Kanchome said. Kyo took Zatch and run off, leaving Naruto standing there. Wait, stop, I need your help, Kanchome cried, going after them. And I'm left behind, Naruto responded. Fortunately, Kyo and Zatch returned with Kanchome and they headed into Fulgore's dressing room, and Fulgore wasn't in there. Here, drink this, Kanchome said, giving them 3 bottles. So what do you want? Naruto asked. Oh, let's watch one of Fulgore's videos. Kanchome started the movie. Fulgore was facing a criminal trying to save a girl. He saved her by forcing everyone to dancing. Zatch and Kanchome clapped as Kyo and Naruto was disturbed. How about that? One of Fulgore's greatest, Kanchome said. Yeah, Kyo responded. Yeah, but Fulgore disappeared and his concert starts in an hour, Kanchome said. Please help me find him. Couldn't you find him? Naruto asked. I can't do anything without Fulgore, Kanchome said. Aren't we friends? Since when we became friends, Kyo thought. We might as well help, Naruto said with a sigh. Kanchome gave Zatch one of Fulgore's shirts to sniff out. I guess we should be lucky that Zatch can track him down, Naruto thought. It's this direction, Zatch shouted. Okay, Kanchome responded. Kanchome, this will be the only time we help you, Kyo said. Of course, after this we'll take you down, Kanchome responded. Remind me again who knock out you cold, Naruto asked. Ah, Kanchome responded. They went into the candy store and Naruto did the asking. So Fulgore came here a lot, Naruto asked. Yes, he'll buy candy and then left. The owner, who was a lady, said, he would grab my breast every time he comes. Naruto sweat drop hearing this before they left. The next stop was the flower shop, which was the same story with the same ending. Then was the toy shop where Fulgore bought a lot of his toy product, this time grabbing the owner's butt. And I thought Privé Sage was the worst around women, Naruto thought. Kanchome, did Fulgore say anything about where he was going before he left? Hio asked. He said he was going to meet a girl, Kanchome responded. Zatch, you better find him. Hio said. Yeah, he's close by, Zatch responded. Good, because the next time I see him I'll hit him with a powerful Zaker, Hio responded. Don't say that, Kanchome responded. Hio's just mad, Naruto responded. Zatch, track Fulgore to a hospital. He's probably here to flirt with the female nurses, Naruto said. Let's just find him, Hio said. They split up to search the floors for Fulgore. Naruto and Hio found Fulgore talking to a nurse. Fulgore, Naruto shouted. Oh look, it's Naruto and Hio, Fulgore said. You're flirting with some nurses, you pervert, Hio shouted. No, it's not like that, Fulgore said as the nurse overheard the last statement. The nurse threw Fulgore out of the window into a pool. Kanchome and Zatch saw it as Kanchome started singing his song, causing Fulgore to get up. Hio started chasing Fulgore and Kanchome as Naruto found out what Fulgore really was doing. Hio, stop, Naruto shouted as Hio chased Fulgore around him. Why? He made a search all over town for nothing. Hio asked. You don't understand. Fulgore is just keeping a promise, a performance for a patient. Naruto responded. But he was flirting with those girls in the flower toy and candy shop. Hio said. Indeed I did, Fulgore said. Zyke. Hio stopped when Naruto jumped in front of Fulgore. Hio, just let Fulgore keep his promise and we can leave, Naruto said. Alright, Hio sighed. Fulgore, just do what you came here to do without flirting with any of the nurses, Naruto said, or else next time I'll let Hio shout Zaker. Sounds fair to me, Fulgore responded. They went to the pediatrician room where children were waiting for Fulgore. I thought that it was odd that Fulgore was just asking for directions, and asked the nurse what he was going to ask, and found this room as the children were talking about Fulgore's promise. Naruto explained, you just let your anger got the best of you. I guess that's why you're a chunin, Hio responded. Fulgore handed toys to the children and a bouquet of flowers to the girl who requested him to come. Then he did a personal concert for the children. Hio, Naruto, if you want I can save you a seat for my London concert. Fulgore said. Nah, we already seen the concert you did for the kids, Hio said. Fulgore, Naruto said, help Kanchome survive. I will, Fulgore responded. They headed home after a long day. The next day Hio's father showed Hio a stone tablet that was discovered that seemed connected to the battle to decide king. Afterwards they were heading off to say goodbye. Hey Zatch, who's that? Naruto asked as a miniature horse was playing with Zatch. I don't know, but I've been playing with him for a while, Zatch said. Gem was with her mother saying goodbye and telling them to not forget Yapopo. Zatch, Hio and Naruto headed off, not knowing the miniature horse grabbed his spellbook revealing to be a Mamoto, and went after them. A.N. Short but fun to do. So that you know, even though I would like to continue on with Ponagon's appearance so that we can get straight to Konoha visit, I want to do the chapter where Sherry and Brago battles against a Mamoto while Sherry remembers what happened to Coco. It's just I skipped that part in 3 other stories so much that I don't want to skip it again. Next time. On the plane ride home, Naruto plans for the trip to Konoha. At the same time Sherry and Brago fights their opponents who was giving them a hard time. Meanwhile Sherry remembers something about her past, including about what happened to her childhood friend that caused Sherry to enter the battle. What is the link to Sherry's and Brago's battle, and how did they meet? Read to find out. Sherry's reason. Naruto sighed on the plane to Momochi City. He had only 1 extra day to plan the return trip to Konoha. He would have to counter Sakura after Sasuke left the battle. On the plus side, he had a small apartment that he shares with Haku with no other room for Zatch and Kyo. Maybe I can talk to Tenten's parents to letting Kyo and Zatch stay with them, Naruto thought, then remembering that Tia said that Megumi was setting up time so she and Megumi can visit. I hope this works out. Hey Naruto, what's wrong? Zatch asked. Just thinking about the trip to Konoha, Naruto said. That's right, we only get 1 day to relax before leaving, Kyo said. After the battles we had in London I can't wait to be outside the battle for once. You and me both, Naruto said, stretching back. Come to think about it, I wonder what other teams we met will be doing while we're gone. In the Amazon where Brago and Sherry was at, Brago was catching crocodile for lunch, seriously. Disgusting, Brago said as he was facing a huge crocodile that was several times bigger than him. The crocodile went to attack but Brago punched it sending the poor creature flying backwards. So weak, yet it did bore its teeth at me all the same, Brago said. He came back with the crocodile and Sherry cooked her portion which was small part in comparison to the whole thing Brago was eating raw. I told you to catch a fish not a crocodile, Sherry responded as they were arguing. It shouldn't have bored its teeth at me, Brago said eating, aren't you tired or else you won't be any help when we face our enemy. I won't be any burden, Sherry responded. Were there searching for a Momoto Brago sense. I wonder if our lack of enemies to face was because of you, Sherry said starting to eat her portion as Brago was already done with the whole crocodile. No, it's just hard to find them, Brago explained, besides there are still some that are too afraid to face me. After they rested they went off to look again, although Sherry was needing more time. Then she admits as she had zero sleep for 3 days. Coco, Sherry thought remembering back from that day. Flashback. Sherry was helping a childhood Coco around town in France before the battle started. Coco was from a poor family and having a hard time getting food. Sherry was helping her through the hard times as her friend. Once home Sherry was having tea being upset. Upset for Coco's sake again, the servant said. That's right, all because of her family's life she's treated as a criminal and not seen as the kind-hearted person she is, Sherry responded, she saved me when I was little I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for her. She works hard to go into a university. Well the good thing is that I got word from the university she's working hard to go to has accepted her, the Esser. Vance said as he had a friend that worked there. Sherry was happy to hear about it as it was good news for Coco. They went to Coco's place to give her the news. When they got there the whole town including Coco's house was on fire. Sherry saw Coco with a Momoto wearing some kind of white cloak and hat. Oh Sherry you're here, do you like it? This is my power, Coco greeted seeing Sherry, isn't that right Zophis? Yes you're wonderful Coco, the Momoto known as Zophis said. What are you saying Coco? You were planning to go to the university and find a job, Sherry responded. Doesn't matter now, because with this power I can take down anyone who looked down on me, Coco said. Sherry was confused of what to think about it. This is your fault, what did you do to Coco? Sherry ordered pointing at Zophis. I just tampered with her heart increasing her anger making her forget the little things, Zophis answered, it's my specialty, you see I'm not a human, I'm a being from another world. 99 more children like me will come to fight the battle to decide king of our world. The humans teamed up with them will gain power and probably be hurt at the process. Coco didn't have any heart foe. Are fighting so I opened it up so she enjoy hurting others. Sherry I did this with my power, Coco said, and I don't plan to lose this power. End of flashback. Sherry. Brago disturbed her thoughts when they cornered an enemy. Let's burn their book, Sherry said taking out the black book on the plane to Japan. Naruto was enjoying some ramen. So Naruto what you think will happen when we go to Konoha? Zatch asked. Who knows, but I know one thing, you guys might meet more of my friends, Naruto said. More. Hio responded as he remembered Tenten, Shino, Shikamaru, Hinata, Hiba Akamaru, and Haku. Yeah there's still Lee, Neji, Sakura, Choji, and maybe Ino, Naruto said, there's also our senseis Kakashi, Kurenai, Asuma, and Guy if they're there. Plus Lady Tsunade Shizune and everyone else. Looks like we'll be busy. Hio thought. At the Amazon the team Sherry and Brago was facing was a man named Perico and a tree like Momoto named Pakiro. Hand over the book, Sherry ordered. No way, I need it to become richer. Perico said. Jiran, roots fired at Brago and Sherry head on. Gravy Ray, Sherry shouted. Brago summoned Gravy Ray that crushed the roots. Reese, Sherry shouted. Brago fired Reese at the duo. Perico and Pakiro dodged the attack successfully. The difference in our power is great, hand over the book, Sherry said. Brago noticed the lack of sleep was affecting Sherry. Barujuran, Perico shouted. Pakiro summoned roots that became tree clones. Jurek, Perico shouted. Pakiro and the clones powered up at that moment. Sherry blow everything away with Gigano Reese, Brago explained. Reese, Sherry shouted instead. Brago fired Reese at the tree warriors, only taking some of them down. Brago blocked some blows and noticed Sherry had collapsed. I'm okay. This pain is nothing, Sherry said, getting up. Flashback. Before meeting Coco as a child, Sherry had a hard time impressing her mother with the piano. She would be awake for hours practicing. Her mother expected much as Sherry was heiress of the fortune of the Belmont clan. It wasn't just piano, it was other things she had to do as well. It got to the point where Sherry jumped off the bridge into the river to kill herself. However, Coco jumped into the river and saved her from her attempt and from herself. End of flashback. Brago managed to block more attacks as Sherry got up and set herself. Ion Gravy Ray, Sherry shouted. Brago summoned Ion Gravy Ray and they spinned around, crushing everything in a circular radius of the area. Brago found the book crushed but not burned and picked it up. Brago turned to Sherry to find her passed out as the last memory played in her mind. Flashback. Raid him, Coco shouted. Zophis fired an explosive energy from his hand at Sherry. Zophis and Coco left, not noticing that Brago had saved Sherry. Or it seemed the case. Brago threw the black spell book to Sherry. Try reading that book, Brago said as it was the moment they met and Sherry agreed to help Brago. End of flashback. Brago checked Sherry's forehead and found she was burning up with a fever. Brago reluctantly carried Sherry off on his back. Well, that was fun. What happened on the plane was kind of my own filler, of course. I was just having some fun with it. Next time, Naruto, Kyo and Zatch makes it to Momochi City and they find a stowaway on Kyo's bag, who is the horse Momoto from England. It seemed kind to Zatch but hates Kyo for some reason. To add to it, Kyo's classmates and Tia comes to visit and the Momotos seem to want to get their attention. That got on Kyo's nerve. What is up with this horse Momoto? Read to find out. Enters Schneider. Enters Ponagon, Schneider. Naruto, Kyo and Zatch got off the plane and Kyo was happy to be back in Japan. They waited for the bags and Naruto got his. Kyo's came with something tied to it. That something was the little horse Momoto from before. Kyo remember the horse from England that played with Zatch. Meru tilde Meru May, the Momoto greeted, jumping on Zatch, licking him. Hey, he likes you, Naruto said. Meru, it responded. Kyo reached his hand toward the horse Momoto and it bit Kyo's hand. Kyo yelled in pain as it kept biting. Oh way Zatch, that thing is not staying with us. Kyo shouted when they got home. Maybe we should take him with us to the Leaf Village, maybe Kiba's sister can find something about this guy, Naruto said. We're not taking him with us either, Kyo responded. I'm home, Hana shouted. If you're home, how about I make you guys some ramen and tea? Great, I can ask her if he can stay with us, Zatch shouted. Kyo, I think your decision is about to be overruled, Naruto said. Naruto went through his bag and pulled out a spell book. Ah, Kyo, I just found a spell book in my bag, Naruto said. And I know it wasn't there when we left. Is that yours? Kyo asked the Momoto. He glared at first then nodded. The Momoto took the rope bag and tried to untie it. Naruto, can I borrow one of your kunai? Kyo asked. Okay, Naruto said, handing Kyo one. Kyo used it to cut the ropes. The horse Momoto seemed sad about it and tried to put it on, but the book fell. It started trying to talk about his mother making the rope bag. I don't understand the one thing you said, Kyo said. The Momoto got mad and started beating Kyo up as Naruto checked his spell book out. Can't read a thing, Naruto said. Just then Suzy, Hiroshi and Miroshi arrived in the room to see Kyo being beaten up and they started arguing whether the Momoto was a sheep, a dog or a horse. This is not the moment, guys, Naruto said, sweat dropping as he removed the Momoto from Kyo. Now that you're back for a day, Suzy said. We have something to ask you, Hiroshi said. Something all three of us need, Miroshi said. Help us with our homework. All three asked. Naruto fell anime style at their request. The horse Momoto behaved well toward the three as Kyo helped set up. Kyo, Zatch, Naruto. Tia shouted, coming in, taking off a hat she was wearing. I heard you came back from England, so I thought I'd visit before the next trip. The horse Momoto jumped on Tia and greeted her by licking her. Kyo managed to get his three classmates to do their summer homework as Tia, Zatch and Naruto went into the former guest room. I doubt this Momoto has found his human partner the way he had his book around him, Naruto thought. Hana set up some watermelons for everyone. Naruto, Tia and Zatch went to help deliver them as the Momoto went to Kyo's room and showed off his spell book. Hey, we're trying to study. Kyo shouted. The Momoto glared at Kyo for that reason. Be nice to him, Kyo. You two can't be friends if you act that way, Suzy said. Yeah, Kyo, open your heart to him and he might do the same, Hiroshi said. Yeah, he grown to like us so it won't be like the same toward you, Miroshi said. Try speaking his language. Meiru tilde Meiru Mei, Kyo said. With more feeling this time, Miroshi said. Meiru tilde Meiru Mei, Kyo said with feeling. The horse Momoto started laughing at Kyo. I tried to be nice to you, and this is how you react, Kyo responded pointing. The Momoto bit down on Kyo's hand again. That's it, get out, Kyo shouted. After all you done, how can I let you stay? Take your book and go. The Momoto grabbed his book and ropes and ran off past Naruto, Tia and Zatch. Tia noticed the spell book at that moment. Kyo, did you just threw that guy out? Naruto asked. I had to, it was for the best, Kyo said. They went into Naruto's room and closed the door. That horse is a Momoto. Naruto found its book in his bag, Kyo said. He might have attacked us at any time. No, Kyo, he couldn't, Naruto said. He doesn't have a human partner yet. Not to mention he would gone straight toward Zatch's book if he did. Naruto. Kyo responded. No, Naruto is right. Zatch responded, leaving. I'm going too, Tia said, going after Zatch. Kyo went back into his room and was shouted by his friends about abandoning the horse. Naruto, we're going after Zatch, Kyo said, going into Naruto's room to find him missing. Naruto was with Tia as they watched Zatch help the horse Momoto find someone to take him in. Naruto, I want that kid to stay with you, Tia said. I know, Naruto responded. He's alone and is desperate to find someone to take him in at least. How? Tia asked. I was the same even back before I was kicked out of the orphanage, Naruto said. I was alone with no friends or family. So when a friend of mine named Tenten and her family helped took care of me, it was the happiest moment in my life that I never wanted to pass. Kyo overheard what Naruto said. Before I met Megumi I was alone as well, Tia said. Zatch told me that guy met him with joy and crying. To be honest, I can you understand, as when I was looking for Megumi in England I thought about going to look for Zatch. Naruto. Kyo said, walking up to them. Kyo. Naruto asked. Tell Zatch that horse he can stay with us until he finds his human partner. Kyo said, and he can come with us to Konoha. Maybe there we can find out his name. Right, Naruto responded. Kyo explained to his classmates that they'll come with the horse Momoto's name after he returns. Although the horse Momoto was already trying to tell them his name is Schneider. Another twist around cause of Naruto's different life. Also I'm separating the trip to Konoha into 3 chapters for the days in Konoha. Next time, Naruto, Kyo, Zatch, Schneider, Megumi and Tia gets to go to see Konoha and meets Shizune while at it. Although it had to be outside the village considering the conditions of Naruto being gone. But things just keep coming and going. What would the first day of the trip be like? Read to find out. Konoha Day 1. Returning. Konoha Day 1. Returning. Everyone packed. Naruto asked for the 5th time that day. It was the day to go to the Leaf Village and Naruto was anxious. Yes, Naruto, we're finally packed, Kyo said, carrying a bag. You did tell Megumi and Tia where to meet us, right? Yeah, Naruto responded. They headed to the edge of town with Schneider where Tia and Megumi was waiting. Hey, there they are, Tia responded. Sorry to keep you waiting. Naruto apologized. It's okay, Megumi responded, pulling down her sunglasses. So Naruto, who is picking us up? Kyo asked. My sensei, Naruto said, which is W. Hi, we're an hour late from the meeting time. What? Tia responded. Oh yeah, you did mention that he's normally late, Kyo said. Same old Naruto. Making sure you wouldn't wait an hour, Kakashi sighed. D coming from behind them, catching them off guard except Naruto, who heard the ripping noise and knew what it meant. Guys, this is Kakashi Hatake, Naruto introduced. Hello, Kakashi responded. Hi, Zatch greeted. Meiru, Schneider responded. Come on, we got to go, Kakashi said. Kakashi led them to a portal outside of town. They went through it and found themselves in a forest. "We're in a forest," Tia responded. "Not just any forest. This is the forest that covers part of the Land of Fire, and some of the Leaf Village," Naruto said. "That's right, Naruto. We're actually outside the Hidden Leaf Village," Kakashi said. "That way we create less confusion." Kakashi took them to the walls of the Leaf Village. "Naruto, is that?" Zatch was about to ask. "The wall surrounding the village hidden in the leaves," Naruto said. "I'm finally home." They went through the gates as people watched them. Most of them were watching Naruto with confusion. "Kakashi-sensei, what exactly was going on after I left?" Naruto asked. "I'll leave Tsunade to answer that," Kakashi said. Once at Tsunade's office, Tsunade told Naruto the news. "What?" Naruto responded. "Apparently news of your deeds in helping Zatch become a kind king of his world as well as his reason has broke out," Shizune said. "And cause of it the villagers has gained more respect of you," Tsunade said. "Hey, that's great," Tia said. "By the way, Naruto, while you're here I want to start a special training for you," Kakashi said, "one that will hopefully help you in the Momoto battles." "Wait, don't you have missions?" Naruto asked. "Act 2. Ally, I cleared him of his missions for your visit," Tsunade said. "After all, I agreed that the training Kakashi had in mind." "Okay, but Zatch, Kyo, Tia, Megumi and our horse Momoto friend gets to watch," Naruto said. "We might need Haku's help again so they can help set things up," Kakashi said, "so it seems fair I've been helping Hinata and Kiba between missions as well. In fact, there's something you guys can also help out with Hinata's training. Speaking of which, can we get team call at our training grounds? There's something we need Kiba and Akamaru do for us," Naruto requested. "Alright," Naruto responded. Later, after the meeting, Naruto took everyone on tour of the Leaf Village on the way to the weapon shop. "This is the weapon shop," Naruto said, "where ninjas get their gear for battle." "So this is where all your gear coming from," Kyo said. Once inside, Zatch, Tia and Schneider were playing around the weapons. "Hey guys, be careful, those are dangerous if you don't know how to use them," Haku said as Zatch was playing with a mace. However, the mace Zatch was swinging around hit him on the head, giving him a lump. "Sounds like some kids are having fun," Tenten's father said coming in. "Hello there, you must be Naruto's friends from the other world." "Yeah, my name is Kyo Takamine. Thanks for letting us stay with you since Naruto's apartment isn't big enough," Kyo said. "Not a problem," Tenten's father said. He showed them to the 2 guest rooms for them. Afterwards they roamed around town some more and Naruto heard a familiar voice at a barbecue place. "Hey, I guess they're back," Naruto said going in. "They?" Megumi asked. Kyo shrugged as they followed. Inside, Asuma was treating his team to barbecue. "Hey Shikamaru, Choji," Naruto shouted. They turned to see the group standing there. "Naruto, you're back," Choji responded. "It must be for a visit," Shikamaru responded. "By the way, Shikamaru, you already know Kyo and Zatch." "Choji Ino, Asuma-sensei, this is Megumi and Tia. We don't know the name of this little guy yet," Naruto said, referring to Schneider. "Guys, this is Asuma-sensei, Choji Akamaiki, Shikamaru Nara, and Ino Yamanaka." Schneider jumped on them and licked them in greeting. "Well, since you guys are here, why not join us?" Asuyo said. They joined in, although it soon went to where one meat was left. Zatch was about to take it, but Naruto stopped him as Choji took it. "Trust me, you don't want to get between Choji and the last bite," Naruto said. "That's for sure," Shikamaru agreed. "Well, thanks for the lunch, but we got to meet up with Kiba and Hinata," Naruto said. "Not a problem," Asuma said. Naruto escorted them to the training ground and waited. Soon enough, Kiba, Akamaru and Hinata came and Naruto greeted them, mostly Hinata. "Meiru-mei," Schneider said. "Oh yeah, Kiba, I need to see if Akamaru can translate this little guy for us and you to translate him," Naruto said. "He's a Momoto, but we don't know a single thing he says." "Well, in that case I know someone better," Kiba said. They went to Kiba's house, where Sune was home from a recent mission as well as her K9 companion. The dog talked a bit with Schneider after a bit. "His name is Schneider. He claims to be a friend of Zatch's since they were in the Momoto world," the dog said. "Thanks again," Naruto said. "Wow, so we were friends back in the Momoto world," Zatch said. "That makes sense considering your memories of then was Token," Kyo said. At dinner time they went to Ichiraku. One large miso ramen, and anything my friends want, Naruto said coming in. Hey, I know that voice, Tsuki-s. As he and Ayame turned to see Naruto, Zatch, Kyotia, Megumi and Schneider. Naruto, you're back, Ayame greeted. Yep, and I brought my new friends for their first Ichiraku's ramen, Naruto said. In that case, for new customers. And for your return, Naruto, order whatever you want tonight, it's on the house, Tsuki said, then noticed Schneider on the stool. Naruto, you do know we have rules about pets eating at the table. Schneider isn't a pet, he's a friend, Zatch said. Schneider won't cause any problems, Naruto said. Okay, Tsuki said. A few minutes passed and Ayame handed each of them miso ramen. Naruto was the first to start eating and Zatch, Megumi and Schneider soon follow. Ah, sure did miss the taste of Ichiraku's ramen, Naruto said after 20 bowls, so what do you think? Really good, well mixture of flavors, Megumi said as she only had one. That's for sure, Tia said who had 3. I can see why you talk about this place every time my mom made us a bowl, Hio said who had 1. It's okay but it's not yellowtail, Zatch said. Zatch's favorite food is yellowtail fish, Naruto explained, and he kind of have a habit to keep eating them. Oh, that's okay, Chuk. Hai responded, understanding as it was like Naruto with ramen. That night they rested for a full day of adventure the next day. I decided to not do, next time, to keep you on your toes about the next few chapters. But only for Konoha chapters. Konoha Day 2, Training. Konoha Day 2, Training. The next day Naruto picked Kyo, Megumi, Zatch, Tia and Schneider up as Haku was waiting with Kakashi at the training ground. Zatch, Tia and Schneider went with Naruto as Kyo and Megumi decided to help out with the shop instead. Surprisingly, Jiraiya was there as well and was ogling. "Purvey Sage, what are you doing here?" Naruto asked. "I promised to train you, but since Kakashi requested training you, I thought I could at least train your Minamoto friends," Jiraiya said. "Anyways Naruto, we're going to work on your other nature of chakra," Kakashi said. "Other nature of chakra?" Naruto asked. "Yes, I already figured you had water nature considering your use of water, but I don't think water is your only one," Kakashi said and handed Naruto a paper. "This paper is made from a tree that draws in chakra. Focus your chakra to it and we'll see what else you have. If it crumbles you have lightning, if it becomes soak you have water. If it cuts in half you have wind, if it burns you have fire, or if it turns to dust you have earth." "Oh cool," Zatch responded. "Meiru," Schneider agreed. Naruto focused his chakra to the piece of paper. Soon enough it split in half and both halves became soak. "I expected water, but wind caught me off guard," Kakashi said. "So now what should I do?" Naruto asked. Naruto, you already have mastery over water," Haku said. "Which just leaves wind," Kakashi said. "So how do I master wind?" Naruto asked. Kakashi grabbed a leaf that was falling from the air through the wind. "I want you to focus your chakra to this leaf through both your hands until it cuts in half," Kakashi said, "and when you're at the other world you can use shadow clones to make up time." "Right," Naruto responded, making the hand sign, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." 10 shadow clones appeared and all of them grabbed a leaf and started training. Meanwhile Jiraiya turned to Zatch, Tia and Schneider. "Alright, I want to see how you 3 do against me in a simple spar," Jiraiya said. "What?" Zatch responded. "He wants to see where our level is without spells," Tia said. "That's right," Jiraiya responded. "Blondie, you're first." Zatch came at Jiraiya, but Jiraiya blocked each attack. At the same time Jiraiya seemed to think that Zatch's mantle could do more. After a bit Naruto managed to get a small tear. "I'm not surprised. After mastering water, wind shouldn't be too hard," Kakashi thought. "Hey Haku, you have any tips?" Naruto asked. "Yes actually I do," Haku said, "imagining you're cutting your chakra and grinding them against each other, sharpening it." Naruto nodded and tried it. "Separate my chakra and then grind it together," Naruto thought, concentrating. "Hey Naruto, what's up, K?" Iba shouted, causing Naruto to lose concentration. "Kiba, I don't think we shouldn't disturb Naruto," Hinata said. "Oh yeah, you're training," Kiba said. "Yeah that's right," Naruto said. "Good Hinata, Kiba, you arrived," Kakashi said. "You can continue finishing what Jiraiya started with Zatch, Tia and Schneider." "Wait, what? I thought Purvey Sage was in charge of that," Naruto asked. Well, yes, technically. But considering neither of those three are ninjas, they wouldn't last long against him, Kakashi said, and since Hinata and Kiba knows Zatch's and Tia's strengths from seeing them in action, they were best off. Oh, Naruto responded. Training started again and Naruto used shadow clones to master the wind training. The cut eventually got bigger until it was halfway. Hey Naruto, Lee shouted, jumping down. Hey Lee, Naruto greeted. We came back and found out you're back with some friends, Lee responded. How about we hang out and meet those friends you made? Okay, Naruto responded. Zatch, Tia, Schneider, come here and meet one of my friends. All right, Zatch and Tia shouted as they and Schneider ran toward them. Later that day Naruto got his apartment set up. This is great, we get to see all of the friends we haven't seen before, Zatch said as Tia and Schneider jumped up and down on the bed. Yeah, it is, Naruto said, then saw Jack. Hey Zatch, Tia, Schneider, here's someone I think you want to meet. Naruto took down the old stuffed fox. What is it? Zatch asked. It's an old toy of mine Tenten's parents gave to me, Naruto said. I figure even Vulcan might want to meet it. Oh yeah, Zatch responded, picking up Vulcan. Kyo and Megumi arrived to see the place was being cleaned up by shadow clones as well as Zatch, Tia, and Schneider. What's going on? Kyo asked. All of Naruto's friends are coming here to welcome us, Tia explained. We're helping him get his place ready, Zatch finished. Maybe we should help, Megumi said. Everyone arrived after a while, including Konohamaru's squad. Sure been a long time since all of us were together, Tenten said. Yeah, that's for sure, Naruto said. Zatch, Tia, and Schneider were playing with Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udo. As the Konohamaru squad taught the three how to play ninja. Look out, Zatch shouted, running past Kyo. Zatch, be careful, Kyo shouted. They're just showing their youth in playing ninja, Lee cried. We should join them in the fun like we used to. Lee, we're not going to play ninja, Neji said. Hey, watch it, Billboard browse. Ino shouted. You watch it, Ino pig, Sakura responded. Maybe if we find a way to make things bettertainment, Choji suggested. Hey Megumi, why not sing one of your songs, Naruto suggested. Sure, why not, Megumi agreed. Megumi sang her song as everyone enjoyed their time together. The ending was short but good. Review please. Konoha Day 3. Academy Substitute. Konoha Day 3. Academy Substitute. Naruto was called into Tsunade's office on the last day in the leaf. Naruto, you have an assignment on your last day, Sunsade said. Really? Naruto asked. Don't worry, it's something you should be able to handle, Shizune said. Iruka is on a mission, and I want you to sub for him up till after lunch when he returns, Tsunade said. You can have your friends come to see what the academy like. Alright, Naruto agreed. Later that day in the academy, Kyo and Megumi stood in the back as Tia, Zatch, and Schneider was joined amongst the students. Okay, listen up, Naruto shouted. Who are you? Where's Iruka-sensei? A student asked. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. And I'm subbing for Iruka-sensei until he returns from his mission, Naruto said. Now as you can tell, we got 5 extra people in this class. They're friends of mine to observe and are allowed to part. Participate in some of the stuff Iruka-sensei has planned. Naruto is doing great so far, Megumi said. Yeah, Kyo said. First planned Iruka has study on transformation jutsu, Naruto said. The class whined as a response. Now hold on. You'll be amazed what you can do with the transformation jutsu, Naruto said. The jutsu itself can be used in many ways. Like what? A student asked. Show us something great from the transformation. Yeah, most agreed. Alright, I'll show you, Naruto said, knowing what to do, and made the hand sign, transform. In a puff of smoke to the class except for Zatch, Tia, Kyo, and Megumi, Naruto disappeared. Ah, there, Naruto said, climbing on the desk so they could see him. Whoa, how did you do that? Konohamaru asked after noticing Naruto. With the transformation jutsu, Naruto explained. If you can perfect your transformations, you can figure out a way to even decrease your size. Yeah, after seeing Kanchon do that, Kyo thought. Can you teach us to do that? Konohamaru asked. Nah, Iruka-sensei would probably be breathing down my neck if I did that, Naruto said, knowing what Konohamaru had in mind. But if you master the jutsu well enough after graduation, you can. Now line up and show me a transformation of Lady Hokage. Everyone lined up and tried the transformation out. After transformation was weapons where they came outside. Naruto threw some shurikens and hit the bull's eyes. The trick is to concentrate, but remain relaxed, Naruto said. Naruto, can we try? Zatch asked. Yeah, just keep in mind what I said, Naruto said. Zatch and Tia threw some shurikens and missed each one. That's not fair, how do you throw these things? Tia shouted. Hitting the center takes time to master, Naruto said. Don't forget you and Zatch are just starting. Hey Naruto-sensei, I finally hit it, one of the kids said. Kyo nearly choked hearing Naruto being called that. Good job, but don't get cocky because you had one hit at once, it takes time and practice to be able to keep hitting the center, Naruto said. Yes sir, the student responded. After weapons, Naruto set up sparring matches. Tia, Zatch, why don't you two spar against each other? Naruto said. Schneider faces the winner. Quote, May. Schneider responded. Alright. Tia and Zatch shouted, running into the ring. After sparring matches was lunch time. Zatch, Tia and Ponagon joined the other students to eat lunch. It's hard to believe you're new at teaching the way you worked with the kids, Megumi said. I just try my best, Naruto said, eating his instant ramen. Still, even I'm impressed, Kyo said. When does Iruka come back anyways? Megumi asked. I'm actually back right now, Iruka said, coming in. Hey Naruto. Hey Iruka-sensei, this is my friends Kyo and Megumi, Naruto introduced. Zatch, Tia and Schneider are eating with the other students. Nice to meet you, Iruka greeted Kyo and Megumi. Tsunade told me you were subbing for me. They didn't cause any problems, did they? No, actually they gained respect for Naruto, Kyo said. That's good, Iruka said. Thanks again. After lunch the students said goodbye, they headed home. Too bad we're going home tomorrow, Tia said. Hey, we get to come back later, Naruto said. Because you and Zatch are part of a battle to decide king doesn't mean we can't return. Yeah, Zatch agreed. Next time, Naruto was with Kyo picking up supplies to fix a wall when they ran into a freeman with his human partner. At first the man was peaceful, but something triggered the man to challenge them. What kind of battle is about to occur? Read to find out. Apollo's decision. Apollo's decision. On the way to Momochi City, a traveler with blonde hair named Apollo and his Momoto, who look as if a cross between a ladybug and a human named Ro. PS was heading that way following the wind. In town, Naruto was helping Kyo get some supplies to fix that Zatch and Ponagon broke. How is it I have to fix what Zatch and Schneider broke? Kyo asked. It's not that bad, Naruto said. Excuse me, a boy asked, pulling at Naruto's vest and pointed at the map he had. Can you show me where this store is at? Sure, it's over there, Naruto said. NTING at the store across from the street. Thanks, the boy said, crossing the street. Wait, there's still cars passing, Kyo responded. A car came at the boy at that moment. Rigron, someone shouted. Ropes and hooks came out of nowhere, pick up the car and drop it on the other side of the boy, saving him. Naruto and Kyo looked to see the ropes were coming from Ropes and saw the spellbook in Apollo's hands. As soon as they dropped the car they left. Naruto and Kyo bought their supplies and went through the park. Hey Kyo, do you hear that? Naruto asked, hearing a flute. Yeah, I do, Kyo said. They looked to find Apollo playing some instruments for the kids. Then they saw Ropes sitting with Apollo. Hey Naruto, let's go, Kyo said. Hey, what's the color of your spellbook? Apollo asked Kyo. Apollo ended his concert for the kids to talk to them. Don't worry, I just want to talk, Apollo said, and look at Naruto. Besides, I can tell you're not a Momoto despite those whisker-like markings on your cheeks. But you are stronger than most humans. I don't want to fight, Kyo said. That's good, we're just traveling around. I don't care much about the battle to decide king, Apollo said. Ropes swat his hand on Apollo. Ropes hated when I talk like that, Apollo explained. By the way, my name is Apollo and this is Ropes. Mine's Kyo Takamine, Kyo said. Mine is Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto finished. You really don't care who becomes king? Yeah, my family owes a business in America, but I want to travel around the world first, Apollo explained. I met Ropes during my travels and we challenge a lot, but we never burn any books. Then why are you two together? Kyo asked as Ropes choked on a rice ball. Because he's cute, Apollo said, helping Rops. It's fun traveling with him, he's a great companion. Naruto smiled as they seemed to meet a good person. What about you? Apollo asked. My Momoto partner Zatch and I only fight when we have to, and I want to help him become king, Kyo said. He helped me in the past. And I really want to help him become a kind king. Zatch and Kyo helped me out in the past, so I'm paying the favor by helping them out, Naruto said. Apollo seemed affected by their words a little. Well, we got to go, I need to fix the front gate. Honestly though, are you okay with this? Kyo asked, getting up. Forget I asked that, sorry. Hold on, you two seem to have something I don't. Apollo said and pointed at Kyo. So I challenge you and your Momoto to a battle. What? Kyo responded. Naruto took a look at Apollo and understood. Alright then, Naruto said. Kyo and Naruto went home mainly to pick up Zatch after Apollo told them to meet at the quarry. I can't believe you made me agree to that, Naruto, Kyo said. It's for a good cause, responded. Besides, I sense something special about Apollo that's different from most people in this world, and I'm curious about it. They arrived at the house to see Zatch and Schneider were trying to fix the gate with regular glue. Okay Schneider, I'm letting go now, Zatch said as he was on Schneider's back. Zatch let go and the bricks collapsed. Sorry Kyo, we tried to fix it with regular glue. That worked on Vulcan, but Schneider kept eating the glue and we didn't have enough, Zatch cried. Schneider ran crying, leaving Zatch to try again with regular glue alone. I'll go find Schneider, Naruto said, walking off. Last thing we need is Zatch worrying about this and Schneider. Apollo and Rops was walking through town as Apollo played his flute. Rops, stop, Apollo said, stopping. Rops did, and a vase crashed right next to him, scaring him. Apollo comforted Rops, trying to make him calm down before their fight. They met at the quarry ready to go. Naruto stood far from the side. Thanks Kyo for not running away, Apollo said. Why are you wanting to fight now? Kyo asked. I just wanted to, Apollo answered. Rigron. Rops summoned ropes and hooks and pulled up a boulder. Looks like we have to fight, Kyo said. Rops threw the boulder at them. Zaker. Kyo shouted. Lightning fired from Zatch's mouth and destroyed the boulder. Lightning power, cool, Apollo responded. Rigron. Rops summoned Rigron and pulled out another boulder. Oh no you don't, Naruto shouted, throwing some impact shurikens and made the hand signs, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The number of shurikens increased, hitting the rock and exploded. Nice technique, Apollo said, and dodged the falling rocks. Apollo grabbed a rock and threw it at Kyo. It hit Kyo's hand holding the spellbook, sending it flying. No you don't, Naruto shouted, grabbing it. Rops flew up close to Naruto and aimed at him. What are you going to do, Naruto? Apollo asked. Kyo clearly isn't wanting to fight seriously and your life could be at risk. Naruto turned into a boulder that fell after the first attack as a substitute. Naruto appeared next to Kyo. Rops flew onto Apollo's arm that was stretched out. Sorry Naruto, we'll work with you from here on, Kyo said, taking the spellbook from Naruto. Good, Naruto said. Rigron, Apollo shouted. Rops summoned Rigron and used them to throw multiple boulders. Rashield, Kyo shouted. Rashield appeared as the boulders hit it. Apollo seemed to sense something and moved just as the boulders bounced back. We better be careful of that spell for now on, Apollo said. We'll just use the fourth spell, Kyo shouted. Bao Zakerga. Nothing appeared despite Kyo shouting the spell. I'm disappointed Kyo, Apollo said. Rigron. Rops used Rigron to throw more boulders. Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto shouted. Shadow clones appeared and blocked the attacks, causing them to disappear. Naruto, Kyo said. Kyo, you're still going easy. Apollo is just toying with us cause of it, Naruto said. If you can't help Zatch out, then I'll fight on my own. Yeah, I already decided to help Zatch become king, Kyo said. Looks like things are about to become interesting, Apollo thought. Hidden Mist Jutsu, Naruto shouted, making the hand sign. A thick mist appeared around them, blinding Apollo's view. Kyo tried to attack from behind, but Apollo dodged him. Rigron, Apollo shouted. Ops summoned Rigron, tied it on Kyo's legs and threw him down. Zaker, Kyo shouted as Zatch got behind them. With Rigron, Rops helped Apollo dodge. Rops and Apollo kept throwing their attacks and Zatch and Kyo dodged them. Water Style, Water Dragon Jutsu, Naruto shouted, making the hand signs. Water Dragon appeared and went to attack. Rops took the attack head-on. Rops! Apollo shouted. Apollo remembered what Kyo and Naruto told him. Rops, let's make you king, Apollo said as Rops got up. Dino Rigron. Rops summoned chain connected to anchors and pulled out a giant boulder. Naruto noticed at Apollo had a hard time using their spell. Kyo counter-attack. I don't think Apollo can hold it forever, Naruto said. Right. Ready Zatch, Kyo shouted. Ready. Zatch responded. Bao Zakurga, Kyo shouted. Bao Zakurga fired from Zatch's mouth and collided with the boulder. It was a struggle between the two spells until both spells cancel out. Kyo and Apollo collapsed, unable to continue. They rested on Apollo's cloak. My book? Kyo asked. That's right, during the fight I noticed your book regain its glow and got stronger, Apollo said. You think the spell books respond to emotions? Naruto asked. I think so, Apollo said. Well, I think I can move now. Same here, Kyo said, getting up. You can stay at our house. Thanks, Apollo responded. Later that night Apollo and Rops went their own way. I'm going to skip some of the Zatch Bell chapters once in a while since Naruto has to be involved. Next time. Naruto takes Zatch to see a statue, but they ran into a Momoto who's guarding it. At first Zatch and the Momoto were rivals, but then they became friends. Good thing too is the statue was stolen. Naruto must help Zatch and the Momoto, his human partner. Can they save the statue without sacrifice? Read to find out. Recovering guard. Kyo, Zatch and Naruto were enjoying breakfast together. The sculpture has finally came to Japan, Kyo said. What kind of sculpture? Naruto asked. It's called the Shemira. It's a legendary work of an 18th century artist, Kyo said. What's so special about it? Zatch asked. Hey Zatch, how about I take you see the sculpture so you'll understand, Naruto said. That's a good idea since I'm going to school, Kyo said. Meanwhile in a car an old man that was the sculpture's caretaker named Mr. Goldo was talking to human like Momoto who was tall with hair standing straight up named Danny. Danny boy, talk to me. Mr. Goldo shouted. Danny ended up puking outside the window. Geez, I thought you were unusually calm, what a shameful punk, Mr. Goldo said. Shut up. How much longer do we have to be on planes, trains and cars anyways? Danny asked. Another 20 minutes, Mr. Goldo said. Another thing, why you keep calling me boy, it's just Danny. Danny asked. Why not call a punk like you boy, Mr. Goldo responded. You old man, Danny responded. No respect, then maybe I should throw away this spellbook, Mr. Goldo said, holding the spellbook outside the window. Don't do it. I understand, Mr. Goldo, Danny responded. Good, now don't let your guard down until he hand this to the police, Mr. Goldo sigh. Referring to the case holding the sculpture. It doesn't matter how many humans attack us Momotos anyways, Danny said, but I don't understand what's so great about this thing anyways. Don't mock true art, Mr. Goldo said. Your job is to protect Shemira. Whatever, Danny responded. At the museum Danny was doing nothing while Mr. Goldo talked to the caretakers. Danny, I want you to go get some fish donuts. Here's the money, Mr. Goldo said, handing the money. All right, Danny responded. Danny bought a bag full and started eating when he saw Zatch, who separated with Naruto. Mister, you sure have a lot of fish donuts. Zatch said, drooling. Can I have one? Danny ate all of them in one bite. Stupid, I'm not going to give you one, Danny said and turned to Zatch. You're a Momoto, aren't you? Zatch responded. Danny moved behind Zatch and grabbed him and locked him into a headlock. So where's your human partner? Danny asked. He's not here. I got lost with a friend of mine, Zatch said. Liar, Danny said, throwing Zatch down and went to attack. A shuriken came out of nowhere, causing Danny to jump back. Zatch, are you okay? Naruto asked. So you're his human partner, Danny said, going for an attack. Naruto stopped Danny's attack and hit him in the gut. We're just here to find out when we can see the statue. No point of fighting, Naruto said. Wait, you guys here to see the statue? Danny said. How do you know the statue? Zatch asked. I'm the one protecting it, Danny responded, but no one can see it till tomorrow. Thanks, Forsaid. Here, you two can have one. Danny said, handing two fish donuts to them. My name is Danny, by the way. Mine's Zatch, Zatch said. Mine is Naruto, Naruto finished. How about I give you 2 free rights to see the statue today? Danny asked. Really? Zatch asked. Yeah, Danny responded. They went into the gallery room to see that Mr. Goldo was gagged and tied up. You're too late, the Shemira was stolen, Mr. Goldo said. What? Danny responded. Leave that to Zatch, Naruto said. Huh, Danny and Mr. Goldo responded. Yeah, I can track it down with my super sense of smell, Zatch said. Once they found the boat where the thieves were at, Naruto made a shadow clone. Lead Kyo here, Naruto ordered. Right, the shadow clone said and jumped off. Okay, now we should plan what to do next, Naruto said. Kyo came home to see a shadow clone waiting for him. But he thought it was Naruto. The shadow clone led Kyo to the docks. It's in there, Zatch said, pointing at the door. Sorry for getting you two involved. Don't worry about it, Naruto said. Leave the entrance to me. Naruto formed the Rasengan in his hand and slammed it into the door, sending it flying. The thieves started shooting at them as Danny picked up the door to use as a shield. Stay behind the door. Leave everything to me, Danny said, jumping to the other side of the door. What kind of power does Danny have anyways? Zatch thought. Danny moved, dodging every bullet, and took down the thieves. Just then a man came from behind the door where Mr. Goldo, Zatch and Naruto took out a kunai from his coaster and charged it with wind chakra. Out to see if the first step of the wind training came in handy. Naruto thought and threw the kunai. The kunai hit the gun center, stopping the man being unable to use it. More men started firing at them though. Danny moved and took the hits and passed out. Georic, Mr. Goldo shouted. Danny got up as the bullets were pushed out of his body. Danny moved to attack again. This is the book's power. As long as it's in one piece, Danny can recover, Mr. Goldo explained. Just then the boss aimed a gun at Mr. Goldo's head. If you want this old man to live, stop attacking, the boss said. Danny was about to give up at that moment. Water prison jutsu, Naruto shouted. A water prison formed around the boss, forcing him to let go of the gun to hold his breath. No one is going to be held captive on my watch, Naruto said. Good job, Naruto, Kyo said, coming in. Later they took the limbo back to the gallery. Zatch, Naruto, I owe a lot to you, Mr. Goldo said. Danny boy, you should learn from them. Dan NY was the one driving as he got annoyed. Here you can have first glimpse of the sculpture, Mr. Goldo said and showed it to them. Wow, Naruto said. It's not yellow tail, Zatch said. The trail. Our truck's wheel popped at that moment as Danny turned the limbo. As the truck turned, the car hit the truck and the freight came down on them. Everyone but Danny got out. Danny saw the statue's case and knew it would be crushed. He popped out of the top of the car and stopped the freight. Zatch, use your power to blow this freight away, Danny said. Huh, Zatch responded. Danny boy, your book is in there, Mr. Goldo shouted. Which means Danny's book will be burned as well, Kyo said. I don't care because I'm doing my job, Danny said. Go ahead, Zatch. If you don't, Danny and his book would be crushed anyways, Mr. Goldo said. Kyo, do it, Zatch cried. Zaker, Kyo shouted. Zaker fired from Zatch's mouth and destroyed the freight. The statue was safe, but Danny's book was burning. It's okay, Danny said. Mr. Goldo placed his hand on the burning spellbook. Georic, Mr. Goldo shouted. Danny's body recovered instantly. Good job, Danny, Mr. Goldo said. Danny cried with joy hearing it. You didn't say Danny boy. Danny responded. You're not a boy now. You done your job, Mr. Goldo said, hugging Danny as he disappeared. Next time, Zatch, Kyo and Naruto went to the amusement park to enjoy the day with Tia and Megumi. Hinata is with Tia and Megumi, helping them out as well. But two Momotos and their partners cause issues that can't be ignored. Now they must fight the Momotos in order to have a good day. What kind of problems will be caused? Read to find out. Tag team. Zatch, Kyo and Naruto were at the entrance of the amusement park with Tia's invite. Hinata was in THIR world, but she was helping Tia prepare lunch and help with Megumi before they left. We're too early, Zatch complained. It's better than being late, Kyo said. Sure wish I know how to contact Hinata, Naruto thought. Let's check around, Zatch said. They went inside and tried the shuttle ride. Unfortunately Zatch was too short. That's not fair, Zatch cried. Amusement parks are supposed to be for amusement and you say I can't get on this ride because I'm too small, a small boy dressed as if royalty. They have the same problem too, Naruto thought. That's enough Poppy, a lady with big hair in a dark dress said to the boy. Whose side are you on Lupa? Poppy responded as he started throwing a fit. Give it up already, a big man dressed in a toga on a panda ride with a iguana dragging behind by a rope. You're embarrassing us. You're the one to talk Hige. You're on a baby's ride, Poppy responded then pointed at the iguana. Why wouldn't you let poor Zoboran on? He's being dragged by his hind legs. Zoboran likes it, he gets exercise, Hige responded. This is too weird, Naruto thought. Come on Zatch, it's time for us to meet up with the girls, Kyo said. If I can't ride this thing then I'll destroy it. Poppy shouted. You're hopeless, Lupa said pulling out Poppy's spellbook as Poppy was a Momoto. Kyo and Naruto recognized it right away. Zatch, Kyo shouted pointing and pulling out the red spellbook. Zaker. Zaker fired from Zatch's mouth and hit the ground below Lupa and Poppy's feet. They looked to see Zatch and Kyo. Let's go guys, Naruto shouted. Right, Kyo shouted pulling Zatch. Poppy and Lupa went after them with Hige and Zoboran as Zoboran was also a Momoto. Kyo, Zatch and Naruto stopped at the pool as Lupa and Poppy arrived. A place with no people around, Lupa said. If you don't want to fight then leave now, Kyo said. Don't make me laugh when we found an easy target, Poppy said. Darido, Lupa shouted. Substance fired from Poppy's mouth and hit Zatch's feet. Zatch, are you okay? Kyo asked. Yeah, it doesn't hurt, Zatch responded. Zaker, Kyo shouted. Zaker fired from Zatch's mouth but Poppy and Lupa dodged it. Did you forget about us? Hige asked from behind. Kyo, watch out, those two have a spellbook too, Naruto responded. Dogaraker, Hige shouted. Zoboran fired a giant sphere from his mouth slowly at them. Naruto pushed Zatch and Kyo out of the way as the spell hit the ground creating an explosion. Ha, we're the best tag team there is, Poppy said, so hand over that book. Best tag team huh? Kyo asked. Doesn't seem that way to me, Naruto said. Dogaraker, Hige shouted. Zoboran fired another Dogaraker at Zatch and Kyo. Naruto, Kyo, I can't move my legs, Zatch said. They looked to see Zatch's feet were as if glued to the ground. Kyo tried to pull Zatch out as the spell got closer. Naruto made some quick hand signs. Time to try out that wind-style jutsu Kakashi's scroll had, Naruto thought, making hand signs. Wind-style, vortex shield jutsu. Wind formed a spinning shield against Dogaraker. The spell exploded after hitting. Luckily the explosion helped pull Zatch out of his shoes. Zaker, Kyo shouted. Acker fired from Zatch's mouth and hit Poppy, Lupa, Zoboran and Hige but not their spellbooks. Hidden mist jutsu, Naruto shouted making the hand sign. A thick mist appeared around them. Lupa and Poppy Weaver managed to run and find Zatch and Kyo. Poppy grabbed Zatch at that moment. Zyke. Kyo was interrupted when Lupa knocked the spellbook from Kyo's hand. Porido, Lupa shouted. Naruto transform CK to normal from a pebble and tackle Poppy away from Zatch as a liquid fired from Poppy's mouth. However, some of the liquid managed to use the time to throw Kyo toward Hige and Zoboran. Dogaraker, Hige shouted. Dogaraker fired from Zoboran's mouth at Kyo. Naruto jumped in front of Kyo and took hit before turning into a log. Explosions could be heard all the way to the entrance where Tia Megumi and Hinata was at. I don't like this, Hinata thought. At the pool Naruto cleaned some of the liquid off. Kyo, we should signal Hinata, Tia and Megumi, Naruto said, even with me around we're no match alone. Yeah, Zatch, look into the air, Kyo said pointing. Zatch, look up as Kyo shouted. Zaker. Zaker fired from Zatch's mouth into the air. Oru Dogaraker, Hige shouted. Zoboran fired what was like a missile version of Dogaraker. They tried dodging it but the spell turned and followed. Rashield, Kyo shouted. Rashield appeared and blocked the attack, however Oru Dogaraker was strong anew. GH to break Rashield as the two spells cancel out. Oru Dogaraker, Hige shouted. Zoborin fired a stronger Doggerker at them. Naruto tried to get up to dodge but collapsed as Zatch and Kyo tried to dodge. Ma Seshield, Megumi shouted. Chia walked in front of Naruto and formed Ma Seshield that blocked the attack. Naruto, are you okay? Hinata asked. My body went numb all of a sudden, Naruto said. I was hit by a liquid spell earlier so that might be why. Chia Megumi, Kyo responded. Where did you three come from? Poppy asked. We heard explosions a while back, and when we saw the lightning we knew you guys needed help. Megumi said. We track you guys here using Hinata's Byakugan, Chia finished. Naruto reached the subconscious of his mind to the seal holding the nine tails. Foolish boy letting you get hit by that liquid. The nine tail said. I don't need your talk now, Naruto said. Just then red chakra flowed around Naruto's body. I hate doing this for you but I learned to hate. Some of those Momotos like the two you were fighting even more, so I'll give you enough chakra that will cancel out the poison, the nine tails said. In real life Naruto felt the red chakra canceling out the poison as he started moving a little. You're moving already, Kyo responded. Let's just say the thing sealed in me doesn't like certain Momotos, Naruto said. Good, so let's work together in stopping them, Megumi said. Yeah, especially for ruining our day together. Chia shouted. Lupa and Poppy ran at Chia and Megumi again. Poppy grabbed Chia like he grabbed Zatch before. You're cute, how Bout after I become king you'll become one of the many girlfriends I plan to have, Poppy said. Chia strangled Poppy at that moment, distracting Lupa as Megumi threw her off. Lupa jumped back, grabbing Poppy along the way. Formation 2, Hige shouted. Hige and Poppy ran toward one end of Zatch, Kyo, Chia, Megumi, Naruto and Hinata while Lupa and Zoborin ran to the opposite end. Doggerker, Hige shouted. Zoborin fired Doggerker at them. Naruto, are you able to move yet? Kyo asked. Little more time, Naruto said. Hige grabbed Poppy and started spinning around. Dorito, Lupa shouted. Dorito fired from Poppy's mouth at them. Sayoshi, Megumi shouted. Sayoshi appeared and blocked the attacks. However, Doggerker broke through Sayoshi, sending them back. Chia, are you alright? Hinata asked. I can't let them have their way. Not after finally getting the break we needed, Chia responded, getting up. Megumi. Seizu, Megumi shouted. Chia swiped her hands, firing Seizu at them. Hige used Poppy as a shield to block the attack. Guys, I got movement back, Naruto said, standing up. Good thing too, because I got an idea of how we can use Chia's and Zatch's power. What is it? Kyo asked. Naruto explained the plan. Are you kidding me? Chia asked. It's the best we got, Naruto said, putting his communicator on as Hinata did the same. We can win with it. Alright, Chia responded. Hinata, Naruto said. Hidden mist jutsu, Hinata shouted, making the hand sign. A thick mist covered the area. Naruto ran at the team with Chia on his shoulders. How could he move? Poppy responded. I don't know, Lupa responded. The spell should still be in effect. Doggerker, Hige shouted. Zoborin fired another Doggerker at them. Hinata, you see the attack? Naruto asked. Yeah, Megumi is ready, Hinata responded. Ma Seshield, Megumi shouted. Ma Seshield appeared and blocked the attack. Naruto turned around with Zatch glued to his back with Dorito. Zaker, Kyo shouted. Hige tried to use Poppy as a shield but Lupa stiffed him. Zaker fired from Zatch's mouth and hit them. Lupa, we shouldn't give up after how much we trained, Poppy said, shaking her. His spellbook started glowing that caught their attention. Ey checked it out and found they had a new spell. Hige, we got a new spell. Let's use a combination, Lupa said. What combination? Hige shouted, shooting up. They started arguing again before Hige went to attack. Naruto, turn around, Hinata said as her Byakugan was activated. Naruto turned around so that Chia faced them. Doggerker, Hige shouted. Doggerker fired from Zoborin's mouth at them. Ma Seshield, Megumi shouted. Ma Seshield appeared and blocked the attack. Hige went to attack at that moment. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hinata shouted. Naruto jumped out of the way as Hinata hit Hige 64 times. Chia, get off my shoulders and face the same direction as Zatch, Naruto said, leaning down for Zatch and Chia. Kyo, Megumi, attack now. Seizu, Megumi shouted. Zaker, Kyo shouted. Chia, swipe her Han. D, firing Seizu as Zaker fired from Zatch's mouth. The two attacks combined and hit Hige Lupa Zoboran and Poppy. Zoboran's book was hit as it burned as Lupa protected Poppy's. Zatch slipped out of his mantle so he was able to move on his own. Kyo and Megumi ran up to Naruto, Tia, Zatch and Hinata. The third spell. Lupa shouted, Mokurudo, Sayoshi. Megumi shouted. Sayoshi appeared around them as a smoke screen fired from Poppy's mouth. They used the smoke screen to run away. Now we can play, Tia said. They went to the jet coaster first, but even Tia was too short for it. They had to pull Tia away from the coaster. They went on a plane ride as Tia and Kyo had one plane, Zatch and Megumi had the other. Naruto and Hinata had one as well. Tia freaked out on it as she was afraid of heights. After that they had a picnic lunch. I made rice balls, Hinata said, handing Naruto his. Thanks, Hinata. Naruto said, looking at his to find it looked just like him. Hinata spent a good time doing that, Megumi said. Tia was hiding a lunch box behind her back. Hey Tia, what's up with the lunch box? Kyo asked. Oh, it's for you, Tia said, handing it to Kyo. Inside was a big meal including a cooked fish. Megumi however knew it was for Zatch. Kyo, why don't you help me get us some drinks, Megumi said. Okay, Kyo agreed as they headed off. Naruto and I will come with, Hinata said. Alright, Naruto responded, getting up. Tia was looking at Zatch as saw he was drooling. Can we please eat before they get back? I'm hungry, Zatch asked. Tia ended up giving Zatch the lunch box. They went on the merry-go-round last for the day. I added the 9 tails for the fun of it, anyways I hope you enjoy. Next time. On the way home, Kyo and Naruto ran into a woman who's a book owner named Lee N, and she asked for their help to save Wanrei, who she cares deeply for. Zatch agrees that they should help and they go on their way. But once on an island there's a Mamoto waiting for them. What will happen and what kind of powers Wanrei has? Read to find out. Battle in Hong Kong. Battle in Hong Kong. A Mamoto with spiky white hair wearing white fighting clothes and purple fighting shoes carrying a bag with his book in it with his hands cupped was thrown into a cell on an island. For someone with extraordinary powers you don't put up much a fight, the guard said to the Mamoto. What are you up to, Wanrei? I'm not up to anything. I only want what's best for Li En, Wanrei responded. What's best for Miss Li En, even after deceiving her? The guard shouted, hitting Wanrei with the handle of his rifle. If you're done, leave. I promise I won't leave, Wanrei explained. You bet you won't, Wanrei thought of a girl with black hair tied into 2 buns with whitish pink and red cloths, wearing red Chinese shirt with golden design and whitish pink pants with red fighting shoes as she was Li En, and he thought this was best. Meanwhile at her father Li Akron's office, Li En came in. Father, where's Wanrei? Li En asked. Somewhere you wouldn't know, Li Akron responded. That's why I'm asking, now where is he? Li En demanded. Li En, Wanrei isn't human, that's why I separated you two, Li Akron responded. No, because whoever is my companion you take them away, Li En responded. I don't know anything about that, Li Akron responded. Even if that was true, whoever I dated runs away whenever they find out about you because of your wrongdoings, Li En said, but Wanrei was different, he stayed with me even after finding out what kind of person you were. He probably was just using you, Li Akron responded. Li En was enraged by her father's response. Tell me where Wanrei is right now or I'll force it out of you. Li En shouted, trying to kick Li Akron. Li Akron blocked the kick with his hand. You attack without knowing my intentions, Li Akron responded and knocked Li En to the ground. Fine, I'll tell you where Wanrei is at. He's in the island south from here I own called Curse Island of Stone. In 1 week he'll be transported off this country by my boat. However, you will be going to your grandmother's place in Japan. There you'll understand my intentions. Li En cried on the ground as she had to plan what to do to save Wanrei. 3 days later, outside of Momochi City, Naruto was training. Naruto focused his wind chakra into his kunai and threw it. The kunai hit a tree and dug deep into the wood along with 12 other kunais, but this one went deeper. I think that's enough for one day, Naruto said, wiping sweat off his forehead. Naruto headed into town and found Kyo walking home with Suzy and Miroshi. Suzy and Miroshi was complaining to Kyo for paying more attention to the spellbook than what they were saying. Just then Lien jumped out of nowhere and grabbed the spellbook from Kyo. Naruto decided to chase after Lien by jumping rooftops. Naruto jumped down in front of Lien, causing her to stop. "I believe you got something of my friend's," Naruto said. "Where did he come from?" Lien thought. Kyo turned to the alley and stopped, seeing Naruto had stopped her. "Sorry for stealing your book, but I had to in order to get your attention. My name is Lien, and I have a favor to ask you and your Mamoto," Lien said to Kyo after giving the book back. "You may think I'm crazy, and that this is a crazy request. But I don't know what else to do. I want to lose my friend Wanrei, and I need your help to bring him back to safety." Naruto sensed truth into Lien's words. "Let's listen to her," Naruto said. "Yeah," Kyo agreed. After Lien told her story and was chased off by some of Lee Akron's henchmen, Naruto and Kyo went home and told Zatch. "I understand," Zatch responded. "I don't know if this Mamoto Wanrei is kind or not," Kyo said. "And that place he's being held sounds really dangerous." "Kyo, I want to help out," Naruto said, straightening his headband. "Naruto," Kyo responded. "I can tell what that woman, Lien, said was true," Naruto said. "Besides, I've been on just as dangerous situations during missions where even my life was in danger to help out someone, and this is no exception." "We're right behind you," Kyo said. Next day at the airport, Lien waited for Kyo and Zatch, unsure that Naruto would come. Time was drawing in on takeoff time for the plane to Hong Kong. Lien looked up but didn't see them. Of course they're not coming. All Mamotos are enemies. Even if they weren't, they had to be crazy to take a request this dangerous. "I'll have to save him myself," Lien said, thinking back to when she was with Wanrei. Flashback. Lien and Wanrei was trying out their first spell for the first time, and Lien was shocked by the results. "What is this power, Wanrei?" Lien asked. Wanrei turned to her and told her about the battle to decide king. "I'm sorry, but it seems you were chosen to be the owner of my book. My goal is to become king of my world, but if we fight you might be harmed," Wanrei explained. "I'm asking you to fight alongside with me." "Of course, I'll do it," Lien responded. "Let's work together to make you king." The next few days Wanrei taught Lien how to release each spell for him to use. And in return Lien taught Wanrei Kung Fu. Shortly after, they started fighting every Mamoto that faced them and won. One of the recent battles, Wanrei and Lien was badly injured and Lee Akron was watching. They went to their apartment to bandage up. "Lien, why are you helping me so much? Don't you understand how dangerous this battle is?" Wanrei asked. "When I met you, I grew a little. I told you about my father and you didn't run away like the others. Instead you took pity on me and said you wouldn't leave my side," Lien answered. "For that reason of course I'll fight with you." Wanrei was happy but did take notice of the bandages on Lien's wounds. Days later Wanrei suddenly told Lien he doesn't want to fight anymore. "Why won't you fight anymore? Don't you want to become king?" Lien asked. "You're an important person to me. I don't want you to get harmed in our battles," Wanrei answered. Lien cried hearing Wanrei's answer. Soon after Wanrei disappeared. End of flashback. "Wanrei, I don't want to be apart from you," Lien thought. Just then someone grabbed Lien's shoulder. "You came, boy with the red book," Lien said as she turned. However, it was T.W. O. of Lee Akron's henchmen that she escaped from earlier. Lien tried to run but the short one grabbed her arm, stopping her. Neither of them noticed a thick mist starting to cover the area around them. "Let go of me," Lien said, thinking about Wanrei. "Let go." "Zaker!" Kyo shouted. Zaker fired through the mist and hit the two henchmen, making them let go of Lien, causing her to fall. Lien got up and saw three figures in the mist as it cleared, revealing Kyo, Zatch and Naruto. "It's you," Lien responded. "We still haven't introduced ourselves." "My name is Kyo Takamine," Kyo said. "Mine is Zatch Bell," Zatch continued. "And mine is Naruto Uzumaki," Naruto said. "We're here to help you save Wanrei, Lien." Lien rubbed the tears from her cheeks and hugged Zatch, saying, "You guys are the greatest. I owe you the rest of my life." They took a plane to Hong Kong shortly after. Along the way Naruto explained about him being a ninja and where he was from to Lien. Once in Hong Kong they took a boat. to the island as Naruto used the Rasengan for a motor and propeller to guide them across the water to the Curse Island of Stone. The island was heavily guarded as they docked and hid from the guard. Naruto used the hidden mist jutsu to keep them hiding. I overheard that this island is where my father's company keeps their gold and valuables, Lien explained. From here on out it's going to be the dangerous. Zatch Kyo Naruto, are you sure you want to continue? Even if we don't go, you'll go by yourself? Kyo asked. Yes, Lien answered. Then we're going with you, not to mention we said we'll help you out. And I don't go back on my word, Naruto said. Right, Kyo agreed and pointed. Zaker. Zaker fired from Zatch's mouth and hit some of the guards. Who's there? The guards asked. Lien was about to move but Naruto stopped her. Leave this to me, Naruto said and made the hand sign, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Transform. 4 shadow clones appeared in front of the guards. 3 transformed into Lien, Kyo and Zatch. The guards started firing at the shadow clones causing them to disappear. Kyo, Naruto said. Jikerter. Kyo shouted. Jikerter fired from Zatch's mouth and hit one of the guards. The guns magnetized to the guard unarming the guards. Now, Naruto shouted. Lien ran and took down the guards with Kung Fu with Kyo, Zatch and Naruto following. Wanrei could hear the commotions from below from his cell. Meanwhile Lien, Kyo, Zatch and neared the elevator fighting more guards. Water Clone Jutsu. Naruto shouted jumping into the air. Water clones appeared under one of Th. guards and kicked him into the air shouting, Naruto. Naruto came down and kicked the guard into the ground knocking him out. The last guard threw a switch down sending a log tied by rope that came at Lien. Naruto took out a kunai, charged it with wind chakra and threw it. The kunai cut through the rope causing the log to hit the ground instead of Lien. Why are you so dead set to save Wanrei? Don't you know he's just using you to escape? The guard asked. Once we saved Wanrei we'll find out what kind of person he is, Lien said. Person? He's a Momoto, don't you know that? The guard said. You can tell without talking to him and looking in his eyes that he's a trickster. Eyes of someone who steals, seduces women, and hurting people. Shut up, Lien shouted. She started beating up the guard with her knowledge of Kung Fu. Wanrei isn't like that. He tries to understand the hearts of others, Lien said and gave the guard the final blow. Why can't any of you understand Wanrei? The guard hit the ground unconscious. Kyo and Zatch headed toward Lien as Naruto took out a rope from his bag and tied the guard up. Meanwhile a wing Momoto with armor named Zabas carrying his Huma. Partner Gallant was heading to the island after Wanrei. The controls seem okay, Naruto said checking the controls. We better head up then, Lien said. Took the elevator up to the top. Along the way Lien was happier and happier. It'll be great to meet Wanrei, Naruto thought. They made it to the top where Zabas and Gallant was waiting. Hello friends, this is your last stop, Zabas said. Who are you? Where's Wanrei? Lien asked. Wanrei? Do you mean that Momoto in the cell? Gallant asked. He hasn't disappeared yet. You guys came just as we were about to, Zabas said. We won't let you, Kyo shouted pointing as Zatch look, Zaker. Zaker fired from Zatch's mouth at Zabas. Zabas used his wings to block Zaker. Lien go ahead to Wanrei, we can hold them off, Naruto said. Sorry, Lien said leaving. Hold us off huh? Zabas asked unaffected by Zaker. With that level of attack I wonder if you can. Not good, Naruto thought. Lien ran toward the cell happy as the closer she got she soon saw Wanrei. Wanrei, Lien shouted grabbing the bars. What are you doing here Lien? Wanrei asked. Lien was shocked hearing Wanrei's question. Garuk, Gallant shouted. Zabas started spinning at Zatch, Kyo and Naruto. Naruto managed to dodge but Zatch and Kyo took hit. Is that all you got? I barely use my teeth. Zabas responded. I wonder if the Momoto in the jail is stronger, maybe I should beat him first. You're willing to attack Wanrei when he can't even use his spell? Naruto asked. Like we wouldn't, Gallant said. A Momoto and a girl, we rarely get to take both down at once, Zabas said. Water style. Water Dragon Jutsu. Naruto shouted making the hand signs. Water Dragon formed and attacked Zabas. Zabas grabbed Gallant and dodged the attack. Naruto took out one impact shuriken and one regular shuriken. He threw the regular shuriken and made some hand signs, shuriken shadow clone jutsu. The shurikens increased in numbers as Naruto threw the impact shuriken with it. Zabuza used his wings to block the attacks. The impact shuriken made contact with his wings and exploded. Nice strategy, but that won't work, Zabuza said unaffected. Oru Wigger, Gallant shouted. Zabuza fired a spiraling beam attack at Naruto. Rashield, Kyo shouted. Rashield appeared in front of Naruto as Zatch and Kyo were behind him. We got your back, Naruto, Kyo responded. With that shield, I seen plenty of those, Zabuza said, controlling the attack with his arms. Oru Wigger hit the ground, causing it to explode, sending Zatch and Kyo back. Naruto jumped and catch them. If you attack Wanrei, I'll never forgive you, Zatch said. The red spellbook glowed for a new spell. Why won't you come out, Wanrei? Hand over the book, break those manacles. I want to fight with you, I don't care if I get hurt, Lien cried. Because I like you, Wanrei. Wanrei struggled internally hearing Lien's confession. Lien, I hate you, Wanrei lied. Lien was shocked from Wanrei's lie. So get out of here quickly, Wanrei said truthfully. You still haven't given the girl your spellbook, you really want to die together? Zabuza asked as he and Gallant was facing them. Leave quickly, Lien, Wanrei saw it, looking up to see that Lien was facing Zabuza and Gallant. Lien, what are you doing? Wanrei asked. Wanrei, I don't like lies. My feelings for you wasn't a lie, that's why I'll protect you, Lien said. Lien, don't do this. Get out of here, Wanrei shouted. What's wrong, Wanrei? Lien asked, turning to him. If you don't like me, why are you worried about me? Wanrei didn't have the answer for Lien's question. Wanrei, is Lien's safety really that important to you? Naruto asked. Lien told Kyo and me about what happened between you two. I understand why you did what you did, but you understand what Lien gone through to rescue you. Naruto's right. Lien wants to fight with you, she is willing, casting everything aside so you can become king, Kyo said. If Lien is important to you, protect her with your life from any opposing attacks, become her shield in your battles, Naruto said. Protect her, Wanrei thought. What kind of leader doesn't protect someone or something important to them against their obstacles? Naruto asked. Wanrei was caught off guard by Kyo's and mainly Naruto's words. That was entertaining. Fools talk about dreams, king, and protecting. Zabuza said. It's a waste of a demon with a waste of a human. I'll crush you all, Zabuza said. Garuk, Gallant shouted. Zabuza started spinning at Lien and Wanrei first. Lien, the fourth spell. Wonr. A shouted, breaking his manacles, throwing his spellbook. Lien grabbed the book from between the bars and shouted, Go Borin. Wanrei's fist powered up as he broke through the bars and hit Zabuza, sending him back. Thank you, Lien. I'll protect you to the end, and we'll walk down the path of kinghood together, Wanrei said, stepping out, wrapping his arm around Lien. First we'll return the Mamoto. That called you a waste to the Mamoto world where he belongs. Are you ready? Yes, Lien cried with joy. Kyo and Zatch was caught by surprise by Wanrei's spell. Oru Wigger, Gallant shouted. Zabuza fired another Oru Wigger at Wanrei and Lien. Don't underestimate my power. Try to block this attack, Zabuza said, controlling the spell to become unstable. Lien, stay behind me, Wanrei ordered. Okay, Lien agreed. Wanrei moved his hands in front of him to use Kung Fu moves, the wind in the palms of my hands. Then Wanrei turned with Lien, following, redirecting the attack, saying, The gate of steel snaps 10,000 spears. Rirudo, Lien shouted. A glass-like shield appeared in front of Wanrei and blocked the attack successfully. Garuk, Gallant shouted. Zabuza started spinning at them. Wanrei jumped in front of Lien, saying, The Imperial Tiger. Then Wanrei stopped the attack, the fangs of the hero that captures the dragon. I won't let you hurt Lien, Wanrei told Zabuza. What is that technique? Zabuza asked. Kung Fu. Both Wanrei and Lien shouted as Wanrei's hand glows for a spell. Go Borin. Lien shouted as Wanrei punched Zabuza far from them. Zabuza hit Gallant as they were knocked down. Incredible, Naruto thought. Are you guys alright? Lien asked. Yeah, we're fine, Kyo said. Thanks for your words of guidance, especially you, Naruto, Wanrei said. Not a problem, Naruto said. And thanks for guiding Li En all the way here, Wanrei said. Li En deserves the thanks, it was her will to reunite with you, that we wouldn't have come here in the first place, Kyo said. That's right, Zatch agreed. By the way, Wanrei, will you work to become a kind king? A kind king? Wanrei asked. That's the kind of king Zatch wants to become, Naruto said. Because as long as there's a kind king there's a chase, Zatch said. Of course, Wanrei said. Naruto, you said you had a goal too, Li En said. That's right, my dream is to become the greatest Hokage that ever lives, Naruto said. Hokage? Wanrei and Li En asked. It means shadow fire. They're basically selected ninjas that are considered the best, who put their lives on the line to protect their village, Naruto said. Well, with the power you've shown today I can tell you can be a great Hokage, Wanrei said. Just then they heard noises coming from the elevator. Sounds like there's trouble down there, Kyo said. Oops, with everything that just happened I forgot about the guard I tied up down there, Naruto responded. We should leave then, Wanrei said. It's too dangerous to use the elevator though, Kyo said. We can go down the elevator and act as decoys, Naruto said. But you guys will be in danger, Li En responded. They're mainly after you too, Kyo said. Besides, I can use my shadow clone jutsu and transformation, Naruto said. I'm sorry, Li En apologized. Li En, climb on my back, we can get off from the cliff, Wanrei said. Li En climb on as they got ready to go. Thank you Zatch, Kyo, and Naruto. Let's survive to the very end, Wanrei said. Yeah, good luck, Kyo agreed. Wanrei started jumping down the cliff to the bottom. Just then Zabas started recovering. Down the cliff, huh? That won't be a problem since I'm the only one who can fly, Zabas said. You're not going anywhere, Naruto said. That's right, because even now we're getting stronger, Kyo said. Kyo, you mean? Zatch responded. Yeah, I was surprised too when the book started glowing, Kyo said and pointed, now set. Zatch looked that direction. Garuk! Galliant shouted. Zabas started spinning at them. The fifth spell, Kyo shouted. Zakurga. Lightning fired from Zatch's mouth in a straight line focused to a single point. Zabas tried to block it with his wing, but Zakurga penetrated his wing armor, hit him directly into Galliant. Zabas. Spellbook burned instantly from hit. Okay. Now back to our plan, Kyo said. I hope Li En and Wanrei made it out okay, Naruto said. Down below, Wanrei and Li En was facing Li Akron. Wanrei, what are your intentions with my daughter? Li Akron asked. I'm taking her with me, even against your wishes, Wanrei said. You must be dreaming to think I entrust my daughter to a Mamoto like you. Li Akron responded. I'll protect Li En to the end, no matter what enemy we face. I decided not to leave Li En's side, Wanrei said. Even if the enemy is me. Li Akron shout. D taking his sword and about to strike Wanrei. I won't run again, Wanrei said as he didn't move from his spot as the sword halted. Li Akron looked into Wanrei's eyes and saw he was telling the truth. Fine then, there is but one boat here. Use it, Li Akron responded. Li En smiled as her father finally accepted her and Wanrei being together. They took a boat off the island finally. We did it, Wanrei, Li En responded. Yes, thanks to you, Kyo, Zatch and Naruto, Wanrei agreed. Yes, the next time we meet I have to thank them properly, Li En said. There's also one more thing I want to thank them for, Wanrei said, remembering Naruto's and Zatch's dream. They were there to guide me down the correct path, and I was able to see the light of this battle. Meanwhile, Zatch, Kyo and Naruto were trying to get the guards off their backs about Li En and Wanrei. North. My flash drive for fanfiction broke, so I had to start over because I still can't access the files. Anyways, I twist few things up. LSO, since we're now drawing closer to the ancient Mamoto battles, I'm going to start sending other members of Konoha 12 Haku included into Konoha 11 from NDL. Next time, Zatch catches a cold and is supposed to stay home but follows Kyo to school. Meanwhile, Naruto counters Apollo without Rops, and agree to go with Apollo to tell Kyo what happened. It turned out Apollo and Rops battle against a look-alike of Zatch. What happened? Read to find out. Rops vs Zeno Bell. Rops vs Zeno Bell. Naruto was gone off for an early morning training. Zatch wasn't feeling so good. You have a slight fever, you just have a slight cold, Kyo said. You must have got it in Hong Kong, all you need is good rest. Kyo left leaving Zatch to recover, however Zatch snuck out in front of him in his bag. Kyo ignored him and continued. Schneider, I need your help, Zatch cried. Naruto was working on his wind element. A car was passing by when it came to a halt. It'd been a long time, Naruto, someone said. Naruto too. RNED to see Apollo standing there wearing a suit and tie this time. Apollo. Naruto responded, where's Rops? That's why I came here for. Apollo said, you know where Kyo is at. He'll be at school, Naruto said. Thanks. Apollo said. Wait, I want to go too, Naruto said, grabbing his stuff to go. At school, Kyo was having a hard time as Zatch snuck into school sick with Schneider. Zatch P.R.O. test in his account before passing out from his fever. The driver dropped Apollo and Naruto off. This is the place, Naruto said. Thanks, Naruto, Apollo said, heading in. Wait for me, Naruto responded. Zatch woke up in the nurse's office where Suzy was watching over him. Kyo dropped off a Vulcan for Zatch before leaving. Hey Kyo, Naruto shouted. Naruto, what are you doing? Kyo stopped seeing Apollo. It'd been a long time. Apollo said. Yeah, what are you doing here? Kyo asked. Where's Rops? Rops isn't here anymore. His book was burned, Apollo responded. Apollo and Naruto waited at the roof for Kyo. Naruto shared his lunch with Apollo. Sorry to keep you waiting, Kyo said, coming up. It's okay. Naruto was kind enough to share his lunch with me, Apollo said. Nice necktie, Kyo said. Thanks. The traveling Apollo you once knew is no more, Apollo said. I'm now president of my family company. Things were quiet again between them. The guy who beat Rops assembles a lot like Zatch, Apollo said. What? Kyo asked. Naruto nearly choked on his food. Only on outward appearance though, his heart and personality is the complete opposite, Apollo responded, as well as in strength. Kyo, do you think that Momoto is the same one Robnos and Tia said they saw, the one that took Zatch's memories? Naruto asked. Yeah, without a doubt, Kyo agreed. Can you tell us what exactly happened? Apollo nodded, knowing what was in Naruto's and Kyo's mind. We saw him back in Holland, Apollo said. Flashback. Apollo and Rops were going through town when Rops stopped for some reason. Apollo noticed to Momoto that Rops saw that look like Zatch. Zatch? Apollo asked. What? The Momoto asked, turning, revealing to be Zeno. You're the man that mistaken me for that blockhead. Apollo knew Zeno was the complete opposite from Zatch from the look. Did you beat Zatch? Zeno asked. I did not. We parted with a draw, Apollo said. They had good pal as well, a ninja. Don't make me laugh, that guy's strong. Yeah right, Zeno said. Apollo took Rops to leave, knowing it was pointless. You don't want to fight? Zeno asked. No, there's no point of fighting a useless fight, Apollo responded. You two are so naive, Zeno said and snapped his fingers. A man wearing pale clothes with hair standing straight up with weird eyes walk up with a hot dog. He was Zeno's human partner Duffert. When I see naive bunch like you, I have to waste them, Zeno explained. They went to the outskirts of town with windmills to fight. Come on Rops, let's show them what we can do, Apollo said. Rigron. Rops used Rigron to pick up lumber and threw them at Zeno and Duffert. To Apollo's surprise, Zeno and Duffert didn't dodge or attack back as the attacks purposely missed. If you're not up to fighting for real, then I'll just burn your book, Zeno said, aiming with his hand. Zaker! Kyo shouted. Lightning stronger than Zatch's Zaker fired from Zeno's hand. Apollo helped Rops dodge as Zeno's Zaker hit the windmill, destroying it. Apollo read the movements and dodged the rubble. End of flashback. That's right, you had the ability to read movements, kind of like the bee, Naruto said. Then how did that guy beat you? Flashback. Rigron! Apollo shouted. Rops fired Rigron at Duffert. Zeno's mantle grew like a whip and stopped the attack. Zeno came at Apollo, moving quickly. Zaker! Duffert shouted. Rigron! Apollo shouted. Zeno fired Zaker as Rops used Rigron to life Apollo into the air, dodging the attack. Zeno grabbed Rops' Rigron and reeled him in. Rops tried to dodge it, but Zeno moved into fast. Zaker! Duffert shouted. Zaker fired from Zeno's hand as Apollo tackled Zeno, causing Zaker to fire into the air. For a small fry you made it this far, Zeno said. Duffert, get ready. It been a long time since we had an opponent like this. Rops, don't look away from those two, Apollo ordered, rigorously. Rops fired ropes with blades at the end at Duffert. Zeno didn't. Move as Duffert dodge every attack with barely a scratch. Rigron, Apollo shouted. Rops use Rigron to throw more lumber. Duffert dodged the attacks with ease, unaffected. Rops our greatest spell, Apollo shouted. Dino Rigron. Rops summoned Dino Rigron that picked up several huge boulders. Zeno, Duffert said, pointing. Got it, Zeno responded, aiming. Zaker, Duffert shouted. Zaker fired from Zeno's hand. Hit one of the boulders, causing them to collapse on each other, ending the spell. Run, Rops, Apollo shouted. Where will you run to? Duffert asked as he and Zeno cornered Apollo and Rops. Duffert knocked the spellbook from Apollo's hands and pinned Apollo to the wall of the house, cornering them. Now I understand, I have the ability to sense one's strength. You're smart enough to know how to dodge attacks and battle sense to keep beating your opponents. It's a lot more than what Naruto had. Apollo said, but what's the most scary is under that exterior of yours is deep hatred. You fort knock him down, and the spellbook shined brightly as Zeno aimed. Giga, Duffert was about to read when Zeno interrupted. Duffert, don't waste a Gigano-class spell on these two, Zeno said. Apollo tried to go after his spellbook then. Zaker, Duffert shouted. Zaker fired from Zeno's hand and burned Rops' spellbook. Apollo started giving Rops his goodbyes when Zeno hit the spellbook again with another Zaker. Zeno's mantle wrapped around Duffert as they disappeared. End of flashback. In the end, I didn't even get to say goodbye to Rops, Apollo explained. We'll get revenge for you, Kyo said. That's right, we'll make him regret, Naruto said. Apollo gave them his thanks and told them more about Zeno and Duffert. Zatch woke up healthy and came out to see that Apollo was leaving. Kyo told him about Rops. Next time, Zatch tries to win a yellow tail but ended up with candy. When Naruto tried, he won a grand prize. A man offers Zatch the same prize for a hot spring trip. Now Zatch Kyo sues. Why Hana, Naruto, Hinata, Lee and Sakura went to the hot spring. However, it ended up a trap that only the boys fell for. What would happen? Read to find out. Hot spring battle. Hot spring battle. Naruto and Zatch helped a man out and earned some lottery tickets. Zatch tried and ended up with some candy. Let me try, Naruto said. The man spin and a ball came out. We got a grand prize winner for a hot spring trip, the man announced. Wah, even with Naruto's luck, I can't win a yellow tail, Zatch cried. It seems your friend won the grand prize, a man said. Yeah, Zatch said. How about you have my prize, the man said. Mine is also a hot spring trip. Really? Are you sure? Zatch asked. Yeah, I'm going to my home country and I don't want these go to waste, the man said, handing them to Zatch. That weekend Naruto invited Hinata, Lee and Sakura, who were available at the time, and agreed to it since Zatch invited Kyo, Hana and Suzy. Naruto, Lee, Kyo and Zatch had the men's bath separate from the women's. This is sure relaxing, Naruto said. Yeah, Kyo agreed. Yahoo! Zatch shouted. Two youth. Lee shouted. Both jumped into the hot spring. So much for relaxing, Kyo responded. Hey Naruto, you been to a hot spring before? Yeah, the Leaf Village has some, Naruto explained, although the last one I been to Hinata, Kiba, Akamaru, Shizune, and I spend half of the day searching for Tsunade and forgot about Privé Sage. Zatch swam deep into the hot spring before coming out. They went into their room. I guess Hinata and Sakura aren't done yet, Naruto said, dressed in his robes. They found a map toward a special hot spring. I'm going to make ramen, Naruto said. Hold on Naruto, this hot spring has a buffet, Kyo said. Come on Naruto, Lee responded. Alright, I'll leave a note for the girls, Naruto said. They headed out unaware the man who gave Zatch the prize was watching them with his Panther Momoto partner. They arrived at the suspension bridge. It's just across this bridge, Kyo said. Zatch crossed it with great speed with Lee following. They crossed the bridge as the hunter Garza and his Momoto Baransha was following. We should be there already, Kyo said when they reached a clearing. Let's look around. They search around the area. Naruto tried the trees to look around. I don't like this, Naruto thought. Woker, Garza shouted. Sound waves fired from Baransha's mouth at Kyo. Kyo, watch out! Naruto shouted, tackling Kyo out of the way. Naruto was hit, but he substituted with a log. Naruto! Lee responded as Naruto came out from some trees. Enemy is here, Naruto said. They hid behind the rock and watch out for the enemy. Meanwhile Sakura and Hinata came into their room. Huh, Naruto and Lee are gone, Sakura said. Maybe we should look for them, Hinata said. I mean, what if they ran into enemy Momoto? Yeah, that is something to worry about, Sakura said. Room service, a maid called. Then again, Lee's with Naruto, so they'll be fine, Sakura said, seeing that the maid brought food. Kyo, Zatch, Lee and Naruto arrived back at the bridge that was broken down. Kyo, I think we just ran into a trap, Naruto said. They now know it's a trap, but it's too late, Garza said. They headed to a rocky area for cover. Baronsha and Garza set to hunt them down. They ran into a rock wall as Naruto and Lee jumped above the walls to get a good view. Doric! Garza shouted. Baronsha gained rock armor and broke through the rock wall at Kyo. Leaf Hurricane! Lee shouted, trying to kick Baronsha. Baronsha was unaffected by the kick as she threw Lee back. Zaker! Kyo shouted. Zaker fired from Zatch's mouth, but Baronsha dodged it. What slow attack, Baronsha said, landing on the tree. Kunai and shurikens were through at the tree as Baronsha dodged them. Naruto threw some shurikens where he heard noises. A deer head appeared running away. Come out, book owner, Kyo shouted. Zyke! Kyo, stop! Naruto shouted. Don't waste your strength firing into nowhere. He's right. We should focus on finding the enemy before firing, Lee agreed. Naruto made some hand signs aiming at Baronsha. Water style. Water vortex jutsu. Naruto shouted. Ver. Techs of water formed and fired at Baronsha. She barely dodged the attack. Baronsha ran off into the forest. The sun was setting as things got tense again. Just then a spell was launched as Baronsha appeared. Zaker! Kyo shouted. Zaker fired from Zatch's mouth, but Baronsha dodged it. Zakerga! Kyo shouted. Zakerga fired from Zatch's mouth at the ground Baronsha was landing on, but they hit a mirage. I thought something was off, Naruto said. They rested as they gather berries. I found some stinky berries, Lee said. That's good, we can use them to win, Kyo said. Naruto set the mist. I thought you never asked, Naruto said, making the hand sign. A thick mist covered the forest, however Garza and Baronsha was above the mist. What weird mist, Baronsha responded. I wonder what they're up to, Garza responded. Zaker! Kyo shouted. Zaker fired into the air. Garza and Baronsha checked the area to find it clear. They found one of Naruto's old orange jacket. Baronsha, get it, it must belong to them, Garza ordered. Baronsha jumped up and grabbed it in her teeth and spit it out. They found the jacket full of berry juice. Zaker! Kyo shouted. Ground up, hitting Baronsha. Kyo and Zatch jump. Out from underground as Naruto and Lee jumped down from the trees. Go Ryaruk! Garza shouted. Baronsha disappeared in front of them. That won't work, Kyo said. Zatch started chasing Baronsha by the smell of the berries. Zatch tackled Baronsha all over the place. Doric! Garza shouted. Baronsha came at them with stone body. Naruto moved in front of her and formed the Rasengan. Rasengan! Nar! Yuto shouted, jabbing Baronsha with the Rasengan, sending her back. Garza took Baronsha and ran with Zatch, following until they were cornered by the cliff. You're going down, Naruto said. What are you talking about? I'm the hunter, you're nothing but the prey, Garza shouted. Gigano Godoric. Baronsha gained metal armor with spikes as she jumped at them. I'll handle this one, Kyo said. Bao Zakerga! Bao Zakerga fired from Zatch's mouth and came at Baronsha and Garza. As Bao Zakerga struck down, they fell into the river, winning the battle. They went back to the hot spring after the battle. A crazy battle, I need something to eat and another bath in the hot spring, Naruto complained. They came in to see the girls were eating room service. Oh Naruto, Hinata responded. What took you so long? Sakura asked. Long story. Although I'm hopping, you left some for us, Kyo responded. Sorry, we tried to save some, but the maid came in and cleaned the place with the remaining food, Hana said. It was delicious too, Suzy said. Not fair, Naruto responded. That was fun at the end. If you read Naruto's different life, you know that since it was based off the anime series one had. The hot spring adventure after retrieving Tsunade. So to use this chapter to mess up Naruto's hot spring adventures again was fun. I just twisted up by adding Naruto's luck in gambling into it. Next time, Kyo finds another stone tablet and takes it home. After a few tests, Zatch and Tia were thrown out of the room and Naruto agreed to help train them for future battles, but things aren't so simple. As there's more going on than meets the eye. What kind of mystery is behind the stone tablet? Read to find out. Stone tablet. Stone tablet. Kyo's father was with another professor talking about the stone tablet they found. Professor Takamine thought it might be connected with the previous battle. At Momochi City, Naruto was helping Kyo bring a stone tablet they found back home. Zatch and Tia were playing with their Vulcans. "Hey Zatch, how many Momoto books you burned?" Tia asked. "I don't know, about 10 I guess," Zatch said. 10 Momotos. Tia responded. "It's partially thanks to Naruto's and his friends' help, except for one ice Momoto we battled right before we met Naruto," Zatch said. "Who else?" Tia asked. "Well, there was one who controls vines. A girl named Kolulu who was forced to fight against her will. A guy who can run super fast. A Momoto who controls earth and played with his human partner's heart. A big half-robot Momoto who shoots lasers. The one that was chasing you," Zatch said. "Marus," Tia explained. "A guy who controls a robot. A Momoto named Danny who recovers quickly even though we were friends. A lizard Momoto we tag team against," Zatch finished. "Wow, seem like you faced a lot of powerful enemies." Tia said. "I wonder how many remain." "Zatch, Tia, help us out," Naruto shouted. They came down and helped carry the stone tablet to Naruto's room, which was the guest room. But since Naruto been staying there, it turned into his own room until there are female guests staying that needed their own room. Inside was an actual bed that Naruto bought, and other stuff Naruto brought from the trip to the Leaf. The stone tablet had a different carving than the one Professor Takamine had. Kyo explained that he found it at an old shop and Naruto was coming home when he saw Kyo with it. "Zatch, Tia, do you remember seeing something like this?" Kyo asked. "Well, no," Tia said. "I think I seen it before but I don't remember where," Zatch said. "Well, let's perform our test to find out what it is," Kyo said. "I'll try something first," Naruto said. Naruto put his hand on the figure on the stone tablet, made a hand sign with one hand and closed his eye. "Listen, Nine-Tail Fox, I want to experiment something with your chakra," Naruto thought. "You got some nerve ordering me around. Don't forget, if it wasn't for this seal, you would be dead," the mighty demon said. "I just want to focus your power into the tablet to see if I get a response," Naruto responded. "Very well, but I warn you, if it goes wrong you and your friends will regret it," the Nine-Tail Fox responded, sending little chakra into Naruto. Outside, red chakra surround Naruto's body in an aura-like shape of Naruto's body. "I get it now, he's using the Nine-Tails chakra," Kyo said. "Wait, I'm still confused about the Jinchuriki thing," Tia said. "How does the chakra would help?" "Well, I'm not sure how it would work, but considering the chakra is part of the demon sealed in Naruto, I would guess there be a reaction to it," Kyo said. Naruto focused the red chakra into the stone tablet. Suddenly there was a pulse in the stone tablet that caused Naruto to stop. "That was weird," Naruto said. "I felt a pulse right after I focused my chakra." "Let me see," Tia said, placing his hand on it. "I don't feel anything." "Okay, for Naruto to feel a pulse after sending red chakra definitely means something," Kyo said. Tia, Zatch and Naruto headed out to let Kyo do more research. "Naruto, why don't you train us?" Tia asked. "Me?" Naruto asked. "Yeah, prepare us for the battle," Tia explained, "and don't go easy on us like that Jiraiya was on us. We have to be prepared for anything, in order to protect Megumi and Kyo." "Yeah, train us," Zatch said. "Alright, but I warn you, if I'm not going easy then you shouldn't either." Naruto agreed. "Meiru-mei," Schneider responded as he seemed to want to join in too. "Alright Schneider, you too," Naruto said. "I'll be back with some of my gear and then we're going to run to the mountains." "Right," they agreed. Kyo was listening as he had to carry the tablet into his room and smiled at them. "Maybe someday I should ask Naruto to teach me some basic taijutsu moves as well," Kyo thought. Once at the mountains, Zatch, Tia and Schneider were catching their breath. Naruto took out 3 bells. "Bells?" Tia asked. That's right, these bells are going to act as spellbooks. And I'm going to pretend to be both Mamoto and human partner, Naruto said. You three must do the same by working together and get these bells from me. You got to dinner time to get all 3 bells from me. How is this helping me protect Kyo in battle? Zatch asked. Simple, neither of you 3 can use your spells, so by working together you can protect each other from my attacks, Naruto explained. This is known as the bell test. Kakashi-sensei gave Hinata Kiba Akamaru and I a similar test when we started off. Only difference is that since he used 2 bells then, we just had to prove that we won't let any of the others to fail for our cost. All 3 of you have a chance to pass if you can fight without your spells. Right, Tia agreed. At the Takamine house Kyo set up for experiments not receiving word from his father. Kyo tried reciting spells first to try and get a response like Naruto got but nothing happened. Kyo tried calling out Mamoto's he knew but nothing happened. Kyo then shouted meaningless words and nothing. Kyo put the tablet in cool water then poured hot water. He shook some salt on it and hit it with yellow tail. At the end of the day Kyo drew on the tablet and nothing. How is it Naruto can get a pulse out of this but I can't? Kyo said. Maybe it was something to do with the red chakra. I mean I still don't understand myself about its power. By dinner time Naruto Schneider as Tia helped Zatch. They didn't get the bells but at the end they gave it their best. Once home they had dinner and Kyo got a call from his father. While they were talking the 2 stone tablets were token. I wondering how everyone else is doing, Naruto thought. Song Wanrei and Li En were traveling to Li En's grandparents' place on their own. Kank. Hone was waiting for Fulgore to finish another concert. In France Brago found another stone tablet and threw it back into the water. In the Leaf Village, Haku was working at the weapon shop. Ino was working at her family flower shop. Shikamaru and Choji were enjoying the day cloud watching. Sakura was training under Tsunade's command. Tenten and Neji were on a date together. Lee was training with Guy after the battle against Baronsha. Hinata and Kiba were training together to help prepared when Naruto needed them. Shino was bug collecting for his clan. In the sand village Gaara Kenkaro and Tem Ari were sent on another mission together. I know the ending was more from anime but I wanted to include Naruto's friends in the Leaf and Gaara's team. Actually the part with the sand and Leaf was an overshadowing about something that's coming up. Although Gaara's team will be kept a little longer. Anyways I'm keeping the Kanchome gaining his 3rd spell in the story because I skip a lot of chapters and I can still blend Naruto in. Next time, Kanchome and Fulgore get separated when Kanchome finds candy in a truck. The results is Kanchome joins the circus and becomes a big brother to a girl who lost her parents and all she has left is sheep. However when a Mamoto comes to take the sheep away, Kanchome must find the courage to fight the Mamoto. What will happen? Will Fulgore arrive to help? And what kind of power the 3rd spell has in stores for Kanchome? Read to find out. Big Brother Kanchome. Big Brother Kanchome. Kanchome was waiting for Fulgore to finish entertaining his fans. When he found a bowl of candy in a truck, he got into the truck right before it started driving off with Kanchome in it while Fulgore tried to follow. Meanwhile Naruto was practicing some wind-style jutsu. Wind-style. Air bullet jutsu. Naruto shouted. Naruto tried to form wind into a tight ball and fire it. However the wind exploded sending Naruto back. Man this jutsu is harder than the vortex shield, Naruto responded. He tried to form the air bullet again. Meanwhile Kanchome was part of a circus. Ring leader called Kanchome who came in. Kanchome tried balancing on the ball and fell making people laugh. Kanchome tried juggling but the pins hit him on the head making people laugh more. Kanchome didn't do so well with the animal, and cried being thrown around on the trapeze. The ring leader let Kanchome go around the village after the show. Kanchome used a board on wheels to get around. He stopped when he saw a girl at a tree playing by herself. What are you up to? Kanchome asked. The girl didn't say anything or moved. You want to be my friend? Kanchome asked. The girl didn't respond as Kanchome sat next to her. My name is Kanchome. I work for a circus that's here in this village, Kanchome said. I'm not good at it but for some reason the ring leader congratulates me for it. Kanchome tried to juggle but the rocks hit him on the head causing the girl to laugh making Kanchome glad. This is Tom Tom, the girl said pointing at her doll. He flies and everything. So that's why you're holding him up, Kanchome responded. Kanchome, I'm happy when you fail, but Lusaka would be happier if you get the tricks right, the girl said referring to herself. Then I'll work hard, Kanchome said. I know, you're going to be my little brother. But I'm a girl, Lusaka said. Then you'll be my little sister, Kanchome said. Lusaka was happy hearing it. Lusaka took Kanchome to her caregiver, a lady named Lily. Kanchome and Lily watch as Lusaka was herding her sheep. Lusaka take care of those sheep by herself? Kanchome asked. Yeah, that's right. Her parents died long time ago and the sheep are all she has left to remember them, Lily responded. Kanchome understood the why Lusaka was happy that Kanchome said she was his little sister. During dinner Lily explained about thieves taking livestock. I'll protect Lusaka's sheep, Kanchome said. Really? Lusaka asked. Of course, Kanchome responded. Just then there was a loud noise. Kanchome came out to see a man with a small winged monster standing there. Kanchome saw the book and knew the monster was a Mamoto. Give back Lusaka's sheep, Lusaka shouted. Kanchome started singing Iron Man Kanchome. So you decided to oppose us? The man known as Fredo said. That's right, and if you don't give those sheep back I will execute you. Kanchome responded. The Mamoto named Bago roared, scaring Kanchome to tears. Kanchome tried to eat some treats but Bago ate them from his hands. Kanchome made a blow gun and cone with some newspapers and blew into it, sending the cone flying, but it did nothing. Kanchome jumped on Bago's tail but they kicked him aside and flew off with the sheep. Kanchome watches Lusaka cried in Lily's arms. Lily, you know where those two hide out? Kanchome asked. Rumors says that they hide in a cave by the coast, Lily responded. Why? I'm going to bring Lusaka's sheep back, Kanchome said. You can't go by yourself, it's too dangerous, Lily responded. Tell Lusaka not to cry anymore, Kanchome responded. Kanchome rolled off on his board not knowing that Fulgore found him. Fulgore was on a motorcycle and drove up to Kanchome. So you're going to save that girl's sheep? Fulgore asked. That guy is a monster, you know. I will bring Lusaka's sheep back, Kanchome responded. All by yourself? Fulgore asked. I have to. As Lusaka's big brother, Kanchome explained. So you think you can beat that monster? Fulgore asked. I have to. I don't want to see Lusaka cry anymore, Kanchome cried. Fulgore, will you help me? Of course, Kanchome, Fulgore responded. Just when I finally found you, you've gotten stronger. At Momochi City it was late when Naruto finally returned home. Anyone know where Naruto is? Hana asked. He was gone most of the day, Zatch said. He better hurry or else he'll miss eating ramen, Kyo said. I'm home, Naruto shouted. Welcome home, Naruto, Hana said. I have a bowl of your favorite ramen on the table. All right, Naruto said, joining them. They arrived at cave where Bago and Fredo hide out. Well, if it's the boy from before, and he brought man, Fredo said. All to take back the sheep. Bago went to attack them. Let's do this, Fulgore, Kanchome said. Yeah, Fulgore agreed. Pork. Kanchome transformed into a giant monster. Now give back Lusaka's sheep, Kanchome ordered, or I'll take them back by force. Kanchome tried to hit Bago on the head but cried in pain as there was a bump on his hand. Bago and Fredo was Konfu. Say as Kanchome wasn't as strong as he seemed. They already figure Kanchome was a Mamoto. Okay, now to fight back, Fredo said. Furito. Fire shot out of Bago's mouth. Kanchome transformed back to normal as Fulgore took the hit for him. You're both weak, Fredo said. Kanchome started singing Iron Man Fulgore. Fulgore shot up and joined him as if nothing happened. Furito. Fredo shouted. Bago fired another Furito attack at them. Fulgore took Kanchome and dodged the attack. Rin Furito. Fredo shouted. Bago fired rings of fire from his mouth. Kanchome saw the rings and remembered the circus. He started jumping through the rings without getting burned, catching everyone off guard including Fulgore. Kaporik. Fulgore shouted. Kanchome transformed into few inches tall. Kanchome used his size to buckled Fredo's belt, causing his pants to fall. Kanchome tried to pull off the boxers but Fredo threw Kanchome off. Pork. Fulgore shouted. Kanchome transformed into Fredo only with a bigger forehead. However, Bago was confused as he couldn't tell the difference. Kanchome tried to act like a kind person that fooled Bago enough to hit the real Fredo. Burrito! Fredo shouted. Bago fired claws at Kanchome, hitting him. Now I'll completely waste you. Fredo shouted. Gigano Burrito! Bago fired a beam from his mouth at Kanchome and Fulgore. They managed to run outside and dodge the attack. Kanchome, it's hopeless, let's get out of here. Fulgore said. But Lucica's sheep. Kanchome, resointless if we die here. Fulgore said. How are you going to fight with that injured body? Fredo and Bago came Oot and Fulgore was about to retreat when Lucica came out of nowhere and jumped on Fredo. Don't hurt my big brother, and give me back my sheep, Lucica cried. Fredo kicked Lucica away and Kanchome rushed to her side. I'll definitely protect Lucica, Kanchome shouted. Fulgore was panicking of what to do when he noticed the yellow spellbook was glowing for a new spell. Fulgore checked it and found the third spell. Bago and Fredo were set to attack Kanchome and Lucica. The third spell. Fulgore shouted. Dika Porik. A giant Kanchome appeared in front of Bago and Fredo. Kanchome started panicking from his new size. Gigano Burrito! Fredo shouted. Bago fired Gigano Burrito at Kanchome. The attack hit Kanchome, but he wasn't affected by the spell. Kanchome appeared unaffected by the attack. Redo and Bago fired more attacks at Kanchome. Each attack failed against Kanchome. Fulgore found out why as they were attacking a projection of Kanchome. Ferrito! Fredo shouted. Bago fired Ferrito at Fulgore. Fulgore used the moment to dodge the attack and came at Fredo as the area around him caught on fire. Fulgore appeared out of the flames unharmed except for some of his clothes burned off on the back. Bago went after Lucica at that moment. Kanchome jumped in front of Lucica and took the attack. Fulgore took Bago's book before Fredo could fire an attack. Fulgore threw the book into the fire, causing it to burn. After the battle was over, they saved the sheep and got them home. The next day Kanchome said goodbye to the circus including Lucica. When they got to the dock, Kanchome waited for Fulgore when he saw a bowl of candy on a ship. He got on and the boat took off without Fulgore as the two were separated again, and Kanchome was leaving to Antarctica. Next time, a Mamoto named Bari challenged Zatch to a battle. Hyo, Zatch and Naruto found it difficult to fight this enemy, as Bari proven to be stronger they thought. Can they win with the combined help of Baozakerga and the Nine Tails chakra sealed in Naruto? Read to find out. Strong opponent. Strong opponent. A blue armor-like Mamoto with antennas named Bari and his partner Gustav were fighting an ogre Mamoto and were winning. The Mamoto ran away as Bari was set to finish it up. Gigano Zonus! Gustav shouted. Bari fired a giant vortex that blew the Mamoto off the building and burned its spellbook. At the end, Bari was displeased by the results. What do you want, Bari? Gustav asked. What did you say? Bari asked. I asked what do you want. You been in a bad mood lately, even when we win, Gustav said. I don't want anything. When we fight strong opponents and beat them I feel little better, Bari said. In that case I heard about one a while back, Gustav said. There's a Mamoto in Japan named Zatch Bell, and they say that those who challenge him never survived. They decided to go to Japan to face Zatch. Once in Japan, Bari witnessed Naruto trying to pry Naomi off Zatch. Okay, that's enough, go home, Naruto said. Whatever, Naomi said, leaving. Bari noticed Naruto's whisker markings on his cheeks and thought he was Zatch. Bari pulled Naruto by his vest back. Zatch Bell, I challenge you to a battle, Bari said. Nice try, but my name is Naruto, and Naruto said, then replaced himself with a bucket. That's Zatch, Naruto said, pointing at Zatch. So what do you want with him? Bari grabbed Zatch and Naruto was about to pull out a shuriken. I challenge you to a battle, you and your partner against us, if that boy isn't your partner, Bari said, pointing at Naruto. Hey, Naruto responded, but knew Bari was a Mamoto. If you run I'll attack anyone close to you and still come after you, Bari explained. Naruto and Zatch react with anger in their eyes. I'll give you 5 hours to prepare, meet me at the abandoned mine at the foot of the mountain. Bari said, then threw Zatch down. Naruto skid and catch Zatch as Bari about to leave but stop. Boy, I don't know if you're Zatch's partner, but I can sense power coming from you. But if you're not his partner but you interfere, it's your funeral, Bari said, then left. At the Takamine house, Zatch and Naruto explained to Kyo about their counter I have a bad feeling about this guy, Naruto said. Naruto, you don't have to join us in this battle, Kyo said. No, you might need me. Besides, if things go bad, I can summon the Nine Tails chakra, Naruto said and tied his headband. Alright, we better go then, Kyo said. Meanwhile, Bari and Gustav were heading to the mine. They entered to see the place was covered by gang members. Zonas! Gustav shouted. Ari fired a weaker version of Gigano Zonas at the gang. Most left except for a girl. She wasn't leaving for some reason. Zonas! Gustav shouted. Bari fired another Zonas at the girl. Kyo, Zatch and Naruto arrived at that moment. Rashield! Kyo shouted. Rashield appeared in front of the attack. Zonas hit Rashield and bounced back at Bari. Bari dodged the attack smirking. You better go somewhere safe, Naruto told the girl. I can't. I still have friend in the room on the second floor, the girl said. I promise you, we'll save your friends, but if you stay here you'll be in danger, Naruto said. Thank you, I'll bring help, the girl said, leaving. Naruto turned to Bari with Zatch and Kyo. You have guts treating humans nicely, Bari said. You either have guts or foolish. I get it, you're ridiculously strong. But Zatch and I've been through a lot of battles, and Naruto helped us, as well as have experience, Kyo said. You may have experience, but let's see how it does against me, Bari said. Guys, there's 2 people on the second floor, Naruto said. We'll get them when we have an opening, Kyo said. Now let's start. Bring it on, Bari agreed. Zakurga! Kyo shouted. Garuzonis! Gustav shouted. Zakurga fired from Zatch's mouth as Bari spun rapidly. As Zakurga hit Bari, lightning fired out everywhere until Zakurga pushed Bari into the wall. Bari stood up after the attack, injured but not affected. Zonas! Gustav shouted. Bari fired Zonas at Kyo and Zatch. Rashield! Kyo shouted. Rashield appeared and bounced Zonas back. Bari dodged the attack and came at the shield. Doruzonis! Gustav shouted. A drill formed around Bari's fist and destroyed Rashield and came at Kyo. Naruto jumped below Bari while making hand signs. Wind style. Vortex barrier jutsu. A barrier shield appeared and repels Bari. So that boy has power as well, Bari said. Kyo and Zatch used the moment to run toward the stairs. Hidden mist jutsu. Naruto shouted, making the hand sign. A thick mist cover the area, allowing Naruto jump toward the stairs. Nice try, but I'm on to you, Bari said and moved his antennas behind his head. Zonas! Gustav shouted. Zonas fired behind Bari, sending him flying to the wall where Zatch and Kyo were waiting. Zaker! Kyo shouted. Zaker fired from Zatch's mouth. It hit Bari, but he hanged on the ledge. Naruto came up as Kyo kicked the window down. Zatch hooked the girls and jumped out of the window. Bari came in and went after Zatch. Naruto jumped in front of Bari. Bari froze, looking straight into Naruto's eyes. Once Zatch got the girls onto the ground, he climbed up. Bari had fight Naruto, who barely dodged the attacks. You're skilled, but you're not enough for me, Bari said. Kyo stood behind Naruto at the window as Zatch jumped in. Naruto used the moment to form the Rasengan. What's that? Bari thought. Rasengan. Naruto shouted, jabbing it into Bari, sending him through the wall. That boy has power, Gustav said. Shut up. He still hasn't have a taste of my fist, Bari said. To be able to avoid Bari's punches as well, he must have had years of experience in fighting, Gustav thought. He was able to withstand my Rasengan. Maybe I should ask the Nine Tails for chakra boost. Naruto thought. Gustav, I'm going to crush all 3 of them, Bari said. Zatch! Kyo shouted, pointing. Zakurga! Zakurga fired from Zatch's mouth at Bari. Bari blocked Zakurga with his fist. Gustav grabbed hold OTED, Garuzonis. Bari and Gustav used Garuzonis to spin right at them. Zatch, Naruto, let's go! Kyo shouted. They started running, but Bari stuck out his leg and crushed through the wall. Naruto moved in front of the attack and took it. Your good is gone, Bari said, going to attack Naruto. Zatch jumped in front of Naruto and took hits until he stopped Bari. Zakurga! Kyo shouted. Zakurga fired from Zatch's mouth at Bari, who dodged it. Bari threw Zatch at Kyo as the two hit each other. I got to make this quick, Naruto thought, making hand signs. Zonas! Gustav shouted. Bari fired Zonas into the ground, destroying it as Naruto, Zatch and Kyo fell. Gigano Zonas! Gustav shouted. Bari fired Gigano-Zonas at the three as they fell. Zakurga, Kyo shouted. Naruto made quick hand signs as Zakurga fired through Gigano-Zonas. Wind style. Vortex shield jutsu. Naruto shouted. Vortex shield surround them as Gigano-Zonas hit. Gigano-Zonas destroyed part of the building. Bari and Gustav didn't see Zatch, Kyo and Naruto and thought the battle was over. Wind style. Air bullet jutsu. Naruto shouted. And bullet made out of wind came at Bari. Bari blocked the attack and saw Zatch, Kyo and Naruto was still around. They were injured by the attack. I barely cushioned the hit with Vortex shield, Naruto said. It's alright Naruto, leave the rest to us. Kyo said as the red spellbook shined with the last bit of energy. Bao Zakurga. Bao Zakurga fired and came at Bari. Zora shield. Gustav shouted. Bari formed a shield with spikes. Bao Zakurga hit the shield and broke through, crushing Bari. Kyo collapsed from the effects of Bao Zakurga. Just then Bari stood up with damage. I'm not done yet, Bari said. No other choice now. Naruto thought, making the hand sign. Okay Fox. Give me your chakra. Red chakra started pouring out of Naruto's body. Whatever you have planned won't work, Bari said. Zonas. Gustav shouted. Bari fired Zonas at Zatch and Kyo. Naruto jumped in front of them and made the hand signs. Vortex shield jutsu. Naruto shouted. Vortex of wind surround them and blocked the attack. When it was over, red chakra surround Naruto's body. Zatch jumped to attack and Bari was about to counter-attack but froze, looking into Zatch's eyes. Zatch knocked Bari down at that moment. By time Bari got up, Naruto, Zatch and Kyo were gone. Naruto was carrying Kyo somewhere safe with Zatch following. Naruto dropped Kyo behind a dozer. You guys relax, I can deal with Bari from here on, Naruto said. Be careful Naruto, even with your current strength with the Nine Tails chakra is enough, Kyo said. I will, Naruto said. Zatch, wait for an opening to attack or get the book. Okay. Zatch agreed. Bari and Gustav searched for Naruto, Zatch and Kyo. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Naruto shouted. Shadow clones appeared around Bari and Gustav. They went to attack but Bari started taking them down. The shadow clones that stayed behind made hand signs. Water style. 100 water dragon strike. They shouted. Hundreds and water dragons formed and hit Bari directly. The shadow clones disappeared after attacking. Zatch used the moment to go after Gustav. Bari recovered, grabbed Zatch and threw him off. Naruto jumped in front of Zatch and blocked his fall as the shadow clones disappeared. Just then rubble fell above Bari's head. I stood after the avalanche and saw it was Kyo driving the dozer into a wall. Kyo tried to start it up again but it was out of gas and fell out of it. Bari went to attack Kyo. Naruto jumped in front of the attack. Bari stopped, seeing Naruto's eyes again. Naruto transformed back to normal from rubble and struck Bari. But how? Bari asked. The other Naruto turned into water, revealing to be a water clone. That's enough for now, Gustav said. Gustav. Bari asked. Boy, what's your name? Gustav asked. Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto said. You're a ninja, right? Gustav asked. That's right, Naruto said. Tell me, what is your goal as a ninja? Gustav asked. To become the greatest Hokage known, Naruto answered. Tell me, why didn't you back down when you had the chance? Gustav asked. Because Zatch and Kyo are my friends. And I promised that I'll help them no matter what, Naruto said, and I never go back on my word. Now Zatch, was it? What is your goal? Gustav asked. To become a kind king, Zatch said. So that's why you two protected those girls, Gustav said. Bari, what kind of king you wanted to become? It seems that you can't attack those with that kind of motive. Are you serious that I can't attack an enemy? Bari asked. So what kind of king you want to become? Gustav asked. A strong king who can take down any enemy with one fist, Bari said. Very well, Gustav said. Zatch, Kyo and Naruto, I'll leave your book intact, but the next time we meet we'll fight to decide whose goal is better, Bari said, a kind king or a strong king. Naruto, I suggest you start increasing your abilities without that red chakra if you want to help the next time we battle, Gustav said. They left as Zatch and Kyo suffered from their loss. I thought of doing Schneid R. Counter hunt, but I realize as long as Naruto been in the world of Zatch Bell, he should have been 13 by now, so I decided instead today in Naruto's birthday special. Naruto's birthday special. Naruto's birthday special. Weeks passed after the battle against Bari, and Zatch and Naruto recovered. Now they were preparing for Naruto's birthday. Neji, Tenten, Lee, Hinata, Kiba, Akamaru, Shino, Sakura and Haku was coming to their world to celebrate Naruto's 13th birthday. Megumi agreed to house Tenten, Hinata, Sakura and Ino, and the boys share Naruto's room. Hana was preparing for the party. Naruto set up the beds with Kyo's help. "Hey Naruto, shouldn't you be picking everyone up?" Kyo asked. "Oh yeah, it's almost time," Naruto said, heading off. Schneider was out in his little house as Naruto passed. "I'll be back, Schneider," Naruto said. "Meru," Schneider responded. Chia came to help out and saw Naruto wasn't around. "Where's Naruto?" Chia asked. "He's picking the others up," Kyo said. "What's Megumi doing?" "Megumi is working overtime today so she can be available for tomorrow," Chia said. "We already got our place ready." "That's good," Kyo responded. At the hill, Hinata, Kiba, Akamaru, Neji, Tenten, Lee, Ino, Choji, Shikamaru, Sakura and Haku arrived at the hill packed for the stay. "What a view," Ino said, looking over a hill. "And it's far enough from town for hardly any people to see us. But close enough for a short walk to town," Naruto said. "Wait till you see the Takamine's house," Kiba said. Naruto led the group to Momochi City, passing some of Kyo's classmates including Kane, Hiroshi, Miroshi and Suzy. They finally reached the Takamine house. "This is Kyo's place?" Ino asked. No one answered as their attention turned to Tia shouting, "Zatch, watch where you're going." "Tia's here," Naruto said. Once in, they took off their sandals. "Naruto, you're back and you brought those friends," Hana greeted. "Hey Mrs. Takamine, you know Hinata, Kiba, Tenten, Shino, Shikamaru, Haku, Sakura and Lee," Naruto said. "Of course, nice to see you guys again," Hana said, especially toward Tenten, Shino and Shikamaru, whom she hasn't seen since Kyo was in the hospital. "Well, this is Hinata's cousin Neji Hyuga, Ino Yamanaka, and Choji Akamaiki," Naruto said. "Nice to meet you. I heard good things from Naruto," Hana said to Neji, Ino and Choji. "You said good things about Ino?" Shikamaru asked. "Just that she helped out in the past with you and Choji," Naruto responded. Truly the only reason Ino agreed to come was because with Asuma being gone on missions, and if she stayed, she'd only be stuck working at her family flower shop. "By the way, I bought those flavor chips you suggested, the barbecue flavor one," Hana asked. Choji's here twitch hearing it. "Barbecue flavor chips," Choji shouted. Tia, Zatch and Kyo could hear Choji yelling. Soon as Choji had his bag of chips, everyone settled down. Ino naturally got on Choji's back about eating. "Hey Naruto, I want to talk to you about something," Shikamaru, Naruto said. They went into Naruto's room to talk. "I've been thinking about the whole Momoto battle situation since you told me about it," Shikamaru said. "After what you told me about Brago and that Momoto that took Zatch's memories, I think there might be stronger Momotos. Some might be strong enough to go up against the level you can reach with the Nine Tails chakra. You're too late about that. Zatch, Kyo and I lost to a powerful Momoto a while back," Naruto said, remembering Bari. "He was even strong enough against Baozakerga. That's also why I had another thought," Shikamaru said. "With stronger opponents, there might be some that might find another method to win the battle." "Another method?" Naruto asked. "Yeah, only question is there another method," Shikamaru said. "Another method," Naruto thought. Then he remembers the stone tablet Kyo found and how it reacted to the Nine Tails chakra. "The stone tablet," Naruto said. "I can't believe I forgot about it." "What? Huh?" Shikamaru responded as Naruto headed out to find Kyo. And finally, Ino said, "Kyo, what did you do with the stone tablet you found once?" Naruto asked. "It should still be in my room," Kyo said. Naruto ran upstairs to find it. "Shikamaru, what's going on?" Ino asked. "I'm not sure," Shikamaru said. Naruto looked through the room. "It's not here," Naruto said. "I don't like this." That night Ino, Tenten, Hinata and Sakura went with Tia to Megumi's place. Naruto told Kyo about the stone tablet. "You're right, it's gone," Kyo said. "We'll wait until day after tomorrow to find it." Naruto agreed, but remember what Shikamaru told him. The next day everyone was setting up for Naruto's birthday. Naruto picked up mail and his eyebrow rose as some were for him. I got mail, Naruto said. Probably cards from our friends from England, Kyo said. Hey, there's one from Apollo too, Naruto said, looking through them. Naruto looked through them, finding one from Gem, Cory, and Kyo's father. Too bad Lien and Wanrei didn't know today is my birthday, Naruto said. I would like to know how they're doing after we helped them. Who? Choji munched. Ah, a team Kyo, Zatch and I helped, Naruto said. Shikamaru listened in as this caught his interest. Wanrei is a Momoto with a kind and protecting heart, who had the power of increasing the power of his natural skills of certain body parts for devastating hits. Naruto explained, both him and Lien are skilled in the fighting style of Chinese Kung Fu. What? Lee shouted and ran down. You know someone who can use Kung Fu? Yeah, Wanrei and Lien. Naruto said. Naruto, is there other Momotos that might still be active that are allies? Shikamaru asked. Naruto figured what Shikamaru had in mind when he asked. That's when the thought of Kanchome and Fulgore came in mind. Well, there's one other Momoto that knew Zatch back in the Momoto world, named Kanchome, Naruto said, remembering, but part of the problem is that he's not very strong. And he doesn't know how to use his power real well. Kyo shuddered at the memory with Kanchome and Fulgore. Soon enough the rest of the boys joined in. Hinata arrived alone first to go with Naruto somewhere for a date while they prepared. Okay, let's get this started, Ino shouted. Ino, we just got together, Sakura said. Guys, we're still setting up, Kyo said. Where's Naruto? Megumi asked. My mom agreed to keeping Naruto out while we get ready, Kyo said, so Hinata and Naruto went on a birthday date while we get ready. Oh yeah, Hinata did leave earlier than us, Tia said. Naruto and Hinata went to the botanical center as it was open for the day. Hinata paid for them both even though Ivy said they didn't have to. Naruto and Hinata joined under a tree. Naruto, Hinata said. What's wrong, Hinata? Naruto asked. Nothing. I just want to go ahead and give you your present since no one is around. Hinata said. Naruto smiled as Hinata moved in and kissed him on the lips. Naruto kissed her back before they broke. Happy birthday, Hinata said when they broke. Thanks, Hinata, Naruto said and kissed her on the forehead. After helping out and spending more time together at the botanical gardens before returning. Happy birthday, Naruto, everyone shouted. Thanks guys, Naruto said. Hana handed Naruto her present, which was a box. Naruto opened it to find it was new set of regular clothes. It was black shirt with a swirl with in the front, gray sleeveless jacket with whirlpool on the back, with a red whirlpool on the back, with black pants. I noticed those clothes you normally worn was wearing out, so with advice from your friends I got these made, Hana said. Thanks, Naruto said. Lady Tsunade also thought this might come in handy, Kiba said, handing it to Naruto. Naruto opened it to find a new pouch, coaster, and ninja vest. Cool, Naruto said. Naruto went to his room to try on the clothes. Just then Gamakichi appeared, who was slightly bigger. Gamakichi, how did you get here? Naruto asked. There's a way for us to teleport between worlds other than through a human summoner, Gamakichi said. I'm here for Jiraiya. What Purvey Sage want? Naruto asked. Gamakichi took out a package with a note attached. Naruto, you're finally 13, and I decided to give you something considering you are my student. It's a book I wrote before starting the Ica Paradise books, that wasn't published. Just for this day I made a single copy for you. I think you might find the main character interesting and familiar. Toad Sage Sennin Master Jiraiya. Definitely from Purvey Sage, Naruto thought. He decided to open it since he went into the trouble of sending Gamakichi downstairs. I'll send Zatch to get you a snack, Naruto said. Fine with me, Gamakichi said. Naruto went down and pulled Zatch aside. Zatch, Gamakichi is upstairs sent by Jiraiya, Naruto said. Alright, I'll be back, Zatch said, heading into the kitchen. Once in a while to help Kyo out. Naruto would summon Gamakichi and or Gamatatsu to play with Zatch and Schneider when Tia wasn't around. Naruto opened the package to find it was the book called The Gutsy Ninja. Who sent that? Hana asked. Oh, a sensei of mine, Naruto said, not wanting to go into detail. Naruto opened Megumi's and Tia's present next, which was some of Megumi's CDs and a handheld CD player. Next was Tenten and her parents, which was new set of weapons. Lee gave Naruto a box that was from him and Guy. Inside was training weights and leg warmers. Neji and I talked them into not giving you green spandex. Hiba explained. Asuma-sensei sent these to you, and Shikamaru Ino and I decided to go with it, Choji said. He said it'll help you with your wind training. Naruto opened it to find more wind jutsu scrolls and chakra blades with a note. Hana went to check on dinner so she didn't see it. Kakashi told me you're a wind type and I thought, these might help you later on. These are called chakra blades and is made out of a special metal meant to absorb elemental chakra. Some of the jutsus in the scrolls goes with these blades. Naruto read, use them well. I heard about these. They can come in handy, Haku said. Naruto opened the remaining gifts. Sakura gave Naruto some medical kit for those that didn't know medical ninjutsu, including blood pills. Shino didn't give anything. Neji's was apparently preventing Guy and Lee from giving him green spandex. Hiba gave him some soldier and food pills. Haku gave him some water jutsu scrolls as well as Wei's tea. Use wind and water in combinations even without a bloodline. Hinata didn't say anything since she already gave Naruto hers. Soon they had dinner, which was miso ramen with little bit of cooked yellowtail or barbecue for choice. They played some of Megumi's CDs and enjoyed the rest of the night. Meanwhile, at an airport in America, a man with a top hat that had a question mark on top wearing a suite in a.s. Malmamoto boy that almost looked like an toy was getting on a plane. So who are we after today? Drive. Riddles, the Mamoto asked the man. Well, kiddo, it's up against a Mamoto who can f's mouth, drive. Riddles answered, although he and his partner is teamed up with a powerful enemy, so we might have a challenge. I thought I might as well add the gutsy ninja into the story, and have a little Naruto Hinata moment. Some of those gifts Naruto got will be used. I also thought that Naruto gets some chakra blades. Next time. Drive. Riddles and Kiddo challenge Naruto, Kyo and Zatch to a battle, but not before quizzing them with a riddle and the majestic 12. When they do battle, Drive. Riddles reveal he knows more about the battle than Kyo and Zatch and how they can get stronger, as well as help Naruto master using his new chakra blades. In helping him with his wind training. Is this really a battle, and what is the secret of the battle to decide king? Read to find out. Dr. Riddle's knowledge. Dr. Riddle's knowledge. Few days later, after Naruto's birthday, and Naruto spent time trying to figure out how to use the chakra blades. Meanwhile, Drive. Riddles was entertaining some kids at the park minus Zatch. He used a magic trick to prank Naomi. They went to a restaurant and talked about them being a team. When their food arrived, Drive. Riddles used it to pull one over Kiddo, which was pointless. So what do you know about this Naruto kid? Kiddo asked. Well, he's a Jinchuriki, Drive. Riddles said. What's that? Kiddo asked. Someone with a powerful demon sealed in them, and is able to use their power to an extent before losing control. Dr. Riddles said, but I wouldn't worry, he can only scratch the surface of the power sealed in him, which is actually a good thing. Yeah, but he doesn't stand a chance against us, Kiddo said. I wouldn't be so quick to judge, he was promoted to Chunin only after one try, Drive. Riddles said, not to mention he know Jonin level techniques as well. Wow, that is amazing, Kiddo said. Yes, but like Zatch and Kyo not knowing about the secrets of the Mamoto world, Naruto doesn't know his true potential, or his heritage. At the Takamine's house, Kyo, Zatch and Naruto were in Kyo's room, talking about how Kyo and Zatch can get stronger. I was thinking how of learning some fighting techniques, Kyo said. We both could train, but it won't help unless we solve the mystery of this book. Kyo placed his hand on the spellbook. Shikamaru had a few ideas. He agrees that the spells might be within the spellbook, or it's coming from someone else, Naruto said. After what you told me, what he told you, I can believe it, Kyo said. To think he was few steps ahead of me in figuring this battle out. I can tell why Naruto keeps saying he was a lazy genius. Well, after that I had been trying to figure these chakra blades out as well, Naruto said, taking them out. Not only that, but I've been trying to think of ways to improve the Rasengan, making it stronger or something. I mean, there has to be a reason why Purvey Sage passed down one of the fourth Hokage's best jutsu down to me. That's true, Hio said. Just then there was a knock at the front door. A visitor, Hio said. I'll get it, Naruto said. No need because we're already here, someone said from the window. They looked to see it was Kido sitting on the window sill. You two must be Zatch and Kyo. And you must be Naruto. Doctor was right, you do have whisker-like markings on your cheek, Kido said. Now come outside, the doctor is waiting for you. A Mamoto, Naruto thought. They came out to see Kido was riding on Dr. Riddle's shoulder and 12 more beings behind them. Nice to take my offer, Kyo Zatch, and it's an honor to meet a Jinchuriki like you, Naruto. Drive. Riddles said. How's the old Nine Tails? How do you know about the Nine Tails? Naruto asked. Because he's Drive. Riddles, he knows everything, Kido said. I also know the main jutsus you have a hard T. Me with is a basic clone jutsu and any form of genjutsu. You have the nature chakra of wind and water, Drive. Riddles said. Naruto made the hand sign for a jutsu. Oh, don't worry, I'm not your opponent, my servants are, Drive. Riddles said, referring to the 12 behind him. Let me introduce to you the Majestic 12. Majestic 12, Hio asked. Lightning Eye who can shoot light beams from his eyes, Drive. Riddles started. A man in a purple costume with helmet and machine-like eyes fired light beams into the air. Rocket Foot who can run 300 miles per second. A man in a green costume and mask ran super fast. Flying Feet, with the ability to fly. A man in a flying costume flew through the air. Second Sight, with the ability to see everything. A man in a dress suit wearing a helmet over his head. Add look at the details of everything around him. Dinosaur Arm, with the arm strength of a dinosaur. A hairy chest but bald man with a dinosaur on his arm roared. Future Wander with the ability to see into the future. Another man in a suit with long hair stood as if looking into the future or space. Psychic Jungle that has telekinetic powers. A man dressed in fur with horns stood out moving things. Fire Elbow who can breathe fire. Quote, a man dressed in yellow and orange blew fire into the air. Any ninja that knows fire-style jutsus can do that, Naruto thought. And Lee probably can outrun that Rocket Foot. Lady Susan, the only female member, stood out amongst the rest. Good thing Purvey Sage isn't here, Naruto thought. Blizzard Thing, who can freeze things with a single breath. A ice-like creature man froze things with one breath. Tremor Mole who can dig through underground. A man with drills in a western clothes dug out. Telepathic Radar who controls the other Majestic 12 abilities. A third man in a suit with a radar-like helmet on his head stood there. Now you met the Majestic Twee, Doctor. Riddles stopped after seeing that Naruto fallen asleep. Naruto, wake up, Hio said, hitting him on the head. Oh sorry, it just got boring considering some of my friends could do what these guys can do and probably better, Naruto yawned. Alright then Naruto, if you think so and you answer me this, who's the odd man out? Doctor. Riddles said. They each have different powers, and even though Lady Susan was the only girl amongst them, each of them are different in their own way, so there isn't an answer, Naruto said. That's correct, you're right, and you're the first one to figure that much out, Drive. Riddles said. How you figured it out? Because it's not much different from any of us. They just have their own powers, Naruto said. After that Dr. Riddles and the Majestic 12 headed off. I doubt that's the last we'll see of them, Naruto said. The next day Drive. Riddle S arrived for a real battle with just him and Kido. Why should we face you? Naruto asked when they reached the river to battle. Well, I thought Kyo and Zatch would like to learn the secrets of their book in the Mamoto world, Drive. Riddles said, and you Naruto, wouldn't you like to know how to enhance your wind chakra to the chakra blades as well as your heritage? Heritage, Kyo thought. That's impossible, I was an orphan. Naruto said, and yet you carry on the Uzumaki name and crest without knowing anything about it, Drive. Riddles said, don't listen Naruto, Kyo said, Zaker. Zaker fired from Zatch's mouth at Drive. Riddles and Kido. Zager. Drive. Riddles shouted. A cannon formed in Kido's mouth and fire a beam. The two attacks collided, yet Zager overpowered them. Surprisingly, Drive. Riddles' book was still shining. Zarison. Drive. Riddles shouted. Kido's fist became metal-like and fired off at Zatch and Kyo. Rashield. Kyo shouted. Rashield appeared in front of the attack. However, Zarison broke through it. Vortex Barrier Jutsu, Naruto shouted, making the hand sign. A barrier of wind protected them from the blast. Naruto now, Hio shouted. Hidden Mist Jutsu, Naruto shouted, making the hand sign. A thick mist covered the area. Doctor, Kiddo said, don't worry, this is only the Hidden Mist Jutsu, it can only be used to block visual, not attack, drive. Riddles said. Just then Kyo came at drive. Riddles as Zatch jumped behind Kiddo and grabbed him. Zakurga, Kyo shouted. Zeburik, drive. Riddles shouted. Kiddo's body split in hellfire and mist. Naruto transformed back to normal and made the hand signs. Water style. Water Prism Jutsu. Naruto shouted, forming a water prism. Zager, drive. Riddles shouted. Zager fired from Kiddo's mouth at Naruto. Naruto dodged it before completely trapping drive. Riddles. Wow, if your mother's clan knew how well you use water style jutsus they might be impressed. Drive. Riddles said. What do you mean my mom's clan? Naruto asked. Simple put it. Half of your heritage came from the Uzumaki clan of the Hidden Whirlpool Village. Most known to have the nature of water and earth, and Kushina Uzumaki was one of few to came to the Leaf Village to be a ninja after it was destroyed. Drive. Riddles explained. That leads to a riddle. If Kushina moved to the Leaf, is it possible you're related to her? Could it be? Naruto thought. Hey, what do Naruto's heritage has to do with the secret of the spellbook? Hio asked. Heritage has a lot to do with it, because with it you can find out one's true potential. Drive. Riddles explained, which a hint was. But if you want a riddle, then I got one for you. What purpose does that spellbook have? It's a gateway to turn emotions of the human heart into energy for spells, Hio said. That's correct, drive. Riddles responded. Zakurga, Hio shouted. Zegaruga, drive. Riddles shouted. Zakurga fired from Zatch's mouth. Another cannon appeared in Kiddo's mouth and fired a stronger version of Zager. The two attacks collided. Now for the third riddle. Where are the spells from? Doctor, Riddles asked. The book, Hio answered. If you think it's the book, then you're wrong. Drive. Riddles responded as Zegaruga overpowers Zakurga. Naruto blocked the attack for them. Now it's Naruto's turn. Drive. Riddles said as Kiddo moved in. A Muziger. Kiddo's fist transformed again and hit Naruto, who was blocking it. Another riddle for Naruto. Why would your sensei give you a book where the main character shares the same name as you? Doctor, Riddles asked. How am I supposed to know? Naruto asked. Well, you muse. Chi know the connection between you and Kushina by now, so think. Drive. Riddles said. Because my parents named me after the character of the book. Naruto asked. Good. Now how can they know the main character's name when you have the only second copy? Drive. Riddles asked. They had to know Purvey Sage, Naruto said. That's correct. Drive. Riddles answered. Now tell me, how is it you have the rare wind element when most Uzumakis have earth and water? I had to inherit it from my dad, Naruto said. Good, now Kyo, I would listen to the last question. Drive. Riddles said. Can anyone unleash the power of their elements for jutsus even with a bloodline? Naruto thought back of Haku and Sasuke. No, they had to first unleash the power of the elements by mastering how to use it, Naruto said, thinking. Just as a Mamoto must be able to dig deep to unleash their power that they must have already had. Hio figured it out as well and got up. Zarasen. Drive. Riddles shouted. Kiddo fired Zarasen at Zatch and Kyo. Naruto took out his chakra blades and focused his chakra into them. Naruto jumped in front of Zarasen and blocked them with his chakra blades successfully. Naruto unleashed the hidden potential in him. Now it's up to Zatch and Kyo. Drive. Riddles thought. Kyo took Zatch and started running as the other fist came at them. Zatch, the spells in the spell book, they were already born within you, Kyo said once they were safe. What? Zatch responded. That's right, you have the power within you the whole time, just like Naruto had wind and water chakra in him the whole time, Kyo said. All you have to do is unleash that sleeping power. Zatch focused in finding the power. The red spellbook shined brightly with a new spell. The sixth spell. Kyo shouted. Rauzaruk. Storm CL. Oods formed in a rainbow color. Lightning fired down and hit Zatch's body, causing it to glow without him passing out. Naruto jumped back to Zatch, ready to go. Zatch and Kyo were stuck on finding out what the spell does. Well, it has Ruck in the name, and most spells we counter from enemies with it has something to do with the body, Naruto said. Kido came close to Zatch thinking he can produce juice from Dr. Riddles. Zatch throw him far, Naruto said. Do you have an idea what this spell does? Kyo asked. Somewhat, Naruto said. Zatch threw Kido into drive. Riddles. At that moment the glow went away. It's almost like me when I use the Nine Tails chakra, Naruto said. What do you mean? Kyo asked. I mean it seems to enhance the natural abilities Zatch already has, Naruto said. Koburik. Drive. Riddles shouted. Kido's mouth opened into a stairs like as many clones of him appeared down below. They went to attack Zatch, Kyo and Naruto at once. I'm done playing, Naruto said. Kyo use Rauzaruk again. Alright, the sixth spell. Kyo shouted. Rauzaruk. Rauzaruk fired down and hit Zatch's body, enhancing it as it glowed. Zatch jumped on Naruto and Kyo and removed all the Kido clones. Zegaruga. Drive. Riddles shouted as Zegaruga fired from Kido's mouth cannon. Wind style. Vortex barrier jutsu. Naruto shouted, making the hand signs. A barrier of wind formed and blocked the attack. Dr. Riddles, is Naruto using the Nine Tails chakra? Kido asked. No, this is his own potential strength, drive. Riddles said. With him in defense and Zatch on offense we might be in trouble. What should we do? Kido asked. We should delay them until Zatch's spell wears out, that way at least Zatch and Kyo would be vulnerable, drive. Riddles explained. Ganzu Zager. Kido formed a multi-eye shot cannon from his hands and fired multiple Zager balls. Zatch jumped in front of the attacks and blocked each one. Raja Zarasen. Drive. Riddles shouted. Kido fired one giant Zarasen at Zatch. Zatch stopped the attack with his own body. Great, Zatch, throw it back. Naruto ordered. Zatch threw the attack back as Naruto headed toward them, forming the Rasengan. Dr. Riddles cancel the spell as Naruto got in close. Now we got you, Dr. Riddles shouted. Gigano. A giant cannon formed on Kido's chest. Before the spell was finished, Naruto jabbed Kido with the Rasengan, sending him flying away. Just be lucky I held back, Naruto said as Dr. Riddles stared in disbelief. Dr. Riddles tried to get away but Kyo stopped him. You still need to tell us more about the book and Naruto's heritage, Kyo said. There's nothing else to tell you, I told you everything about the book, drive, Riddles said, and there's still more I still haven't figured out. What about my heritage, like my parents? Naruto asked. I mean, I know now Kushina was my mom, but Naruto stopped trying to fight back tears. You're not ready for the full truth about your parents, especially your father. I can say this though. The third Hokage knew about your heritage but hid it for your own safety, because if everyone knew about it your life might have been more trouble, drive. Riddles said, but I can say this, the reason EAF ninjas wear the Uzumaki crest on their uniforms because your ancestor who founded the clan married the first Hokage, tightening the bonds between the two nations. Well, one thing for sure, next time I see Purvey Sage I got questions. Naruto thought. Lady Tsunade as well, since she left 2 years after the Nine Tails attack. Dr. Riddles. I understand about Naruto, but why did you want to raise Zatch in my level? Kyo asked. Simply put, an army of darkness is about to break out and I am planning to create my own army against it, drive. Riddles explained. Dr. Riddles. Naruto said. I know what you're thinking, Naruto, and yes, the help of your friends in your world come in handy, drive. Riddles explained, and Kido and I will search for the teams you're probably thinking about too. Naruto nodded, thinking of Hinata Kiba, Akamaru Shino Sakura, Haku Tenten Neji, Lee Shikamaru Ino Choji, and as well as Lee En and Wanrei. Naruto, keep working on that potential that you demonstrate today. Oh, that you won't have to worry about releasing more of the demon sealed inside you power, drive. Riddles said, that he placed on you was meant to mix any leaking chakra from the Nine Tails with your own. But if you keep drawing too much you might not be able to control it. Right, Naruto said. Next time. Naruto trained in focusing his mind to increase his skills. Meanwhile, Sherry and Brago was hunting another Momoto that got away when they counter a boy and his grandfather who was dealing with a bear. Brago ended up teaching the boy how to be a man, and Brago grew himself. What will happen, and what is Brago's and Sherry's newest spell? Read to find out. Dioga Graviton. Dioga Gravidon. Naruto found a waterfall near Momochi City with a rock under it sticking out. Naruto took off his vest jacket and shirt and jumped under the waterfall. Naruto meditated under the waterfall, letting his water chakra grow. The memory of Brago and Sherry ran through his mind. Bari may be strong, but I got this. Feeling his power is nothing to those two, Naruto thought. If I'm going to be able to get Sasuke back one day, I need to reach close to their level as well. In America, in the snowy mountains, Y and Brago were on snowmobiles chasing another Momoto. In the end they lost sign of the Momoto. This been happening a lot lately. Every time we go after a Momoto it seems to just disappear, Sherry said. Especially since the Momoto I've been sensing seem to have incredible power, Brago said. Doesn't matter, any enemy that fights me is a fool. They went back to the main truck but Brago headed off on his own. Just once I wish Brago knows what it's like to have no powers, Sherry complained. Even if it doesn't seem like it, he cares about your health, her servant said. Doesn't seem like that to me, Sherry argued back. It seems you haven't noticed, the servant said. He has changed a lot. He used to be feral and dangerous, but now it seems he shows pride. Personality of a kind but strict king. I think you give him too much credit, Sherry responded but agreed. Flashback. Brago was threatening a servant who was trying to protect Sherry. Fine Brago, but let's pick another place to train where there won't be any people involved, Sherry said. What are you saying? Brago asked. If people aren't involved it's okay to kill them, right? Sherry was angered by his response. Only Isin were teamed up with you humans is because only you can release our power. Even the strongest Momoto can lose with a weak human, Brago explained, then went to strangle the servant. Sherry took a knife and pointed at her vital spot. Do that and I'll kill myself and you'll be left powerless, Sherry said. After all I'm the only one who can read your spellbook. Why you? Brago asked. All why? Oh, you Momotos are the same, including the one that manipulated my best friend Coco, Sherry said. I resent you all with no exception. You think you can control us humans like this? You don't deserve to become king. End of flashback. Brago passed a house that was being threatened to be bulldozed down and stepped in. Don't interfere with this, the man in charge told Brago. Brago turned to an old man comforting his grandson who was crying. The boss went ahead and gave the order to take the cabin down with the three with it. However, when the bulldozer got close, Brago punched it so hard it was sent flying back damaged. The men left threatening to return. But before leaving the boss pressed a button causing an explosion in the mountains nearby, causing an avalanche. The grandfather and his grandson panicked. Don't worry about it, Brago said. Sherry arrived with the black spellbook opened at that moment. Dioga Gravidon, Sherry shouted. A giant ball of gravity with swirls of energy fired from Brago's hand as it repelled and crushed the avalanche. You sure took your time, Brago said. I felt something wasn't right and heard the commotion, Sherry said. Thank you, the grandfather said, getting over the shock. You saved us. Brago, did you? Sherry asked, surprised. Don't get any idea. I heard a dull noise and want to smash it, Brago said. Boy, Brago said, turning to the kid, become strong. Or else you'll keep suffering from those men. Sherry smiled, noticing Brago's most improvement that her servant was talking about. At Momochi City, Naruto returned after training. Naruto, why do you look like you were swimming? Hana asked. I found a place to meditate, Naruto said. Hyo looked at Naruto curiously. Don't worry about it, Mom, Hyo told Hana. Hana decided to let it slide. Sorry about the wait and how short it is. I've been busy with college and I forgot the difference between this manga chapter from anime that makes it short. It been a while, which is why I posted this chapter. Next time. Hyo is having a fitness test at his school and was challenged by Hiroshi Miroshi and Kane at a competition for a special lunch while Naruto volunteered to help out. Meanwhile, Amamo, with the power of water, comes to town to look for her crush Zatch, causing mischief along the way. But when Zatch meets her, he's in a rude awakening when the Momoto finds out he has no memory of her. And is chased to Kyo's school where they battled. What kind of battle Zatch, Kyo and Naruto are into, what kind of help Naruto's water-style jutsus is, and what's up with the frog-like Momoto watching them. Read to find out. Raging water power. Raging water power. At Momochi Middle School, Kyo's class was having a fitness test and he talked his teacher to allow Naruto out. Naruto was wearing his new clothes except for his gear, vest, pouch, headband, sandals that was at the house with Zatch. Instead of his sandals he had Kyo's old sneakers on and goggles in his pocket. Kyo did a long jump and ran before jumping. Naruto took measurements for the teacher. 4.9 meters, sir, Naruto said. Well done, Kyo. Kyo's teacher said, then turned to Naruto. I wasn't sure at first about letting you help out, Mr. Uzumaki. But now I'm glad you did. Thanks, sir, Naruto said. Naruto didn't say anything, but the reason he agreed to help out was that Hana insisted it, considering Naruto came me worn mostly from overusing his chakra out most of the time, and it would be good break for him. For your help you can join us in having the special deliver lunch we're having today, the teacher said. Thank you, sir, it'll be an honor, Naruto said, mainly because he left his at the house. Kyo overheard this while Miroshi, Kane, and himself made a bet with the luxury meals on who would win the next for test. And sadly those three overheard as well. Okay, then let's have Naruto join as well, Kane said. Whoa, trust me, you don't want Naruto in the bet, Kyo said, knowing Naruto's strengths. Why is that? Hiroshi asked. Well, it doesn't matter because he's helping the teachers, Kyo said. I can ask if it's okay for him, Suzy said. No, wait, Suzy, Kyo said. Suzy asked before Kyo stopped her. Well, it would be nice to see how a 12-year-old stand a chance against them, the teacher's wife said. I'm 13, Naruto said. Well, since he been doing a good job helping out, I don't see why not, but it's up to him, the teacher said. Gee, thanks, Kyo thought. So what's the prize and what competition? Naruto asked. Melon juice on the handball toss, steak on the side jump, special. Lee made strawberry shortcake on strength, and eel on the 50 meters dash, Hiroshi said. You better dress properly if you plan to win. Oh, trust me, what I have on is good enough, Naruto said. Little did they know Zatch was getting ready to go see Kyo and Naruto at school and brought Naruto's headband chakra blades. Naruto, are you sure about this? You're supposed to be taking a break, not to Menchio. And you're not used to running around in those sneakers, Kyo said. I won't tell if you won't, Naruto said. Besides, I'll be holding back anyways, the sneakers will just make it easier. They started with the 50 meters dash, with Suzy narrating the event to the rest of the class. Naruto took first place with Hiroshi and Kyo tied for second. How did I lose to a 12-year-old, Hiroshi said. I'm 13 now, Naruto said. You called that holding back? Kyo asked. I can G with those weights. It was a dash, only way I would have given you a chance is by walking, Naruto said. And Naruto win 5 eels, Suzy said. Next, handball toss. Naruto let Kyo, Miroshi and Hiroshi go first. Kyo take the lead, so if Naruto wants to end it in a tie or win he'll have to throw further, Suzy said. I don't want Kyo to go hungry, so I'll just toss it to his length. Naruto thought, taking aim, a sink for me. Naruto tossed the ball and it hit exactly where Kyo's landed. And Naruto and Kyo tied with first for the melon juice. Bad for Hiroshi reputation for a baseball player, Suzy said. So that's why you were taking aim, Kyo told Naruto. Yeah, I could throw twice as far, but I didn't want you guys to go hungry, Naruto said. Don't tell them, but if one of them don't win the next 2 I'll share my half with any of the meal their choice. Good idea, Kyo said. Next was sidestep and Naruto let the others go first. Miroshi sidestepped really fast that Naruto couldn't keep count. Naruto sidestepped as fast as he could but managed to get second on purpose as he didn't want to try and compete against it. Miroshi took first with Naruto following, Suzy said. Kane and Hiroshi must feel bad. On the strength, Naruto waited as the others went. Hiroshi pulled until he was better than Kyo and Miroshi. But Kane kept going until his back went out. Naruto, your turn, Suzy said. You know, since Kane throw his back off trying to win, he can have my cake, Naruto said. Naruto forfeits, making Kane the winner, Suzy said. Meanwhile in town, a light blue hair Momoto in a bunny-like dress named Penny and her human partner wearing worn clothes and hat named Uri was walking through town as Penny sang a song about her feelings, so-called personality and looks. I wonder if he's here, Penny said. I don't know, but as long as his book wasn't burned you bound to meet him eventually, Uri said. That's true, Penny said. Then her stomach growled in hunger. I'm hungry, aren't you? Penny asked Uri. Didn't we just eat 20 minimum ago? Uri responded. Penny smells something sweet from a truck that passed by. I took out a spellbook knowing what she wanted. Akur. Uri shouted. Water fired from Penny's hand and destroyed part of the truck, stopping it. At Momochi City, Naruto gave Hiroshi one of his eels and melon juice. Kane was bothering everyone when his cakes. Just then an announcement came saying that the cake was eaten. Kane was depressed hearing it. Here, Naruto said, handing Kane the remaining eel he didn't eat and an extra melon juice that he and Kyo wasn't able to decide who to get it. But you won them fair and square, Kane said. Yeah, but you deserve something for winning the strength test, Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head. Besides, I like ramen better. Kyo nearly fallen hearing the last comment. Thank you, and as thanks one day I'll treat you to ramen, Kane said. You're going to regret that, Kyo said. You said the same about Naruto competing against us, Miroshi said. Yeah, but you don't know how much ramen Naruto can eat, Kyo said. It's odd that something happened to the shortcake, Naruto thought. At the truck, Penny and Uri ate all of the cakes. Now to look for my Zachi-Poo, Penny said. She remembered back in the Momoto world on her family beach and a fizz. Jumped out with Zatch riding it and thought that was when she fell in love with Zatch. After that she spied on Zatch until one day she gave him a fish. If it comes to it, I'll let him burn my book, Penny shouted. Just then she noticed Zatch dressed into his bag, which had Naruto's stuff, surprised her. Zatch, Penny said. Who are you? Zatch asked, shocking Penny. It's me, Penny, your love, Penny said. I have no clue what you're talking about, Zatch said. Penny was so shocked she collapsed. Oh, I better hurry to meet up with Kyo and Naruto, Zatch said. Penny got up angry and chased Zatch, causing him to run to Momochi Middle School. Naruto was sitting in the back of Kyo's classroom reading Gutsy Ninja as Kyo had class. No one complained, considering, unlike Zatch, Naruto isn't bothering anyone reading. Suddenly Zatch burst in, crying in fear. Zatch, Naruto asked. What are you doing here? Kyo asked. His question was answered when Penny burst in rage, attacking Kyo's classmates. Zatch, what's going on? Why is she chasing you? Kyo asked. I don't know, Zatch said. Kyo, that girl could be a Momoto, Naruto said. Then let's go somewhere safe, Kyo said, taking out the red spellbook. They led Penny to an empty pool on school grounds. What did Zatch do to you to make you angry? Naruto asked. He forgotten my face, Penny responded as she went through Togath. Not mentioning it was back in the Momoto world. So she's basically a fangirl of Zatch's. Naruto thought, remembering how Sakura and Ino did the same with Sasuke. Naruto, she might be talking about events back in the Momoto world. Kyo said, the memories Zeno took from Zatch. Naruto ran in front, understanding. Wait a second, this can be explained, Naruto said. Huh, Penny responded. You see, there was this Momoto that took Zatch's memories of the Momoto world before he met Kyo, Naruto said. So you see, it's not his fault that he doesn't remember you, it's just he has no memories of your time in the Momoto world. Is it true, Zachi-Poo? Penny asked. It's working, Kyo thought. Good thing Naruto has a talent in guiding people to the right direction. Zatch, tell her, Naruto said, pushing Zatch. She'll believe it if it's from you. Zatch looked at Penny scared and started freaking out. I don't know, Zatch cried. Penny rage returned as fast as it left. Zatch, Naruto complained. Zatch, you just ruined Naruto's explanation, Kyo said, shaking him. Akur, Uri shouted. Penny fired Akur from her hand at Zatch and Kyo. Water, Naruto thought and made some hand sign, wind style, vortex shield jutsu. A barrier surrounds them and blocked the attack. Uri, that was too weak. Don't hold back, Penny complained. Oh Naruto, that reminds me, Zatch said, and pull out Naruto's chakra blades and headband. Zatch, why were you carrying Naruto's chakra blades and headband? Kyo asked. And why didn't you bring his gear? Well, I brought them just in case Naruto would want them after school. And I didn't think we'd be facing a Momoto, Zatch responded. It's okay, these will do, Naruto said, tying his headband on and placed his chakra blades in his pockets for now. Okay then, let's go, Kyo said, pointed, aiming at Penny. Zaker. Zaker fired from Zatch's mouth at Penny. That attack won't do, Penny said. A shield. Uri shouted. Water formed a shield that absorbed the lightning. It absorbed it. Kyo asked. I was afraid of this, Naruto said. Haku told me once that most water-style jutsus might not work with lightning except for combinations unless if used at the water element right. Axe sprayed. Uri shouted. The water of Ashield broke and turned into a wave of electricity and water. Naruto made series of hand signs. Water style. Water vortex jutsu. Naruto said. With the water of Axe sprayed, Naruto fired a vortex of water. Two attacks with the combined water electricity cancel each other out. Hey you, spiky blonde hair boy, how did you do that? Uri asked. I'm Naruto Uzumaki of the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto said, and to answer your question, I'm capable of using water and wind for techniques as well as other things. He must be a ninja, Uri said. I don't care what he is. He's protecting Zatch and his partner, so he's an enemy, Penny said. Let's attack. Oruda Kuren, Uri shouted. Penny summoned whips of water to attack. Naruto cover us, Kyo said. Hidden mist jutsu. Naruto shouted, making the hand sign. A thick mist covered the area. Now what? Penny responded, looking around. Zakerga, Kyo shouted. Zakerga fired through the mist. Oh, now I see what you're up to, Penny said, and used Oruda current to absorb Zakerga until there was hardly anything left. Now I know where you three are at, Penny said, and used Oruda current to attack. The mist cleared as there was nothing but Ace. A frog Momoto named Bianco was watching and was impressed until Kyo and Zatch appeared outside the pool unharmed. Using the mist to run was clever, Uri thought. Wait, where's the other one? Penny asked. Try Bello, Naruto said. He transformed back to normal and punched Penny under the chin. You'll pay for that, Penny said. Maybe I should try something, Naruto thought, and looked at Kyo, who nodded. Wait, listen Penny, I have a girlfriend myself, we've been dating for over a year, and I know she would be hurt if my memories of her was taken, and I would feel the same too if it was the same for her, Naruto said. Really? Penny asked, calming down again. Good idea Naruto, and while you calm down I'll talk Zatch into agreeing what you said earlier, Kyo thought. Yeah, but the fact you have memories of you two together could help us out, especially you and Zatch, Naruto said, and turned to Zatch. Right Zatch? Yeah, sorry about not remembering you. But I would be happy if you can remind me of what I forgot, Zatch said. Oh Zatch, does that mean you love me? Penny asked. You Zatch said with a troubled face. Oh no, Naruto th. Oden sensed rage building from Penny again. Penny ordered an attack on them. Akura Kiroro, Uri shouted. Penny waved her hands and fired icicles. Ice, Naruto responded. Zatch, let's go, Kyo responded. Rauzaruk. Rauzaruk fired down and hit Zatch's body, increasing his powers. Zatch started blocking most of the attacks. Wind style, Naruto shouted, making hand signs. Multiple air bullet jutsu. Naruto fired multiple air bullets that blocked the remaining attacks. I'll kill you, Penny shouted. Akuruk, Uri shouted. Penny gained ice water claws on her hands and feet. Zatch and Penny went to attack each other. I'm sorry, but I can't lose. I must become a kind king and end the battle, Zatch said. King, I just want to make you pay for breaking my heart, Penny responded. Naruto positioned himself within perfect range. Finally Rauzaruk disappeared at that moment. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. Naruto shouted after finishing the hand signs. A water dragon appeared and attacked Penny as Zatch dodged. Did it work? Naruto asked. Nice try, Penny said. Appeared only soaked, but thanks to my spell I survived that attack. Water dragon jutsu is Naruto's second best jutsu next to the Rasengan, Kyo thought. Let us a real water dragon, Penny said. Uri. Sojuku, Uri shouted. A water dragon similar to Bao Zakerga except with fins and made out of water formed above Penny. Kyo, Naruto said. I know, Kyo said. Bao Zakerga. Bao Zakerga was summoned from Zatch's mouth. Two dragons collided and Bao Zakerga overpowered and beaten Sojuku. Just then Bianco jumped in front of the attack. Don't worry, I'll take this down with my strongest spell and then you can join me to help my lord's plan, Bianco said. Alvin. No one appeared, leaving them confused. Oh yeah, that's right, Alvin went to get his dentures fixed, Bianco said. As he said that, Bao struck down on them. Something that Mamoto said isn't right, Naruto thought. Could this have to do with Shikamaru's theory? Naruto! Hio shouted. Naruto looked to see Uri was carrying Penny and Bianco and running to safety. Oh no you don't, Naruto said, taking out one of his chakra blades, sharpened it with wind chakra and threw it head on. Uri turned to see it and dodge it barely as the wind chakra left a cut in his jacket. The chakra blade hit a tree and sunk in deep. That was too close, Uri thought and continued running. I'll try again, Naruto said, taking out his second chakra blade. No Naruto, save your chakra, Hio said. Naruto nodded but thought of what Bianco said. First the stone tablet Hio found disappeared, then drive. Riddles warns us about evil forces. Now that frog like Mamoto comes out of nowhere and offers Penny to join him in with something, Naruto thought. Shikamaru's theories seem to be becoming more and more a reality. Only question is, what is it that's about to happen? Days later, Bianco led Penny and Uri to a cave that will be a turning point in the battle to decide King. Well, how do you like the cliffhanger? I used the ending the battle against Penny to lead to a cliffhanger that will lead to the releasing of the ancient Mamotos that will lead to the battle against Zophis and the ancient Mamotos. It might have been just as good using it after the battle against Drive. Riddles, but this is good too. By the way, I'm twisting up the next time to introduce the battle against the ancient Mamotos. Review me and tell me if you like it, because if you do I will do the same when I eventually reach the battle in against Fado, as well as the battle against Clear Note. Don't worry, all parts will still be one story, no sequels. Next time, Mamotos that been sealed into stone tablets with their spellbook for 1000 years ago, once was spread across the human world. Unable to return to the Mamoto world and unable to move, until a Mamoto named Milordo Z ordered his Mamoto servant Bianco to gather them. Now with an unknown power, Milordo Z released all the ancient Mamotos, gathered the descendants of their previous human partners, and with the natural ability to manipulate human hearts, with the help of Penny and Uri, commands an army against the present Mamotos. Zatch, Kyo, Naruto and all their friends, allies of Mamoto's human partner teams they met, and the ninja friends Naruto grew up with, or came to be enough against the threat released into the battle, and what connection Sherry and Brago have with Milordo Z. Read to find out in The Battle Against the Ancient Mamotos chapters. Ancient Mamoto Battle Begin. Ancient Mamoto Battle Begin. Days after losing to Zatch, Kyo and Naruto, Bianco led Penny and Uri to a cave. Penny was complaining about where they were. Bianco gave Penny an early warning about his master. They finally reach an area of the cave where a Mamoto wearing a helmet and his partner who was wearing a similar mask. The Mamoto called himself Milordo Z. Bianco, you finally arrived, and Penny, I saw the pain you went through Bianco, Milordo Z said. That nuisance of a so-called ninja called Naruto Uzumaki trying to defend Zatch Bell by telling you nonsense. Penny got a look into the helmet and saw Milordo Z's eyes that scared her. Don't threat, Penny. I got something I want to show you, Milordo Z said. Milordo Z pointed to collection of stone tablets and told her about the ancient Mamotos and how they were sealed, how Bianco gathered them, and his plan to use them to wipe out the remaining Mamotos. With an army of ancient Mamotos I would need 2 Mamotos to command them. Bianco is one of them and I decided you would be the second one. Milordo Z explained, and with this army you can take revenge of Zatch, and that Naruto Uzumaki. Why do you feel threatened by that boy? He doesn't seem that great of threat, Penny said. No, him alone isn't, but I tell you something only few found out, Milordo Z said. The young Uzumaki is from another world as well, where there are some like him who can use techniques known as ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu in ways that mere humans only wish to be able to do. You mean using water, wind? Not a big deal, Penny said. No, not just water and wind, some can use fire, lightning, or earth elements as well as transform, dodge attacks, allowing objects take their place, make clones out of anything, summon creatures with the same abilities, and more. What you witness is only portion of what each can do, Milordo Z explained. Most even have bloodlines, jutsus only specialized by their group of family known as clans. So what, Naruto said he was from some place called the Hidden Leaf Village, Penny said. And besides, he's the only one here. For now, Milordo Z said. Huh, Penny asked. I recently learned that the Hidden Leaf Village is part of one of 5 great Natio NS based off the 5 elements I mentioned: land of fire, land of water, land of earth, land of lightning, land of wind. I only know one other village, the sand village of the land of wind, but I do know the hidden villages even beyond the 5 great nations, Milordo Z said. However, only the ninjas villages of the 5 great nations has chosen one ninja after the founders to gain the title of the name of Cage of the Hidden Village: Rai, Mizu, Ho, Kaze, and Suchi. However, one of them has the capability to transport help to this world, the 5th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village that Naruto is from. Okay, then if we take care of Naruto, then they have no reason to help, Penny said. Penny, have you ever heard of the 9-tailed fox demon? Milordo Z's partner named Coco asked. No, Penny said. It's an interesting tale. A mighty fox demon with 9 mighty tails that can create earthquakes and tsunamis with one strike, believed to be created through chakra, Coco said. It said it attacked Hidden Leaf Village 13 years ago and was about to destroy it if it wasn't for a man who came to be the 4th Hokage use a sealing jutsu to seal it into a newborn baby on October 10th. October 10th. Also happens to be Naruto's birthdate, and he also happens to be 13 years old, Milordo Z finished. He also has a seal somewhere on him that locks up the 9-tailed fox. Wait, that means Naruto, Penny said. Yes, Naruto Uzumaki is what is called a Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed fox, and if he fully unleashes its chakra, taking him down would be very hard, Milordo Z said. Then I'll have to take him down before he gets help. And before he can use that fox demon's power, Penny said, and get the joy of taking down Zatch with him. So you agreeing to help, Milordo Z said and snapped his fingers. A strange moonlight beamed down and the ancient Momotos was released with their spellbooks. Zatch, now I get my revenge and will take down Naruto Uzumaki while at it, Penny said. Soon enough, Penny and Bianco left on 2 flying Momotos into 2 different directions with a small group of ancient Momotos. Day later, in a forest, Garza and Barensha ended fighting Bianco's army and lost. In Momochi City, Naruto was waiting at the park for Zatch and Kyo to finish playing train, which was Zatch dragging Kyo by a rope. The other day Naruto summoned Gamabunta to hope he can help. Flashback. Naruto was in the mountains out of plain sight for Gamabunta. Naruto bit his thumb, made some hand signs and slammed his hand on the ground, shouting, summoning jutsu. Gamabunta appeared out of a puff of smoke. Chief, Naruto shouted. Naruto, why did you summon me here of all places? Gamabunta asked. It was the best place I could think of to summon you to talk, Naruto said. Just to talk? Gamabunta asked. Chief, a big battle might be coming any day now and I have no time to negotiate, Naruto said. Gamabunta was about to shout back when he noticed Naruto and saw the serious look he hasn't seen NCE Minato when they went to fight the 9-tailed fox. Fine, just this once, Gamabunta said. Naruto explained about the occurrence starting with the stone tablet disappearing and Shikamaru's theory to Dr. Riddle's warning, ending with what Bianco said. Sorry Naruto, I don't know what to tell you, Gamabunta said. Great, Naruto said. However, there is one toad who might have word advise, however it depends if he wants to see you. Gamabunta said, but if you need the Toad Clan help, I know a few toads that can help as well. Thanks, Naruto said. End of flashback. Chief didn't give much info. But at least I know I have his support now, Naruto thought. Now if only I can warn Tsunade about going to need help soon. Just then Zatch came his way, dragging Kyo to a final stop. They had lunch together. Okay, now let's make a sandcastle, Zatch said when they were done. I'll join you guys, Naruto responded. They worked together to build a huge sandcastle. Naruto had a sudden sense of anger aura. Just then Penny jumped down and destroyed the sandcastle. You again, Naruto said. Are you here for a rematch already? Kyo asked. No, I'm here for 2 things, to destroy your book and take care of the Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed fox, Naruto Uzumaki, Penny said. If I take care of you, no one would interrupt the plan and we won't have to worry about the 9 tails interfering as well. She knows about the 9 tails, but how? I never use its power against Penny, Naruto thought, looking around, and I still sense angry aura. Now let me introduce to you my army of Momotos from 1,000 years ago. Penny said. Hyo the sky, Naruto explained. Hyo and Zatch look up to see three ancient Mamotos and their human partners jumped off a flying Mamoto and landed safely. One was an angel-like Mamoto named Arugio. The second one was a Mamoto with a helmet with horns, cape and bird-like legs named Borubora. Finally was a Mamoto with a rusted helmet-like named Dogmas. Mamotos from 1,000 years ago. Hyo responded. If you try to use the hidden mist jutsu to run it won't work, Penny said. You see they were revived to wipe out the remaining Mamotos. And I'm here to not only destroy your book, but to make sure no ninjas from Naruto's world interfere. Now go get them. Zatch, Kyo, shield your eyes, Naruto said, taking out a flashbomb. Zatch and Kyo did so as Naruto threw the flashbomb down, causing it to activate as a huge flash of light appeared, temporarily blinding Penny and the ancient Mamotos. Okay, let's go, Naruto said. Right behind you, Kyo agreed. As he and Zatch followed Naruto and quickly grabbed the spellbook and gear. They search for a place to fight where no civilians can get hurt. However, the ancient Mamotos caught up with them. Naruto made some hand signs. Wind style. Air bullet jutsu. Naruto shouted. Naruto fired 3 air bullets that hit all 3 Mamotos. They found a construction area. You already out of breath and the battle just started, Penny said. Penny, what you said before, do you mean, these Mamotos are from the last battle to decide king? Hyo asked. You are smart, I didn't believe it at first, Penny said. Then how can they be here? Where were they for 1,000 years? Hyo asked. And why do I sense more rage from them? Naruto said. I'll answer your questions, but that doesn't mean these guys won't attack, Penny said. Dogmas, Arugio and Borubora came at them. Garon. Borubora's partner shouted. Groundson. Dogmas' partner shouted. Buretsu. Arugio's partner shouted. A chained weapon fired from Borubora's body. Dogmas hit the ground, summoning a cannon made out of rock that fired boulders. Arugio fired a laser as well. Rashield. Hyo shouted. Rashield appeared in front of the attacks. The attacks hit Rashield and bounced back with electric charge. Great, it worked, Hyo said. Don't celebrate just yet, Naruto said. Boruto. Erijo's partner shouted. Erijo summoned a ring of laser in his hand and threw it. The spell hit the first 3 attacks, canceling them out. The ring returns to Erijo and then threw it at Zatch, Kyo and Naruto. Vortex shield jutsu, Naruto shouted, making the hand signs. Vortex surrounds them and blocked the attack, but barely. The anger of being turned into stone is really showing now, Penny said. Stone could she be talking about? Naruto thought. Why were these Mamotos sealed into a stone tablet? Well, you know something. During the last battle to decide king, there was a Mamoto named Gorum of the stone who turned almost all of the Mamotos he battle into stone tablets along with their spellbooks, Penny said, and the guy who released them from their stone prison was Milordo Z, and you were chosen as the outlet of the anger of being turned into stone. Garanga Cobra, Dogmas' partner shouted. Dogmas summoned a giant cobra made out of rock. Hyo, can you and Zatch handle this alone? Naruto asked. Yeah, go ahead, Hyo said. Zakurga. Zakurga fired from Zatch's mouth into the cobra's mouth and eventually destroy it. Naruto moved up to Dogmas with the Rasengan in his hand. Rasengan. Naruto shouted and jabbed the Rasengan into Dogmas. Dogmas was thrown back into a wall. So that's the Rasengan. Clever idea, using the effects of the spells colliding to get close, Penny said. However, it'll take these guys down. Dogmas got out of the wall and stood as if nothing happened. And they haven't even used their strongest spell, Penny said. Now beat them to death. Dogmas, Erijo and Borubora went to attack again. Zakurga. Hyo shouted. Zakurga fired from Zatch's mouth and pushed Borubora back. Ganzu Buretsu. Erijo's partner shouted. Erijo fired multiple Buretsu from his hands. Hyo and Zatch started running before some came close to hitting Kyo. Naruto jumped in front of the attack and took hit. Naruto. Zatch shouted. I'm fine, just go, Naruto said, getting up. They headed to the end of a path and turned. We have to take the advantage we have, Hyo said. Bao Zakurga. Bao Zakurga fired from Zatch's mouth at the ancient Mamotos. Deibara Barega. Erijo's partner shouted. Gigano Garanzu. Borubora's partner shouted. Erijo summoned a giant laser beast as Borubora summoned a giant drill against Bao Zakurga. The three attacks collided and cancel each other out. Kyo collapsed from the use of Bao. Your best spell was beaten, Penny said. Naruto move in front of Kyo. Wow, I'm surprised you can move with that injury, Penny said. Dogmas moved and took Zatch in a headlock. Zatch, Naruto said. Kyo moved the spellbook under his body. If you attack Zatch and Kyo gets it, if you don't you'll be killed either way, it's the end of you, Penny said. Penny, answer me this, the humans, they're being manipulated by Milordo Z, aren't they? Naruto asked. That's why they are able to read the spellbooks. Cleaver, and you're right, they are being manipulated by Milordo Z. You see, he gathered in format. Ion on where the original partners lived and send Bianco to go look for their descendants and gather them in one place. Of course that doesn't mean they can read the spellbooks, Penny said. So what? Milordo Z experimented their hearts to connect the wavelengths to the books. While at it he removed any emotion except for the hatred they have when they fight. It's weird, most humans don't even have the will to fight. Naruto clenched his fist as his wounds started to heal from the Nine Tails' reaction to his behavior. Zatch and Kyo started struggling as well. Shut up. Naruto was the first to speak. Do you have any idea what you just did? What can you do? Remember who's behind you, Penny said, then noticed Zatch and Kyo were still struggling. Don't tell me you're trying to continue fighting. You think you can manipulate hearts of others and force them to fight against their will? Kyo asked. I knew someone who was forced to fight against her will once, Zatch said, remembering Kolulu's last words. Kolulu had sad tears that day, and you're doing the same to these people, Naruto explained. We can't let you win. What are you going to do about it? Last I checked, Naruto is the only one able to move and there's nothing he can do, Penny said. Don't underestimate us, Naruto said, making hand signs and aim at Dogmas. At that moment Zatch broke free with willpower and duck. Air bullet jutsu, Naruto shouted. He fired a powerful air bullet that slammed into Dogmas with enough force to throw him off. Zaker, Kyo shouted. Zaker fired from Zatch's mouth at Penny. Penny appeared unharmed in the smoke. I knew it. Your big talk, but only Naruto has enough power to win, Penny said. Now attack. Garon, Borubora's partner shouted. Baretsu, Arajo's partner shouted. Groundson, Dogma's partner shouted. The three Momotos fired their attacks at Zatch, Kyo and Naruto. I got to do this, Naruto thought, making hand signs. Sayoshi, someone shouted. Sayoshi surrounded Zatch, Kyo and Naruto. The attacks bounced off Sayoshi. Next time, Chie and Megumi comes to the rescue, and with them is Hinata, Kiba and Akamaru. Summoned by Dr. Riddles with the same goal as Zatch, Kyo and Naruto. But can they win? What kind of new spells Tia has, and what does Sherry and Brago have to do with Milordo Z? Read to find out. Light of Hope, Zatch, Kyo, Naruto, and even Penny. Look to see it was Tia and Megumi's spell, as they were standing near the ledge above them. Tia was dressed the same as Megumi was, wearing a green open jacket over a yellow shirt and a skirt. Tia, Zatch responded. Megumi, Kyo responded as well. Zatch, Kyo, Naruto, you don't have to fight this battle alone. Tia shouted. Not when you have friends like us and those in the leaf, Megumi said. As Megumi said that a mist surround the ancient Momotos, hidden mist jutsu, Naruto thought. What? Where did this mist came from? Penny asked. Fang over Fang. A new voice shouted. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Another voice shouted. Inside the mist, 2 twister-like attacks came out of nowhere and hit Borubora and Dogmas as someone started jabbing Arajo from behind before all 3 hit the ground. What's going on? Penny asked. Seizu, Megumi shouted. Tia swiped her hands together, firing Seizu. Seizu hit Penny and exploded. The mist cleared as 3 figures jumped to Naruto. A puff of SMO.K appeared around one of them as if transforming back to normal. Just then that same figure tackled Naruto and started licking him. Ah, Akamaru, Naruto responded. It was Akamaru who had grown much. As the other figures was Kiba and Hinata, who was wearing new clothes as well. Kiba was wearing a black bodysuit, with a black cloth for his headband and sandals to match. Hinata now was wearing a light purple jacket with white sleeves. Dark blue pants, black sandals and black cloth headband around her neck. Megumi and Tia joined them. Hinata, Kiba, Akamaru, you guys came? Kyo asked. How did you find us? Megumi strange call from Dr. Riddles, Tia explained. Dr. Riddles, you mean he challenged you? Naruto responded. Yeah, few weeks ago, and it helped us got stronger, Megumi said. Then today he called us and told us you were in danger and to wait for Hinata, Kiba and Akamaru at the meeting spot. Whoa, wait, how did Lady Tsunade knew to send you guys then? Naruto asked. It's strange, all right. Lady Tsunade got a message from nowhere, telling her about the ancient Momotos, and to first send Hinata, Akamaru, and me to the meeting spot, Kiba said. It even said that we were to meet up to Megumi and Tia. First send? Kyo asked. That's right. The letter came with instructions of who to send, when and where, Hinata said. Naruto, before that, after your birthday, Shikamaru talked Tsunade in getting Neji, Tenten, Shoji, Ino, Lee, Sakura, Shino, Haku, Hinata, Akamaru, him, and me to spend time training just in case something like this would happen. Some of us even mastered new jutsus, Kiba said. Sakura even used time to master some of Kurenai-sensei's genjutsus to go with the medical training she had that Hinata and Ino joined into as well. Not to mention the Inuzuka clan allowed me to sign Kakashi-sensei's summoning contract in case Akamaru and I are alone and needed backup. Akamaru barked in agreement. So what? Penny said, standing up as the ancient Momotos recovered. Only 2 ninjas, a mutt, a human and 1 Momoto doesn't seem much to me. Borubora went to attack. Megumi, the new spell, Tia said. Right, Megumi responded. Gigano Garanzu, Borubora's partner shouted. Borubora summoned Gigano Garanzu to attack. Giga la Sayoshi, Megumi shouted. A green barrier similar to Sayoshi surrounded Borubora and its spell. A barrier, Penny said. Yeah, a barrier, but not like the last one, Tia said. Let's see. It's like Zatch's Rashield but from the inside out, Megumi said. Just as she said that, Gigano Garanza hit the barrier inside and bounce off it back at Borubora. Wow, that was some spell, Kiba said. Seizu, Megumi shouted. Tia swiped her hands, firing Seizu. Seizu hit Borubora's spellbook, burning it, leaving Penny in a panic. Hinata started Yusen G medical healing jutsu to heal Naruto's remaining wounds. Megumi, let's use the second new spell to help Kyo out, Tia said. Right, Megumi said, flipping pages. Now, Tia shouted. The 5th spell, Megumi shouted. Seifogyo. Tia waved her hands in the air and a sword formed. Kyo, don't dodge, Tia said and threw the sword. Kyo but did nothing at first. Zatch was panicking until Kiba stopped him. Relax, Zatch. If this spell was an attack, Tia wouldn't have thrown it at Kyo, Kiba explained. Kiba's right. Watch, Megumi said as her book started glowing. The handle of Seifogyo started turning as energy traveled from it to Kyo and healed his body. So the 5th spell is a recovery spell, Naruto said. Yep, and it recovers enough strength from within for 1 or 2 spells, Megumi said. I figure it would come in handy when Hinata saw Bao Zakurga being beaten with her Byakugan. Naruto, eat this, Kiba said, throwing Naruto a bag. Tsunade had these made and was released for ninjas just before we left. Naruto opened it and found it looked like food pills. Food pills? Naruto asked. Not just any ordinary food pills, but it has an ability to recover chakra at least by 25%, and when needed can be used as a blood pill. Kiba said. Thanks, Naruto said, eating one of them. He found his chakra returning to normal. Tia, Megumi, Kiba, Hinata, are you sure you want to help out? There is still an army left. And each ancient Momoto has their own power and strength, Kyo said. What are you worried about? Kiba asked. Huh, Naruto said. I told you we've been training for something like this, Kiba said, and didn't you, Naruto? Told Shikamaru once you guys knew other teams that owe you favors. I bet if this drive Riddles knew about those guys, then the locations he requested the others to go to is where those allies are at. Quote. Kiba's right, as long as we have other allies, I don't think we will have any issues, Megumi said. Ganzu Baretsu, Erajo's partner shouted. Garanga Cobra, Dogma's partner shouted. The two fired Ganzu Baretsu and Garanga Cobra. Let me handle this, Hinata said and activated her bloodline, defensive 8 trigram 64 palms. Hinata moved around in one spot, waving her hands around, sending waves of chakra that formed a shield. The 2 attacks hit the shield, sending force Okay Akamaru, let's go, twin-headed wolf, Kiba said. Hold it Kiba, if they attack now you'll be taken down, Naruto explained. Megumi Tia, the first new spell, can you use it on 2 enemies at once? Hio asked. Yeah, Megumi said. Then that's when we'll attack, Hio said. Okay, Megumi agreed as Tia said herself. Giga la Seoshi. Giga la Seoshi surround Erijo and Dogmas as the attacks. Hinata was about to collapse but Naruto caught her. This spell again, we just won't attack, Penny said. But what if we attack while you're trapped? Hio asked. Then we'll sue. Penny stopped realizing that they couldn't counter-attack. Checkmate, Naruto said making hand signs. Bao Zakurga, Hio shouted. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. Naruto shouted. Bao Zakurga fired from Zatch's mouth as Naruto summoned water dragon. 2 combined as water surrounded Bao Zakurga. Tia and Egumi cancel out Giga la Seoshi at the last moment as the combination hit. When the smoke cleared, Erijo barely saved his book as Dogma's book was burning. Penny took off on her flying Momoto with Erijo and his partner. When the 2 former human partners gained conscious, they had no memory of what happened when they were kidnapped. Elsewhere in Africa, Sherry and Brago won against Bianco's team. Humans were manipulated by a Momoto named Milordo Z, Sherry said. There's no Momoto that goes by that name, Brago said, but there is one Momoto with the manipulated power that we know. The one who took away Coco's happiness. The worst of the worst Momoto, Zophis, Sherry said. Next time. Hio, Tia, Zatch, Naruto, Kiba and Hinata study up on ruins through Kyo's father's books to find a ruin a symbol like the tile. That was all they have to find Milordo Z's hideout. News gets good when Schneider comes home with his spellbook missing and a note from Dr. Riddles with news. Where is the ruins and what is Dr. Riddles up to? Read to find out. Message of hope. Message of hope. After the battle, Kyo was given a piece of stone with a symbol one of the human partners manipulated had without knowing how he got it. 4 days passed and Kyo, Tia, Zatch, Naruto, Hinata and Kiba gone through Kyo's father's book to find a ruins with a symbol like what's on the piece. Megumi worked overtime so she can make time for her and Tia help Zatch. Kyo, Naruto, Hinata, Kiba, and Akamaru. Now Naruto and his shadow clones was helping narrowing the remainder books. You don't have to help study, Kyo said. Well, you've been up for nights, so I thought the sooner we find the hideout the sooner we all can sleep before having to fight, Naruto said. Kyo didn't complain as it was true. Zatch and Tia came by and pick up some books. Kiba was coming by and noticed that Schneider wasn't around. Hey Zatch, where's Schneider? Kiba asked. Well, he left a few days ago to find his human partner, Zatch said. And you haven't seen him since? Kiba asked. No, why? Zatch asked. Zatch, with the ancient Momotos around attacking present Momotos and without a human partner Schneider could be attacked and his book burned, Tia said. We got to find Schneider. Zatch responded. Meru, someone said. They turned to see Schneider standing there carrying 2 letters. Schneider, Zatch responded. Akamaru was sniffing behind Schneider and started barking. What is it, Akamaru? Kiba asked, then noticed Schneider's spellbook was missing. Hey guys, Schneider's book is missing. Hinata was giving Kyo and Naruto something to drink. Thanks Hinata, Naruto said. I found it, Kyo said. What, you found the hideout? Naruto asked. Yeah, at least I think so, Kyo said. Kyo, did you really found it? Zatch asked as he, Tia, Schneider, Kiba, and Akamaru came in. Like I told Naruto and Hinata, I think so, it's a ruin deep in the Amazon, Kyo explained. Naruto noticed Schneider's spellbook was missing. Schneider's book is missing, Naruto said. Yeah, not only that but he had 2 notes, Kiba said, taking out 2 letters Schneider brought. Kyo took a look at them. This one is for you Naruto, Kiyo said, handing Naruto the second letter that had Naruto's name. They didn't see who it was from on the front but found out on the back. Dr. Riddles, Naruto and Kyo said at once. They opened the letters. In Naruto's had a letter and plane tickets, and Kyo's had a map of the Amazon and a letter. Kyo read his first out loud. My name is Dr. Riddles, the amazing professor who knows everything, but you already know that. Kyo, you must be desperate to find the ruins Milordo Z is hiding. Probably had endless days and night of no sleep to where Naruto helped you find it from one small clue. I found it months ago, Kyo read. Oh no, Naruto said as his was started the same except his was saying about him helping out. At that moment Kyo tear his up. I figure my words would make Kyo upset, which is why I send this to you, Naruto. Naruto read. Cleaver, Kiba said, sound like something Shikamaru would do as well. The ruins is known as the Daburo ruins. As you might have noticed by now, I gave Kyo the map to the ruins as well as set up a plane ride there as tickets came with Naruto's. It's up to you guys to go there or not, but you already decided on that. Naruto read. I'm sorry I can't accompany with you right now. But as we speak I'm finding more team allies as well as assigning ninja teams with those that I have a feeling will help. At that moment Drive, Riddles and Kiddo Wa, taking Ino Shikamaru and Choji to meet Wanrei and Lien, who seem to know Drive, Riddles and Kiddo, and we're glad to meet friends of Naruto's. Schneider, where did you get this letter? Kyo asked. SC. Schneider tried to explain but Kyo didn't understand and ran out to look for Dr. Riddles. Right now I already drop off 3 of your friends Naruto. It may seem hopeless right now of winning but you must not lose hope, Naruto finished. I wish you good luck and hope you guys will still be around by time the rest of us arrived. Wow, this Drive, Riddles seemed annoying and at the same time helpful, Kiba said. Yeah, I know, Naruto agreed. Next time, Naruto, Hinata, Kiba Akamaru, Zatch, Schneider arrive at the ruins and kept it quiet until they got a surprise visit by Kanchome and Fulgore along with Lee Tenten and Neji. They explained about their meeting with Dr. Riddles and agreeing to help. Only one problem. Kanchome knew Tia from the Mamoto world as Tia used to bully him and Zatch. Can Tia and Kanchome learn to work together? What kind of help Kanchome can be? Read to find out. Race into the ruins. Race into the ruins. Zatch, Kyo, Tia, Megumi, Schneider, Naruto, Hinata, Kiba, N. D. Akamaru took a private plane to South America where Apollo was waiting for them. Once they got within walking range they started walking. Apollo seemed nice, Kiba said. Yeah, shame his Mamoto partner Rock's spellbook was burned. Naruto said. They arrived at the front entrance of the ruins. Hinata made several hand signs and shouted, Byakugan. She took a look of the area of the ruins. It's like a labyrinth, Hinata said. That's basically is, Kyo said. Not only that but there's probably ancient Mamoto guards scattered in there. We need to take this slow and discreetly and try to avoid as many ancient Mamotos, Naruto said. You seem so calm, Megumi said, especially you Kyo. Yeah well, before coming here I did some research, Kyo explained. Kiba and Akamaru heard something. Hey guys, someone is here. Kiba said as Akamaru started growling. Everyone went into guard. Hinata, can you identify the Mamoto? Naruto asked. Hinata looked with her Byakugan and saw what she guessed as a Mamoto. It looks like some kid in a duck-like clothes and a duck bill, Hinata said. Could it be? Kyo thought. Just then Kanchome and Fulgore jumped out of the bushes. Kanchome Fulgore, Kyo said. Naruto, Kiba said. Diamatic entry. Lee shouted jumping out. Lee, Hinata said. Wait, if Lee's here, Naruto said. Lee, don't jumping off like that just because those two did, Tenten said as she and Neji came out. Tenten Neji, Megumi responded. HN, Neji responded. Lee was wearing the usual green spandex leg warmers and headband. Tenten was wearing white Chinese-like shirt, dark red pants, one giant scroll attached to her pack, and a black cloth headband over her forehead. Neji was wearing white robes with black cloths, and a black headband over the branch family seal on his forehead. Wait, Drive, Riddles had you guys meet up with him to find Kanchome and Fulgore? Naruto asked. Yeah, you could say that, Tenten said. Flashback. Tenten, Neji and Lee landed out of a portal on a ship close to Antarctica. No wonder why Tsunade told us to dress for severely cold, Tenten complained. Where are we? Antarctica. Drive, Riddles answered, coming out with Kiddo on his shoulder. Neji, Tenten and Lee went to defense. Who are you? Neji asked. My name is Dr. Riddles, the amazing professor who knows everything, including you three. Neji, Hyuga, Tenten, and Rock Lee are friends of Naruto Uzumaki. Drive, Riddles said. How do you know Naruto? Tenten asked. Let's just say we helped him as well as Zatch and Kyo out to prepare for the battle against the ancient Mamotos, drive. Riddles said. And we're also the ones who summon your help. As well as help a Mamoto and his partner who was a good friends with Zatch. That's me Parko Fulgore, Fulgore shouted from the top of the mast. End of flashback. So after explanations we ended up helping drive. Riddles reunite Kanchome and Fulgore just come here with them to find you, Tenten said. Wah, it's the strangling Tia. They heard Kanchome shouted catching their attention. Quiet you, I won't forgive such talk, Tia said as the two left Zatch confused. Kanchome, you know Tia? Zatch asked. What do you mean, you know her too? She used to pick on us both back in the Mamoto world, Kanchome responded. Oh Zatch, that's not true, Tia responded. Hey, quiet down, Naruto told mainly Tia and Kanchome. I'm surprised Crybaby Kanchome lasted this long. Tia said. What are you talking about? I'm a whole lot stronger, Kanchome responded. Oh yeah, what spells do you remember? Tia said. A nasty one, I can poop for a whole day straight, Kanchome said. That's not even a power, Tenten said. Ha, so you were lying, Tia shouted. Hold on Tia, what Kanchome said may not be a power, that doesn't mean he wasn't stronger than the last time you saw him. Naruto said, however if Dr. Riddles went to lengths to find Kanchome, then we must trust that Kanchome's power can come in handy. Naruto's right, we should be happy that Kanchome is on our side. Kyo agreed. Just then birds flew off from nearby trees scaring Kanchome till he passed out. I hope you're right about Kanchome, Naruto, Kiba responded. They headed into the ruins into a room with pathways. Clear so far, Kiba said as Akamaru barked quietly. So Kyo, where do we go from here? Naruto asked as Kyo had the map. Give me a moment, don't foe. RGET that there could be some unexplored rooms, Kyo answered looking at the map. Kanchome was looking around scared. Hey Kanchome, what did drive Riddles tell you? Kyo asked hopping. It'll help Kanchome. Well, we were battling some ancient Mamotos, Kanchome said remembering that day. Flashback. Kanchome Fulgore Kiddo drive, Riddles, Tenten, Neji and Lee were fighting ancient Mamotos that had locate them. Gigano Zager, drive, Riddles shouted. Gigano Zager fired from Kiddo's chest cannon and destroyed a top of an ice mountain causing it to fall on the ancient Mamotos. Dr. Riddles fake an escape and the ancient Mamotos left as well. They're out of sight, Neji said watching with his Byakugan. Hard to believe those Mamotos were from the last battle, Tenten said. It's unyouthful that this Milordo Z is manipulating them. Lee responded. Not only that, but it seems that after every battle they return to their hideout, drive. Riddles said, maybe there's something there that completely heals injuries. If we can destroy it, we will have the advantage. Neji nodded in agreement. But what use am I? Kanchome asked. Your power is just as useful Kanchome, Zatch Kyo will be there. 2. Drive, Riddles explained. And I'll be leaving Tenten Neji and Lee with you to join up with Naruto and 2 other Leaf ninjas. End of flashback. And that's what he said, Kanchome said more confident. Kyo agreed with destroying the thing that recovered the Mamoto's body might help. Just then there was a loud noise. Guys quiet, they're here, Neji said as his and Hinata was active. They look into a room next to where they were at and found a dragon-like Mamoto named Galios, his baseball human partner Alan, a small Mamoto named and his female partner Mamiko. Kanchome was about to scream in fear but Lee covered his mouth. 2 of them, a big one and a small one, Naruto said. Kyo saw a passage on the other side of the room where the Mamotos were at and came up with a plan. Kanchome, you're up, Kyo said. Huh, Kanchome responded. For this plan to work we need high speed and the ability to transformation, Kyo explained. I get it, Lee is the fastest one here but he can't use transformation jutsu, Kiba said. Not only that but Milordo Z knew about me, so chances he knows if one of us ninjas were here there might be more because ninjas work in squads for missions like this, Naruto said. Which would mean the ancient Mamotos would know. Neji said. That's right, and right now we don't need them to run off and find backup, or else we'll be up against a whole army, Kyo explained. That's where Kanchome comes in. His power involves transformation which if used right can fool anyone. That's not right, Fulgore responded. Kanchome, it's your choice, Naruto said. Kanchome looked at the ancient Mamotos but remembered what drive riddles told him. I'll do it, Kanchome responded. Okay, now listen. Kyo told them and explained what room Kanchome needed to lead the ancient Mamotos to and how to do so. After explanation, Kanchome and Fulgore headed into the room. Hey ancient Mamotos, Kanchome shouted. Gallios and look right at Kanchome. There may be two of you, but that doesn't mean you scar me. Kanks and screamed at Kanchome, scaring him to tears. Kanchome tried to run but was running in place and wasn't going anywhere. Nishir, Mamiko shouted. Fired a ball of light at Kanchome. Fulgore saved Kanchome and they headed to the passage on the other side. Outside the others are waiting. Naruto, we get why you trust Drive Riddle's words, but do you really think Kanchome can do this? Tenten asked. Yeah, I'm positive, Naruto said. Guys, let's go, Kyo said. Meanwhile, Kanchome dodged Galio's attack and came to the stairs. Pork, Fulgore shouted. Kanchome transformed into a wheel and with Fulgore in it they spin down the stairs as Kyo explained. Once at the bottom, Kanchome transformed back to normal. Now up there, Fulgore said, pointing at the ledge above to another corridor. Pork, Kanchome transformed into a hook with a raffling hook lower body. Fulgore threw Kanchome's upper body up to the ledge. Once Kanchome had hold of the ledge, he transformed back to normal, pulling Fulgore up in a flash. Gallios and their partners hit the ground hard. Then the four came at Kanchome and Fulgore and followed them to a dead end where Kanchome had disappeared. They attack and hit the dead end, which was Kanchome transformed into a wall. Gallios and their partners fell into the room below where Kyo, Zatch, Megumi, Tia, Schneider, Naruto, Hinata, Kiba, Akamaru, Tenten, Neji and Lee were waiting. Kanchome transformed back to normal in the corridor next to Fulgore. Great job, Kanchome, Naruto shouted. Not a problem, Kanchome responded, thanking Naruto and Kyo mentally. Their expression changed when a giant human like Mamoto with a helmet covering his head stood behind Kanchome and Fulgore. Next time, Naruto, Hinata, Kiba, Akamaru, Kyo, Zatch, Megumi and Tia fight against Gallios and while Lee, Neji, Tenten, Kanchome, Fulgore and Schneider fight against their opponent, but it turned out that not all of the Mamotos are being manipulated. How will this fight end? Read to find out. The truth. The truth. Kanchome and Fulgore turned to see the Mamoto standing behind them as it turned around and ran away. I didn't expect a third one, Kyo said. Kanchome, go after that Mamoto and stop it from getting help, Megumi shouted. Right, Kanchome agreed as he and Fulgore headed off. Neji, Tenten, Lee, go help them out, Naruto said. Neji, you're in charge to make sure that Mamoto don't find more allies. Right, I'm going, Neji agreed as he, Tenten and Lee headed up. Schneider followed them up to the corridor as well. Schneider, what are you doing? Zatch asked. Schneider responded back in his way as Akamaru translated. Schneider said that he's going to help out as well, Kiba explained. Schneider's book isn't here so he can't disappear so easily, Naruto said. Schneider, be careful, Zatch responded. Schneider headed toward the others. Just then Gallios recovered and went toward the corridor. We haven't blocked the entrance yet, Kyo said. Megumi, Tia, Naruto responded. Sayoshi, Megumi shouted. Tia formed Sayoshi around the entrance. Gallios bounced off Sayoshi and hit the ground. Hey, don't divert your attention away from us, we're your opponent, Naruto said. And Gallios turned to them. Hinata, Kiba, Akamaru, follow my lead, Naruto said. Nishiruga, Mamiko shouted. Daguruk, Alan shouted. Fired a stronger version of Nishir as Gallios' horns came at them. Sayoshi, Megumi shouted as Naruto, Hinata, Kiba and Akamaru jumped out of the way. Sayoshi appeared around Zatch, Kyo, Tia and Megumi but was shattered when the attacks hit. Fang over Fang, Kiba shouted as he and Akamaru twist into two twisters. They hit forcing him back into the ground. Got up just as Naruto appeared in front of him making hand signs. Wind style. Air bullet jutsu. Naruto fired an air bullet that hit forcing him further. Hinata used the time to go after book. Gallios came at Hinata head on. Hinata's had her Byakugan activated and saw it. She barely dodged the attack. Hinata, are you okay? Naruto asked as he, Kiba, Akamaru, Kyo, Zatch, Megumi and Tia gathered. Yeah, Hinata responded. Recovered from Naruto's and Kiba, Akamaru's attack. Humans, why aren't you launching stronger attacks? Asked. Hyo, Zatch, Tia, Megumi, Naruto, Hinata, Kiba and Akamaru were shocked by it. Especially you so-called ninjas. I thought you had stronger attacks than that, responded. Wait, if you can talk that means you have your own will, Kiba said. Why are you working for Milordo Z? Naruto asked. Ganges Nishiruga, Mamiko shouted. Punched the ground multiple times. Multiple Nishirugas fired from the ground up above them. Naruto, Hinata, Kiba and Akamaru helped Megumi, Tia, Kyo and Zatch dodge the attacks. They recovered as laughed at them. Forced to fight, we were trapped until he freed us, we owe that guy, said, sure we have to follow rules, but it's worth it. And thanks to that guy the humans can't disobey us, they can follow our every command, they're like batteries to our power. Now fight you pathetic excuse for participants for king, and ninjas. Hyo, would I be that way if I was sealed away into loneliness for 1,000 of years? Zatch asked. I don't know, Hyo said. I don't, but we have an idea, Naruto said. Zatch, Kyo, Tia and Megumi turned to Naruto. You know Haku, Naruto said, at one time he was in solitude of loneliness. Serious? Tia asked. He's not kidding, Kiba said. Haku's biological father tried to kill him and his mother. Because of the Kekijinki hunt, Hyo said, remembering it mentioned. Yeah, then when Haku was at the point of starvation, Zabuza found him and took him in, Hinata said. When we met them, Haku sworn to be Zabuza's tool for what Zabuza did for him. Just as those two Momoto are to Milordo Z, Naruto said. I think I understand, then let's end this battle quickly, Zatch said. Kanchom, Fulgore, Tenten, Neji and Lee were facing the other Momoto. Amurik, the partner shouted. The Momoto's fist powered up as it went to punch them. Kaden, Neji shouted and spin his body as his chakra spin around him. Tenten and Lee. Poruk, Fulgore shouted. Schneider and Fulgore disappeared as Kanchom transformed. Leaf Hurricane, Lee shouted, kicking the Momoto. Fulgore appeared behind Kanchom, transformed into a wall and went for the book. The Mam. Odo punched Fulgore and Schneider away from its book. Lee saved them in time. Okay, I think Kanchom should try cover Lee, Neji said. Alright, Fulgore agreed. Hey Lee, did you notice the samathing I did? Kanchom asked. Yeah, the Momoto seems sad, Lee responded. At Team 7's side they made a new strategy. Naruto took out chakra blades. Hinata, Kiba, stay behind, Naruto said. Okay, Kiba agreed. Be careful, Hinata agreed. Hyo, Zatch said. Yeah, let's do it your way. Hyo agreed. Tia, Megumi, follow our direction. You have a plan? Megumi asked. Yeah, Hyo said. Then count on us, Megumi said. Okay Zatch, the sixth spell. Hyo shouted. Rauzaruk. Rauzaruk fired down and hit Zatch's body, causing it to glow. So that's the body enhancement spell Naruto told us Zatch had, Kiba said. Zatch jumped into battle with the speed of Rauzaruk. So fast, said. Nishiruga, Mamiko shouted. Fired Nishiruga at Zatch close range. Zatch dodged the attack and went straight toward Mamiko. Naruto, who was using the transformation jutsu to shrink, transformed back to normal and hit with wind-sharpened chakra blades. Gar Derek, Alan shouted. Gallios was spinning right at Zatch. Zatch, watch out, Naruto shouted. Zatch grabbed one of Gallios' fangs, stopping him. Kiba, Akamaru, Hinata, Tia and Megumi were surprised by it. Throw it Zatch, Naruto shouted. Zatch tossed the Momoto into the ground. Recovered from the attack. Air bullet jutsu, Naruto shouted. Naruto fired air bullets that hit sending him flying. When he got up he saw that Zatch was heading toward the Momoto. Human attack quickly, shouted. Megumi, Tia, Hyo shouted. Sayoshi, Megumi shouted. Sayoshi surround Zatch and Mamiko. Human from Bello, shouted. Ganges Nishiruga, Mamiko shouted as Zatch tackle her. Ground as Ganges Nishiruga fired from underground into the Sayoshi and shattered it. Zatch appeared under the rubble after protecting Mamiko. Quickly grabbed Mamiko and got out of the W. As Zatch got up and pushed the rubble off him, as he figured out their fighting technique. Naruto walked up to Zatch with chakra blades glowing with chakra as they were sharpened with wind chakra. Figure out your fighting style and cause of all drill holes into you too, said as he floated into the air as Gallios got up. Kyo, why is it only Naruto attacking when Zatch has the power? Chia asked. Because Zatch feels bad for them. And refused to attack, so Naruto is covering for him, Kyo said. What? But this is not the time to feel bad, Chia said. True, but Naruto has a lot more chakra than any of us, Kiba said. So while Zatch is saving strength from within to go after the human, Naruto is trying to give Zatch the opening. But then why isn't Naruto using the nine-tailed fox's chakra then? Chia asked. Then he would be a greater help. That may be true, but lately Naruto been told to stop using its chakra and become stronger himself. And after our encounter with Dr. Riddles, Naruto decided to depend more on his own strength, Kyo said. Besides, Naruto is doing fine, Hinata said. Okay, let's go. The sixth spell. Kyo shouted. Rauzaruk. Rauzaruk fired down and hit Zatch's body, enhancing it. Megumi, let's put a barrier around Zatch and Naruto, Chia said. No, Chia, right now the best choice is to wait, Megumi said. On Team Guy's side the battle continued. Here we go, Schneider. Tenten shouted, throwing Schneider. Gigano Amurik. The partner shouted. Schneider landed on the Momoto's face as it tried to launch its attack but miss. Kanchome, who was transformed into the floor, tripped the human partner, causing his book to go flying. I got it, Lee shouted. Lee, watch out, Neji shouted. The Momoto tried to punch Lee, who dodged it at the last moment. We can't even trip it, Tenten said. Guys, I got an idea. Fulgore said. We'll use Kanchome's shinking spell Kaporik. The Momoto wouldn't suspect it, making it easier to burn the book. That might work, Lee said. We'll distract the Momoto, giving you time. Neji said. Right, Kanchome responded. The second spell, Fulgore shouted. Kaporik. Kanchome shrank in a puff of smoke. He carried and lit a match as he headed to the human partner. Lee and Tenten distracted the Momoto as Neji covered them for defense. Kanchome jumped on the book and used the lit match to try to burn the spellbook. I must not ruin the moment they're giving me, Kanchome thought as the book started to burn. On Team 7's side, Naruto and Zatch dodged and Galio's attacks. Finally, Zatch and Naruto landed in front of the group as Rauzaruk worn out. Idiots, why aren't you attacking full strength? Asked Naruto and Zatch. You're wasting this battle by not taking it serious. You're the one wasting this battle. Your battle ended 1,000 years ago, so wake up. Zatch shouted. You won't talk so big after this spell, said, signaling Mimiko. You wouldn't find this spell so easy to avoid. Agudorisu Nishiruga, Mimiko shouted. Summoned poles that connect to a single point, aiming at Zatch. Kyo, Naruto shouted. I know, Kyo said. Naruto jumped back for safety. Please work, Kyo said. Bao Zakurga. Bao Zakurga fired from Zatch's mouth. It collided with attack and both cancel each other out. Gigano Deodoric, Alan shouted. Galio's gained armor and aim at Zatch and Kyo. Another huge spell, Kyo said. Leave it to us, Megumi said as Kiba and Hinata moved. Ma Seshield. Chia formed a huge Ma Seshield. Galio's hit it and bounced off as his armor was destroyed. How did they defend against that attack? Said. Because Megumi save up strength from within for the right moment to use it, Hinata said. Turned to see Hinata, Kiba and Akamaru behind him as Hinata was holding book, as Kiba was holding Galio's spellbook. You were so focused on using big spells, you didn't see Hinata and Kiba had snuck by you and took your spellbook, Naruto said. A ninja must see through deception after all. And this battle is over, Kyo said. On Team Guy's side, Kanchome successfully put the book on fire as the human partner passed out and the Momoto collapsed in lost. Kanchome, Fulgo, Ri and Schneider celebrated their victory. That Momoto sure was difficult, Tenten said. I don't know how Naruto manages it. Kanchome turned to the Momoto as he was vanishing. Maybe when the battle is over we can become friends, Kanchome said. The Momoto nodded before he disappeared. On Team 7's side, and Galio's spellbooks burned. I can't believe I lost to you guys. Doesn't matter. Why? You would never last long in the last battle, said and pointed toward Zatch, especially you. Huh, Zatch responded. Going after the spellbooks without harming the human or the Momoto, they will beat you before you have the chance. You have to fight with all you can against them, said. Promise me all of you would survive the next battle. I will, Zatch said. Good, said. Naruto. Look at and knew he was a good guy at the end. Hey, why are you fighting? Kiba asked. Huh, responded. If the ancient Momotos aren't being manipulated, why don't you try and burn each other's books? Kiba asked. It's not as simple, Naruto said. That's right, you and the other one figured it out, said pointing at Kyo. They turned to Naruto and Kyo. Without a human partner that is able to read the spellbook, the Momoto can't use any of its spells, Naruto said. So when Milordo Z manipulated the human hearts, he had control over the Momoto partner, Kyo said. Exactly, and even if we try to use a simple flame to burn it, the humans would defend the book as if their lives depends on it, and the Momoto would try to stop you as well, responded. Also, if we do tried to burn each other's books, the one who tried would be turned back into stone. Wait, isn't the stone curse broken? Naruto asked. How is that possible? I don't know, but I do know that I saw a guy who deceived Milordo Z turned into stone. Explained. I'll never get that image out of my mind. Was almost gone at that moment. Wait, before you go, why do you have to return to this castle? Kyo asked. Like I said, I don't know if the stone curse is broken, explained. However, whenever I feel the moonlight hit me, I feel as if all my strength is returned and overfilled. Moonlight, Naruto thought. Galio's disappeared as his book turned to ash. It's my turn to go. Remember your promise, be strong, said before he disappeared. It seems that Momoto might have been a good Momoto before, Tia said. Yeah, Zatch responded. Naruto, Hinata, Kiba, over here, they heard Lee shouted. They turned to see that Kanchome, Fulgore, Schneider, Neji, Tenten and Lee had came in through the only entrance exit. As Lee was carrying the knockout human partner. So you won as well, Kyo said. Of course, Fulgore said. Let's go after another Momoto, Kanchome said. I like your enthusiasm, Kanchome. But considering we just made it out of our battles and most of us use a lot of strength from within and chakra, we should rest, Naruto said. Naruto, Hinata shouted. Naruto turned to see Hinata was checking on Alan and Mimiko as they were gaining conscious. Guys, the human partners are awake, Naruto said. They gathered around Mimiko and Alan. Are you okay? Hinata asked. Yeah, who are you? Mimiko asked. I'm Superstar Parko Fulgore. I save you from being controlled by evil that made you do evil things making you evil, but I save you, cause I'm good, very good, Fulgore said. How dare you take credit? Kyo said. Just then Mimiko and Alan cheered as they were fans of Fulgore's. What do they see in this guy and his music? Naruto thought. Megumi took out a map of a close-by town and a photo of Apollo. Here, go to this town, and find this man named Apollo. He'll help you get back to your home country, Megumi said. Hinata took out some her bag. Use this on your injuries, it should help. Hinata said. Injuries, Mimiko said, touching her head and felt pain from it. As soon as the third guy woke up they got ready to go. Wait, Mimiko said, stopping. I want to thank all of you. Huh, Megumi responded. I don't know what exactly happened, but I felt as if I was wrapped in darkness, and you saved me, Mimiko said, so thank you. The group felt appreciated for the thanks. No problem. Now go back home safely, Naruto said. Mimiko, Alan and the man left after their final goodbyes. Meanwhile, a Momoto with a V-shaped body and head left his companions to fight the intruders. Next time, the group recovers after their battle at a balcony within the rooms. But their peace is disturbed when a Momoto named Victorine comes to battle them. With limited amount of strength from within and chakra, would they win? Read to find out. V for Victorine. V for Victorine. After long walk through the ruins, Zatch, Kyo, Tia, Megumi, Kanchome, Fulgore, Schneider, Naruto, Hinata, Kiba, Akamaru, Tenten, Neji and Lee arrived at room with a balcony to the outside. Ooh, the sky, Tia shouted. It really is, Zatch responded. Hey guys, over here, Kanchome shouted as Akamaru started barking. They turned to see a stream of water coming from the gargoyle. Water, Kiba said. It must have came from an underground hot spring somewhere in the ruins, Kyo said. Of course no one can live without water. Even with their hearts being manipulated, Megumi said. If we get lucky we might find their source of food as well, Naruto said. Well, since this is a good place, why don't we stop here to rest? Kyo said. Everyone agreed to the idea. However few minutes of resting, Lee started training. Hey, shouldn't Lee be resting? Megumi asked. Good luck telling Lee that, Tenten said. Kanchome and Schneider were drinking water until they noticed that they were downstream from Zatch, who was bathing in the water. Zatch, this is supposed to be our drinking water, Naruto responded. Get out of there. It feels good, Zatch said, splashing in it. Get out, Zatch, Naruto said. Please, Zatch responded. Zatch, I do have a way to get you out, Naruto said, or have you've forgotten my elemental infinity is both wind and water. Fine, Zatch responded, getting out. Soon things calmed down a bit. Megumi talked to Kyo about what he was doing. Hinata filled the water from the fountain, pouring the water. Lee was still training super hard. Naruto thought of something from Dr. Riddle's letter. Hey Neji, Naruto responded, did drive Riddles tell you about teammate or 10 staying with a Momoto named Wanrei? No, he didn't, Neji said. Dang, Naruto said. Why, you asked? Neji asked. Well, I was thinking of teams Kyo, Zatch and I met and became friends with, and as far as we know, whose spellbooks weren't burned. And I could only think of one team we helped once, Wanrei, and his partner Lee En, Naruto said. I remember you mentioning them during your birthday, Neji said. Yeah, I know. I asked Hinata and Kiba before they left and they didn't know either, Naruto said. What makes you think they would come to help? Neji asked. I would be surprised if they don't, Naruto said. The V-shaped Momoto arrived in the room as everyone was busy with something. Victorium, it shouted. No one paid attention to him. What kind of power does Wanrei have? Neji asked. He can ease the power of his punches and kicks, which comes with his mastery of Kung Fu. Lee En also is skilled in Kung Fu, Naruto said. Don't tell Lee, right now it's best he finds out if they arrive. I can't blame you, Neji said as they watch Lee do push-ups. Victorium, the Momoto shouted. 100, Lee shouted and got up. Now for some crunches. Lee was about to start when he saw the Momoto glaring at them with rage as his spellbook shined brightly. Guys, the enemy is here, Lee shouted. Everyone turned to see the Momoto and his human partner Mohawk Ace standing there. Grab the spellbooks, Kyo shouted. The Momoto smiled as the glow in his book calmed down. Good, now you know, as long as you don't ignore me, I won't be mad, it said. My name is Victorium, gorgeous Sir Victorium. Now you say it, gorgeous Sir Victorium, everyone said. Now remember it because it's the name of your demise, Victorium shouted with anger. He got mad anyways, Kanchome said as he and Schneider shook in fear. Maguruga, Mohawk Ace shouted. Victorium fired a V-shaped laser from his head. The group dodged the attack as it blasted through the wall. The V shape that represents V for victory. Now you'll pay for dodging my attack, Victorium said. I've been watching and waiting, knowing that the last battle use up most of your strength from with as well as chakra. Who's better to take so many enemies down than me, Victorium? He sure likes bragging about himself, Tenten said. Tell me about it, Naruto said. Victorium took V's stance as his head levitated, featuring above the ground. Once a few feet into the air, Victorium started rotating his head in all directions in one place. Naruto's eyes widened as he figured out what was going on. Guys, surround either Tia, Neji or me, Naruto shouted. They gathered around as Victorium started going faster. Now Mohawk Ace, Victorium shouted. Maguruga, Mohawk Ace shouted. Victorium started firing Maguruga all over the place. Sayoshi, Megumi shouted. Tia formed Sayoshi around Megumi, Kyo, Zatch, Kanchome, Fulgore, Schneider, and herself. Kaden, Neji shouted, rotating his body, summoning Kaden around Team Guy. Wind style. Vortex shield jutsu. Naruto shouted. A vortex of wind surround Team 7. 3 shields, and I doubt any of them would last against me. I wonder which shield will fail first, Victorium said. Maguruga destroyed the room as they kept the defense going. Finally Sayoshi started cracking from the attacks. Chia's Sayoshi is starting to crack. That's not good, Naruto thought. Suddenly a Maguruga hit Victorium's body, causing him to stop his attack in pain. A miscalculation, Victorium said. Naruto and Neji cancel out their jutsus as Sayoshi disappeared. They gathered around the others. Megumi, how many spells do you have left? Kyo asked. 1 but not 2, Megumi said. Fulgor, Naruto asked. Same here, Fulgor said. Okay. Listen, most of us can use 1 to 2 spells, Hio said. Not to mention he's clearly a mid-range, maybe long-range type, which limits what we can do. Naruto said. Right, which means we got to win this quickly, Hio said. Maybe not, Neji said. Kiba, do you still have those pills Tsunade gave you and Hinata before you left? I gave it to Naruto. Kiba said. Yeah, in my pouch, Naruto said, pulling out the bag. That's right, I forgot these restores one's chakra halfway, Megumi said. Everyone take one right now, and we can't let it go to waste. Hio said. Everyone took a pill and ate it as they discussed the plan. Victorine watched them plan something. What are they up to? Victorine thought. Now, Hio shouted. Naruto moved in front and made several hand signs. Water style. Water vortex jutsu, Naruto shouted. Using the stream, Naruto formed and fired a vortex of water that hit Victorine, sending him flying straight to Mohawk Ace. You'll pay once I reunite my body, Victorine said. Then he saw what seemed as his body walking toward him. Victorine attached his head to the body. Perfect now to finish this, Victorine said. However, his body turned toward Mohawk Ace and tried to take the spellbook. Victorine felt pain from his body and turned to see that Zatch, Tia and Schneider were beating up his body. But if that's my body, then whose body is this? Victorine said, looking down. That was when he saw Kancho's face had appeared on the body. This is a fake, Victorine said and lifted his head. You'll pay for this. Maguruga, Mohawk Ace shouted. Victorine fired Maguruga at his body. Zatch, Tia and Schneider moved out of the way and ran as Maguruga hit Victorine's body. Victorine's head collapsed in pain. That was to close, Hio said. Fulgor, I did it, Kanchon said. Yeah, but if it wasn't for that pill I would have been out of strength, F said. Victorine then reattached his head with his body and took a V stance. Rage to my right arm, Victorine shouted. Chiguru, Mohawk Ace shouted. The orb at Victorine's right arm glowed. Strength to my right shoulder, Victorine shouted. Chiguru, Mohawk Ace shouted. The orb on Victorine's right shoulder started glowing. Naruto knew something was up. Lee, you're the fastest one here, Naruto said. Remove your weights and confuse him. Right, Lee said and took off the weights. He dropped the weights and started running around Victorine and beat him up. Oh no you don't, Victorine said. Maguru yo-yo, Mohawk Ace shouted. Victorine's arms turned into yo-yos with blades. Lee dodged each attack coming at him before backing off. Victorine's arms returned to normal back into V stance with the orb still glowing. We need to stop that orb somehow, Naruto said. Tenten noticed some smaller rocks and decided to use it. Beauty to my sensitive spot, Victorine shouted. Chiguru, Mohawk Ace shouted. The orb in the angle of the V started glowing. Suddenly series of rocks were hitting the orb directly in the same spot over and over. Hio turned to see it was Tenten throwing them. Tenten threw the final rock and it hit, causing Victorine to collapse. Good job Tenten, Lee said. Yeah, but it's not over, Neji said. They looked to see that Victorine got up and took stance as his orbs started glowing. I will destroy you right now, Victorine shouted. Chiguru Imasuden, Mohawk Ace shouted. Victorine fired one huge laser in a shape of a half V. It's huge, Kiba shouted. Akamaru snuck behind Kiba to hide. I'll use Ma Shield, Megumi said. No, save your spells for later. Hio said. Naruto, let's try fusing Bao Zakerga with Water Dragon. Right, Naruto responded and started making hand signs. Let's hope this works, Hio shouted. Bao Zakerga. Water style. Water Dragon Jutsu. Naruto shouted. Bao Zakerga fired from Zatch's mouth as a water dragon form. The two attacks combine and charge at the spell. Chiguru Imasuden push its way through Bao Zakerga, canceling it out. Naruto and Neji grabbed Hio before he collapsed and they dodged the attack. Chiguru Imasuden hit the wall and pushed part of it out into the forest. Down below. Man saw the attack and continued carrying Schneider's spellbook. Naruto and Neji let Hio down as he rested. Victorine started powering up again. Guys, he's doing it again, Kiba said. What are we going to do? Hinata asked. We're going to trick him, Hio said. Tia, Megumi, we're going to use your Seifogyo recovery spell, Tia asked. That's right, As far as that guy knows, Fulgore and I are out of strength from within. And Seifogyo can help build up from what those food pills did, Hyo said. Also Naruto Kanchome, we're going to need both of you to work together with the power of transformation. Right, Naruto said. Schneider ran to the latest hole and started shouting. Akamaru walked over and started talking to Schneider about why he was shouting outside the hole. It's too late to do something. Victorine responded as he was fully powered up. The fifth spell, Megumi shouted. Seifogyo. Chie raised her hands into the air and summoned Seifogyo. What, they still could use another spell, Victorine said. Doesn't matter because their strongest spell was no match for my strongest spell. Chie turned and threw it into someone. What, did they just hit their own ally? Victorine responded. What kind of spell was that? Quote, Victorine decided to finally power up to his fullest as his body glowed with AV-shaped lights around his head and body. Bao Zakerga, Hyo shouted. Bao Zakerga fired into the air. What, they somehow were still able to use a spell, Victorine said, not to mention firing it into the air. They must be planning to attack me from above. Victorine adjusted his position. Chiguru Imasuden. Mohawk Ace shouted. Victorine fired Chiguru Imasuden into the air at where he thought Bao Zakerga would come down. However, Bao Zakerga kept going higher and higher as Imasuden missed it and hit the ceiling. Bao Zakerga hit the ceiling and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Victorine cheered as he thought he won it. Victorine started heading toward them and saw what he thought was his spellbook. Mohawk Ace, didn't I tell you to protect my book? Victorine said, turning to his partner. When he did, he noticed Mohawk Ace was holding his spellbook as well. That was when Victorine saw what looked like Kanchome's face on Mohawk Ace's abdomen. I get it now. That one spell was a recovery spell, on the light hair one, and had his Mamoto transformed to look like the attack spell. Then once he was on the ground, he tackled Mohawk Ace and transformed into him to book-holding form, Victorine said, and knocked down his partner. Do you take me for an idiot? Yes we do, Naruto's voice said out of nowhere. Where did that voice come from? Victorine said. Naruto transformed back to normal from the book and tackled Victorine until he was on the ground. You were close. How? Ever you didn't know that all my friends but Lee can use the transformation jutsu, Naruto said, taking Victorine's spellbook since Mohawk Ace was out cold from Victorine attacking him. You see, Kancho. Me did transform into Bao Zakerga to fool you into firing your attack. Meanwhile, I used the transformation jutsu to a miniature version of myself to sneak past you, and use a marker to draw Kanchome's face on Mohawk Ace's abdomen. And while you were so busy cheering for your victory, you didn't know I transform again into your book. Why you? Victorine said, going to attack, but a chain came out of nowhere and wrap around him, immobilizing him. He turned to see it was from Tenten, as the end of her chain had a mace. You couldn't properly communicate with your human partner and it cost you the battle, Hyo said. Fine, but before you burn my book, allow me to do it in V stance, Victorine said. You wouldn't try any funny business, Neji said as Tenten tugged the chain, making the bind tighter. No, it's my final request, Victorine said. They let him go as Victorine took versus stance. Naruto burned his book, causing him to disappear. Back at the hideout where Victorine came from, a Mamoto with a poo RPLE hair with horns with a purple dress with moon-shaped drawing on her dress named Layla, her partner Albert, a Mamoto with armor named Dalmos, and his partner Elizabeth was waiting for Victorine and decided to go find him. At the main room, everyone packed up. Lee placed his weights on his legs as he managed to keep them from becoming broken the whole battle. Is everyone ready? Naruto asked. Everyone answered yeah as they were ready. We should go to the town Apollo is at, Hyo said. Once there we can rest up. Yeah, and hope that Dr. Riddles and the team I hope he found to help us comes with Team 8 and 10, Naruto said. Hyo turned to Naruto, who nodded. Hyo thought of it and remembered Wanrei and Lien. Right, their powers would come in handy when we return here, Hyo said, referring to Kido's and Wanrei's. Even if we took the food pills again, it won't do us any good if we ended up unable to use any spells or jutsus in the next battle, so we should use the moment we got to rest so that our strength fully returns, Naruto said. And I mean rest, Lee. No training, no sparing, no nothing that takes strength or chakra. Not unless something happens where we need to. Roger, Lee responded. Good, let's go, Hyo said. Victorine isn't here, someone said. They turned to see Layla Dalmos Albert and Elizabeth was standing at the entrance. Are you the intruders? Layla asked. Then I have to say, wow, you beat Victorium. Quote, next time. The group struggles against the two new Mamotos, but the one named Layla ends up helping them by creating a new pathway. With discussion, Kyo Zatch. H and Naruto stays but without a spellbook, how will they last? Read to find out. Ally amongst the enemies. Ally amongst the enemies. The group was surprised to see Layla and Dalmos and was worried. Not good, we can't keep fighting. Kyo thought, and the last battle left us only one way out and that where those Mason, Elizabeth shouted. Dalmos fired a torpedo at the group. Naruto jumped in front of the attack and made multiple hand signs. Wind style. Vortex shield jutsu. Naruto shouted. Naruto summoned a vortex of wind that blocked the attack. That one still has fight in him, Dalmos said. That one must be the Jinchuriki. Although it seems he isn't using the demon sealed in him power, Layla thought and summoned a wand with a moon-shaped crest. Her spellbook shined in Albert's hands. Everyone separate, Kyo shouted. Everyone split up but Naruto stood put. That Mamoto, Naruto thought. Naruto get out of the way, Neji shouted. Layla took aim but moved. Migron, Albert shouted. A laser fired from the moon-shaped crest. The laser missed Naruto and hit the wall creating an opening to a hallway. She miss, Kiba said. Naruto, did he know she was going to miss? Kyo thought. Naruto stood there not fazed by what happened. Layla you miss, Dalmos said. This time I will hit, Layla said. Albert one more time. Naruto remained still not moving. Migro. Albert stopped the spell as if unable to speak. Why did you stop the spell? Dalmos said turning to see Layla aiming at him. Layla what are you doing? It's true then, even if I try Mamotos from 1,000 years ago couldn't attack each other as long as their human partners are being manipulated, Layla thought and shouted to the group. What are you doing? Get away with that hole I just made, hurry. Naruto moved then headed toward the others. Naruto, that was the most reckless thing you done, Tenten said. Sorry, I had to find out, Naruto said, if the small one was really working with Milordo Z. Amu Bagir, Elizabeth shouted. Dalmos' fist came at them at far lengths like a torpedo. Layla took Albert and moved in front of the attack. I hope defensive spells would work, Layla said. Mishield, Albert shouted. Isla summoned a moon-shaped shield from her wand. The fist hit Mishield over and over. It won't last much longer, Layla said. As long as Albert's heart is being manipulated, he can't become my true partner. Who are you? Kyo asked. She's apparently an ally amongst the ancient Mamotos, Naruto said. That's right, I know what Milordo Z is doing, is wrong, that's why I'm helping you escape, Layla said. No go before it's too late. Megumi Fulgore take everyone and leave, Zatch and I will stay here, Kyo said. Kyo if you're staying, I'm staying, Naruto said. You're going to need one of us ninjas here in case you need backup anyways. Okay, Kyo said. We'll stay as well, Megumi said. No, Hinata said. Hinata, Megumi responded. In the state you and Fulgore are in, you wouldn't be able to last long. And out of us here, Naruto still has plenty of chakra left, so he's the most qualified to stay, Hinata said. Thanks Hinata, Naruto said and moved to kiss her. Hinata kissed H. I am back before she felt Naruto place something in her hand. They broke and Hinata looked to see it was the first Hokage's necklace. Naruto this is, Hinata said. Hinata, if it wasn't for you and Kiba working with me when Lady Tsunade gave me that necklace, we wouldn't have been able to convince her to return to the leaf, Naruto said, and cause of it, I trust you with my heart to hold the first Hokage's necklace without anything bad happening to you until I return. Hinata smiled and put the necklace around her neck unaware that it had accepted the deal. I'll keep it safe until you return, Hinata said. Right, Neji, until we return, or if whoever Shikamaru and his team is with beat us to find you, I'm leaving you in charge of making sure Kanchomtia Mugmi Fulgore and Schneider are safe, Naruto told Neji. Right, Neji responded. Kyo smiled at Naruto and decided to copy Naruto's actions with the necklace but with the red spellbook. Chia, Kyo shouted tossing the red spellbook. Chia grabbed it in confusion. There's no way for Zatch to disappear as long as you protect his book, Kyo said. Right, Leave it to me, Tia said holding it tightly. They headed off saying they're good. Byes leaving Kyo, Zatch and Naruto there, as well as Schneider as he was left confused about the situation. Did you see that, Albert? That's what it means to be a true partner, Layla said. Please break Milordo Z's control. I don't want you to be a mindless puppet. Finally Amu Bagheer finally broke Mishield and Layla was sent backwards. Kyo saved her at the moment. We got your back, Kyo said. Nah. Naruto started running toward Dalmos with chakra blades in his hands. Naruto punched Dalmos with the wind-sharpened chakra blade, causing Dalmos to fall backwards. What are you still doing here? What use are you if you can't use any of your spells? Layla asked. We don't abandon our allies, Kyo said. Naruto retreated back ready to go. Meiru, Schneider shouted. They turned to see Schneider was already there. Schneider, what are you still doing here? Kyo asked. Schneider tried to respond but they couldn't understand him. Let me try something, Kyo, Naruto said. Okay, Kyo said. You truly are a good friend, Schneider. Naruto said. Meiru, Schneider responded. Even though I never understood what you were saying, I could tell whenever you and Zatch are together, you seem to know him from the Momoto world. And after learning that he had no memories of the Momoto world, you still didn't let that affect your friendship, Naruto said, taking off one of the chakra blades and place his hand on Schneider's head. You hated fighting as well, but every time you saw Zatch injured from battle you wished that you were able to help him. And now you decided to forget about your fear of fighting to help us out. Schneider, Zatch responded. But now, even though you found your human partner, you can't fight unless he's here, Naruto said. That's why you must go, Schneider. So that you can be around to see your partner and finally fight with whoever it is. Schneider circled with joy and run off out of the room. Bagheeric, Elizabeth shouted. They turned to see that Dalmos gained more armor for battle. Not good. He's in battle mode now, Layla said. Naruto put on his second chakra blade and headed toward Dalmos. Dalmos went to attack but Naruto dodged it and tackled Elizabeth, sending the spellbook flying. Dalmos grabbed it before Naruto had the chance and turned to see they were gone. Outside on the ledge, Naruto, Kyo, Zatch, Layla and Albert could hear Dalmos shouting threats. Kyo, we may have tricked him now, but I doubt we can do it again, Naruto said. Yeah, Kyo agreed. Naruto, what did you mean before about Schneider? Zatch asked. Well, I've been thinking about why Schneider go to an extent to help out so far. Since he first appeared, Naruto said, he definitely knew you from the Momoto world, Zatch. But what about having to fight? Zatch asked. Well, one day I was walking back from training and noticed Schneider was showing his book around to find his human partner, but every time he thought he came close he tensed up as if deciding what to do, but when it came out short, he relaxes, Naruto said. Now that he found whoever it is, and that he came this way to help, he must have decided helping his friends were more important than his fear. You better come out or I'll tell Milordo Z about Layla's betrayal and she'll be hunted then turn into stone, Dalmos shouted. Naruto, Zatch, let's go, Kyo said. What can you do? Layla asked. Oh, don't worry, I have a plan, Kyo said. Inside, a mist covered the room from Naruto's hidden mist jutsu. Where this mist came from all of the sudden, Dalmos said. He saw two figured and got a closer view to see it was Layla and Albert. Layla aimed at him, catching him by surprise. Migron, Albert shouted. Migron fired from Layla's wand at Dalmos. Dalmos quickly flew into the air and dodged it as Zatch, Kyo and Naruto were behind him. Told you that won't work, Naruto said, making hand signs. Wind style, vortex shield jutsu. Naruto summoned a vortex of wind that protected them. Dalmos went at Naruto head on. Naruto dodged it and sharpened the chakra blade. Hope this works, Naruto thought, remembering a Jutsun style, wind blade jutsu. The blade of the chakra blade seemed to extend it as wind surrounded it in a shape of a blade. Dalmos blocked the attack as Naruto strike. Naruto landed on the ground. Dalmos laughed as if nothing happened. Darn, still don't have the full concept of wind manipulation for that jutsu, Naruto said. That's right, now you'll pay, Dalmos said. Layla, Kyo and Zatch watched as Dalmos was about to punch Naruto. Naruto smirked as he planned it. Meiru tilde Meiru Mei, Schneider's voice echoed. They turned to the hole and saw Schneider. Schneider, Kyo responded. And look who's with him, Zatch said. With Schneider was a tall man wearing a green and white shirt, with jeans, green eyes, blonde short hair holding Schneider's book. "Well Schneider, it looks like your partner came here for you," Naruto said. So you know I thought of that jutsu for Naruto with the chakra blades, but Naruto hasn't mastered it. Mainly because he still hasn't fully mastered wind manipulation. What it does is Naruto use the wind around the chakra blade to make it longer for an attack that would allow Naruto to cut through even the toughest armor. Naruto would get the hang of it slowly but won't completely master it until he's able to use wind chakra to cut a waterfall. Also Naruto was able to tell Layla pose no threat, which is why he didn't move. Next time, Schneider comes to the rescue with his human partner Sunbeam. And Schneider's spells gives him armor and enhance his speed greatly. But, can Schneider and Sunbeam handle the battle, and what threats is about to happen? Read to find out. Schneider's first battle. Dalmos look at Schneider and recognize him. "You, that little Momoto that ran away earlier," Dalmos said. Schneider shouts something to his partner who seemed to understand. The first spell, the man shouted, Sudoric. Silver armor formed on Schneider's head, body and feet as his body glowed. "Now, let's go Schneider," the man shouted. Schneider jumped into battle with enhanced speed. "You didn't run away," the man thought. Flashback. Schneider was showing his book around when a dog jumped out of nowhere and took his book. The dog ran off with Schneider chasing it. The man walked in front of the dog and stopped it. Schneider caught up as the man took the spellbook from the dog's mouth. "If you don't mind, I'm going to try and read from your book now," the man said. Schneider shook with fear as the man found a page he could read. Dr. Riddles walked up with Kiddo on his shoulders. "Well, Mr. Sunbeam?" Dr. Riddles asked the man. "Yes, I was able to read the book," Sunbeam said. Schneider was it. "My name is Calf Sunbeam, I'm the owner of your book." Schneider froze in fear hearing that. "Isn't that great Schneider? Now you can help Zatch and the others drive," Riddles said. Schneider shook his head and cried. "Why not Schneider?" Dr. Riddles said. "Let me handle this," Sunbeam said. "Okay, drive," Riddles said. "You're afraid of battling, aren't you Schneider?" Sunbeam said. "A big battle is about to occur and you must decide between your fear of battling over helping your friends." Schneider collapsed crying with the decision. "Sorry drive, Riddles, but I can't help you in this battle unless Schneider chooses to fight," Sunbeam explained. "I understand, drive," Riddles said and took out 2 notes. "Schneider, at least give these to Naruto and Kyo the next time you see them." Dr. Riddles left believing in both Sunbeam and Schneider. Hour ago, Sunbeam faced Schneider in front of the ruins. "So you decided to fight," Sunbeam said. "Meru," Schneider responded. "You know, once I opened this spellbook and read the spell, there's no turning back," Sunbeam said. Schneider answered again and they headed into the ruins, Schneider leading Sunbeam where Naruto, Kyo and Zatch were fighting. End of flashback. Bagheera, Elizabeth shouted. Dalmos went into battle mode once more. Dalmos tried getting away from Schneider, but Schneider was faster. Dalmos blocked Schneider's attack easily. "You may be faster, but I still have the upper hand in power," Dalmos said, punching Schneider into the ground. "He may seem strong but Schneider has heart," Sunbeam thought. Schneider stood up and jumped into attack at Dalmos. Dalmos PT blocking and punching Schneider into the ground. Schneider got up and kept trying. Schneider kept remembering all his friends fighting the battle against the ancient Momotos and what Naruto told him, that kept him going. Finally Schneider hit Dalmos' armor directly. "No way," Dalmos said, punching Schneider into the ground, "it's pointless." Just then Dalmos' armor chipped where Schneider hit him. Schneider stood up injured but still good to go. "You'll pay for that," Dalmos shouted. "Ganzu Bagheera," Elizabeth shouted. Dalmos' arm turned into a gun and fired multiple attacks. Schneider dodged each attack. Naruto moved over to Zatch, Kyo, Layla and Albert as they were using a rubble for a shield. "Naruto, you knew something else was going on?" Kyo asked. "No, not really, I just figured something was going on when I noticed." Akamaru was talking to Schneider after he kept shouting out through the hole. Naruto said, "Maybe I should go help Schneider." "No, save your chakra," Sunbeam said, walking over to them. "My name is Calf Sunbeam." Quote, "My name is Kyo," Kyo said. "Mine is Zatch," Zatch said. And mine is Naruto, Naruto said. Sorry it took so long, but I had to let Schneider choose Betwee. And his fear of fighting and his need to help his friends, Sunbeam said. So you'll be fighting beside Schneider? Hio asked. Well, I do have work, but if it's my destiny, I won't go against it, Sunbeam said. Mr. Sunbeam, you know anything about 2 more teams of ninjas from the Leaf? Naruto asked. Yes, Drive. Riddles explained it to me, Sunbeam said, but because of the situation Schneider and I were put in, he thought it would be best not to have a team come with me. I understand, Naruto said. Just then they heard Schneider calling for help. They turned to see that Dalmos was stepping on Schneider. Schneider, Naruto shouted. Sunbeam ran toward Dalmos picking up some dirt. Sunbeam threw the dirt into Dalmos' eyes, temporarily blinding him. Dalmos started punching and managed to hit Sunbeam and Schneider. Are you okay, Schneider? Sunbeam asked, getting up badly injured. Schneider responded, okay, although in the same condition. It's useless to resist, you don't stand a chance. Dalmos shouted. No, Schneider grows stronger through his suffering, and more powerful, Sunbeam said. Schneider's spellbook started glowing like crazy. That glow, Naruto responded. Yeah, I know, in a short amount of time. They're already on their second spell, Hio said. The second spell, Sunbeam shouted. Go Sudoric. Schneider's armor grew and changed to gold and red with a spiral horn formed on the armor on his head. Schneider went to attack again. Dalmos blocked it, but Schneider broke through his defense and attacked Dalmos, directly shattering the armor. Human more spells, Dalmos shouted. Gororo Amu Bagir, Elizabeth shouted. 2 blades formed from Dalmos' arms. Dalmos went to attack as Schneider dodged each attack as Dalmos cut through the floor. Schneider jumped to strike. Dalmos hit Schneider's horn with the blades, but wasn't able to cut through. I can't cut through. Did his body became that reinforce? Dalmos responded. Naruto snuck around in ninja stealth, waiting to get closer to Elizabeth. I may not be able to fight, Naruto thought. I can use the ninja art of stealth to sneak up to the human partner and get the book, while Dalmos is distracted. Sunbeam noticed Naruto move way closer to Elizabeth every time Dalmos isn't looking toward that direction before using the area around him to go into stealth, and understood. Schneider kept dodging or blocking attacks. Schneider, don't dodge, just block until you get an opening to attack, Sunbeam said. Schneider responded and started blocking. Sunbeam noticed an opening from behind. Schneider from behind, Sunbeam shouted. Schneider moved behind Dalmos and hit him in 2v, Sunbeam responded. Elizabeth more spells, Dalmos shouted. Elizabeth moved far from Dalmos, as Naruto did the same, knowing it was best. Schneider, Sunbeam shouted. Schneider understood and jumped out of the way. Booger bow, Elizabeth shouted. Dalmos' body glowed and causes an explosion, but Schneider was already out of range. Did he know the power and the effects of the spell? Dalmos said. No, the human did, but I didn't hear him giving his partner an order. It's as if their hearts are connected somehow, Zatch responded. More than that, they're communicating through their hearts, Naruto thought. In a short time they build a strong connection. Schneider, Sunbeam shouted, attack. Schneider moved in and hit Dalmos directly. Dalmos went to attack Schneider. Schneider, Sunbeam shouted, dodge. Schneider dodged Dalmos' punches. Sunbeam saw an opening again. Schneider, Sunbeam shouted. Schneider jumped behind Dalmos and hit him directly. Groovy, Sunbeam responded. Dalmos got up badly injured. I can still use attacks, Dalmos said. No, you lost, Naruto said. Dalmos turned to Naruto, who was holding Dalmos' spellbook as Elizabeth was knocked out. My book, Dalmos said. While you were fighting Schneider, I move in to get your spellbook, Naruto said. A ninja not only must be skilled in jutsus and fighting, but also be skilled in stealth as well. Naruto burned it and threw it as Dalmos disappeared. Schneider, you did it, Zatch said, running to Schneider. Schneider reverted back to normal as his spell was cancelled, and collapsed. Schneider, are you okay? Zatch asked. Yeah, he's just tired, Sunbeam said, dropping the spellbook. Are you okay? Hio asked. Yeah, it was our first battle, so we're a little beat up. Sunbeam said, turning blue, and the wounds were still open and he was bleeding. Sunbeam ended up collapsing, turning gray. That attack earlier must have done lot more damage than I thought, Naruto said, taking out a bag. Hio, wake him. Sunbeam, wake up, Kyo said. Sunbeam regained conscious and his skin turned back to blue. I'm okay, Sunbeam said. Either way, take this, Naruto said, handing Sunbeam a pill. It should help. I'll be back, Layla said. They turned to Layla, confused. There's something back from where I came from that would do more help than that pill, Layla explained and left. A few minutes later, after Sunbeam and Schneider took the medical food pill, and Sunbeam was bandaged up, they relaxed. Kyo, Zatch and Naruto took one as well to restore strength they lost. Kyo ta, Ken care of Elizabeth as Naruto counted the amount of food pills left. I hope when Team 8 or 10 comes, they come with more pills. I'm already running low, Naruto said. Mr. Sunbeam, I want to ask you about your battle, Kyo said. It seems that you understood what Schneider was saying. Well, it wasn't that I was listening to Schneider's voice, rather the feeling behind the voice, Sunbeam said. Feeling? Kyo asked. Yes, you see, I figured out that it isn't good for both Momoto and human partners to just listen to what each other hear, but to listen to the message within the words they say, Sunbeam said. When you do that, then you have complete communication with each other. I get it. It's like the Inuzuka clan with their ninja hound partners, Naruto said. They start training WITH ninja hounds at a young age so that they can grow a bond with each other in order to work together and understand each other. Exactly, Sunbeam said. Sunbeam and Schneider started talking with each other a little. Naruto pack up some stuff, getting ready for when they plan to leave. Naruto, someone shouted. Naruto turned to see that Layla and Albert had returned. Layla, you're back, Naruto said. Here, Layla said, opening a bottle she had. Kyo walked up, noticing it. Kyo, you have one too, Layla said, taking out 2 small rocks that had a strong shine. She handed it to both Naruto and Kyo. Hurry, hold it to your chest before the light goes out, Layla instructed. They did so and felt their wound healing, or in Naruto's case, his healing rate speed up and their strength from within and chakra returned to normal as the light lost its shine. Naruto thought of something that said. Layla, the light, is it the same light that released you from your stone prison? Naruto asked. Yes, it is, Layla said. What can you tell me about it? Kyo asked. Well, not much, but what I do know is that the pieces I gave you are only fragments of the real thing, Layla said. It's at the top of the tower. Sunbeam, Zatch and Schneider walked up, and Layla gave each of them a fragment. Kyo, you thinking what I'm thinking? Naruto asked. Yeah, as long as Milordo Z has this crystal, he has the advantage, Kyo said. You guys should go, Layla said, and lay low. Why? Naruto asked, turning to her. Because they know about you guys, and that you were here, Layla said. Also, I hear DA team is coming back from a battle with a Momoto that has an ability to sense other Momotos, and they will have to fly over the town to get here. Wait, that means? Naruto responded. Yes, they will be fine out, Layla said. They don't know about this, Naruto thought, and we don't know when Shikamaru and the others will be arriving. Schneider, Kyo shouted. Meru, Schneider responded. Can you use your second spell to get all of us to town where the other are at? Kyo asked. Meru, Schneider responded as a yes. Right time for the second spell, Sunbeam said, removing the bandages and open his spellbook. Go Sudoric. Schneider transform into his second form. Ready. Layla, come with us, Naruto said. I can't, because if the light goes away, then I'll turn back into stone, Layla explained. I'll be fine anyways. Dalmos has returned back to the Momoto world, so they don't know that I betrayed them. Right, Naruto responded. Oh, and leave those 2 with me, Layla told Sunbeam. And Zatch, who was trying to get Elizabeth and Mohawk Ace on Schneider. Now hurry. Stay safe, Layla, and wait for us. I promise we'll save you, Naruto said. Okay, I'll wait, Layla responded. Naruto, hurry, Kyo shouted. Right, Naruto said, climbing onto Schneider's back behind Kyo as Sunbeam was in the back and Zatch was riding up front. Schneider headed off to town, leaving Layla behind as she believed they might win. Next time, Bianco leads an attack on the group at town and had the advantage. However, luck changes when Dr. Riddles, Kiddo, Lien, and Wanrei arrives, bringing with them Team 8 including Haku and 10 to help Tia out. However, things keep getting harder as Schneider races to town carrying Zatch, Kyo, Naruto and Sunbeam. Will they arrive in time to help win this battle? Read to find out. Town battle. Town battle. Schneider races to town full speed. I still don't see the Momotos Layla talk about, Sunbeam said. We're still too far from town, Kyo said. Naruto remember the story of how Dan and Naoki died after Tsunade gave them the first Hokage's necklace. Please, don't allow the same thing happen to Hinata and the others before we get there, Naruto thought aware that the necklace power had accepted his reason of giving it to Hinata. Schneider raced to town faster. At town Tia stood in the balcony holding Zatch's spellbook close to her. Inside everyone else was sitting and resting. Hinata had the first Hokage's necklace hang outside from her jacket. It seems none of you had any serious injuries, you should rest now, Apollo said and saw that Megumi was still worried. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm just worried about Zatch, Kyo and Naruto, Megumi said. Don't worry, as long as Zatch's book is here he can't disappear, Tia said. Naruto wouldn't allow anything to happen to Kyo and Zatch. And Naruto always finds a way to pull through at the end, Tenten said. Hinata nodded as it was true. Not to mention, I doubt the nine-tailed fox will allow Naruto to die so easy, Neji said. Yeah, after all, according to Naruto, whatever happens to him affects the nine tails as well, Kiba said. You should rest now Megumi, Tia told Megumi, if you don't allow her to recover. Then you can't use any of our spells. A flying Momoto flew above them carrying Bianco, a green-hair Momoto, an armor Momoto, and holding a Momoto that looks like it had an antenna in his head along with their partners found the group. Just as I thought, a group of Momotos down there. Ribbit, if we take them down here, then Milordo Z will award me, Bianco said and gave the orders to attack. The armor Momoto's head glowed brightly. Neji, Hinata and Apollo sensed something. Hinata was the first to came out with her Byakugan active and saw the Momotos. Guys, get out of there! Hinata shouted. A laser fired down on at them. Tenten took out a chair and threw it at the laser. Tia jumped as the laser and chair collided in an explosion. That was close, Bianco said. Let's go down and get them. Everyone, let's get out of here, Neji said. Everyone headed into the building to leave as the flying Momoto landed. On the way to the battle, Schneider was running as fast as he could. Kyo, did you see what I saw? Naruto asked. Yeah, it could be an attack, we got to hurry, Kyo said. Oru Orzuruga, the green-hair Momoto's partner, shouted. The green-hair Momoto fired roots with roses at the end. Defensive 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hinata shouted, waving her hands around, sending waves of chakra that form a shield against the attack. Everyone to my car, Apollo said. Gande, sheer, the antenna Momoto's partner shouted. The antenna Momoto spined widely toward the car and smashed into it, destroying it. The flying Momoto landed once more as Bianco and the human partners jumped off. Neji, Tenten, Lee, Hinata, Kiba and Akamaru took defensive formation around Tia, Megumi, Kanchon, Fulgor and Apollo. I see, so you ninjas are trying to shield around the others, Bianco said. The human partners must be unable to use any spells. I have to protect Zatch's book no matter what, Tia thought and ran past Hinata. Tia, Megumi responded. The little girl is getting away, get her. Bianco shouted. The 3 ancient Momotos jumped at Tia and came close to getting her. Tia closed her eyes expecting to be captured. Tia, get down, a familiar voice said. That voice, Tia th. Ought unaware that Wanrei and Li En had arrived with Team 10. Go Borin, Li En shouted. Wanrei's fist powered up with Go Borin and punched the armor Momoto, sending him flying. The antenna Momoto was still coming at them. Shadow stitching jutsu, Shikamaru shouted. His shadow extended and grew out of the ground, wrapping around the antenna Momoto and throwing him off. Tia opened her eyes, finally saw them. Ino was wearing a purple shirt and top with her headband around her waist with her long hair. Shikamaru wore a black body suit with the forehead protector part of his long arm sleeve, and his chunin vest on. Choji wore a red suit with armor on his arms, legs, chest, and sides, with a red cloth headband around his forehead, and his hair a lot longer than it used to be. Tia, are you okay? Ino asked. Ino, Choji, Shikamaru. Tia responded and turned to Wanrei and Li En, confused. But who are you? My name is Li En, and this is Wanrei, Li En explained. We're friends of Zatch, Kyo and Naruto. They helped us in the past, so we came here to help them. And believe it or not, drive. Riddles had us arrive in this world to end up staying with them, Shikamaru said. Hey, isn't that Shikamaru and his team? Lee asked looking. It is, Kiba said. That means those two with them must be more friends of Naruto's, Zatch's and Kyo's from this world. Bianco and the green hair Momoto continue after them. We'll take you down, Bianco said. Bugs flew around them as genjutsu placed on them. Bianco saw them and went to attack but hit nothing. What is this nonsense? Bianco said. It's called genjutsu, a new familiar voice said. Tia turned to see Drive. Riddles and Haku set to attack. Gigano Zager, Drive. Riddles shouted. Ice style. Hailstorm jutsu, Haku shout. Gigano Zager fired from the CA. Non on Kiddo's chest as water droplets form and freeze from above coming down on Bianco and the Momoto with him. The insects retreated as the attacks hit. When it was over, Tia noticed that the insect were retreating to Shino with Sakura next to him. Shino was wearing a suit that covered his face, an open jacket with a hood that go over his head, goggles over his eyes where his sunglasses was, a backpack attached to his jacket, and a black cloth headband over his head. Sakura was wearing a red shirt and skirt with the same white designs from her dress, a pouch that took up the back end of her belt, a red headband over the top of her hair like before. Haku was wearing a black robe, similar to before but inside was ninja gear, hair in the same way, but over his forehead was a leaf headband. Let me introduce myself, Drive. Riddles said. Seriously, Sakura responded. His name is Dr. Riddles, Kiddo said. The amazing doctor who knows everything, Drive. Riddles said. Oh, Drive. Riddles, Kiddo, Haku, Sakura and Shino. Tia responded, figuring out that Shino was Shino considering Sakura was there. Everyone gathered knowing there was helped. The armor Momoto and green hair Momoto got up and went into attack. However, the green hair Momoto stopped and attacked her own comrade. Why did you attack an ally? Bianco shouted. It's called the mind destruction jutsu, Ino said. Milordo Z isn't only one who can control others' actions. The group turned to Ino, who was in a stance for a mind destruction jutsu. However, the Yamanaka clan, that I was born into, has more honor, and only use it in active safety of its comrades and village, Ino said. Choji now, Shikamaru shouted. Choji moved in front and made the hand sign. Partial expansion jutsu. Both arms, Choji shouted. His arms grew, as he used them to immobilize the green hair Momoto and antenna Momoto. Shadow strangling Judas, Shikamaru shouted. Shikamaru's shadow extended and latched onto the armor Momoto, before wrapping around it in a bind with the shadow hand. You'll have to try harder if you want to take down us Team 10, Shikamaru said. Also known as Ino, Ino started. Shikamaru continued. Choji finished. You think you're clever capturing my Momoto, Bianco said, however I still have one that flies in the air. The flying Momoto came down on top of Tia, grabbed her and flew off high into the air. Now unless you want something to happen to her, I suggest you let my Momoto go, Bianco said. Darn it, it's getting too high too fast for any of us to hit it, Shikamaru thought and retreated his shadow. Choji took it to let go as well. Tia knew she was in trouble and had to do something to protect Zatch's book. Megumi grabbed the book. Tia shouted about to throw it. Tia, she heard Zatch's voice yelled. A bright light moved through town and jumped up to Tia. When it reached her, the light disappeared, revealing to be Schneider carrying Zatch, Kyo, Naruto and Sunbeam. Everyone down below was happy to see them. Naruto, Hinata thought. Zatch, you made it, Tia responded. Tia, take my hand, Zatch shouted, sticking his hand out. Okay, Tia shouted, doing the same and grab hold. Now Zatch, Naruto shouted. Huh, Tia responded. Zatch used Tia to pull himself up and climb onto the flying Momoto. Tia, the book, Kyo said, reaching his hand out. Tia gave him the book. Thanks Tia, for keeping the book so safe, Kyo said. You're welcome, Tia responded. Kyo, Zatch is ready when you are, Naruto said. Right, Kyo said and pointed. Zakurga. Zatch looked where Kyo pointed at and saw. Kurga fired from his mouth and hit the back of the flying Momoto's neck. It let go of Tia, causing her to fall. Zatch quickly grabbed Tia while holding onto the flying Momoto's hand. Zatch, over here, Naruto shouted. Zatch swung himself and Tia toward Schneider before letting go. However, Kyo and Sunbeam missed catching them. Naruto had a rope and kunai, for weight, out and threw it shouting, Zatch grab the rope. Zatch grab onto it with his teeth while Till holding Tia. Naruto and Kyo worked together to pull them up to Schneider. Schneider landed on the ground as soon as it was off Schneider. Schneider reverted back to normal. Naruto let Zatch and Tia down on the ground. Naruto. Hinata shouted and hugged Naruto. Hey Hinata, Naruto said, hugging her back. When they broke, Hinata placed the fur Saint Hokage's necklace around Naruto's neck. Thanks Hinata, Naruto said. Then Akamaru tackled Naruto into the ground as if waiting for Hinata to greet him. Akamaru, get off me, I'm happy to see you too. Naruto said as Akamaru wagged his tie. Kiba, do something. Now this is familiar, Kiba said, remembering Akamaru did the same when they came with Megumi and Tia to help Naruto, Kyo and Zatch. Kiyo couldn't help but laugh as he remembered it as well. Hello there, Wanrei greeted. Kyo turned to see to his surprise Lien and Wanrei. Lien Wanrei, Kyo responded. Kiba helped Naruto out by calling Akamaru off him. Naruto noticed that Team 8 and 10 were there as well. Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, Haku Sakura and Naruto stopped looking at Shino. Who else would it be? Shino said, a tad bit disappointed. After all, we are friends, aren't we? We are friends, Shino, Naruto said. I can't blame Naruto for not recognizing Shino at first, even I hardly recognized the guy, Kyo said. Relax Naruto, Shino just being himself. Haku said. Naruto turned to Haku and saw the leaf headband. Haku, you're wearing a leaf headband. Naruto responded. Yep, I'm officially a leaf ninja now, Haku said. Bianco threw a fit, and then assembled the ancient Momotos and their partners. Sorry to interrupt this greeting, but our little green fa is getting ready to attack, drive. Riddles said, it'll be hard but I'll go first. And create an opening, then you attack. Dr. Riddles, that puts you into much danger, Kyo responded. I won't be alone, or did you forget my assistances, the Majestic 12, drive. Riddles said, those American group with supernatural power. Kyo thought, remembering them. Come Lady Susan. Dr. Riddles shouted as Lady Susan jump out, show them what you can do. I don't even want to know, Naruto thought. Lady Susan started hitting her chest in front of Bianco and the ancient Momotos. The ninjas stopped paying attention when she started. Dr. Riddles and Kiddo moved behind the ancient Momotos. Gigano Zager, drive, Riddles shouted. The cannon appeared on Kiddo's chest and fired Gigano Zager, knocking the ancient Momotos and Bianco down. It actually worked, Naruto responded. What are you doing? I gave you the opening, now attack, drive, Riddles shouted. Kyo, Naruto shouted. Alright, the sixth spell, Kyo shouted, opening the red spellbook, Rauzaruk. Rauzaruk fired down and hit Zatch's body, making his body to glow. Zatch, throw the Momotos as far as you can, Kyo responded, try and not give them the opening to attack. Haku, Lee, once they're done, go get the spellbooks, Naruto responded. Right, Zatch responded and ran toward the ancient Momotos with enhanced speed. Zatch grabbed the antenna Momoto and threw him far into the sky. Attack him, Bianco told the armor Momoto. Oruda Barrerin, the armor Momoto's partner, shouted. The armor Momoto fired lasers at Zatch, who dodged them. Are you even paying attention where you're aiming? Bianco shouted. Gigano Burrito, the armor Momoto's partner, shouted. The armor Momoto fired a powerful laser at Zatch. Zatch ducked and dodged the attack. It's not hitting, Bianco responded. As long as you lose your cool you'll miss, Shikamaru said. Zatch grabbed the armor Momoto and threw it. I hate you, Bianco responded and turned to his last ancient Momoto, use your strongest spell. Bazu Agirozazu, the green hair Momoto's partner, shouted. The green hair Momoto fired stems into the ground and a giant man-eating rose formed under Zatch, leaving him unable to dodge as Rauzaruk fade away. We did it, Bianco shouted. I'll use the water dragon jutsu, Naruto said. Wait, Naruto, let us handle it, Wanrei said. Naruto turned to Wanrei, who was set to attack. Rao Daborin, Lien shouted. Wanrei summoned a 3-ta Il tiger made out of energy as it attacked the rose, destroying it, saving Zatch. Bianco collapsed as the spells failed. Give up yet, Haku said. Bianco turned to see that Haku and Lee were holding all th. Of the ancient Momoto's spellbooks as the top were burning. Naruto, Hinata, Hiba, Akamaru, Sakura, Shino, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, Neji and Tenten surround Bianco. Bianco moved past them and ran to A.L.V. in before the flying Momoto grabbed them and flew off. Everyone celebrated their victory. A.N. To make it clear, Shikamaru, Choji and Ino were with Wanrei and Lien, and Haku, Sakura and Shino were with Dr. Riddles and Kiddo. And there's a shocker in the next chapter. During the time Team 8 were with Dr. Riddles and Kiddo. Next time. Everyone relaxes after the long battle and rest for the remainder of the night. However, it turns out Team 8, Drive. Riddles and Kiddo ran into Sherry and Brago, who revealed that Milordo Z is actually the Momoto they were after, Zophis. The night sure gets interesting. What will happen? Read to find out. Night off. Night off. That night everyone decided that since Fulgore's and Megumi's strength from within hasn't fully returned, and that they just finished a battle, they took the night off. It's great to see you again, Lien and Wanrei, Kyo said. I was sure surprised you came. We came once we knew you guys needed our help, Lien explained, and when we found out Ino, Shikamaru and Choji were one of Naruto's friends from where he's from, we were glad to allow them to stay with us. Shikamaru also warned us about a few things about mentioning Choji's weight. Although we found out why whenever Ino mentioned it, Wanrei explained. Yeah, but it's because of the way Choji is, that makes him a good ninja, Naruto said, looking at Choji, who was eating on some barbecue chips. By the way, Naruto, when Sakura, Shino and I were with Dr. Riddles, we met a group that knew Milordo Z's true identity, Haku said, and they seemed to know you. What? Naruto responded and turned to Dr. Riddles as well as everyone else other than Sakura and Shino. Yes, you see, Milordo Z's real name is Zophis, Drive. Riddles said, and the team we met might join us later. It can't be Bari then. He wouldn't do this without a rematch, Naruto thought. Then remember one other team, could it be them? Naruto turned to Kyo and knew he was thinking the same thing. One thing for sure, they're the strongest team I ever met. Dr. Riddles said. Well, don't leave us hanging. Who are they? Kiba asked. The Momoto's name is Brago, Sakura said, and the human partner's name is Sherry. Them, Kyo responded. We met them on the way here in the mountains, Shino said. Flashback. In the mountains, Sherry and Brago were fighting one of the ancient Momotos. Sakura, Shino and Haku were watching with Dr. Riddles and Kiddo. Oru Fariga, the human partner, shouted. The Momoto fired a red beam at Brago. Gigano Reese, Sherry shouted. Gigano Reese formed in Brago's hand. That won't work, the Momoto said, and control his spell to go around Gigano Reese and at Brago. Brago blocked the attack with one fist, least affected. He blocked it with one hand, Sakura responded quietly. Use your full power, or else this battle will end quickly, Brago threatened. Darn it, the Momoto responded, placing his hands on the ground. Ganges Barufree, the partner shouted. Multiple attacks I read from underground up and then came down on Brago and Sherry. Incredible, an attack from Bello, Haku said. The Momoto planned to use the spell to distract Brago and Sherry before he uses his strongest spell. Go Brago, Sherry said. Brago jumped away from the attack at the Momoto. Sherry dodged all the attacks without being hit once. Sakura, Haku and even Shino was surprised to see it. She was trained well, Shino thought. How could she dodge all the attacks? The Momoto asked. Simple, she has improved so far since the battle began, Brago said, aiming with one hand. What? The Momoto responded. Dioga Graviton, Sherry shouted. A huge sphere of gravity, as if it was a combination of Gigano Reese and Ion Graviray but strong, going around the center, fired and hit the Momoto. Brago grabbed the human partner and jumped as the spellbook burned and Dioga Graviton crushed the cliff close by. Sakura and Haku's jaws dropped at the power of Dioga Graviton, and even Shino was shocked by the spell's power. Now for you, Sherry said as Brago landed next to her as they turned Drive. Riddles and Kiddo, as if knowing they were there. Dr. Riddles and Kiddo wave a white flag as Haku, Sakura and Shino jumped out. Hold on a second, we're not to battle, we just want to talk, Haku explained. Sherry saw the leaf symbol on Haku's and Shino's headband. He has that symbol on the headband, Brago said. Just like the one that was with the boy with the red book and his partner, Sherry said. Just like. Do you mean Naruto Uzumaki? Sakura responded. They headed to the house where Sherry and Brago were staying at. Dr. Riddles explained why they were watching the battle and what Team 8 was doing with him, and everything else he knew about the ancient Momoto battle. Haku looked at Brago, who wasn't paying much attention to him after knowing what they were doing there, and neither Haku, Sakura and Shino had a tail beast in them. Haku had to explain that there was only 9-tailed beast and each are divided amongst the other 4 great nations ninja village except for one that he wasn't sure was at. I can't help but have the same sense of danger from Brago's power that I did when Naruto accidentally released the 9 tails chakra when we fought, Haku thought. So you want to join forces with you, Sherry said. Yes, in order to defeat Milordo Z's we must join forces, drive. Riddles said. No, Brago said, walking away from them. What? Kiddo responded. I refuse to work with a bunch of weaklings, Brago said. But Milordo Z has 40 ancient Momotos fighting for him, Sakura said. Sakura don't, Shino said. But, Sakura said as Shino turned to see Sherry angered. Sorry about Sakura. It's just our friends are part of this battle and we want to help out any way we can, Haku apologizes. Good, then you would understand that Brago and I are going to fight Milordo Z alone, and tell those with you that I don't want them to touch him, Sherry said. Dr. Riddles, Kiddo, Shino, Sakura and Haku headed out. Sakura thought of something familiar. He took someone important from you, didn't he? Sakura asked. I can tell because Shino and I lost a teammate to someone evil. Shish. Eri smiled mentally hearing Sakura's words. Thanks for the information and understanding. I will give you some information back, Sherry said. Milordo Z is a fake name. His real name is a Momoto with the power of manipulation, name Zophis, and he manipulated a very close friend of mine, and took her happiness. Of all Momotos, he's the worst of the worst. Sherry closed the door once all of them left. End of flashback. I see. That explains a lot about why Sherry agreed to work with Brago, Naruto said. Since they knew Naruto, I figure you knew them as well, Kyo, drive. Riddles said, turning to Kyo. Yeah, Zatch, Naruto and I battled them once, after meeting Naruto, Kyo explained. What? With Brago? Tia, Kanchom, Kiddo and Schneider in his language responded. What? Naruto responded. If you battle Brago, how are you still here? Tia asked, holding Zatch by his mantle. Tia, we were badly beaten but for some reason they decided to spare us, Kyo explained. They never told me why though, Naruto said. There isn't a Momoto that hasn't heard of Brago's name, Wanrei explained. He's powerful and strong, Tia said. Not to mention scary, Kanchom finished, and I mean more than usual. After seeing them in action, I believe it, Sakura said. Naruto, is that why you and Kyo were in the hospital? Tenten asked. Well, mostly for Zatch and Kyo, Naruto said. My injuries came from my battle with Sasuke when I tried to bring him back. That's true, Kyo said. Naruto kept using replacement jutsu to avoid most of the attacks. Right now we need to worry about Zophis, drive. Riddles said. Somehow he been aware of our every movement. That's true, Shikamaru responded. At the ruins, Bianco explained to Zophis what happened. Zophis decided to have Sekui Reti tightened and wait for the others to come, and find out if Layla truly betrayed them. Back at the apartment, everyone rested for the rest of the day. Apollo arranged rides for the people manipulated to go back home. Naruto and Hinata were together. Neji and Tenten were off spending their own time together. Hey Naruto, Kanchom said. If it has something to do with us kissing, don't even ask, Naruto said. And I wouldn't even try with Neji and Tenten. Oh, I know that, Kanchom said. We already learned that lesson on the way here, Fulgore said. Why am I not surprised? Naruto thought. I was going to ask what's up with the necklace. Kanchom asked. You mean this? Naruto said, taking the first Hokage's necklace out. Yeah, Kanchom responded. Dr. Riddles told me, it was because it has great value to it, Kiddo said. Right, kidding, drive. Riddles responded, making Kiddo shocked. Actually, it is worth a lot of money, but that's not why I have it, Naruto said. You see, this was given to me by Lady Hokage. Right after she agreed to become the 5th Hokage. and before she had it, it belonged to the first Hokage. I don't get it, how is it belonging to the first Hokage making it valuable? Kanchome asked. Well, you see, there's a reason our ninja headband symbol looks more like a leaf than a flame, despite being founded in the land of fire, Naruto said. You see, the first Hokage. He was known as the only ninja ever to have the elemental fusion Kekkeigenki of water and earth. Elemental fusion? Kanchome asked. It's a bloodline that allows the user to fuse two elements together to form a new element, Haku said. My ice-style jutsus are an example of it, as I can fuse water and wind together to form ice. Wait, Naruto has wind and water infinity, does that mean he can learn how to use ice-style jutsus? Chie asked. No, it doesn't work like that, Hinata said. It's a Kekkeigenki like the Byakugan, which means in order for someone to perform it they must have the genetic code that allows it. And Naruto don't have it. Oh, Chie responded. As I was saying, the first Hokage had the fusion bloodline that allowed him to fuse water and earth together to perform wood-style jutsus, Naruto said. No one else as far as I know, had that bloodline, not even his granddaughter whom he passed this necklace down to before me, Lady Tsunade. Oh, I get it, Kanchome responded. Had I didn't mention is that Tsunade passed it down to two people before me, but they died not long after, Naruto thought. After the conversation, Hinata went to help treat some injuries. Naruto found himself hungry. With all the battle and everything, I forgot I haven't ate in a long time, Naruto complained. I'm not hungry, Choji said, eating his chips. That's because you always keep a bag of your favorite chips on you, Naruto said. Hey Naruto, if you're hungry, I did stock up on some instant ramen, Apollo said. They're in the kitchen. I'm off, Naruto said, shooting off. Figures Nar. Yuto would shoot off the moment he knows where to get ramen, Kyo said. I take it, Naruto's favorite food is ramen. Wanrei asked. Yeah, he enjoys eating ramen as much as Zatch is to Yellowtail, Kyo explained. Naruto came back with some instant ramen. Man, this is good, but I still miss Ichiraku's ramen, Naruto said. Lien Wanrei Kanchome Folagor Drive. Riddles and Kiddo, if we ever get the chance to take you to the Leaf Village. I have to take you to Ichiraku, Lien asked. A ramen stand in the Leaf Village, Ino explained. Team 7 goes there since they enjoy ramen, just as Uma takes Shikamaru, Choji and me to a barbecue stand. Hey, anyone want a drink? Fulgor said, bringing a bottle but seemed to be hiding something. Please tell me that's not sake or any form of alcohol, Naruto said. It is, but I'm not going to serve it to you, being underage, Fulgor said. Good, but that's N said, make sure Lee doesn't get any drink. Oh well, about that, Fulgor said, it was by accident. I didn't think anything would happen. Oh no, Neji and Tenten responded. This is going to be chaotic, Naruto said. Neji, I challenge you. Lee jumped in, clearly drunk. Lee, calm down, Naruto said. No, I want, to spar, Lee said. Lee started attacking everyone in sight. Finally Shikamaru captured him in a shadow possession jutsu after Wanrei managed to hold him down. They hold him down until Lee finally fallen asleep. What just happened? Megumi asked. Sadly, you've seen a side of Lee that only appeared when he even has a sip of alcohol, Naruto said. The drunken fist technique, Lien responded. I only heard stories of it. Yeah, unfortunately Lee has two hidden talents, Naruto said, the drunken fist technique, and he's able to fight while sleeping, watch. Naruto went to kick Lee but he blocked it with his own kick. He mastered it after a year of constant training with Gai-sensei, Naruto said. They locked Lee up in a bedroom with food and water in case he wakes up. Hey Sakura, Ino, do you have any more of Tsunade's medical food pills? Naruto asked. Yeah, I have it, Sakura said, taking out a bag. Naruto took a food pill. Oh wait, these are the ones I made, Sakura said, but not until after ate it. Naruto face turned pale in disgust and spit it out. Sorry, I forgot I still had these, Sakura said. I brought some as well, Ino said. After planning for the battle plan for when they go back to the ruins, everyone went to bed except for Naruto, who was looking at his fragment. Can't sleep, Naruto. Drive, Riddles said. Oh, drive, Riddles, Naruto said, turning to Dr. Riddles. That's a piece of the Stone of Moonlight, Drive. Riddles said. Yeah, but it lost its shine. Naruto said, I was thinking of the Mamoto that gave it to me. Yes, Layla wasn't it, Doctor. Riddles responded. Yeah, she sacrificed being found out to help us escape, and I want to save her. Naruto said, however I don't want to mess it up, like I did when I tried to bring Sasuke back. From what I know, it wasn't your fault you couldn't stop Sasuke, you were sent here without any choice, Drive. Riddles said. I know, Naruto said, but I also worried what happened during my battle with Sasuke with the Nine Tails chakra, happened again, but this time it gets to the point I can't control it, and hurt everyone. I guess that's why you helped me find my own strength. Naruto, I knew from the moment I met you, that you were a great ninja, without the demon's chakra. Even if you could control its power, it would be because you already have the potential to do so, Drive. Riddles said, we will save Layla, but first you need to rest so that you can do it. Right, then I better go to bed, Naruto said, good night Drive. Riddles. Night Naruto, Drive, Riddles said as Naruto headed in. Inside everyone was sound asleep resting for the battle that is about to happen the next day. We all need the sleep for the grueling battle ahead, Drive. Riddles thought. Nay, XT time. The group goes into the ruins again, but this time fights through a tighter security. They fight with limited jutsu and spells as possible, making it to a room with a deep pit and a bridge to the next exit. But when Zophis appeared and destroys the bridge, they resort to an emergency plan they created. What is this emergency plan? Read to find out. Return to the ruins. Return to the ruins. At the ruins Naruto, Hinata, Hiba with Akamaru riding on him, Sakura, Shino, Haku, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, Neji, Tenten, and Lee reached top first using chakra control. Naruto, Shikamaru, Neji and Haku each had a communicator. It's clear Kyo, Naruto reported through the communicator. The rest of the group were still climbing as they allow the ninjas to go first to make sure there weren't any enemies waiting. Good, we'll be up there soon, Kyo responded, as having they headed up. I got here first, Ino shouted. No I did, Sakura responded. Guys quiet, Naruto said. Kyo, Zatch, Tia, Megumi, Wanrei Lee and Sunbeam. Schneider, Drive, Riddles, Kiddo, Kanchome and Fulgore finally got up. I don't think we should climb the rest of the way up from here, Shikamaru said, we might be spotted and attack if we do. Hinata and Neji had their Byakugan active. Guys, an enemy is coming, Neji said. How far? Naruto asked. We should see them soon, Hinata said. Sure enough, a Mamoto and its partner arrived. Zakurga, Kyo shouted. Zakurga fired from Zatch's mouth and hit the Mamoto, burning its book. Okay. Our goal is to get to the Stone of Moonlight and destroy it, then go after Zophis, Kyo said. We want to use less spells and jutsus as necessary. Now let's go. They headed into the ruins. On the way Mamotos noticed them. Gigano Dezer, one Mamoto's partner shouted. Gigano Borgurga, the blue-hair Mamoto shouted. The first Mamoto fired a pyramid as the blue-hair Mamoto fired a beam with plus signs. Shino summoned his bugs that form a shield against the attack. Attacks collided with Kaden and exploded. They headed down the hall to the stairs. The Mamotos followed them. Naruto took out an impact shuriken and threw it. It hit the ceiling and it exploded, causing rubble to all uncover the entrance to the stairs. They continue up the stairs but stopped when they saw ancient Mamotos in the room ahead. Everyone, attack with little spells we can, Drive. Riddles said. Zegaruga, a cannon formed in Kiddo's mouth and fired Zegaruga. It hit the ancient Mamotos. Go Gairen, a partner shouted. A Mamoto that looks like it have fluffballs for body parts send whips to attack. Sayoshi, Megumi shouted. Tia summoned Sayoshi around her Megumi Drive. Riddles and Kiddo. Wanrei, Lee En shouted. Wanrei jumped over Sayoshi. Gar-Rigaruk, Lee En shouted. Wanrei spin as he kicked the Mamoto. Sakura made hand signs to cast a Genjutsu and a tree bind a Mamoto that looked like a centipede. Schneider used Go-Sudoric to hit it while it was in a trance. Kanchome was transformed into a wall as he burned the book. They kept going, fighting more Mamotos. Finally they made it to a bridge-like stairs over a pit. No one is following us, Neji said. Yeah, but we got a problem, Naruto said. They look at the pit below. There was 2 other entrances, one on each other side, but the bridge didn't connect to them. They decided to cross the bridge to the entrance ahead. I have a bad feeling, Naruto said. Something doesn't seem right. You have a right to be worried, young Jinchuriki, a voice said. They look around and saw Zophis floating above them. Who are you? Ino asked. My name is Zophis. I'm the ruler of the ancient Momotos, Zophis explained. I've been watching all your movements and considering there's no more intruders, this is it. Everyone get up the stairs. Hio shouted. Random. Koko shouted. Zophis fired an explosive ball at the stairs. It exploded, hitting the stairs, causing it to start to collapse. Now fall into the pit. Zophis shouted. They started falling with the rubble of the stairs. Pork. Fulgor shouted. Kanchome transformed into a hanglighter with Fulgor grabbing on. Lee jump on. Kanchome shouted. Lee jumped on before Kanchome grabbed drive. Riddles and Kiddo. Everyone time to commence Plan E. Doctor. Riddles shouted. Naruto and the other ninjas made the hand sign. Transform. Naruto shouted. Naruto transformed into a human-sized bat and grabbed Akamaru for Kiba. Transform. Everyone else shouted. Everyone either transformed into an animal that flew. Naruto, Hinata, Kiba and Shino went to the room where the bridge connected. Neji, Tenten and Sakura followed Kanchome. Choji, Ino, Shikamaru and Haku went to the entrance on the other end. Riguruk. Lee En shouted. Wanrei's legs powered up as Lee En climbed on his back. Wanrei jumped to Tia and Megumi. D picked them up before following Shikamaru. Go Sudoric. Sunbeam shouted. Schneider transformed into his second form. Hio Zatch. Sunbeam shouted, climbing on Schneider's back. Schneider jumped to Kiy. O and Zatch's Sunbeam helped them on before heading up what was left of his plan. Flashback. Plan A will be moving through the ruins fighting as a team and limiting the amount of spells and jutsus. Drive. Riddles said. Ino Sakura. That means you must not challenge each other, Shikamaru stated. Lee don't push it. Exactly, but the enemy isn't stupid, they'll keep attacking, and there might be a time when we get separated. If that happens, for those with a Momoto partner, grab the closest person with you. Drive. Riddles said. As ninjas will separate into teams of 4 and use the transfo R Mashin Jutsu to transform into something that flies, Shikamaru stated. However, since Lee is the only one of us that can't use ninjutsu or genjutsu, someone needs to grab him. Also, if we do this, Sakura, Hinata and Ino must be separated amongst us, Naruto said. That way we have a medical ninja with each group, which can help each of us out. Tia and Megumi nodded as they knew he meant it can also save them strength from within from repeatedly using Seifogyo. Our final goal is to make it out alive. Drive. Riddles said. End of flashback. Kanchome over here, Tenten shouted. Kanchome landed Lee Drive, Riddles, Kiddo and Fulgor in the entrance before transforming back to normal into it. Wanrei. Haku shouted. Wanrei jumped on the last rubble and made a final leap. Wanrei made it in safely. Where the others? Wanrei asked. Kanchome. Fulgor. Drive. Riddles, Kiddo, Neji, Tenten, Lee, and Sakura are at the entrance on the other end, Ino said. Naruto, Hinata, Kiba, Akamaru and Shino went to the entrance the bridge was connected to, Choji explained. What about Zatch, Hio, Schneider and Sunbeam? Tia asked. They're still climbing the bridge while it's collapsing, Shikamaru explained. They looked to see that Schneider was carrying Zatch, Hio and Sunbeam as he climbed the steps before they collapsed. The bridge collapsed in front of them. Schneider jump, Naruto shouted. Schneider jumped and managed to land safely into the entrance. The 3 groups headed off, not knowing that Zophis had anticipated them surviving. Next time everyone faced the 3 of the Supreme 4 Momotos and Wanrei, Lee En, Tia, Megumi, Choji, Shikamaru, Ino and Haku faced against a tough enemy. What kind of challenges are ahead? Read to find out. Reason to fight. Reason to fight. Team 7's group were facing dozen of stars, not knowing what to think of them. Are these Momotos? Naruto asked. I'm not sure, Hio answered, but be ready. Naruto took out his chakra blades. The stars started firing lasers at them. They managed to dodge each attack coming at them. Zakurga, Hio shouted. Zakurga fired from Zatch's mouth. But the stars dodged the attack. They're fast, Hio said. No they're not, Naruto said. What? Hio responded. Naruto's right. There's enough distance between them and us that they can dodge an attack, Shino said. Right now they're firing at mid-range, Naruto said, which is good for mid to long-range fighting. But how they're maintaining that distance? Sunbeam asked. Hinata tried to find the source, Naruto said. Hinata nodded, knowing her eyes were best for it. The stars fired before they had a chance. Ellipsis. Team Guy's group were facing a huge spinning mummy like Momoto that was spinning on his chair. Be ready for anything, Neji ordered. Fulgore walked up to the Momoto. Fulgore, what are you doing? Tenten asked. Can we pass through? Fulgore asked. The group fell anime style. Please. Fulgore begged. The Momoto stopped spinning. My answer is no, it shouted. Fulgore cried in fear in response. Unless you entertain me, the Momoto said. Huh, Sakura responded. My name is Belgium EO of the Supreme Four Ancient Momotos. I'm very strong, Belgium EO explained. I was sealed for 1,000 years and was very bored. If you perform for me and I like it, I'll let you through. Fulgore and Kanchong cheered as they had this in the bag. But if I don't like it, I'll destroy you, Belgium EO shouted. Fulgore and Kanchong cried in fear again. Neji, I wonder if the Supreme Four Momotos are like the legendary 3 Sannin in our world, Tenten said. Could be, either way we got to be on our toes, Neji said. Ellipsis. Team 10's group faced a Momoto with a long pole and human partner Chinese robes. Shikamaru, Choji, Ino and Haku stepped back ready for anything. Chia Megumi take another step back, Lien said. Huh, Chia and Megumi responded. At first glance, they seem defenseless, but there's no opening, Wanrei said. Not to mention that pole is probably the source of their spells, Haku said. We got to be careful of how we use it. It seems a bunch of idiots has dropped in. My name is Soren, one of the Supreme Four Momotos, and your doom, Soren said and went into attack with his pole. Naruto, the man shouted. The pole increase in length as Soren attacks. Partial expansion jutsu. Both arms. Choji shouted. Both his arms grew and caught the attack. Is that the best you can do? Soren said as he sent series of attacks on Choji. Wanrei jumped in front of Choji and blocked each attacks. You're good, too bad I have to destroy you, Soren said, going for head-on attack. Suddenly he froze in place. What? Why can't I move? Soren said. Shadow possession complete, Shikamaru said. They turned to see Shikamaru's shadow was attached to Torin's. Soren let go of his pole and was forced to take Shikamaru's stance. Lien, now, while I have the Momoto captured, Shikamaru shouted. Lien ran toward the human partner. You trapped me so she can get my book, Soren said. If the human partner is being controlled, then my power should be enough, Lien said and went to kick the man. The man blocked the kick, catching them off guard. Haku made series of hand signs. Lien tried more attacks as the man blocked each one. Then he grabbed Lien's kick, hit her leg, knocking Lien off balance while hitting her with his hand. No way, that's a high-level technique of Kung Fu, Lien said as she flew backwards. The man went to attack Lien. An ice mirror formed before Haku appeared in it, taking out a scroll from within his robes. The man jumped back as Haku made hand signs and opened the scroll. Ninja art. Icicle Sunball shower. Haku shouted. Icicle fired from the scroll. Genzo dodged the attacks barely. Shikamaru's shadow retreated before jumping away. What was that? Ino asked. I had water sealed in scrolls, and found a way to freeze them as I summoned it, Haku said and turned to the man. Why don't you speak since you're not being manipulated? Cleaver, you saw through my trick. The man said. I thought Momotos were going to be interesting to fight, but I never thought you ninjas were. You must have choose to obey Zophis and let him just connect the wavelengths. You just act like a mindless puppet to not draw any attention to yourself, Haku said. He must have knew we would try and go after the book and waited for the chance, Shikamaru said. That's right. My name is Genzo and I came for one thing, to fight powerful opponents, Genzo said, going to attack Haku. Wanrei moved in and started fighting with him. Soren was ready to attack. Genzo went for a punch to Wanrei's side. Shadow possession jutsu, Shikamaru thought. His shadow stretch, attached to Genzo's. Choji now, Shikamaru shouted. Human boulder, Choji shouted as Hi's body was expanded as he spun right at Genzo. Genzo started moving, causing Shikamaru to struggle. No good, Shikamaru thought as his jutsu gave and the shadow retreated. Genzo blocked Choji's human boulder with both hands. No way. He blocked Choji's human boulder, Ino shouted. Genzo punched Choji, sending him back before he went back to normal size dizzy. Choji, Ino shouted. Genzo went at Tia and Wanrei full power. Sayoshi, Megumi shouted. Tia summoned Sayoshi to block the attack. Genzo punched the barrier, causing it to crack. First he stopped Choji's attack, now he cracked Sayoshi, Tia said. They exist those who search for power without determining between good and bad, Lien responded. Go Naruto, Genzo shouted. Soren's pull powered up stronger as he destroyed Sayoshi with it. Genzo used the moment Toen shouted. Wanrei summoned Rirudo to defend. Genzo moved at high speed behind Wanrei for a punch. Shadow stitching jutsu, Shikamaru shouted. Shikamaru's shadow turned into whip at Genzo. Genzo dodged it and went at Shikamaru. Ma Seshield, Megumi shouted. Tia summoned Ma Seshield in front of Shikamaru. Genzo stopped his attack cold. Soren, Genzo shouted. Soren jumped ready to attack. Zau Garuerudo, Genzo shouted. Soren summoned a shark-like attack from his pole. It hit Ma Seshield and broke through. Genzo and Soren went to attack at that moment. Wanrei moved D in front of the attack and took Genzo's punch and the hit of Soren's pole. Partial expansion jutsu. Arm. Choji shouted. Choji's fist grew for a punch. Genzo and Soren dodged the attack. Choji and Ino rushed to everyone's side. Everyone stay behind me, Wanrei said. What? Ino responded. I doubt Tia's offensive spell would work on these two, and Shikamaru's and Choji's combinations and Haku's jutsus doesn't have any affect. Wanrei said. Ino can take care of Tia and Megumi while I'll keep them away from you. Shikamaru took stance and made the sign with his fingers in strategizing. If that guy was able to break Ma Seshield so easy, just think what he can to you, Megumi said. Tia Megumi just listen to Wanrei and stay back, Lien said. But Lien, Megumi responded. Relax Megumi, Ino whispered as she noticed Shikamaru's thinking stance. Shikamaru is up to something. Ellipsis. Shikamaru got up and started talking to Haku about something. Haku nodded, understanding the plan. Ellipsis. Wanrei got up and headed to battle. Ellipsis. Haku stood back and summoned an ice mirror. This battle is far from over, Haku thought, fusing with it. Ellipsis. So you're going to fight on your own, without those ninjas? Genzo asked. Yes, they won't interfere, Wanrei said. Ellipsis. Haku formed an ice mirror a safe distance above the ground. Ellipsis. Shikamaru used the transformation jutsu to transform into a bird and flew on top of the mirror and transform back to normal as Haku jumped to fuse to it. Ellipsis. Can you really do that? Genzo asked. I don't fight in past time like you, Wanrei said. Interesting, your eyes tells me. Even if we attack at the same time you'll beat us, Genzo said. That's what fighting means. Ellipsis. We won't let you, Megumi said as she and Megumi move in front of Lien. Tia Megumi, Lien said. Sorry Lien, but we can't stay back and watch, Megumi said. Get out of the way. Genzo shouted. Zau Garuerudo. Soren summoned Zau Garuerudo to attack. Giga la Sayoshi, Megumi shouted. Tia s. Ummoned Giga la Sayoshi around Zau Garuerudo. Zau Garuerudo broke through and went to direct hit. Ino and Choji saved Tia and Megumi but after taking direct hit. Good timing, Shikamaru thought as Haku used the ice mirrors to set up wires. Choji keep an eye Tia, Ino said using a healing jutsu on Megumi. Right, Choji said. Lien just focus on Wanrei's spells, Ino said. Shikamaru, Haku, I hope you two know what you're doing. Ino, we got to do something, Megumi said. Megumi, I don't know what Shikamaru and Haku are doing right now, but what I do know is that despite being the most laziest ninja I know, Shikamaru's heart is in the right place when his friends need his help, Ino said and looked at Choji who nodded. Besides, Wanrei and Lien have strong feelings with each other and Oath shares something the third Hokage taught to us that we never understood before meeting them. Ino and Choji whispered something to Tia and Megumi and they understood. Ellipsis. Wanrei. Lien shouted. Yeah, Wanrei responded. Ellipsis. I'm done, Haku said. Okay, we have to wait for the right opening, Shikamaru said. Ellipsis. Ganzu Borin. Li En shouted. Ganzu Naruto. Genzo shouted. Soren launch multiple Naruto attacks as Wanrei send multiple Go Borin attacks. Genzo went from behind and kick Wanrei from behind. Wanrei watch out for their sneak attacks. Li En shouted. Ellipsis. Shikamaru watch waiting for the moment. Flashback. Ino Choji and Shikamaru were left with Li En and Wanrei with Li En's grandparents. So you're friends of Naruto? Li En asked. Well, actually you could say I'm just one of the people who would stay with Naruto, Ino said. Shikamaru and I were friends with Naruto since the academy, Choji explained. Before we do anything you might want to know something about Choji and Ino, Shikamaru said. Huh, Li En and Wanrei responded. It was then Shikamaru explained about things that tick off Choji and Ino. End of flashback. Gar Riguruk. Li En shouted. Wanrei started spinning toward Soren. Soren blocked their attack and threw them back. Flashback. Shikamaru Choji ended up helping out in the field while Ino helped inside. Li En and Wanrei took their time saying goodbye for the moment. Are you two sure you want to help out? Wanrei asked. We'll be leaving soon. I know, but we're here to help out, Choji said. Ellipsis. Ino and Li En came afterwards bringing lunch, though Ino was just checking on the boys. Where's Shikamaru? Li En asked. I think I know, Choji said. Choji and Ino found Shikamaru on a hill watching clouds. You know Wanrei and Li En aren't that bad, Ino said. I can see why Naruto Kyo and Zatch are friends with them. That's for sure, Choji said. Yeah, and they seem to have the will of fire, Shikamaru said. Yeah, Ino and Choji responded. End of flashback. Go Borin. Li En shouted. Go Naruto. Genzo shouted. Soren and Wanrei collided with Go Naruto and Go Borin causing the ground to break. Soren pushed Wanrei back causing Wanrei to hit the ground. Ellipsis. Li En was crying and Megumi and Tia noticed it. Wanrei stand up, this is the last spell. Li En shouted. Flashback. Ino Choji and Shikamaru were heading back when they saw Li En and Wanrei. They overheard Li En and Wanrei talking about how their images in their hearts. End of flashback. A will to protect those important to them, is what the third Hokage called the will of fire. Shikamaru thought remembering Asuma explaining it to him. Ellipsis. Rao de Borin. Li En shouted. Zau Guruerudo. Genzo shouted. Wanrei summoned Rao de Borin and Soren summoned Zau Guruerudo. The two attacks collided together and fought against each other. Zau Guruerudo broke through Rao de Borin when Wanrei lost focus in pain. Zau Guruerudo came down on Wanrei, Li En, Ino Choji, Megumi and Tia. Smoke and wind blew everywhere. Ellipsis. Shikamaru focused chakra to his feet to stay standing on the ice. Ellipsis. When the smoke had cleared, Wanrei was in a defensive stance protecting Li En, Megumi and Tia. Ino and Choji were covering Megumi and Tia as well. So you want to play a little longer, Genzo said and took out a stone of moonlight. We'll recover so we can attack full strength again. Ellipsis. That light, Haku said. That must be the stone of moonlight, Shikamaru said. Ellipsis. We'll attack too, Li En said opening the spellbook. However, the spellbook didn't glow. The book, it won't shine. I have no strength from within left. Li En thought and said, Wanrei, we can't use any more spells. You five get back, Wanrei said walking forward. Wanrei. Li En responded walking toward him. Ellipsis. We got to do something. Megumi thought pouring strength from within to the spellbook. Ino and Choji noticed this. Ino and Choji both placed their hands on Megumi's back and started focusing their chakra into her. Ino Choji. Megumi responded. If you're going to help them out, then we're helping out too, Ino responded. And leave the rest to me, Tia said standing up. Right, time for the fifth spell. Megumi shouted. Seifogyo. Tia raised her hands in the air and summoned a huge Seifogyo. Ellipsis. Shikamaru and Haku saw the spell from their spot. That must be Tia's recovery spell, Haku said. Get ready Haku, our turn is coming. Shikamaru responded. Ellipsis. Wanrei, Li En, don't dodge this spell. Tia shouted and threw Seifogyo. Seifogyo went through Li En and hit Wanrei and connect to both of them. Ellipsis. What are you doing, Genzo? Hurry and fire, Soren said. Didn't you see their book's strange glow? We've Nevami, so don't be scared. We won't lose, we're strong. Genso said. Zhao Guruerudo. Soren summoned Zhao Guruerudo from his pole. Ellipsis. Our wounds are healing, and our strength from within has restored, Lien said. That's not all, Wanrei said. Yes, the thoughts of our friends have reached our hearts, Lien said. Chia, Megumi, Ino, Choji thank you, Wanrei responded setting himself, we'll use your power. Rao Daboran. Lien shouted. Wanrei summoned his biggest Rao Daboran ever at Zhao Guruerudo. Rao Daboran attacked Zhao Guruerudo and overpowered it. How can this be? Soren said as his pole started breaking. This spell is a combine of not just Lien and my strength, but the thoughts of Tia Megumi Ino and Choji, Wanrei explained. Rao Daboran broke through and attacked Genzo and Soren sending them backwards. Soren's spellbook was caught in the attack and burned to nothing. Genzo. Soren shouted. Soren. Genzo shouted as Soren disappeared. Genzo got up just to see that Haku was now in his way. So are you going to finish me off? Genzo asked Haku. Not just me, Haku said. Genzo went to punch Haku. Shadow summoning jutsu, Shikamaru shouted. Using wires attached to Haku's mirrors, Shikamaru's shadow extended from each wire and stretched down and wrapped around Genzo. What? Genzo responded. Shikamaru and I weren't just sitting around and watching you fight, we were waiting for the right moment to attack you, Haku explained. I was raised to observe and wait for the moment to attack, and not hesitate when necessary, by one of the 7 swordsmen of the Hidden Mist Village. What? Genzo responded. Haku took out a scroll and opened it. Ice style. Ice Symbol Rain. Haku said and threw the scroll over Genzo. Ice symbols fired from the scroll and hit Genzo. Next time. Team Guy's group face against a powerful opponent who gives them hardly any opening to attack, and shows little weaknesses. Will they win, and at what cost? Read to find out.